That would avert a government shutdown for now.
Garrett, thank you. This morning, Russian President Vladimir Putin is set to hold his annual State of the Nation speech in Moscow. He is expected to outline plans for the next presidential term. Elections are slated for a little over 2 weeks from now, and looming large over the event is the war in Ukraine and the death of dissident Alexei Navalny. For the latest, let's go live to Matt Bodner, who has done extensive reporting in Russia. Good morning, Matt. What should we be looking out for in Putin's speech this morning?
Good morning, Francis. Well, of course, a big day for President Putin. He's, there's a lot that he can talk about today. Just in recent weeks, Russian troops in Ukraine claimed one of their first battlefield victories that we've seen from them in at least many months. Of course, the death of Alexei Navalny and everything involved with that. But I think that the big message that we're going to hear from Putin today kind of is a campaign message. This is his last major appearance, as you mentioned before, the presidential elections in Russia in about 2 weeks' time. And so I think the major message we're going to see is the economy. Russians, generally speaking, care much more about the state of the economy than the state of the war. Insofar as they do care about the state of the war, it relates to the economy, what it means for them kind of on a day-to-day basis. So I anticipate most of the messaging will focus on that, kind of weaving in these messages of victory on the battlefield in Ukraine. And I think it's also important to remember that Vladimir Putin is not necessarily very original in his speeches. We'll hear a lot of talking points that we probably heard in the Tucker Carlson interview a few weeks ago, things such as the West forced Russia's hand, and this is a war of necessity from Russia's perspective. What we won't hear about, given this domestic thrust of the speech, I think is going to be the several Americans that Russia has in its custody. One of those quite recent, Ksenia Karelina, arrested just within the last week in Russia, facing charges of treason. So he's probably not going to speak a lot about that. I don't think that means much to the Russian voter. But of course, a lot on Ukraine today. Francis.
Yeah, and we'll be looking for any response from the White House after this speech. Matt, thank you. The state of Texas last night put to death convicted double murderer Ivan Cantu. Cantu used his final words to insist he was innocent. He had long claimed that his conviction more than 20 years ago was based on false testimony and questionable evidence. And the state of Idaho failed an execution yesterday. Serial killer Thomas Eugene Creech is the state's longest-serving death row inmate. Prison officials say their medical team made 8 attempts in multiple areas to establish an IV for the lethal injection before pausing the execution. Authorities say they are considering their next move. Lawyers for Creech have filed a motion for a stay. On Wednesday, the Supreme Court heard arguments on a Trump-era ban on bump stocks, which allows semi-automatic weapons to fire hundreds of bullets per minute. The justices seem divided on the ban, which was put in place in 2018 using a law that bans machine guns. The more liberal justices suggested that since bump stocks allow weapons to fire like machine guns, the ban clearly falls under the purviews of the existing law. But many in the conservative majority said while they understood why the ban was needed, the original law was too broadly interpreted and should be up to Congress to explicitly ban bump stocks. A decision on the case is expected this summer. Wicked weather plaguing the Midwest Wednesday with tornadoes ripping through Ohio, Indiana, Michigan, and Illinois. At Chicago O'Hare, hundreds of people huddled in the airport's emergency shelter. 40 miles outside of the city, a confirmed tornado destroyed an entire apartment complex, leaving more than 50 people homeless. The dangerous storm also dumping heavy rain and golf ball-sized hail across the region. In Ohio, a tornado tore through the Madison County Airport, damaging planes and hangars, and some homes nearby were also leveled by the twister. For more on where this system is headed, let's bring in NBC meteorologist Angie Lasman. Angie, what a bumpy week it's been so far weather-wise.
Yeah, good morning, Francis. You're exactly right. That system that caused all that trouble is long gone. Now we turn our attention to the next system out west that's going to impact folks across that region. We've got the winter alerts up, and we're talking heavy snow, some heavy amounts of rain, as well as some strong winds, and the potential for really difficult and potentially impossible travel across mountain regions over the next couple of days. We've got one system that's going to work through, bring us some additional rain and snow through the day today. But check out tomorrow, another one nears the coast. This is where we're going to see our snowfall rates really ramp up. We're talking 1 to 2 inches per hour. And again, across those mountain regions, with those strong winds, the heavy snow, decreased visibility, it's going to be dangerous travel for that region. Meanwhile, we're still going to expect expect anywhere from 1 to 5 inches for the widespread amounts of rain, but 8 to 10 inches possible in some of those isolated areas, and really impressive snow falling across the Sierra Mountain range. 5 to 10 feet will be likely here as we get through the next couple of days. That's a look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. 29 degrees today in Albany. We end up into the upper 30s in Pittsburgh, upper 50s with plenty of cloud cover from Atlanta up into Charlotte. We'll hit the 50s as well. Mid 70s on tap from Orlando to Tampa, and 55 degrees today in Shreveport. And that's a look at your forecast, Francis. Back to you.
Thanks so much, Angie. A Kansas City Chiefs superfan faces the possibility of up to 50 years in prison. Xavier Babadar has pleaded guilty to charges related to a string of bank robberies and money laundering. Chiefs fans know him as a Chiefsaholic, and he would come to games dressed in a wolf suit. As part of a plea deal, he will pay over $500,000 in restitution and will also forfeit a signed painting of Patrick Mahomes. Coming up, the Chiefs might be the first on the field, but players say they're last in the locker room. We're back in a minute, also with a new study showing that marijuana is sparking health concerns.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mail delivery system.
All right, it just needs to.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border, what the president himself has called a crisis? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead, this is it, right?
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We are back with a health alert. As the popularity and availability of legal marijuana grows, a new study is raising concerns about the potential risk to your heart. Ann Thompson has the details.
This new study makes it clear smoking cannabis is like smoking tobacco, dangerous to your heart.
Cannabis is not an innocent bystander when it comes to cardiovascular disease.
The research published in the Journal of the American Heart Association found people who use cannabis every day, primarily through smoking, had a 25% increased risk of heart attack and a 42% increased risk of stroke compared to non-users. This is one of the largest studies to look at cannabis and cardiovascular events, reviewing data from nearly 435,000 Americans. Dr. Robert Page of the University of Colorado School of Medicine says it has an eerie ring.
I feel like we're going to repeat history with cigarette smoking. These data suggest that this is a red flag. It's looking like it could be just as bad as smoking cigarettes.
Cannabis is becoming more and more mainstream. 24 states now allow recreational use. There are specialty stores, cannabis sommeliers. In some cities, the aroma is inescapable. More Americans admit to using cannabis, 4% on a daily basis, 18% annually. Information Pope says patients need to share.
Doctors are not police. They are here for your help.
To keep up with our changing times. Ann Thompson, NBC News.
And still to come, this ain't it, Chiefs. Why the Super Bowl champs are taking flack from their own players. And another night, another historic Caitlin Clark performance. We'll break down her latest record-breaking game right after this.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Possible UConn and Paige Becker's matchup. Oh, I'm not sure if anyone wants to face her or her. Caitlin Clark now has 8 made triples on the day and 33 points.
Caitlin Clark's conquest of the court continued on Wednesday night. The superstar guard dropped 33 points in 6th-ranked Iowa's 48-point blowout over Minnesota. Well, that last bucket of the night allowed Clark to break yet another scoring record, passing Lynette Woodward, who played for the Kansas Jayhawks in the late 70s. Clark needs just 18 more points to pass LSU's Pete Maravich for the NCAA's overall scoring record. And when she was asked about it, of course, she deflects all the attention and credit to Woodward and says, you know what, if it wasn't for Woodward, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be able to do it. So let's see if she can do it. There's one more game left this regular season versus Ohio State on Saturday.
I hope she can do it. All right, and they may be the top dogs of the NFL, but the Kansas City Chiefs might have some issues to sort out this offseason. The Super Bowl champs ranked near the bottom of this year's report card from the NFLPA, where players are surveyed about the quality of their own teams. While KC scored an A+ for head coach Andy Reid, they received low marks in categories including locker room, training staff, and treatment of families. Only the Washington Commanders had a lower overall rating than the Chiefs. The Miami Dolphins and Minnesota Vikings topped the list this year, topped this year's list, nabbing consistently high grades across all subjects. What I found really interesting, Andy Reid got an A+. The owner of the Chiefs got an F-. So if that isn't a message from the players, I don't know what is.
And I guess it is trickling down because the owner would be responsible for the trainers, for the locker room. The families, though, I was kind of bummed to hear about that. that. It's a family game. I know it's a business. It's the NFL. That they can get the families.
Hopefully they can fix it.
Yeah.
They've got time.
All right, turning now to the future of college football playoff. Within hours of the board approving the long-awaited expansion of the postseason from 4 to 12 teams last week, there were rumblings of an even greater postseason bracket in the works. ESPN reported on Wednesday that among the CFP, there is optimism and momentum for a 14-team playoff starting in 2026. Further expansion is all contingent on the organization's next contract, which the CFP's executive director says he wants to get done within the next month. All right, still to come. I know winter is coming to an end, but next to CDC, they have new guidance on the COVID booster. And at BK, have it your way for free. We're telling you how to grab a free Whopper.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry.
My
I
commitment
apologize
to Hallie
for the many
Jackson
questions.
will never be questioned. Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry.
My
I
commitment
apologize
to Hallie
for the many
Jackson
questions.
will never be questioned.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Now here's a look at what you need to know early today. If you are 65 or older, the CDC is encouraging you to get a COVID-19 booster shot this spring. The agency says another booster will offer the best protection against a summer surge. The FDA now saying it's eliminating the use of toxic chemical often found in food packaging. It ends a years-long campaign to phase out anti-grease chemicals, which have been linked to cancer and birth defects. Beyoncé and Taylor Swift run the box office too. AMC Theaters reported over $4.8 billion in revenue last year, and its CEO said literally all of its increase in the fourth quarter came from their concert movies. And from now until March 1st, Burger King customers can get a free Whopper or Impossible Whopper with a $3 purchase on their mobile app. The move is a clapback against Wendy's and their dynamic pricing.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mail delivery system.
All right, anticipate too.
now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We have a sad update to a story that captured hearts across the internet. Singer Kat Janis has died after battling sarcoma cancer. Her family made the announcement on Instagram Wednesday. The artist went viral after dedicating the proceeds for her last song to her 7-year-old son. Here's a listen. That song, Dance You Out of My Head, has been streamed nearly 13 million times on Spotify and has been used in nearly 200,000 TikTok videos. Janis was just 31 years old. Comedy fans are remembering a legend this morning. Richard Lewis of Curb Your Enthusiasm fame has passed away after a battle with Parkinson's. Sam Brock looks back at his legacy of laughs.
I told him I was happy and I didn't need a therapy. You told him what? I told him I was happy. That's what I'm telling him. How can you steal my termination?
Beloved American comedian and actor Richard Lewis.
How are you? Good. How are you?
I've never felt better in my entire life.
Most recently known for his multi-decade role on the HBO show Curb Your Enthusiasm, showcasing his charming combination of neuroticism, principled stances, and surplus energy.
Okay, you're not going in. Why do you take this so personally? This is just business. No, it's not business. What are you doing? You're not going in there. I am going in. Don't tell me what to do.
Has died at the age of 76. His spokesperson saying that he passed away peacefully at his home in Los Angeles after suffering a heart attack. Less than a year ago, Lewis announced he was stepping away from stand-up and revealed a battle with Parkinson's disease. The sharp-witted comic, known for his vulnerability.
You get set in your ways. I'm eccentric. I know it'd be I can't imagine having someone want to live with me now.
Opening up about his struggles with addiction and forming meaningful relationships on platforms like Showtime's I'm in Pain. In the 80s and 90s, he was a mainstay on the late-night circuit.
Would you welcome Richard Lewis? This show is practically as important as having sex to me, and she knows that.
Decades later, his close friend Larry David, writing of Lewis, he had that rare combination of being the funniest person and also the sweetest. But today, he made me sob, and for that, I'll never forgive him. Their relationship captured on last week's episode of Curb.
Well, I have better news for you. I'm leaving you in my will. I'm tweaking it, and you're in it.
No, don't do that.
It's done. You're in.
In rhythm and under each other's skin until the very end. Sam Brock, NBC News.
Before we go, here's a preview of what's ahead.
This morning on the third hour of Today, the exclusive reveal of USA Today's Women of the Year. Plus, we're breaking down Leap Day by the numbers and a special Shop All Day that's all about spring travel. That's this morning on the third hour of Today.
Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera. Breaking overnight, Donald Trump is kicked off the ballot in Illinois. We're live with a new legal battle brewing as the former and current president both head to the southern border for a split-screen showdown. Also breaking, at least one death confirmed in an out-of-control fire scorching the Texas Panhandle. Fueled by record heat and high winds, the inferno is exploding in size, now the second largest in state history. Our Angie Lassman is tracking whether any relief is on the way. A stunning story of survival, the miraculous escape for passengers aboard a helicopter that came crashing down in Colombia. Avoiding a major brouhaha, Anheuser-Busch and the Teamsters striking a last-minute deal to keep the beer flowing. We'll take you inside the tense negotiations. And the heartwarming reunion that's sure to make your morning. An Army dad surprises his twins after serving nearly a year overseas. It's February 29th. Get ready to leap into March. Early Today starts right now. Glad you could be with me. I'm Frances Rivera. We begin with the latest in the legal battles of Donald Trump. A judge in Illinois has ruled that Mr. Trump's name can be removed from the primary ballot over the events of January 6th. NBC's Bree Jackson is following this case and more for us this morning. Hi, Bree. Good morning. What's the impact of this decision in Illinois?
Good morning, Francis. So this is very similar to the rulings in Maine and Colorado, where it was also decided that former President Trump should be disqualified from running for office because of his actions surrounding January 6th. But in all three states, those rulings are on hold so that appeals can be heard. And the states are waiting for the Supreme Court to rule on the Colorado case. The justices recently heard arguments and could release a decision any day now. We also have just learned that the court will weigh in on another issue that could make or break the special counsel's case against the former president over January 6th. The court will decide whether or not Trump can use the defense of presidential immunity in the criminal election interference case. Mr. Trump has said he believes he is being wrongly prosecuted for official actions taken while in office.
If you have a president that doesn't have immunity, he's never going to be free to do anything because the opposing party will always indict him as soon as he leaves the White House.
The court says it will hear the case beginning the week of April 22nd, which will further delay any trial in this case, likely for months. Today, former President Trump is expected to visit Eagle Pass, Texas. And at the same time, President Joe Biden plans to travel to another area along the Texas border. A senior Biden administration official tells NBC News that they welcome this split screen. Francis.
Bree Jackson for us. Bree, thank you. Congress has struck a deal to avert a government shutdown, but only for a while. The bipartisan deal will fund part of the government. Two funding deadlines that were rapidly approaching will be extended to March 8th and March 22nd, respectively. Still, the House and the Senate need to pass the stopgap measure by the end of tomorrow to avert a partial shutdown. While a House vote is set for today, Senate rules require consent from all 100 senators, which means it's far from certain that it'll pass in time. There was a surprise announcement in the Senate. Senator Mitch McConnell revealing he will step down from his leadership role in November. The Kentucky Republican is the longest-serving Senate leader in history, holding the position for 17 years. He suggested that he will stay in the Senate for the rest of his term, but says it's time for a new generation to take over.
Father Time remains undefeated. I'm no longer the young man sitting in the back, hoping colleagues would remember my name. It's time for the next generation of leadership.
A change also came in the House last night. Democrat Tom Suozzi was sworn in, filling in the seat left vacant after George Santos was expelled. This reduces the Republican Party's already small majority. Turning to Texas, where at least one person has died after rapidly spreading wildfires are burning across the state's panhandle. The blazes have now devoured a combined 1 million acres. Here's NBC's Guad Venegas.
The series of exploding wildfires tearing across northern Texas, leaving a path of destruction. Massive walls of fire incinerating homes, cars and businesses, and overwhelming first responders.
Pull out, everybody, pull out.
Flames surround roads as residents flee to safety. The Smokehouse Creek fire, the largest of at least 5 fires in the Panhandle, now stretching more than 120 miles.
With high winds behind it, I mean, these fires are just moving quicker than anybody can kind of get around at this point.
The unfolding catastrophe fueled by strong winds, unseasonably high temperatures, and dry grass, forcing cattle in Hutchinson County to run from the flames. Officials telling residents in the town of Fridge to prepare themselves as many as 100 homes may be completely lost.
At this angle coming toward us.
Alta Hudson watched as flames destroyed homes in his neighborhood.
There was a lot of smoke and a whole lot of heat. It was so hot that it was hard to breathe.
The governor issuing disaster declarations for 60 counties, urging residents to take all precautions to keep loved ones safe. So far, more than 850,000 acres, an area larger than the size of Rhode Island, already up in smoke. An unfolding disaster impacting lives at historic rates. Guad Venegas, NBC News, Fridge, Texas.
In Moscow, Russian President Vladimir Putin's annual State of the Nation speech is getting underway right now. Putin is expected to outline plans for the next presidential term. Elections are slated for a little over 2 weeks from now, and looming large over the event is the war in Ukraine and the death of dissident Alexei Navalny. For the latest, let's go live to Matt Bodner, who has done extensive reporting in Russia. Good morning, Matt. What should we be looking out for in his speech?
Thank you, Francis. Well, we're still waiting for President Putin to actually begin his address, but luckily this morning we've seen his spokesman, Dmitry Peskov, kind of setting the stage, and here's what he has to say about it. Putin today, of course, is giving a State of the Nation address, but he's also appearing in his capacity as a presidential candidate, and so in a lot of ways, the Kremlin is starting to tease that address this morning, I point out, as a sort of a presentation of a platform for an election in 2 weeks. And more than just a platform for the next term, the Kremlin is saying that what we're going to see today is a vision for a future beyond 2030, which is when President Putin's next, and according to the current constitution as it is written, final term this time around, ending in 2030. So we might see a lot of kind of bold talk about his vision for Russia's future today. I think overall we're looking at a situation that will be very domestically focused. The war in Ukraine, of course, as you mentioned, will be a big topic, but the economy, I think, as the primary focus going into the election is at least what I'm expecting today. Russians, generally speaking, only care about the war so far as it affects the economy, and so that's going to be the big thing on the agenda for him. I don't expect that we're going to hear very much about something that, of course, we've been talking a lot about, that being the several Americans that Russia has in custody on various charges. One of them detained just in the past 2 weeks, Ksenia Karelina, today is expected in court for the very first time in a case that involves treason charges. So we might not hear about that from Putin. We'll be keeping an eye on it. Back to you, Francis.
Yeah, certainly equally as important as what he says is what he does not say in this speech. Matt, thank you. The state of Texas last night put to death convicted double murderer Ivan Cantu. Cantu used his final words to insist he was innocent. He had long claimed that his conviction more than 20 years ago was based on false testimony and questionable evidence. And the state of Idaho failed an execution yesterday. Serial killer Thomas Eugene Creech is the state's longest-serving death row inmate. Prison officials say their medical team made 8 attempts in multiple areas to establish an IV for the lethal injection before pausing the execution. Authorities say they are considering their next move. Lawyers for Creech have filed a motion for a stay. Wicked weather plaguing the Midwest Wednesday with tornadoes ripping through Ohio, Indiana, Michigan, and Illinois. At Chicago's O'Hare, hundreds of people huddled in the airport's emergency shelter. 40 miles outside of the city, a confirmed tornado destroyed an entire apartment complex, leaving more than 50 people homeless. The dangerous storm also dumping heavy rain and golf ball-sized hail across the region. In Ohio, a tornado tore through the Madison County Airport, damaging planes and hangars. Some homes nearby were also leveled by the twister. For more on where this system is headed, let's bring in NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman. Angie, it seems like this part of the country needs a break after all of this.
They sure do, and they're going to get it. We are seeing some improvements. That system is long gone, but we're still dealing with some of these wind alerts and some gusty conditions across parts of the Northeast. You can see New York expecting 30 mile to 35 mile per hour wind gusts, and that's the same kind of story that we'll see up through parts of Boston, Buffalo. As we go through the day today, we'll likely start to see those winds relax, especially as we get into the evening hours tonight. And some much needed rain over parts of the country that have been dealing with these wildfires. We're going to continue to see some of these scattered showers developing over parts of the southern plains today. By tomorrow, a big swath of the southeast is going to start to get in on this action. That rain is mostly going to be focused across the southeast, but notice this wintry precip that we could be dealing with across parts of the Appalachians. That'll be something that will make travel a little difficult for folks there. Meanwhile, much chillier temperatures across the northeast as compared to what we dealt with yesterday. 40s in New York, 40s in Washington, D.C. Raleigh only topping out at 53 degrees today. But by the time we get into tomorrow, more spring-like temperatures across parts of the Midwest and the plains. As we look at the weather across the country, let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. 39 degrees in Pittsburgh today, into the mid-30s with plenty of sunshine. From Detroit to Grand Rapids, we hit the low 60s from Montgomery to Mobile and down through New Orleans, but dealing with cloudy conditions. 50 degrees in Dallas today and 57 for Houston. And that's a look at your forecast, Francis. Back to you.
Appreciate it, Angie. Terrifying video out of Medellin, Colombia, showing a moment a helicopter took off from a building. Watch it spiral out of control, and then it crashes just seconds later, leaving the chopper and its passengers wedged right between those two structures. Texas native Francisco Salas was on board and described the ordeal.
I said, but we're perfectly wedged here. You guys cannot move, and we got to wait for help. I really just felt that if I didn't keep the positive energy, that negative energy, I don't know, maybe it causes people to freak out.
And it helped. All of the passengers survived, but it took 3 hours to rescue them. Local authorities are suspending all helicopter flights as they investigate that crash. Early Today is back in a minute with a new deal to keep the king of beers on the throne. And he has a particular set of skills to make you laugh. Liam Neeson, locked and loaded for a new take on a comedy classic.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida. Part of our continued reporting. Everybody safe? Everybody good? Women, children,
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024. Who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Another round of layoffs are hitting the already battered video game industry. But first, there's a tentative deal on tap between the Teamsters and Anheuser-Busch to avoid a strike. CNBC's Sylvia Amaro is in London with those details. Good morning, Sylvia.
Good morning. Indeed, AB InBev, the largest U.S. brewer, has announced it reached a deal with workers on Wednesday, just a day before they were due to go on strike. The labor union Teamsters has said that they reached a 5-year tentative deal that would significantly increase pay and improve benefits. Elsewhere, though, employees at EA are not getting such good news. The company has announced that it will lay off 5% of its workforce. They're also stopping work on some of the games. And in addition, they also announced that they're reducing their office space as part of a restructuring plan, Francis.
Okay, Sylvia, thank you so much. There's a new study in raising health concerns about recreational marijuana. The research published in the Journal of the American Heart Association found that people who used cannabis every day, primarily through smoking, had a 25% increased risk of heart attack and a 42% increased risk of stroke compared to non-users. This is one of the largest studies to look at cannabis and heart health, reviewing data from nearly 435,000 Americans. Still to come, Sydney Sweeney traps an SNL cast member in her web. And the latest NSYNC reunion comes with one string attached. We'll have more, this I promise you, when we come back.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Not funny, too funny. I'm so sorry.
No, it's my fault. I'm sorry.
No, let me get that for you. Oh my God. Kafka on the Shore. You know, this is one of my favorite books of all time. This is crazy, but would you ever maybe wanna... Oh, she left a while ago, cool.
Yep, Sydney Sweeney saying anyone but you to Michael Longfellow in the first promo for this weekend's SNL. The star of the hit rom-com makes her Studio 8H debut on Saturday alongside musical guest Casey Musgraves. And she's got so much going on, exploding everywhere besides all the red carpet appearances and amazing dresses and looks that she has. She's actually producing a horror flick that she stars in. It's called Immaculate. She says she flew her 2 grandmothers in to star with her as nuns, because she plays the nuns. Her 2 grandmothers are going to be there in the nuns. They filmed in Italy. Her grandmother has never been to Italy, so she's like, all right, I'll go.
What a great bonding experience. Right? I can't wait to see how it turns out. All right, we know Liam Neeson can do drama, comedy, and action, but we'll soon find out if he can do all of them at once. On Wednesday, Paramount announced that the long-awaited reboot of the Naked Gun franchise will hit the theaters next July. The Oscar nominee will star as the son of Detective Sergeant Frank Drebin, the deadpan cop made famous by the late Leslie Nielsen in the original series. The film will be helmed by Lonely Island member Akiva Schaffer, with Seth MacFarlane on board as executive producer. I've got to be honest, I haven't seen the originals, but I think I'm going to have to go back, watch, and then watch the reboot, of course, once it comes out.
You have to, especially with Leslie Nielsen gone, a whole new audience now who can appreciate that. The comedy is still the same, and it's amazing that this guy who could do everything from action to comedy is going to be the one helming it. Okay, Justin Timberlake isn't finished telling his former bandmates, I want you back. The singer took to TikTok on Wednesday to respond to a fan comment asking if there would be a potential NSYNC reunion on his upcoming album. With two blinks of his eyes, JT confirmed that JC, Joey, Chris, and Lance would make an appearance on the track Paradise. It's the latest in a series of recent collaborations between the one-time NSYNC members. The quintet reunited last year for the song Better Place on the soundtrack for Trolls Band Together. Timberlake's album Everything I Thought It Was drops on March 15th, but people were hoping that they would get together, that they would tour, show up more because of the strike. They weren't able to. Listen, I'm a Backstreet Boy girl, and I know Backstreet has been hard and strong together as a group, even now full force. I really hope cheering on NSYNC fans for them to be all together.
Give the people what they want. And when I say people, I mean really millennials. Like, we need an NSYNC reunion.
Make it happen. Okay, when we come back, why more than 300,000 Jeeps are being recalled. And we've got the details of the Wendy's pricing plan whiplash.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
We are back with what you need to know early today. Chrysler has issued a recall for more than 330,000 of its Jeep SUVs. The company says a part of the steering wheel may separate, causing it to fall outward, which could result in losing control of the car and crashing. Impacted models include the 2021 through 23 Grand Cherokee L and the 22 and through 23 Grand Cherokee. After internet outrage, Wendy's is now clarifying what it meant about its plans to test dynamic pricing. A spokesperson telling NBC News that the fast food chain will not implement surge pricing and didn't plan to. The company now says its new digital menu boards will be used to lower prices during slower times of the day. It is Leap Day. To celebrate, Krispy Kreme is offering a dozen of its original glazed donuts for $2.29 with a purchase of any regular price dozen. And anyone with a birthday today can get 12 free. At Chipotle, the side of guac is free if you place an order online or through their app. And if you need a new passport, Staples is offering a total of 29,000 free passport photos. We'll be right back.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the hammer deliberative.
All right, it just me too.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Okay, get your tissues ready, but promise it's for happy tears. A military dad in Nebraska surprises his 7-year-old twins at school after coming home early from a 10-month deployment. Marlo Lundak from our Omaha affiliate has the heartwarming reunion.
I'm with the Army National Guard, and I've been gone for a little over 9 months, and I'm here to surprise my 7-year-old twins.
Major Timothy Wobig is home about a month early from his deployment to Afghanistan. He and his wife, Katie, knew this would be the perfect opportunity to surprise their 2 kids, Leela and Roman, at school.
To be honest, I am more comfortable walking through the streets of Afghanistan than I am standing here in the school right now waiting to say hi to my kids that I haven't seen in so long. For about 10 months, I've been thinking about it. Just thinking about how they're going to react or how I'm going to react.
First up, Leela.
Electronic signal up here. You've been
The hug they've been waiting months for. And the giggles, too.
Boo.
Just across the hall, Leela's unsuspecting twin brother, Roman.
How about you get your stuff, and then I'm going to go say hi to your brother. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, it was his turn.
Hey, bud. Oh, you get so big.
The family of 4 finally reunited.
You said it was April.
You want, I can go back.
No.
Mom says the big surprise was worth it.
Just seeing the joy in your kids' eyes and, being there to, support my husband as well. It was just surreal. Yeah. Nothing can prepare you for that moment.
What feelings were you feeling when you turned around and you noticed that your dad was standing right there behind you?
I had to double check.
Major Wobig says moments like these wouldn't be possible without support systems.
I always thought that I kind of had the easy job, but my wife has the hard job.
No, you had the hard job.
But all the other families out there with service members, thank you for all their support. It's not easy, but it would be so much harder if we didn't have our family, so.
Our thanks to Marla Lundak for that report. I can't count how many of these stories we've done on early today, and I tell you what, it never, ever gets old. Thanks so much for being with us, and so glad to leave you with a smile or maybe even a tear on this Thursday. I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great one. See you back here for Friday.
Right now on Morning News Now, hanging in the balance. Former President Donald Trump's election interference case now on its way to the Supreme Court. The justices will hear arguments about his claim of presidential immunity. The timeline could impact whether the case even goes to trial before the November election. Plus, the campaign trail leading both former President Trump and President Biden to the southern border. More on their dueling visits to address the growing migrant crisis. Also this morning, shutdown averted. Lawmakers set to vote after reaching a deal to keep the government running. Plus a shakeup in the Senate as Mitch McConnell announces he's stepping down.
To serve Kentucky in the Senate has been the honor of my life. It's time for the next generation of leadership.
We're going to bring you the latest from the Capitol. Also, high risk, startling new findings about a possible link between marijuana use and your health. And history restored. We're going to take you to Pittsburgh, where the home of America's first black opera company is now getting a new life. Good morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is on assignment. We begin this morning with that decision by the Supreme Court. The justices will hear arguments about whether former President Donald Trump can claim presidential immunity from federal election interference charges. Now, the court is going to begin hearing oral arguments the week of April 22nd. It's unclear when the justices will actually make their final ruling in the case. In the meantime, no trial can take place. So because of that timeline, there is a very real possibility Trump could avoid facing any trial for election interference allegations before this November's election. Prosecutors in the case say that Trump conspired to obstruct Congress and overturn legitimate election results. The former president has denied any wrongdoing in the case. In a lengthy Truth Social post, he doubled down on his innocence, saying, quote, all presidents must have complete and total presidential immunity, or the authority and decisiveness of a president of the United States will be stripped and gone forever. We have NBC News senior national politics reporter John Allen standing by to help us break down what this means for the election. But first, let's bring in NBC News justice reporter Ryan Riley and NBC News legal analyst Kristen Gibbons-Fedden for more on the Supreme Court's decision to actually hear this case. So, Ryan, let's start with you. Remind us what's at stake here and how did even reviewing this claim of presidential immunity make it all the way to the nation's highest court?
Yeah, I mean, really, timeline-wise, the question is now whether this case gets to trial. This is a big win for Donald Trump because really it's just all been about that timeline for him. Remember, if you look at the big picture here, his lawyers think he's going to be convicted in D.C. They don't think he can get a fair trial in D.C., and that's one of their main arguments here. They're also arguing essentially for two of the charges to be dropped because they don't believe that the proper focus of those charges, and this is the way that these charges were intended to be used in terms of the obstruction of justice charges that are being used against hundreds of January 6 rioters as well. But big picture, this is a really big win for Donald Trump because it raises the possibility that despite, according to the government, having conspired to overturn the results of a legitimate election and disenfranchise millions of American voters, he may not face legal consequences for that before we get to November. What happened here essentially is that Judge Chutkan has said overall that she would give 7 months for Donald Trump to prepare. Now, originally, this trial was set to get off very quickly. It was set to get off very shortly thereafter. March, in fact, next week is when this trial was originally set to begin. Because of this appeal, it really delayed this over a lengthy period of time. There are now 88 days left in this preparation window. So when the Supreme Court, or if the Supreme Court sort of gives the go-ahead for this trial to proceed, which now could come, months from now, it could come in May or June, that's when that timeline would begin, according to Chutkan's previous ruling. So then the 88 days start. So what that means is that ultimately this trial would then not be able to begin until perhaps late August, perhaps early September, and that's very quickly getting into that window where it would just overlap with the election, and the trial would not be over, and the verdict would not be out before November.
Kristen, what are some of the arguments that the justices are probably going to hear from both sides?
Well, I think we can expect to hear that fundamental debate on presidential powers. So Trump's defense is going to argue that Judge Chutkan and the D.C. Circuit Court were actually wrong or erred when they recognized total immunity for his official acts as president. And he's going to probably frame this as that it is essential for the separation of powers and to prevent partisan exploitation of the criminal justice system. He's going to argue that without that immunity, any presidential decision could be criminally prosecuted by a subsequent administration, which really hinders presidential functions. So Trump's team's probably also going to state, as Ryan kind of was alluded to, that any months-long trial, particularly if it's during the election season, is going to severely disrupt his campaign efforts and infringe on American voters' right to really hear his message. And I think that he's also arguing that that implicates the First Amendment. But countering that, SCOTUS is also going to hear from Special Counsel Smith, and he's going to argue that Trump's broad claim of immunity, if it's accepted, would actually be extremely dangerous because it would undermine the principles of justice, really democracy, and the rule of law, because it really would argue that no president, they're going to argue that no president really should be immune from prosecution for actions that threaten the democratic process itself. And more importantly, that no man, including the president, really should be above the law.
So, Kristen, I mean, the lower courts unanimously rejected Trump's claims when it comes to the issue of presidential immunity. There were a lot of legal analysts who thought this ruling was really narrowly written. The high court would probably leave it alone. Are you surprised the justices are taking this case?
I'm not surprised given the makeup of our court. You know, the lower court decisions, they do critically frame the debate on the presidential powers. But it's really crucial to remember that the Supreme Court's not really bound by these rulings. Instead, they're really bound or guided by their own precedent. So when you look at, you know, you're asking me, am I surprised? When you look at the wake of decisions like Roe, there's that growing scrutiny over how steadfastly the court is really going to adhere to any of its past rulings. So I'm not surprised that they took this up. This is an impactful ruling. It's an impactful political ruling. And it's going to be the most impactful, I think, political ruling since the Bush v. Gore. And that was the ruling that really decided the election. So right now, all eyes are going to be on how they navigate their precedents in shaping the contours of presidential power and the rule of law.
All right, Ryan Riley, Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, thank you both so much. Let's bring in NBC News senior national politics reporter Jonathan Allen for more on the political impact here. John, good morning. So from former President Trump's perspective, how big of a win is this for him?
I mean, it couldn't be a bigger win. The biggest challenge to his election so far, or one of the biggest challenges to his election so far, has been the prospect that he would have a speedy trial, as defendants are usually entitled to in this country, and that he would be convicted of a crime. Now what you've got, as Ryan laid out, was a timeline that makes it certainly impossible for all of this to be decided before the Republican convention, start to get into a fall timeline. And then at that point, the Republican Party wouldn't have, perhaps a viable candidate if he was convicted of a crime. So I think there'd be a lot of the country that would look at that as completely unfair, even if they accepted a jury verdict against Trump. We're getting to the point where the Supreme Court has, given Trump basically a free pass on these charges effectively, because the likelihood that he could have a trial and be convicted before an election seems very minimal at this point. If he gets elected, he, of course, has the ability to pardon himself. In fact, the Justice Department has guidance that says you can't prosecute a sitting president. So the Justice Department would, might withdraw.
Yeah, let's talk about, I guess, first the GOP nomination process. I mean, there had been a chance this trial for the case could happen before Election Day. That's looking less likely. So how does that now change the campaigns for both Trump and opponent Nikki Haley? I mean, if one of her selling points is that she's the candidate free of legal problems, well, now if she doesn't do well on Super Tuesday, could she have to bow out of the race?
She only has to bow out of the race when she doesn't have money to fly her plane anymore, or to get on a plane, or to have hotel rooms. But the truth is, Joe, this race has been over for quite some time. I mean, without some sort of, external intervention in this race, Donald Trump is going to sew it up either Super Tuesday or perhaps mini Super Tuesday shortly following that. I think Nikki Haley, one of the reasons to hang around is to pick up delegates in case Trump became not viable through trial. Obviously, to your point, or to the point of the question, that possibility has been removed. The Republican convention will happen before any trial.
And John, real quickly, let's look at Capitol Hill, because there's actually talk that Democrats could do something pretty extreme if the Supreme Court rules in favor of Trump in this presidential immunity case. Talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, the Democrats have tried to pull out all the stops and are looking at ways of shutting down, government processes or stripping the Supreme Court of funding, all kinds of measures that they might undertake to try to get in the way of it. It's hard to see that working, especially for a party that is talking about the rule of law. To suddenly turn on the Supreme Court. It makes their election arguments, sort of in conflict with each other.
All right, John Allen, good to have you with us this morning. Thank you as always. Right now, fire crews in Texas are battling as many as 23 wildfires that are raging across the state. At least one person has died, and so far more than 1 million acres have already burned, with dry conditions and high winds fanning the flames. One of the fires, called the Smokehouse Creek Fire north of Amarillo, has scorched 850,000 acres so far. That's bigger than the state of Rhode Island, making it the second largest wildfire in Texas history. Many residents in the path of the fire have been forced to evacuate. Several roadways are shut down. Governor Abbott issued a disaster declaration for 60 counties impacted by those fires. From fire to cold temps, let's get a check on your morning News Now weather. Meteorologist Angie Lastman tracking some of the cold weather on the way. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. We've got the chill in the air for sure across portions of the country that over the past couple of days have been dealing with some milder conditions. Not the case this morning, but don't worry, more warmth is on the way for the center of the country. Let's start for the Northeast, though. You're waking up to temperatures much chillier than what you probably went to bed with. We've got conditions ending up just into the upper 30s for Pittsburgh later today. 40s for New York, upper 40s for Washington, D.C., and those numbers are pretty close to where they should be for this time of year. But of course, a couple of spots a little cooler than normal and definitely cooler than what we were seeing yesterday and even the day before that. As we look a little farther to the west, notice across portions of the Midwest, the Great Lakes, the Plains, we're going to be running way warm once again. We saw a bit of a dip in temperatures as yesterday's front worked through places like, say, Chicago, where we were just into the 20s for our high. And as we get into tomorrow, 50s it will be for folks in Chicago. We'll see some 60s across parts of Kansas, Missouri, St. Louis, and Kansas City ending up at 60 degrees. Even Minneapolis is going to be running way above normal with temperatures back into the upper 50s. And you can see it does spread into portions of the Northeast and New England area with upper 40s and upper 50s across that region. That's as we get into tomorrow. But look at this roller coaster ride that we once again are on when it comes to temperatures as we get into the weekend. We'll see places like Cincinnati get into the 60s on Saturday. We're into the 70s on Sunday, and we're not done warming up there. By Monday, we're dealing with mid-70s for Cincinnati, for Nashville, upper 70s for places like St. Louis. Even Chicago will be back to the 70s after dealing with the 20s for the high yesterday. So if you don't like the weather, just wait a couple of days, I suppose. That's the forecast up and down the East Coast, too. New York ends up into the upper 50s for Sunday and Monday, and we'll see this roller coaster ride continue. As we wrap up February, of course, today's the last day. We get into March tomorrow, but check out the record warmth that we saw coast to coast. 92% of the lower 48 saw warmer than normal temperatures for the month of February, and dozens of cities saw temperatures well above normal and recorded the warmest February ever on record. You've got places like Minneapolis, Milwaukee, Chicago, all included in that, as far south as Little Rock. So February was not normal. It was quite warm, and you can see places like Fargo and Grand Forks running 15 degrees above normal for this time of year for the month of February. So we'll see what happens in March. In the meantime, as we head through the day today, parts of the southern plains picking up some rain. You can see stretch from Texas to Arkansas, Oklahoma, Louisiana, even into Mississippi. Some spots that are going to pick up some rain are areas that have been dealing with those wildfires that we've told you about. So some much needed rain for folks there. And then we really ramp up the rainfall across the southeast tomorrow. We'll see a bit of a wintry mix across parts of the Appalachians. So heads up there, could be a little slick on the roads as you get out for your Friday. And that'll last into the evening hours too. Rainfall amounts anywhere from about 1/2 inch to 1 inch, maybe isolated spots across the Carolinas, the coastal regions, that is, could see up to 2 inches. And that'll leave you with a soggy finish to your work week. Now, out west, a different story. Winter in full effect, and we could be seeing the strongest winter storm of the season for folks across parts of the mountain regions there. We've got the winter alerts to prove it. We're going to see blizzard conditions in some spots. And notice we're already dealing with the rain and the snow across portions of Washington, Oregon, and Northern California. Now, the heavy snow will really start to ramp up here as we get through the day today. But it's not just the snow. It's the winds. It's the decreased visibility. It's the really slick conditions, and not just at the high elevations. We're going to see pretty impressive snowfall rates. 1 to 2 inches per hour is likely across parts of the Sierra Range, but we could see up to 3 to 5 inches per hour. This is going to be, like I said, the strongest of the season, Joe, and it's going to pack a punch for folks there. We could see 5 to 10 feet of snow. It's good because we, of course, need it as we're running well well below normal for the snowpack this season. But we're going to need to, of course, have to. We're gonna need that once summer comes around. So they've got to deal with the impacts today.
Exactly. Take it now. All right, Angie, thank you so much. Today, Texas will be the scene of a different kind of dueling visits made by both former President Trump and the current President Joe Biden. Both are heading to the Lone Star State to discuss the situation at the southern border. It's a chance for both men to lay out their policy plans for what's going to be one of the biggest issues of the 2024 election. NBC News correspondent Jay Gray joins us now from Brownsville, Texas, where President Biden is expected to be this afternoon. So, Jay, what can we expect from his visit? What's his message?
Yeah, and Joe, it's the second visit of President Biden to the southern border since taking office. The White House says that he will meet with Border Patrol agents along with local officials, get some feedback on the current situation along the border. But he's also here to ratchet up more pressure on congressional Republicans to move on bipartisan border security measures. There's been a back and forth on Capitol Hill and between the White House on getting something done here. He will lay out what he believes is the fastest way to ease tensions and problems along the border, and looking for an audience that may indeed step up a push to get something done in Washington.
So, Jay, Trump is set to deliver his remarks in Eagle Pass. It's about 330 miles away from where you are right now. I assume that will be a different visit, a different tone, right? Yeah, no question, Joe. He's about, as you said, 300 miles or so away up the Rio Grande Valley. The border issue has been a primary part of his campaign, a focus along the campaign trail. And to give you an idea of how he may address things here overnight, he released a campaign video on social media linking a recent murder, that Georgia nursing student, Laken Riley, killed by a migrant, saying that it's linked to what he calls President Biden's and the administration's, quote, open border policy. So he is on full attack as he comes here to Texas. And Jay, while we have you, we have the results of President Biden's annual physical, which happened yesterday. I mean, polls tell us his age and his health are a major concern, a major issue for voters. So what are we hearing from his doctor?
Yeah. Yes, doctor says, and I'm quoting here, that he is fit for duty. You're right. The president's health has been under scrutiny and continues to be. Both of these men up in their years, so there are a lot of questions about their ability to serve. The physician says that the president shows no evidence of mental or physical issues. And quoting again here, he fully executes all of his responsibilities without any exemptions or accommodations. So a clean bill of health, Joe.
All right, Jay Gray, thank you so much. Today on Capitol Hill, the House is set to vote on a short-term bill that would avert a partial government shutdown this week. The stopgap deal was announced yesterday by lawmakers. It would fund federal agencies into March. If passed through Congress, the deal would buy lawmakers more time to pass a longer-term funding bill down the road. Now, this deal comes hours after Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell shocked the political world, announcing he'll step down as leader of Senate Republicans later this year. That'll bring to an end his time as the longest-serving leader in Senate history. A lot to cover. Let's bring in NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Hake in Washington. So let's start with the stopgap measure agreed to by bipartisan negotiators. Tell us about it. How likely is it this is going to get through Congress by the end of tomorrow to avoid that partial shutdown?
Yeah, Joe, this is an extension of the extension that lawmakers gave themselves earlier this year to finish their work. The hope on a bipartisan basis is that this will be enough time, with it one additional week to fund about half the government and then a couple more weeks after that to fund the second half, for lawmakers to finish these funding bills and fund the government through the rest of this fiscal year. So that would be all the way out through September. This is the plan. All the leaders are on board. But with this Congress and the number of votes it would take to get this all across the finish line, again. I think we have to wait and see where the votes are before we know for sure we're not going to kind of accidentally wander into a shutdown sometime over the next month.
So yesterday was busy enough on Capitol Hill, and then came this surprising news. Mitch McConnell stepping down as Senate leader. He's been the GOP leader since 2007. What are we learning about why he's stepping down now?
Yeah, the longest-serving leader of either party in congressional history, and he's been in the Senate longer than I've been alive, Joe. I think the factors here are a couple of fold. First, we've seen both his political strength and his physical strength fading a little bit over the last couple of years. Remember, he had those freezing incidents in the Capitol last year after recovering from a concussion. Also, the party has just been moving in a different direction, away from his brand of conservatism and towards a more Trump brand of republicanism. Also, McConnell suffered the death of his sister-in-law a few weeks ago, and that seemed to have crystallized some of his thinking about his legacy, which he discussed a little bit on the floor yesterday. Listen.
I always imagined a moment when I had total clarity and peace about the sunset of my work. A moment when I'm certain I have helped preserve the ideals I so strongly believe. That day arrived today.
So, Joe, I think while the idea that McConnell was eventually going to hang it up, he is 82 years old, is not particularly surprising. The suddenness of this yesterday caught basically everyone in Capitol Hill off guard. It was a shocking moment in a chamber where those are few and far between.
So you talked about the fact that the party's sort of been moving away from his style. That begs the question, who could be in the running to take over for McConnell once he steps down?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think the three frontrunners, and people will get used to hearing this, are the three GOP Johns. John Thune from South Dakota, who's the current Senate number 2. John Cornyn from Texas, who was the Senate Republican number 2 before him. And John Barrasso from Wyoming, who's the current number 3, but probably the closest to the MAGA base of the party of those three men. This is an election that will happen behind closed doors of just Republican senators after a new class gets elected in November. Probably the most important election with the smallest constituency of anything happening in the country this year, Joe.
All right, three Johns. That could make it both easy and also perhaps confusing.
That's right.
Garrett Haake, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, budding concerns about the long-term impacts of smoking marijuana. What a new study found, plus what doctors want you to know. Up first after the break, a grim milestone in Gaza. More than 30,000 people killed in the Israel-Hamas war. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We're back with new comments from Hunter Biden, who's calling the GOP impeachment inquiry into his father a charade based on MAGA-motivated conspiracies. After a year of back and forth yesterday, the younger Biden finally testified before two committees that are trying to impeach President Biden. It was a closed-door deposition. House Republicans claim the Bidens used the president's brand to gain lucrative business dealings, but so far have not offered any concrete evidence to back it up.
After 7 hours of questions, the Republican majority ends the day with where they started. They have produced no evidence that would do anything to support the notion that there was any financial transactions that involved Hunter with his father, period.
For more on this, we're joined by NBC News senior investigative producer Sarah Fitzpatrick. Sarah, good to have you with us this morning. And apologies, we don't have Sarah right now. We will try and get back to her in just a moment to have more of the story on Hunter Biden. For now, let's move on to some other headlines this morning. Turning to the Middle East, where the war in Gaza has reached a devastating milestone. The Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza says more than 30,000 people have now been killed inside Gaza. There's also word from local officials this morning of an Israeli attack that killed dozens of people who were waiting for humanitarian aid in Gaza City. The Israeli military says it's looking into that report. Violence comes as the UN's human rights chief called for an investigation into war crimes, which he says are being committed by both Israel and Hamas.
The war in Gaza must end. Clear violations of international human rights and humanitarian laws, including war crimes and possibly other crimes under international law, have been committed by all parties at imminent risk of famine. Almost all are drinking salty and contaminated water. In northern Gaza, where the operational space for humanitarian work is now almost zero, many are already believed to be starving.
Let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman. So, Josh, let's start with that attack on a crowd of Palestinians who are waiting for food aid. What are we hearing from all sides about this?
Well, the death toll in that incident, Joe, has now climbed above 100, according to new statistics put out just in the last few minutes by the health ministry in the Hamas-run Gaza Strip. Now, Hamas and Gazan officials say that these Gazans were simply searching for food in one of the hardest hit parts of the Gaza Strip when they came under Israeli fire. The Israeli military says that the Gazans there were actually looting aid trucks and eventually ended up trampling each other. But now we are hearing from an Israeli government official who says that in the course of that mayhem, some of these Gazans were actually approaching IDF troops who were there to secure that humanitarian convoy in a way that felt threatening to the Israeli military. And as a result, the Israeli military responded with live fire. And so that does seem to be an acknowledgement by Israel that it was involved in at least some of these deaths that we're seeing as that death toll continues to grow. But clearly just the latest sign of how the humanitarian crisis is now fueling growing death tolls and more violence within the Gaza Strip, Joe.
Let's talk more about that, especially when it comes to food aid. Aid agencies have been sounding the alarm about starvation in Gaza. We're getting reports 6 children recently died of malnutrition, dehydration at 2 hospitals there. What can you tell us about that?
Well, a huge focus of the humanitarian crisis right now, Joe, is in the northern Gaza Strip, which you'll recall is an area that Israel months ago urged all civilians to flee. And so those who are still there are really cut off from the rest of Gaza and in large part from humanitarian assistance. And I want you to hear from a doctor, head of one of the hospitals in the northern part of the Gaza Strip, who spoke to our team in Gaza about what he's seeing.
We are hungry. And we haven't any medical supply, and we haven't food to support the oxygen station which needed for citizens in the north of Gaza. A few days before, we lost about 4 children due to the starvation and dehydration, due to the lack of the feeding in the children.
The United Nations says that this month, aid into the Gaza Strip fell 50% compared to what it was last month, which was already insufficient. And so in the last few days, we're seeing a shift in strategy. Foreign nations are starting to airdrop aid into the Gaza Strip, including Jordan, which did another airdrop today into Gaza. Canada says it is looking into that as well. The UK has been providing aid that is being dropped by aircraft into the Gaza Strip. Clearly, all countries are trying to figure out how to safely get aid into Gaza, given that land routes into Gaza and through the Strip are so dangerous right now, Joe.
And Josh, where do things stand on the hostage ceasefire talks? Remember, just a few days ago, President Biden appeared optimistic. Where are we now?
We haven't really seen any signs of optimism since those comments from President Biden. In fact, we've heard from Hamas suggesting there is no breakthrough to announce that they are still standing firm behind their positions, which are very at odds with what Israel says it needs to see in order to get some type of a ceasefire and hostage deal. We know that talks continue to go on. The Qataris are heavily involved in trying to broker a deal. They're talking to Hamas. They're talking to Israel. They're talking to the United States. But until there's a deal, Joe, there's no deal.
All right, Josh, thank you so much. Hunter Biden is calling the GOP impeachment inquiry into his father a charade based on MAGA-motivated conspiracies. After a year of back and forth yesterday, the younger Biden finally testified before two committees that are trying to impeach President Biden. It was a closed-door deposition. House Republicans claim the Bidens used the president's brand to gain lucrative business dealings, but so far, they've not offered any concrete evidence to back it up.
After 7 hours of questions, the Republican majority ends the day with where they started. They have produced no evidence that would do anything to support the notion that there was any financial transactions that involved Hunter with his father, period.
For more, we're joined by NBC News senior investigative producer Sarah Fitzpatrick. Sarah, good to have you with us. So it was a closed-door session, but we are learning a lot about what happened. Walk us through what we're learning about the deposition.
So the deposition yesterday lasted over 6 hours, and at times it got very heated between staff and members in what sources told NBC were kerfuffles over lines of questioning and frequent interruptions, particularly in the first hour, which was focused on Hunter's business dealings in China and related to other Chinese nationals. In Hunter's opening statement, and we're told by his attorney throughout his testimony during the day, Hunter was very clear that at no time his father was involved in any of his businesses. His attorney told us last night that Republicans provided not one shred of evidence to the contrary because none exists. I was really struck by the certainty Hunter's legal team had coming out of the room, because anything that Hunter said under oath yesterday could be used in the 2 federal criminal trials he's facing.
So, Sarah, Republican sources on the Oversight Committee, they previously said, President Biden's testimony would be the crescendo of the House impeachment inquiry. Is that still the case right now? I mean, what are you hearing from House Republicans?
So we've definitely seen a shift in posture from House Republicans. They've previously made really huge claims about serious alleged crimes that they believe Hunter Biden and his father, Joe Biden, were involved in. But when they came out of the deposition yesterday, House Oversight Committee Chairman, Republican James Comer, he said that the deposition, quote, proved several bits of evidence, but he could only point to, quote, inconsistencies with prior witness testimony. Listen to those words. Bits, inconsistencies, those are not the words of a smoking gun, and definitely a far cry from the high crimes and misdemeanors that they would need as grounds for impeachment.
So all this begs the question, what comes next? Where do they go from here?
So the committee has told us that their impeachment inquiry is ongoing. They're going to continue to send out subpoenas, interview witnesses, and they expect a report on all of their findings to be ready sometime this spring. But we heard for the first time yesterday that they're now going to move into a new phase, and that's going to include a public hearing. Exactly what that's going to entail, who's going to be there, that remains to be seen. But of course, remember, a public hearing where the American people can hear directly from Hunter Biden is what he and his team have been asking for all along. Joe?
All right. Sarah Fitzpatrick, thanks for joining us this morning. Appreciate it. Coming up, an execution by lethal injection stopped after 8 failed attempts to insert an IV line. When we come back, more on what happened that's renewing concerns about capital punishment. And a new study sparking concern about the long-term health impacts of marijuana use. Stay with us. You're watching Morning News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The execution of one of the nation's longest-serving death row inmates was delayed in Idaho yesterday, and that's raising new questions about lethal injection. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz reports on what happened.
The execution of Idaho's longest-serving death row inmate halted after several failed attempts to administer a lethal injection.
It wasn't a difficult decision. It was the right decision.
Serial killer Thomas Eugene Creech was set to be executed at a maximum security institution near Boise. Prison officials say the medical team made 8 attempts in multiple areas to establish an IV line before pausing the execution.
It was a vein quality issue that made them not confident in their ability to administer chemicals through the IV site.
Media witnesses describe how the 73-year-old laid strapped on the execution table for more than 45 minutes, at times looking over and waving at his family.
His eyes started to fill with tears, and I heard him sniffling.
Creech, who is convicted of 5 murders, has been in prison since 1974. His failed execution coming just weeks after Alabama executed a man using nitrogen gas for the first time, after an attempt using an IV also didn't work. In Idaho, there's a different alternative.
At this point, Idaho law provides for execution by lethal injection or firing squad now.
This latest incident, the same day another convicted murder is set for execution in Texas. Ivan Cantu, who still says he's innocent. His supporters petitioning to stop it.
They didn't believe me. Today they do.
All this continuing to raise questions about capital punishment and the most humane way to perform an execution.
Our thanks to Liz Kreutz for that report. Idaho officials say Creech is now back in his cell. They're letting the death warrant expire as they work to figure out the next steps. A new study finds that using marijuana as little as once a month is linked to a greater risk of heart attack and stroke. Researchers at Massachusetts General Hospital looked at data from nearly 500,000 patients. It's one of the largest studies to date to make the connection between the drug and these health issues. The study also found these risks rose sharply the more frequently marijuana was used. Let's talk more about this with NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. Good to have you with us. So walk us through more of the study's findings. Did the researchers find like a direct link between marijuana and these risks, and who should be most concerned here?
Yeah, Joe, this was probably one of the first studies where we had this comprehensive set of data looking over 4 years, as you mentioned, 27 states, 2 territories, looking at all adults. So let's just caveat that we don't have anything on youth and adolescents. We'll get to that in a moment. But basically for adults 18 and over, that over the last 30 days, and they asked if they had used any marijuana whatsoever in the form of whatever form, but primarily smoking, because that's really where we see something of an effect. And what they found is exactly as you pointed out, that people who had daily use of marijuana, largely through smoking, had as high as a 42% increased likelihood risk of stroke and a 25% of some sort of coronary event, like a heart attack. That's pretty significant. That was also independent of smoking with tobacco. So I want to make that point, that people have often said, well, marijuana smoking is not as bad as tobacco smoking. Here we have proof and signals that it possibly is. And then to your point, even people who used it weekly or even once in a month had an elevated risk that was statistically significant. So bottom line is that marijuana, especially in the form of smoking, can pose significant health hazard.
Let's talk about how many people actually use marijuana. The National Survey on Drug Use and Health finds 1 in 5 people over the age of 12 now report using it in the last year, especially for the younger people there. I'm looking at over the age of 12. What are some of the health risks?
Yeah, so incredible health risks. I think this study is going to point to the need to study youth and adolescents more closely, especially, Joe, as we see a rise in obesity, high cholesterol, even in youth. So for that population, and then think about the kind of development or maturity of lungs, you can get an unfortunate exposure to that toxin with a very small amount of smoking. So I think this is exactly where researchers are pointing. And we should point out that in many states it's legal. And I think there's been a perception that there's really no harm from this. I will say this to anybody, mention this when you have your physical, no matter what age you are. And I think for all the doctors and health professionals listening, this should be added in with your tobacco smoking screening. Ask a very specific question about marijuana use.
So you mentioned smoking. How about vaping or using edibles?
Right.
Are those considered any safer? And just tobacco use, how does that make the picture more complicated here?
It's much more complicated because we've spoken before, Joe, about kind of vaping, which was thought to be maybe a safer alternative. Actually turns out that you expose the lungs to some of these toxins, particularly when some of the products are labeled in a manner where it's not clear what that exposure is. So bottom line, if you're looking for safer alternatives, one, you need to kind of talk about your use with a health professional, and then look to products that don't have that THC component that has that kind of more toxic component. Tend to look for products with cannabidiol, oh boy, CBD. I think that that's probably the most familiar product, which doesn't have as much of that psychedelic effect. But I think that for me, it's very clear that we're going to have incredibly kind of direct conversations, not just about marijuana use, but also, to your point, not just smoking, but access to these toxins and other products. Truly, we haven't studied enough, and there are more products being developed than we even understand kind of how to study. This study from the National Heart, Lung, Blood Institute really points to the effects of smoking marijuana in its form, and then I think gives us kind of clues to what other forms could lead to.
That's a great point. There's so many different ways out there. Also, I couldn't pronounce that word either, so kudos to you.
It's CBD,
there you go.
cannabidiol. Oh, I'm going to get it. So CBD.
All right. Dr. Patel, as always, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Coming up, fighting back against gift card scams. After the break, the first of its kind bill meant to keep thieves from stealing money off your unused gift cards. This is Morning News Now.
now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Welcome back. A Maryland state senator is introducing first-of-its-kind legislation prompted by an NBC News investigation into gift card scams. Our senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Wynn shows us how the legislation could protect your money.
People don't know to even look for the tampering.
Maryland State Senator Ben Kramer says he first learned about gift card draining scams from our report in December. NBC senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett lost more than $1,000 after buying these gift cards from a Manhattan CVS.
These do not appear to be tampered with at all. Right? Not even a little bit. Right. All of the seals look totally fine.
Gift card scams cost users more than $228 million last year, with gift card draining among the newest schemes. That's when you buy a physical gift card, load it with money, and a scammer somehow steals that money.
Had I not seen your segment, this bill would not have been introduced. It is a problem across the country, and consumers are being ripped off.
Kramer says his bill would require gift cards to be sealed in a manner that is not easily opened without signs of tampering. For retailers who can't comply, the bill mandates they secure their gift cards in a location only employees can access.
All they have to do is glue this back down.
You don't think this is enough to protect a consumer?
Not nearly sufficient.
But Houston officer and police union director Ray Hunt says based on the union's experience, he suspects the scams start before gift cards ever get to the stores.
It may go all the way back to where the card is created, where someone who's working there is giving these numbers to them before it's even scratched off there. I'm just telling you that I based on what we've done, I cannot trust gift cards.
You're saying it could be an inside job?
Absolutely.
He says the union lost thousands of dollars in Kroger gift cards that were drained almost immediately after they were activated, with no signs of tampering.
What our research tells us is they're getting the number on the back of the card, they're entering that into a program, and that program constantly checks it to see when it's activated. As soon as it's activated, it charges $98 to an Amazon account somewhere, puts that money on account for someone.
The union recently filed this class action lawsuit against Kroger, alleging the company failed to take reasonable measures to protect its Visa gift cards against unauthorized tampering and failed to refund the officers the missing balance. Kroger did not reply to our request for comment, but offered to replace the gift cards. The Retail Gift Card Association says it's possible for scams to originate within a supply chain. However, we have extensive controls as well as sophisticated processes in place that maintain the highest levels of security. Considering the gift card industry's total volume, fraud losses are relatively small. Susan Kuhn says she welcomes any attempt at making gift cards more secure and won't buy another after her experience. $800 in Walmart gift cards drained, money meant for families in need at her Houston church.
I have not bought a gift card since. I am not inclined to buy a gift card because I have absolutely zero confidence that the money will be there.
Kuhn says Walmart declined to refund her money, but after we contacted the company, a Walmart spokesperson said, quote, "We take fraud allegations seriously and will be reaching out to Ms. Kuhn's." To avoid being scammed, consider an e-gift card, but be sure your recipient knows it's coming. Use all gift cards immediately to reduce the risk of draining and give cash when possible.
Cash is king.
Vicki Wynn, NBC News.
More financial headlines. A new Justice Department probe into that scary Boeing blowout last month. CNBC's Savannah Hanau has that and other money news. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. Yes, so the Justice Department is looking into the door plug blowout on a Boeing 737 MAX 9 jet last month, which could expose the company to criminal charges. Bloomberg reports the government is considering whether Boeing is meeting requirements under a deferred prosecution agreement it signed following two deadly plane crashes in 2018 and 2019. If it's determined the blowout breaches that agreement, Boeing could face criminal liability. Yesterday, the FAA said it's giving the company 90 days to come up with a plan to fix quality problems. Anheuser-Busch and the Teamsters Union have reached a tentative deal on a new contract avoiding a strike. The Teamsters had threatened to walk off the job at the company's 12 U.S. breweries if an agreement wasn't struck by midnight tonight. Now, the union represents 5,000 workers who brew and package beer and even take care of Anheuser-Busch's famous Clydesdale horses. A strike would have been the first against the company since 1976. And today, February 29th, is Leap Day, and several restaurants and retailers are offering deals for the rare occasion. At Chipotle, rewards members can get a free side of guac with orders placed online or through the app. Staples is giving away 29,000 free passport photos and also 29 times the points on travel and office essentials through its new Easy Rewards program. Hardee's is offering customers 29% off any order through its rewards app. And if you book a room at the Great Wolf Lodge in the Poconos with the code LEAP, you can get overnight stays starting at $29 per person. Some pretty good deals there, huh?
Yeah, no kidding. I'm thinking of all the Leap Day babies that are being born today and how cool
I think about
that's
that every leap year.
No kidding. All right, Savannah, thank you so much.
Yes.
Coming up, reviving an important piece of American history. Up next, we're going to take you to the old home of the country's first black opera company. It's now getting a new life after sitting empty for decades. Stay with us. This is Morning News Now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about?
The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
We end this hour with a look at a house in Pittsburgh that has been empty for decades, but don't let its appearance fool you. It's actually a key part of Black history, once home to the first Black opera house in the country. Now, one woman is trying to bring the music back. Here's NBC's Harry Smith.
This old house in Pittsburgh's Hill District hasn't just seen better days. It knew glorious days, important days, historic days.
Where are we now?
We are sitting on the third floor
of the first black opera company in America.
Janae Solomon was driving past the abandoned house 20-some years ago. For reasons unexplainable, she bought it and climbed aboard an incredible learning curve.
Mary Condell Dawson was a hidden figure. She was completely erased from history and opera history.
Classically trained Dawson was turned away from the Pittsburgh Opera, so she formed her own company. The National Negro Opera Company toured through America's big cities, playing to packed houses.
It's such a slice of America that I think a lot of white people have no understanding or comprehension of.
That's true, and this is why we need to tell this full American history story.
We wondered what a voice might sound like here after decades of silence.
Because my mouth is alive.
Jasmine Awalia is an artist in residence now with the Pittsburgh Opera.
It's deep with sorrow.
The words of Langston Hughes.
Everything I learned surprised me. People that started here went all the way to the Metropolitan Opera, and they started right here in Pittsburgh on Apple Street. Everything I learned about the house along the way was a surprise.
Hidden history, for this old house was the unofficial black cultural center of Pittsburgh.
So this entire floor is where people stayed. This was the residence of the house.
Lena Horne, Joe Louis, Cab Calloway, Duke Ellington. Early black and brown members of the Steelers and Pirates were said to be welcome here.
I would have loved to have been there. I can't even imagine.
Well, maybe you're going to recreate some of that.
We will. We will.
Solomon wants to return this house to its former glory. Not easy.
Does all of this have to be replaced?
No, it's actually going to be restored and preserved.
Yeah.
What makes preservation construction so expensive is that it's not being replaced. We are restoring it and preserving it.
Millions have been raised, millions more are required. While much of the house's history was lost, the legacy of Mary Cardwell Dawson has lived on in Pittsburgh.
And I've seen some breakers dancing.
Candace Burgess is a PhD student at Pitt.
I was taught by Anquity Kenzel, who was taught by Damaris Cooper, who also taught me when I was really young, who was taught by Ola Brees Beckham, who was administrator for the National Negro Opera Company.
Burgess' graduate work focuses on black classical artists.
Does it make you proud?
It does. I think it makes me realize that classical music, while it may be European, it never was white. And in my search, I continually find that besides black people of all races and creeds were involved in the creation of opera.
History to disprove the myth of absence. There's much to learn from the old house on Apple Street.
Our thanks to Harry Smith for that report. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now, but stay with us. The news continues right now. Good morning. Thanks for starting your leap day with us. I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is on assignment. Right now on Morning News Now, a potential game changer in the race for the White House. The Supreme Court setting the stage to decide whether former President Trump should be immune from federal charges stemming from his alleged role in trying to overturn the 2020 election. Could the trial for that case now even happen before this November's election? We're going to bring you the latest. A shocker in the Senate. It's longtime Republican leader Senator Mitch McConnell saying he's going to leave his post come November. We've got more on the succession battle that's already taking shape on Capitol Hill. We're also watching those widespread wildfires in Texas this morning that have now turned deadly. More than 1 million acres already torched. We're on the ground as crews there race to contain the damage. And later this hour, we're flipping the script with some of the actors behind a groundbreaking new musical called Most Likely Not To. It's bringing the challenges of one rare disease straight to to center stage. Can't wait to bring you that conversation. We're going to begin this hour with major developments in the federal election interference trial against former President Donald Trump. The Supreme Court has agreed to weigh Trump's claim that he's entitled to presidential immunity in the case. Now, that decision comes with major implications. It's now possible the former president will not face a trial for his attempts to overturn the 2020 election before this year's presidential election in November. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett explains.
Hey there, it's the issue that could make or break prosecutors' case against Donald Trump. The U.S. Supreme Court's involvement on immunity could hand him a win or a loss, but either way, the calendar works to his advantage, making the chances that he will face trial before Election Day this year on charges of trying to overturn the last election more remote by the day.
This morning, the U.S. Supreme Court handing Donald Trump the gift of time. The justices agreeing to decide whether the Republican frontrunner should be immune from federal charges because his attempts to reverse the 2020 election happened while he was still in office.
We will never give up. We will never concede.
In a one-page order, the High Court saying it will hear arguments in the case the week of April 22nd. But with no firm date for its final ruling, the prospect of a federal criminal trial being completed before the November election becoming increasingly unrealistic. And if the Supreme Court rules in Mr. Trump's favor, the charges against him in Washington, D.C., wiped out completely.
You cannot allow a president to be out there without immunity. If they don't have immunity, you don't have a presidency.
The stakes sky high for the former president, who has cast the prosecution itself as election interference, and special counsel Jack Smith's team, which has accused Mr. Trump of defrauding the government he once led.
My office will seek a speedy trial so that our evidence can be tested in court.
But the case has been beset by appeals on the immunity question, with lower courts finding Mr. Trump should not be shielded from prosecution. The Trump campaign seizing on the Supreme Court taking up the case as another fundraising opportunity, with the former president pressing his case on social media. This as the High Court is set to rule on another issue with major implications for the future of the presidential race. The justices currently weighing Colorado's move to ban Mr. Trump from the ballot. Voters there set to go to the polls next week on Super Tuesday. And late Wednesday, Illinois became the third state to find the former president ineligible to serve under the Constitution's insurrection clause in the 14th Amendment, in light of his role on January 6th.
Meanwhile, a significant development in a different Trump case, an appeals court judge here in New York rejecting Mr. Trump's effort to avoid paying that massive civil fraud judgment for more than $450 million as he tries to appeal the decision. His attorney saying in a legal filing he may need to sell off some of his properties to cover it if he can't get a bond or is forced to pay the full amount. Back to you.
All right, Laura Jarrett, thank you so much. Let's bring in NBC News Now legal analyst Angela Cinadella with more on this. Okay, so obviously legal experts are weighing in on this. So are politicians, no surprise. You got former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi saying, quote, the Supreme Court is placing itself on trial. It's always tricky when the Supreme Court has to get into these politically charged issues. When they do get involved in this, what's the impact on sort of public trust in the institution?
So you could understand that public trust in this case would be waning because, ironically, we don't believe the Supreme Court will actually end up ruling in Trump's favor. There is almost no way that they will rule. Presidents will never be liable for any criminal act whatsoever in the official duties of the presidency. So given that, in this de facto way, it appears that Trump will actually be let off the hook. But I'm going to say this, even though it sounds naive, the Supreme Court behind closed doors, they don't see themselves as political. We see them as conservative and liberal, but they do not. So they might almost be arguing that if they were to not take on this momentous case, because then it could affect the election in a different way, that itself is too political. So from their perspective, they're thinking they stand the test of time. Their reasoning will go for generations. So to them, it's not political.
We've never, of course, seen a former president face criminal charges like this before, but issues surrounding the presidency do make it to the court all the time. I mean, how common is it to see the Supreme Court have to continually address these issues around presidents and around elections?
Well, it makes sense they would, because honestly, who else is going to? These are momentous issues, and they affect every single person in this country. So the Supreme Court has intervened time and time again, but they try to do it as narrowly as possible, again, to appear to not be political. So we see there is already this 14th Amendment question on the table. There's bans here, there's bans there, and I believe the Supreme Court will continue to believe that they're going to stand the test of time.
So the Supreme Court is looking at one specific case here. That's the federal election interference case. But the former president faces charges in 3 other cases right now. Will the decision here by the Supreme Court, especially if they say, yeah, he has presidential immunity, does that affect all the criminal cases?
So this is very relevant, not in New York, because he did not raise that defense there that there was any criminal immunity, because those acts were not involved in his presidential office term. But in terms of Georgia and Florida, yes, if he were to be given presidential immunity, they would apply across the board. This in some way has been Trump's favorite argument to raise, that because I was president, none of these charges should apply. So Georgia, we saw all of those delays with Fani Willis and whether or not she was dating her fellow prosecutor at that time. But this could be an even bigger delay, Joe.
All right, we have so many questions. Angela Sanadella, thank you for helping us answer them. At the southern border, President Biden and former President Trump are expected to hold rival events in Texas later today, showcasing the differences both men have on immigration policy ahead of the 2024 election. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is there. He joined us from Brownsville, Texas. That's where President Biden is expected to be. So, Gabe, we could be in for sort of an interesting split-screen moment here. Walk us through first what we can expect from President Biden's visit.
Hi there, Joe. Good morning. Well, this will be President Biden's second border visit since taking office, and he's hoping to highlight the need to pass that bipartisan border security deal that boosts resources and tightens asylum rules. You'll remember it failed in Congress, due in part to former President Trump's opposition. The president is expected to meet with Border Patrol agents and local leaders here in Brownsville, which has actually seen a drop in border crossings compared to previous years. The largest number of crossings has now shifted west to other parts of Texas and Arizona, Joe.
So how different is former President Trump's visit and message going to be in comparison with what we expect to hear from President Biden today?
Well, Joe, former President Trump will be just over 300 miles away in Eagle Pass, Texas, and he's expected to capitalize on those record number of crossings and put the blame squarely on President Biden. Former president is promising to carry out the largest domestic deportation operation in history if reelected. And the issue of immigration now front and center during the 2024 campaign, Joe.
Gabe, well, we have you. Yesterday, we got a report on President Biden's health following his annual physical. We know voters care deeply about the health and the age of both potential candidates in the election this year. What were the takeaways from the physical?
Well, Joe, President Biden was declared fit for duty and overall healthy by his doctor. The president telling reporters yesterday there is nothing different than last year. And we did learn that Mr. Biden's gait has stiffened because of age-related wear and tear of his spine. Also, he has started using a sleep apnea machine and had a root canal in June. In response to questions about his mental fitness following that special counsel report, the White House press secretary says his doctors do not think he needs a cognitive test, Joe.
All right, Gabe, thank you so much. It's the end of an era on Capitol Hill as Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell announces he is stepping down from his leadership role. The longtime Kentucky senator says he's going to step down from his post in November, but will serve out the remainder of this term. The announcement, a surprising one, came yesterday as lawmakers agreed to a deal that would avert a partial government shutdown. NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Hake joins us from Washington with more on all this. Garrett, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. And yeah, McConnell leaves his leadership post later this year as the most consequential and the most controversial Senate leader in decades. But the party he has helmed for so long is changing around him. And he says it's time for leaders to change with it. This morning, a changing of the guard on Capitol Hill.
It's time for the next generation of leadership.
Longtime Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell says he'll step down from that post in November after an unprecedented 18 years leading his party and will retire at the end of his term in 2027. At times, emotional.
I love the Senate. It's been my life.
McConnell, who defied Democratic presidents and helped reshape the federal courts, is embracing his controversial image.
I still have enough gas in my tank to thoroughly disappoint my critics.
It comes after the 82-year-old suffered 2 freezing episodes in public last summer, where he was unable to speak. McConnell sidestepped questions about his health afterwards, with the congressional doctor saying they were not the result of a stroke or seizure. McConnell has seen his influence in the party diminished, as he's faced criticism from some fellow GOP senators since his falling out with former President Trump over January 6th, who has attacked him and his wife repeatedly online and on the campaign trail.
Washington Republicans like Mitch McConnell, who's the absolute worst.
McConnell ultimately voted to acquit Mr. Trump in his second impeachment trial while acknowledging
President Trump is practically and morally responsible for provoking the events of the day.
President Biden paying tribute to McConnell. With former President Trump now consolidating control of the party, the battle to succeed McConnell has already begun, with several senators acknowledging it will likely be a contest between top Republicans known as the Three Johns: Wyoming Senator John Barrasso, Texas Senator John Cornyn, and South Dakota Senator John Thune. Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, a Trump ally, asked who he'd support.
Yeah, someone named John.
If that weren't enough, we also learned of a new bipartisan plan yesterday to push back Friday's government funding deadline for another week. That should give Congress time to pass bills to fund half the government by next Friday, the other half by mid-March. Joe, if everything goes according to plan here, that would avoid a government shutdown. But you know as well as I do, with this Congress, everything does not always go according to plan.
Yes, no kidding. All right, Garrett, thank you so much. Now to the severe weather impacting millions from coast to coast. Out west, they're dealing with heavy snow as severe storms tear through the Northeast. All this while dangerous and now deadly wildfires have been raging across Texas, forcing new evacuations this morning. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas has more.
With multiple wildfires torching Texas, crews are taking on the colossal task of getting the flames under control as officials confirm one person has died. The massive Smokehouse Creek fire has already burned more than 850,000 acres across the Texas Panhandle, quickly becoming the second largest fire in the state's history. In an instant, the inferno surrounded rural communities, sending livestock fleeing and people rushing to evacuate.
You were watching this burn? Yes, it was so hot you could barely breathe.
Satellite images show entire neighborhoods charred. The flames, driven by unseasonably high temperatures, dry conditions, and strong winds, creating rare fire tornadoes.
The tornadic fire would whirl and whirl, and it was a sound and a feeling. It was so hot.
Right there, funnel.
It comes as the National Weather Service confirms more than a dozen tornadoes touched down in the Midwest on Tuesday, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Overnight, that same system bringing falling temperatures and severe storms to the Northeast. This morning, first responders from coast to coast dealing with the full spectrum of Mother Nature's fury.
Our thanks to Guad Venegas for that report. Let's take a closer look at the massive effort to try and put out these fires. Juan Rodriguez joins us now. He's the Public Information Officer for Texas A&M Forest Service. Thank you so much for joining us. So first of all, just where do things stand right now? What is it crews are focusing on when it comes to battling these fires today?
So as of today, crews are going to be working on that southern part of the fire, close to Skellytown, and then closer to the town of Stinnett and Fritch as well, off of the highways over there where it really got impacted and where we're seeing a lot of activity. We're trying to get a lot of those fire edges really buttoned up today. Yesterday, crews were able to make really good progress because the weather gave us that upper hand with the lower winds. And so we want to keep up that progress right now up until the weekend.
Good to hear progress is being made. You know, I mean, I used to work on the West Coast. It was typical to cover wildfires throughout California. We don't usually see activity like this in Texas. I mean, the Smokehouse Creek fire is now the second largest one in Texas history. How does this compare with fires you've dealt with in the past? How have things changed in just the last few years in Texas?
Well, so definitely in this region of Texas, we see a lot of very fast moving wildfires that grow very quickly. But with this one, we weren't really expecting something this huge. It's definitely something that's going down in the records. It was caused by extremely high winds that came in Monday and Tuesday this week. In addition to dry fuels and hot temperatures, it made those 2 days specifically extremely receptive to burn.
You say in the Panhandle you're used to fast-moving fires, but were you surprised just how quickly this one spread?
Yes, sir. I think it really took everybody by surprise. Just the amount of distance that this fire had on it, spreading over 50 miles in a matter of 24 hours was pretty incredible to see.
Are you worried about, the heat and high winds returning this weekend? Do you feel like now is your window that you have to get a lot taken care of?
Absolutely. And fire crews are really taking that into consideration with operations right now. That's why yesterday, today, and the following days, we really want to take advantage of the weather that we have. Coming in this weekend, we do have some more elevated conditions. And so that just makes us want to get this buttoned up as much as we can, even more right now. So crews are making good work, and we're going to try to keep making that good work as long as we can.
The governor declared a disaster for 60 counties. What kind of resources does that give you to try and help fight these fires?
So it definitely brought in a lot more resources. We have aviation now. We have more fire crews, more fire engines over here able to help us combat these fires. And along with it, it's also bringing in relief for those who have lost homes and properties and things like that because of this fire. So it's definitely going to benefit us in the long run.
All right, Juan Rodriguez, we know that you're incredibly busy this morning, so we thank you for taking the time to join us. We're thinking of you, your crews, and everyone impacted by these fires right now.
Thank you.
All right, now let's take a look at the weather. Parts of the West Coast could see the biggest snowstorm of the season. Let's bring in meteorologist Angie Lastman with more on everything we're seeing all around the country.
Hey there, Joe. Good morning to you. We indeed have a couple of systems that are going to impact folks across the West Coast here for a couple of days. This isn't just a today problem. This will last well into our weekend. Here's what's going on right now, though. You can see the heavy rain has already started to inch closer to the coast. We've got some snow falling across portions of the Pacific Northwest, and we've got plenty of winter alerts in effect right now. Notice that we have blizzard warnings already in effect across parts of the Sierra Range. That's what you're seeing in purple there, but plenty of winter storm watches, warnings, and advisories up as well. This is the region that we're going to see really have to deal with some heavy snow, some heavy rain, strong winds, and deteriorating conditions here over the next couple of days. Here's how it plays out today. We'll start to see that heavier snow reach into portions of northern California. The rain will also be an issue across portions of the coastal areas. We'll see likely low visibility, some of those strong winds that I mentioned. That's all on the table for today, and it continues for tomorrow. We see another system, though, inch closer to the coast, and this is really going to ramp things up for us. This is why I say it's not just a today problem. We're going to see it get a lot worse here before it gets better. We'll see plenty of rain close to the coast, and then those snowfall rates are going to be impressive. 1 to 2 inches per hour. We could see them even higher than that, and this is for basically 72 hours straight. So for 3 days, this is the situation. These are the conditions they'll be dealing with, especially across the Sierra Range. We'll see some of that heavy rain, too, work into portions of Southern California. This is on Saturday. It'll be a little soggy for folks there, and we'll still be dealing with the snow, of course, as we get through Saturday and even into early Sunday. Speaking about the snow, I mentioned the blizzard warnings, and that's because we have not just the heavy snow, but we're talking strong winds, 60 to 100 miles per hour in some spots. The visibility will be essentially zero. We'll see difficult travel. The roads will be dangerous. This is going to be something that lowers because of how cold it is as well. We'll see those lower snow levels too. So parts of the Sierra foothills could see some incredible amounts of snow as well. It's not just the higher elevations like we've seen many times before this season. They, of course, are gearing up for some heavy snow at the higher elevations. You can see Donner Pass along I-80, 7 to 10 feet. We've got 4 to 7 feet possible at 4,700 feet for Blue Canyon. Up and down I-80, though, even as low of an elevation that Colfax is at, you're still going to see up to 8 inches in some spots. So I-80, 50 is going to be difficult to travel as well. This is in and around the Sierra range. So just prepare for that. That's going to be something you'll deal with well through the weekend. Meanwhile, today, elsewhere, we got plenty of sunshine on the East Coast. Always good to say that. We've got much colder conditions, though, so don't be fooled when you see those blue skies out. We've got chilly conditions that have taken shape as that system yesterday worked offshore. By tomorrow, we see the rain working into parts of the southeast, still dealing with sunshine across the Midwest, and actually temperatures will warm up just a touch across the Midwest, the Great Lakes, the Northern Plains, even the Southern Plains. Where you're not dealing with rain, temperatures will be quite mild. Out west, of course, it's the Sierra storm that we'll keep track of here through the weekend. We finish out our work week and head into the weekend with that rain working up the East Coast. That system will be moving east as we get through Saturday, and then record highs just as we expected. Just like we dealt with earlier in the week, we're going to see those temperatures back to abnormal levels. 70 degrees for the middle of the country at this time of year as we get into early March. Of course, not normal, but that's what we're going to get. It's going to feel like spring, Joe, and it lasts through Sunday. While the West is dealing with the wintry weather, it is a much different story for the middle of the country.
We've got winter weather out west and shorts and tank tops and everything else.
Yes,
in
'tis
the
the
Midwest.
season.
All right. Thanks, Angie. Appreciate it. More to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including the new federal probe into one of AI's leading figures, why the SEC is now looking into whether OpenAI's Sam Altman misled investors. But first, the royal rumors swirling online surrounding the health of Britain's monarchs. Those stories and more next.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Welcome back. Russian President Vladimir Putin is warning NATO leaders against sending troops to fight in Ukraine, which he said would provoke a nuclear conflict. Those comments are part of Putin's annual address to Parliament. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons has been keeping an eye on his comments. Joins us now with more. Keir, what are some of the key takeaways from Putin's speech?
Well, Joe, first of all, let's just bring you a little bit of news. Ksenia Karelina's appeal was held in a Russian court today, and this morning we learned that she lost her appeal, meaning she'll remain in prison now. Joe, you'll remember that she is the ballerina with dual Russian and U.S. citizenship who is accused of treason for donating money to Ukraine. Less than $52, Joe, and the court set another deadline of April the 6th. She is, though, of course, the latest U.S. citizen to be held in Russia, and journalist Evan Gershkovich has been in custody for almost a year, accused of espionage. His newspaper, the Wall Street Journal, says he is innocent and was doing his work as a reporter. Now, to answer your question, Joe, at the same time, a menacing split screen, President Putin giving that keynote speech, highlighting recent advances in Ukraine, though the battlefield there remains largely unchanged, saying he bows at the feet of Russian, quote, heroes, calling for a minute's silence for soldiers he said, quote, are going through the meat grinder of war. His address, Joe, shown on giant screens around Moscow, and including a thinly veiled, as you mentioned, nuclear threat if NATO puts troops on the ground in Ukraine. President Putin saying, we have weapons that can strike targets on their territory. Joe, President Putin is 2 weeks from an election. He said today, we are a pillar of democracy, though, of course, when Russia votes next month, there'll only be one certain winner.
You know, another story that's making headlines recently, the death of opposition leader Alexei Navalny. His funeral is expected now to take place tomorrow. What more can you tell us about that?
That's right, and there are still questions about exactly how that funeral will be held, and of course whether people will be arrested. But it has been certainly a very, very emotional time, of course, for his wife, who gave an emotional appeal again yesterday at the European Parliament, calling on Russians to reject what President Putin stands for, saying Putin must answer for what he has done with my country, Putin must answer for what he has done to a neighboring peaceful country, and Putin must answer for everything he has done to Alexei Navalny. So quite a split screen again there, Joe. Alexei Navalny's wife giving that speech in Europe, while President Putin today giving his clearly resentful speech in Moscow.
All right, a lot of important updates today, Keir. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Turning now to London and the royal family. Princess Kate has been out of the public eye for weeks following her abdominal surgery. Her absence has led to a whirlwind of wild speculation. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter with more.
That's right. The questions are mounting. We have not seen Kate, the Princess of Wales, since before her planned abdominal surgery in mid-January. The last time we saw her was Christmas, actually. And when Prince William missed an event yesterday, speculation kicked into high gear.
This morning, the Prince of Wales is back out in public, while the public still waits for a glimpse of his beloved wife, Kate, the Princess of Wales, who hasn't been seen since Christmas Day. The palace was clear last month she would not pick royal duties back up until after Easter, following their historical practice of not sharing private health information.
So we're seeing increasing rumours. The difference in this case is Kate has disappeared. We haven't seen Kate since actually December last year. And because of that, that's fueled the speculation.
But in the age of social media and fierce attention on the glamorous Wales family, speculation reaching a fever pitch.
Kate Middleton, where is she?
We haven't seen her in the year of 2024.
And even American celebrities.
I gotta meet Kate Middleton for lunch.
Prince William bowing out of a memorial for his godfather at the last minute this week for undisclosed personal matters. A palace source
then responding to questions about the Princess of Wales's health, saying only she continues to be doing well.
Whatever information the royal family choose to disclose about the health of the senior royals is really up to them.
But the heir to the throne still making a solo appearance at the glittering BAFTAs last week, an event where Kate usually dazzles on the red carpet. Prince William overheard saying he hasn't seen as many films this year because of everything going on with his wife. And speaking out last month.
I'd like to take this opportunity to say thank you also for the kind messages of support.
The royal health questions have reached new heights, given that King Charles is also out of the public eye, receiving cancer treatment, hospitalized at the same time as Kate.
It's wonderful to see you looking so well.
Well, it's all done by mirrors.
But the 75-year-old monarch continues some state duties behind the scenes, and in the absence of official answers, the curious and nosy public and social media are filling the void. Now, as I mentioned in the piece, the palace has been really clear. They would only provide updates on the Princess of Wales's health if there was significant new information. But as of now, we don't know why she went in for that planned abdominal surgery in January. We do not know what kind of cancer Charles is receiving treatment for. What is clear, though, right now is the palace feels no pressure to provide more information. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Molly, thank you so much. More world news now. Ghana's parliament just passed a sweeping anti-LGBTQ+ bill that could imprison people for years. NBC News international correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us with that and other news from around the world. Claudio, good morning.
Joe, good morning. Well, that's right. On Wednesday, Ghana's parliament approved a very controversial anti-homosexuality bill. Now, the bill is called Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Act, and it not only criminalizes LGBTQ relationships, but it also those who support LGBTQ rights. It was first introduced in the Ghanaian parliament in 2021, and it has since drawn international condemnation. Now, the bill in Ghana still needs to be signed off by the country's president before it becomes law. Well, the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk, called the development profoundly disturbing and urged the government not to sign it into law. Now let's go to South Korea, where the government threatened junior doctors who have been on strike for the past 10 days that their medical licenses will be suspended unless they end their walkout by the end of today. More than 9,000 of the country's 13,000 trainee or junior doctors have so far resigned or left their hospitals in protest against the government's plan to boost medical school enrollments. Local observers believe many will defy the order and will continue to protest until their demands are met. Well, should they do that, the government is expected to begin formal steps towards punishments on Monday, as tomorrow is a national holiday. And let's end this tour of the world in Dubai, which hosted the first ever jet suit race. Now, pilots zipped along a route with Dubai's famous skyscraper in the background, wearing 1,500 horsepower jet suits that can reach speeds of 80 miles per hour. Just to give you an idea of how powerful that is the horsepower beats most supercars. Now, if they remind you of Iron Man, well, you're right. Richard Browning, the founder of Gravity Industries, the firm that put up the race in Dubai, said the race is the closest anybody's ever got to delivering the world of Marvel superheroes to real life. Back to you, Joe.
It is pretty cool. I can't wait till those replace all the scooters we're seeing in cities right now. It's going to be awesome. All right, Claudio, thank you so much.
Yeah, that's right.
Coming up, a troubling new report on anti-Semitism in America, why the beliefs of younger generations are now trending more controversial than older adults. But first, a call to action in Alabama as IVF patients and providers fight to restore access to the costly treatment. We're going to bring you their stories next on Morning News Now.
democracy is happening now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now. The countdown has begun. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. This morning, Alabama lawmakers are moving forward to restore IVF in the state. Several providers stopped treatments following the state Supreme Court's controversial embryo ruling. Comes as doctors and families gathered at the State House yesterday for a rally to speak out against that ruling. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park joins us now from Montgomery, Alabama with more. Kathy?
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. That is absolutely right. This recent Alabama ruling led to so much confusion and worry. Some families that I'm speaking with say they are going out of state to continue pursuing treatments. And these types of stories appear to be sinking in because some lawmakers believe a new bill could be signed within days.
This morning, Alabama lawmakers feeling the pressure to resolve the deepening fallout from the recent state Supreme Court ruling that upended in vitro fertilization.
This potentially could be a roadmap for other states to restrict access to IVF, or a roadmap on how to protect access to IVF and family building. Please use your voice.
Hundreds of patients, providers, and their supporters fighting to restore IVF in Alabama rallied in front of the State House Wednesday before meeting with legislators. Some sharing heartbreaking stories of putting their dreams of expanding their families on hold.
And how difficult is that waiting period for you right now?
It's extremely difficult. We don't know how long it's going to last. If there's not legislation passed, we are probably looking out of state at this point.
But as far as the actual transfer, that part has been canceled, unfortunately, until all of this can be figured out.
But Republican-sponsored bills advanced through committee hearings Wednesday. Alabama lawmakers signaling they're working quickly to protect IVF access.
The first opportunity that it will be to be able to pass it and sign, because in the bill it says it becomes effective immediately. That could happen as soon as next Wednesday.
The backlash in Alabama becoming a national conversation on reproductive freedoms. Senator Tammy Duckworth, who conceived 2 children through IVF, tried to expand IVF protections at the federal level, but Senate Republicans blocked the bill Wednesday.
Having a child through IVF is a wonderful thing. It is not a crime, and it should not be punished.
And back here in Alabama, the Attorney General's office said that they would not prosecute IVF families or providers. And taking a look at a new Axios Ipsos poll, roughly 2/3 of Americans say they oppose the recent Alabama ruling. And in another key finding, 1 in 3 Americans say they have gone through IVF or know someone who has. Joe?
All right. Kathy, thank you so much. There is a brand new report out this morning from the Anti-Defamation League Center for Anti-Semitism Research, and it shows that Gen Z has surpassed older adults when it comes to anti-Jewish hate. The survey of more than 4,000 adults found that the number of Americans who hold anti-Semitic beliefs has now increased to 24%, and that younger generations now hold more anti-Jewish beliefs than any other age group. Let's talk more about this with the CEO and National Director of the Anti-Defamation League, the ADL, Jonathan Greenblatt. Thank you for being here. You know, I think we often think younger generations, they're woke, they embrace diversity. Yeah. What is going on here? Why is this happening?
Yeah, it's pretty stunning. I mean, the ADL has been studying anti-Semitic attitudes in America since the 1960s. We've never seen data like this before. Typically, there's sort of an Archie Bunker effect, where the older generations are more intolerant than the younger generations, who are simply more accepting, more exposed to diversity. This is different. So as you pointed out in your intro, we see Gen Z and millennials far more likely to have anti-Semitic views than their older, peers, if you will, than Gen X and boomers. That's a big change, Joe.
Social media, is that a big part of this? What's contributing?
Social media is a super spreader of anti-Semitism and hate generally. And definitely, if you don't get your news from, NBC News Now, but from TikTok, you have a warped view of the world. And we've seen just a deluge of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism on social media platforms in general, TikTok specifically.
Let's talk about one specific thing
Sure.
that just struck me. This study found nearly 30% of Americans find it socially acceptable for a family member to support Hamas.
Yeah.
Obviously, the war in the Middle East, which has been making headlines for months now, is shaping some of what we're seeing. And
No
what you're
question.
Seeing in this study, right?
We've said for a long time that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. If when you demonize people, when you dehumanize them, it changes the conversation for the worse. And we've seen that happen, with extremism on the right, and we're seeing it happen with extremism on the left. But your point about Hamas is really troubling. I mean, this is the generation that we saw a few months ago was spreading the Osama bin Laden letter and thinking that that was some kind of sage counsel from the al-Qaeda mastermind. So in light of that, maybe we shouldn't be surprised that they're seeing Hamas as freedom fighters. But let's be clear what Hamas is. It's a terror organization as designated by the State Department and other governments all over the world. Their charter commits them not to achieving peace for Palestinians, but to literally committing genocide against the Jews. It's what it says in their charter about killing Jews wherever they are in order to liberate the land.
You talked about social media, TikTok. Some of that includes conspiracy theories.
Absolutely.
What are some of the things that you've seen that are most concerning?
Well, look, it's interesting because they call anti-Semitism the oldest hatred, and it really is a conspiracy theory about how the world works. And in today's world, with our sort of media landscape, conspiracies are the coin of the realm. So we shouldn't be surprised that anti-Semitism is surging in this environment. And I will just say, when we say it's surging, this 24% of Americans with extensive or deep-seated anti-Semitic beliefs, we haven't seen numbers that high in more than 30 years. So this is really trending in the wrong direction. But the conspiracies that people are spouting, that sort of Jews control Wall Street, that Israel controls the U.S. government, it's really very ugly and problematic, no matter what side of the spectrum it comes from.
We're very tight on time here, but if there's one thing we could do to try and reverse what's happening, what would it be?
Number one, leaders need to lead and call out hate whenever it happens without any kind of false equivalence, number one. Number two, everyone's got a role to play. Businesses, universities, government, and we need everybody to step up and create spaces that are no place for hate.
All right, Jonathan Greenblatt, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it. Coming up, a heartfelt look back at a legendary comedian's life and legacy. We're going to remember Richard Lewis this morning, who passed away at the age of 76.
And thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. What if you do have points or you have miles? Is now a good time to use them?
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Let's get to some money news. The SEC has launched a new probe into one of AI's leading figures. CNBC's Silvana Henao has that and other news that affects your wallet. Silvana, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. So the SEC is probing internal communications by OpenAI CEO Sam Altman as part of an ongoing investigation into whether the company's investors were misled. Now, the Wall Street Journal reports the SEC has been seeking internal records from current and former executives and board members at the ChatGPT creator. Now, the probe follows the board's decision to fire Altman in November. The board said Altman was, quote, not consistently candid in his communications with them. Altman returned within a week and is now reportedly in talks to raise billions of dollars for an AI chip venture. It's tax season, and many Americans are choosing to boost savings over paying down debt with their refund. A report from Bankrate finds more than a quarter of people expecting to get money back from the IRS will use it to increase savings, followed by 19% to pay down debt and 11% to pay for daily expenses. Paying off debt was the top response last year. Bankrate says paying down debt is important, especially credit card debt. A recent survey found about half of credit card holders carry debt month to month. And AMC is singing the praises of Taylor Swift and Beyonce. The theater chain says the Eras Tour and Renaissance accounted for more than 10% of the industry's domestic box office in the fourth quarter. AMC inked deals to distribute both films in the U.S. and internationally. However, AMC's stock is under pressure as it faces a delayed slate of movie releases due to the Hollywood strikes last year, which are expected to dent box office returns, Joe.
That's a good point. We'll see the impact of that this year. All right, Silvana,
Sure will.
thank you.
You got it.
This morning, Hollywood is remembering comedian Richard Lewis. His publicist says the 76-year-old died of a heart attack at his L.A. home. Lewis made us laugh for decades, from his 1980s specials to his role alongside childhood friend Larry David in Curb Your Enthusiasm. And this morning, Larry David is one of many stars remembering the comedy legend.
Open the door.
I don't know how to open the door.
On Curb Your Enthusiasm, Richard Lewis and Larry David were bonded by bickering.
You never call me. You always pick the restaurant.
Are we married? I don't understand. Am I dating you?
Friendship that went well beyond the show. In a tribute to Lewis, David says he had that rare combination of being the funniest person and also the sweetest. But today he made me sob, and for that, I'll never forgive him.
This is a frightening profession. I was a schmuck. I could have been a caterer. I realize now.
As a stand-up comic, Lewis found fame in the 80s.
Would you welcome Richard Lewis?
His anxious, neurotic delivery reflected in the titles of his specials. I'm in pain. I'm exhausted. I'm doomed. He put his comedy chops to work in the Mel Brooks parody Robin Hood, Men in Tights.
I don't want to hear any bad news. What type of news is it?
Well, to be perfectly frank, it's bad.
I knew it!
And the sitcom Anything But Love. For 4 seasons, he shared the screen with Jamie Lee Curtis, who says Lewis was deep and so freaking funny, adding, he also is the reason I'm sober. He helped me. I'm forever grateful for him for that act of grace alone. Lewis discussed his sobriety on Today back in 2001.
I mean, I'm a very blessed guy. I mean, I never dreamt things would happen to me like they have.
Last year, he revealed he was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease.
I'm under a doctor's care, and everything is cool.
His presence still felt in the final season of Curb. This morning, fans are pointing to a now resonant clip in a recent episode. Lewis playing a somewhat fictionalized version of himself, telling his friend, Larry, is in his will.
I'm leaving you in my will. I'm tweaking it, and you're in it.
No, don't do that.
It's done. You're in.
I don't want to be in it. I have money. I don't need it. Give it to someone who needs it.
When I die, I want you to know how much I care about you.
The two real-life friends lovingly bickering on screen until the end. Richard Lewis was married for nearly 20 years. In a statement, his wife, Joyce Lipinski, thanked everyone for their love, friendship, and support. Coming up, we are flipping the script with the stars of a groundbreaking new musical called Most Likely Not To. It's a show that blends comedy with the challenges of a rare disease called spinal muscular atrophy. It premieres tonight right here in New York City to mark World Rare Disease Day. And those stars, Shannon DeVito and Joel Manuel, join me next.
people really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the banner delivered.
All right, it just fit, too.
We're back with our series Flipping the Script, featuring people on air, on stage, and behind the scenes who are shining a spotlight on diversity. This morning, we are shining a light on a show that's raising awareness about a rare disease. After all, today is Rare Disease Day. And in honor of that, a new musical is taking center stage tonight. It's called Most Likely Not To. Focuses on spinal muscular atrophy, also known as SMA. It's a rare disease that can lead to muscle weakness and can impact things like walking, swallowing, and breathing. This morning, we are joined by 2 stars of the show, Shannon DeVito and Joelle Manuel. Thank you both for being here. How excited are you about doing this show tonight?
Thank you for having us. Yeah, we're both super excited, I think. I know I am, right?
Yeah, no, it's very exciting.
Shannon, tell us what the show is about.
Sure. It's a new musical comedy about traveling with a disability. It's about a high school reunion. There's a little of everything. There's a romance part of it. So you name it, we probably shoved it in here.
There's a little bit. It's a little bit of satire, I understand, too.
Yes, satire. Yeah.
Which can be an effective tool sometimes in trying to spread messages to people.
Absolutely.
You've been in so many things, I know. To stand out to me as the other 2 and Difficult People, because those are 2 of my favorite shows.
Oh, thank you.
But to do a musical and to do it about this topic, what does that mean to you?
Yeah, you know, I think anytime you get to represent something that people haven't seen before, it's exciting, and seeing yourself represented is just so important. It makes you feel part of the world, and it's very cool that there was people contributing to it who got to write it as well, which anytime you get to use your own voice and tell your own story, it's very exciting. So it's just a really fun, inclusive atmosphere, and there's a lot of incredible performers that have contributed to it. So it's just really exciting.
Joelle, a lot of people may not know anything about SMA. How could this help raise awareness about that? Why is that so important for you?
For starters, SMA is a lot more common than people think. It's 1 in every 10,000 live births is actually a diagnosis with SMA. So it is a little bit more prevalent than people realize, and raising that awareness, not of just SMA in particular, but also just disability as a whole, I think is very important for people to step outside of their own perspective and be able to see some of the challenges that we have to go through on a daily basis.
How can a musical help relate some of those important lessons, do you think?
Well, I think part of what will make this so effective is that it is relatable. It's situations that we all have to deal with to varying degrees, but one of the themes in the show is about travel. I don't think airport travel is really fun for anyone, so seeing it from a familiar perspective, but also through a lens that people aren't aware of, I think is really important and really fun.
For those who see this, what do you hope is their takeaway?
I think that we really want to inspire people to advocate with us, to again, see these challenges that they may not necessarily be aware of, some of the obstacles that exist in society, and that they're moved to just notice them more and then go out into the real world and advocate with us.
For those, Shannon, I'll ask you, who whether it's SMA or something that there is a challenge in their life, but then they look at you and they say, I want to be an actor, I want to be in television or movies, or I want to be on stage on Broadway. How do you hope your representation can help encourage them? I mean, do you hear from people who say you're an inspiration to them?
I do. I'm very lucky. I've had a really cool career so far, and I think that, you know, if you want it and you want to dream it and you want to do it, just do it. I think there shouldn't be anything holding you back. I mean, I think we're living proof that you can really accomplish anything if you put your mind to it, and I think that, you know, we're so lucky to live in a time that you can just grab a phone and create your own movies, and it's kind of how I started, and so it's, you know, it's really fun and exciting, so just do it.
Talk about the rehearsal process, building up to this moment and figuring out the staging and the singing and all of that. I mean, what's that process been?
Well, it's been going on for a couple months now in terms of conceptualizing it and everything, but Everything has kind of flown together over these last few weeks. We have a great cast, a great musical director of the show, and seeing all the hard work that everyone is putting in and how much of a wonderful, great show we're putting together. I can't wait for everyone to see it.
How much have you guys bonded during this process?
Well, we've had like a week of rehearsals, so I think
so
that
quick bonding,
it's
quick bonding.
Quick bond. It's very tight at this moment. But yeah, it's been, everyone in the cast is so kind, and everyone on the crew and everyone working on it. So it's been a very tight bond very quickly.
Is the singing the hardest part? Is the acting the hardest part? I mean, I can't sing, so for me, that's what's always intimidating. But how about for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think putting it together and memorizing lines in 4 days is probably the hardest part. But I don't know. Everyone is so supportive and kind, so it makes it real easy.
Well, we are excited for both of you. And just a little more information, this musical, Most Likely Not To. It's going to debut tonight at 6 o'clock Eastern. And here's the key. It's also going to be streaming. So there'll be people live who get to see it live, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But on top of seeing it live, there's going to be people all over who can watch it streaming at the website you see there, mostlikelynottto.com. You're expecting like a full house tonight, right?
I think so, yeah.
That's going to be exciting. What
It'll
a
be
great
fun.
way to celebrate and to educate all at once. Looking forward to that. Thank you so much, Shannon and Joelle, for joining us.
Thank
That
you
is
so
going to
much.
do it for this hour of Morning News Now. But stay with us. The news continues right now. Right now on Morning News Now, hanging in the balance. Former President Donald Trump's election interference case now on its way to the Supreme Court. The justices will hear arguments about his claim of presidential immunity. The timeline could impact whether the case even goes to trial before the November election. Plus, the campaign trail leading both former President Trump and President Biden to the southern border. More on their dueling visits to address the growing migrant crisis. Also this morning, shutdown averted. Lawmakers set to vote after reaching a deal to keep the government running. Plus a shakeup in the Senate as Mitch McConnell announces he's stepping down.
To serve Kentucky in the Senate has been the honor of my life. It's time for the next generation of leadership.
We're going to bring you the latest from the Capitol. Also, high risk, startling new findings about a possible link between marijuana use and your health. And history restored. We're going to take you to Pittsburgh, where the home of America's first black opera company is now getting a new life. Good morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is on assignment. We begin this morning with that decision by the Supreme Court. The justices will hear arguments about whether former President Donald Trump can claim presidential immunity from federal election interference charges. Now, the court is going to begin hearing oral arguments the week of April 22nd. It's unclear when the justices will actually make their final ruling in the case. In the meantime, no trial can take place. So because of that timeline, there is a very real possibility Trump could avoid facing any trial for election interference allegations before this November's election. Prosecutors in the case say that Trump conspired to obstruct Congress and overturn legitimate election results. The former president has denied any wrongdoing in the case. In a lengthy Truth Social post, he doubled down on his innocence, saying, quote, all presidents must have complete and total presidential immunity, or the authority and decisiveness of a president of the United States will be stripped and gone forever. We have NBC News senior national politics reporter John Allen standing by to help us break down what this means for the election. But first, let's bring in NBC News justice reporter Ryan Riley and NBC News legal analyst Kristen Gibbons-Fedden for more on the Supreme Court's decision to actually hear this case. So, Ryan, let's start with you. Remind us what's at stake here and how did even reviewing this claim of presidential immunity make it all the way to the nation's highest court?
Yeah, I mean, really, timeline-wise, the question is now whether this case gets to trial. This is a big win for Donald Trump because really it's just all been about that timeline for him. Remember, if you look at the big picture here, his lawyers think he's going to be convicted in D.C. They don't think he can get a fair trial in D.C., and that's one of their main arguments here. They're also arguing essentially for two of the charges to be dropped because they don't believe that the proper focus of those charges, and this is the way that these charges were intended to be used in terms of the basically obstruction of justice charges that are being used against hundreds of January 6 rioters as well. But big picture, this is a really big win for Donald Trump because it raises the possibility that despite, according to the government, having conspired to overturn the results of a legitimate election and disenfranchise millions of American voters, he may not face legal consequences for that before we get to November. What happened here essentially is that Judge Chutkan has said overall that she would give 7 months for Donald Trump to prepare. Now, originally, this trial was set to get off very quickly. It was set to get off very shortly thereafter. March, in fact, next week is when this trial was originally set to begin, but because of this appeal, it really delayed this over a lengthy period of time. There are now 88 days left in this preparation window. So when the Supreme Court, or if the Supreme Court sort of gives the go-ahead for this trial to proceed, which now could come, months from now, it could come in May or June, that's when that timeline would begin, according to Chutkan's previous ruling. So then the 88 days start. So what that means is that ultimately this trial would then not be able to begin until perhaps late August, perhaps early September, and that's very quickly getting into that window where it would just overlap with the election, and the trial would not be over, and the verdict would not be out before November.
Kristen, what are some of the arguments that the justices are probably going to hear from both sides?
Well, I think we can expect to hear that fundamental debate on presidential powers. So Trump's defense is going to argue that Judge Chutkan and the D.C. Circuit Court were actually wrong or erred when they recognized total immunity for his official acts as president. And he's going to probably frame this as that it is essential for the separation of powers and to prevent partisan exploitation of the criminal justice system. He's going to argue that without that immunity, any presidential decision could be criminally prosecuted by a subsequent administration, which really hinders presidential functions. So Trump's team is probably also going to state, as Ryan kind of was alluded to, that any months-long trial, particularly if it's during the election season, is going to severely disrupt his campaign efforts and infringe on American voters' right to really hear his message. And I think that he's also arguing that that implicates the First Amendment. But countering that, SCOTUS is also going to hear from Special Counsel Smith, and he's going to argue that Trump's broad claim of immunity, if it's accepted, would actually be extremely dangerous because it would undermine the principles of justice, really democracy, and the rule of law, because it really would argue that no president, they're going to argue that no president really should be immune from prosecution for actions that threaten the democratic process itself. And more importantly, that no man, including the president, really should be above the law.
So, Kristen, I mean, the lower courts unanimously rejected Trump's claims when it comes to the issue of presidential immunity. There were a lot of legal analysts who thought this ruling was really narrowly written. The high court would probably leave it alone. Are you surprised the justices are taking this case?
I'm not surprised given the makeup of our court. The lower court decisions, they do critically frame the debate on the presidential powers. But it's really crucial to remember that the Supreme Court's not really bound by these rulings. Instead, they're really bound or guided by their own precedent. So when you look at, you're asking me, am I surprised? When you look at the wake of decisions like Roe, there's that growing scrutiny over how steadfastly the court is really going to adhere to any of its past rulings. So I'm not surprised that they took this up. This is an impactful ruling. It's an impactful political ruling. And it's going to be the most impactful, I think, political ruling since the Bush v. Gore. And that was the ruling that really decided the election. So right now, all eyes are going to be on how they navigate their precedents in shaping the contours of presidential power and the rule of law.
All right, Ryan Riley, Kristen Gibbons-Fedden, thank you both so much. Let's bring in NBC News senior national politics reporter Jonathan Allen for more on the political impact here. John, good morning. So from former President Trump's perspective, how big of a win is this for him?
I mean, it couldn't be a bigger win. The biggest challenge to his election so far, or one of the biggest challenges to his election so far, has been the prospect that he would have a speedy trial, as defendants are usually entitled to in this country, and that he would be convicted of a crime. Now what you've got, as Ryan laid out, was a timeline that makes it certainly impossible for all of this to be decided before the Republican convention, start to get into a fall timeline. And then at that point, the Republican Party wouldn't have, perhaps a viable candidate if he was convicted of a crime. So yeah, I think there'd be a lot of the country that would look at that as completely unfair, even if they accepted a jury verdict against Trump. We're getting to the point where the Supreme Court has, given Trump basically a free pass, on these charges effectively, because the likelihood that he could have a trial and be convicted before an election seems very minimal at this point. If he gets elected, he, of course, has the ability to pardon himself. In fact, the Justice Department has guidance that says you can't prosecute a sitting president. So the Justice Department would, might withdraw.
Yeah, let's talk about, I guess, first the GOP nomination process. I mean, there had been a chance this trial for the case could happen before Election Day. That's looking less likely. So how does that now change the campaigns for both Trump and opponent Nikki Haley? I mean, if one of her selling points is that she's the candidate free of legal problems, well, now if she doesn't do well on Super Tuesday, could she have to bow out of the race?
She only has to bow out of the race when she doesn't have money to fly her plane anymore, or to get on a plane, or to have hotel rooms. But the truth is, Joe, this race has been over for quite some time. I mean, without some sort of, external intervention in this race, Donald Trump is going to sew it up either Super Tuesday or perhaps mini Super Tuesday shortly following that. I think Nikki Haley, one of the reasons to hang around is to pick up delegates in case Trump became not viable through trial. Obviously, to your point, or to the point of the question, that possibility has been removed. The Republican convention will happen before any trial.
And John, real quickly, let's look at Capitol Hill, because there's actually talk that Democrats could do something pretty extreme if the Supreme Court rules in favor of Trump in this presidential immunity case. Talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, the Democrats have tried to pull out all the stops and are looking at ways of shutting down government processes, or stripping the Supreme Court of funding, all kinds of measures that they might undertake to try to get in the way of it. It's hard to see that working, especially for a party that is talking about the rule of law to suddenly turn on the Supreme Court. It makes their election arguments, sort of in conflict with each other.
All right, John Allen, good to have you with us this morning. Thank you as always. Right now, fire crews in Texas are battling as many as 23 wildfires that are raging across the state. At least one person has died, and so far more than 1 million acres have already burned, with dry conditions and high winds fanning the flames. One of the fires, called the Smokehouse Creek Fire north of Amarillo, has scorched 850,000 acres so far. That's bigger than the state of Rhode Island, making it the second largest wildfire in Texas history. Many residents in the path of the fire have been forced to evacuate. Several roadways are shut down. Governor Abbott issued a disaster declaration for 60 counties impacted by those fires. From fire to cold temps, let's get a check on your morning News Now weather. Meteorologist Angie Lastman tracking some of the cold weather on the way. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. We've got the chill in the air for sure across portions of the country that over the past couple of days have been dealing with some milder conditions. Not the case this morning, but don't worry, more warmth is on the way for the center of the country. Let's start for the Northeast, though. You're waking up to temperatures much chillier than what you probably went to bed with. We've got conditions ending up just into the upper 30s for Pittsburgh later today. 40s for New York, upper 40s for Washington, D.C., and those numbers are pretty close to where they should be for this time of year. But of course, a couple of spots a little cooler than normal, and definitely cooler than what we were seeing yesterday and even the day before that. As we look a little farther to the west, notice across portions of the Midwest, the Great Lakes, the Plains, we're going to be running way warm once again. We saw a bit of a dip in temperatures as yesterday's front worked through places like, say, Chicago, where we were just into the 20s for our high. And as we get into tomorrow, 50s it will be for folks in Chicago. We'll see some 60s across parts of Kansas, Missouri, St. Louis, and Kansas City ending up at 60 degrees. Even Minneapolis is going to be running way above normal with temperatures back into the upper 50s. And you can see it does spread into portions of the Northeast and New England area with upper 40s and upper 50s across that region. That's as we get into tomorrow. But look at this roller coaster ride that we once again are on when it comes to temperatures as we get into the weekend. We'll see places like Cincinnati get into the 60s on Saturday. We're into the 70s on Sunday, and we're not done warming up there. By Monday, we're dealing with mid 70s for Cincinnati, for Nashville, upper 70s for places like St. Louis. Even Chicago will be back to the 70s after dealing with the 20s for the high yesterday. So if you don't like the weather, just wait a couple of days, I suppose. That's the forecast up and down the East Coast, too. New York ends up into the upper 50s for Sunday and Monday, and we'll see this roller coaster ride continue. As we wrap up February, of course, today is the last day. We get into March tomorrow, but check out the record warmth that we saw coast to coast. 92% of the lower 48 saw warmer than normal temperatures for the month of February, and dozens and dozens of cities saw temperatures well above normal and recorded the warmest February ever on record. You've got places like Minneapolis, Milwaukee, Chicago, all included in that, as far south as Little Rock. So February was not normal. It was quite warm. And you can see places like Fargo and Grand Forks running 15 degrees above normal for this time of year for the month of February. So we'll see what happens in March. In the meantime, as we head through the day today, parts of the southern plains picking up some rain. You can see stretch from Texas to Arkansas, Oklahoma, Louisiana, even into Mississippi. Some spots that are going to pick up some rain are areas that have been dealing with those wildfires that we've told you about. So some much needed rain for folks there. And then we really ramp up the rainfall across the southeast tomorrow. We'll see a bit of a wintry mix across parts of the Appalachians. So heads up there, could be a little slick on the roads as you get out for your Friday. And that'll last into the evening hours too. Rainfall amounts anywhere from about a half an inch to an inch, maybe isolated spots across the Carolinas, the coastal regions, that is, could see up to 2 inches. And that'll leave you with a soggy finish to your work week. Now, out west, a different story. Winter in full effect, and we could be seeing the strongest winter storm of the season for folks across parts of the mountain regions there. We've got the winter alerts to prove it. We're going to see blizzard conditions in some spots. And notice we're already dealing with the rain and the snow across portions of Washington, Oregon, and Northern California. Now, the heavy snow will really start to ramp up here as we get through the day today. But it's not just the snow. It's the winds. It's the decreased visibility. It's the really slick conditions, and not just at the high elevations. We're going to see pretty impressive snowfall rates. 1 to 2 inches per hour is likely across parts of the Sierra range, but we could see up to 3 to 5 inches per hour. This is going to be, like I said, the strongest of the season, Joe, and it's going to pack a punch for folks there. We could see 5 to 10 feet of snow. It's good, because we, of course, need it as we're running well below normal for the snowpack this season. But we're going to need to, of course, have to. We're gonna need that once summer comes around. So they've got to deal with the impacts today.
Exactly. Take it now. All right, Angie, thank you so much. Today, Texas will be the scene of a different kind of dueling visits made by both former President Trump and the current President Joe Biden. Both are heading to the Lone Star State to discuss the situation at the southern border. It's a chance for both men to lay out their policy plans for what's going to be one of the biggest issues of the 2024 election. NBC News correspondent Jay Gray joins us now from Brownsville, Texas, where President Biden is expected to be this afternoon. So, Jay, what can we expect from his visit? What's his message?
Yeah, and Joe, it's the second visit of President Biden to the southern border since taking office. The White House says that he will meet with Border Patrol agents along with local officials, get some feedback on the current situation along the border. But he's also here to ratchet up more pressure on congressional Republicans to move on bipartisan border security measures. There's been a back and forth on Capitol Hill and between the White House on getting something done here. He will lay out what he believes is the fastest way to ease tensions and problems along the border, and looking for an audience that may indeed step up a push to get something done in Washington.
So, Jay, Trump is set to deliver his remarks in Eagle Pass. It's about 330 miles away from where you are right now. I assume that will be a different visit, a different tone, right?
Yeah, no question, Joe. He's about, as you said, 300 miles or so away up the Rio Grande Valley. The border issue has been a primary part of his campaign, a focus along the campaign trail. And to give you an idea of how he may address things here overnight, he released a campaign video on social media linking a recent murder, that Georgia nursing student, Laken Riley, killed by a migrant, saying that it's linked to what he calls President Biden's and the administration's, quote, open border policy. So he is on full attack as he comes here to Texas.
And Jay, while we have you, we have the results of President Biden's annual physical, which happened yesterday. I mean, polls tell us his age and his health are a major concern, a major issue for voters. So what are we hearing from his doctor?
Yeah. Yes, doctor says, and I'm quoting here, that he is fit for duty. You're right. The president's health has been under scrutiny and continues to be. Both of these men up in their years, so there are a lot of questions about their ability to serve. The physician says that the president shows no evidence of mental or physical issues. And quoting again here, he fully executes all of his responsibilities without any exemptions or accommodations. So a clean bill of health, Joe.
All right, Jay Gray, thank you so much. Today on Capitol Hill, the House is set to vote on a short-term bill that would avert a partial government shutdown this week. The stopgap deal was announced yesterday by lawmakers. It would fund federal agencies into March. If passed through Congress, the deal would buy lawmakers more time to pass a longer-term funding bill down the road. Now, this deal comes hours after Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell shocked the political world, announcing he'll step down as leader of Senate Republicans later this year. That'll bring to an end his time as the longest-serving leader in Senate history. A lot to cover. Let's bring in NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Hake in Washington. So let's start with the stopgap measure agreed to by bipartisan negotiators. Tell us about it. How likely is it this is going to get through Congress by the end of tomorrow to avoid that partial shutdown?
Yeah, Joe, this is an extension of the extension that lawmakers gave themselves earlier this year to finish their work. The hope on a bipartisan basis is that this will be enough time, with one additional week to fund about half the government and then a couple more weeks after that to fund the second half, for lawmakers to finish these funding bills and fund the government through the rest of this fiscal year. So that would be all the way out through September. This is the plan. All the leaders are on board. But with this Congress and the number of votes it would take to get this all across the finish line, I think we have to wait and see where the votes are before we know for sure we're not going to kind of accidentally wander into a shutdown sometime over the next month.
So yesterday was busy enough on Capitol Hill, and then came this surprising news. Mitch McConnell stepping down as Senate leader. He's been the GOP leader since 2007. What are we learning about why he's stepping down now?
Yeah, the longest-serving leader of either party in congressional history, and he's been in the Senate longer than I've been alive, Joe. I think the factors here are a couple of fold. First, we've seen both his political strength and his physical strength fading a little bit over the last couple of years. Remember, he had those freezing incidents in the Capitol last year after recovering from a concussion. Also, the party has just been moving in a different direction, away from his brand of conservatism and towards a more Trump brand of republicanism. Also, McConnell suffered the death of his sister-in-law a few weeks ago, and that seemed to have crystallized some of his thinking about his legacy, which he discussed a little bit on the floor yesterday. Listen.
I always imagined a moment when I had total clarity and peace about the sunset of my work. A moment when I'm certain I have helped preserve the ideals I so strongly believed. That day arrived today.
So, Joe, I think while the idea that McConnell was eventually going to hang it up, he is 82 years old, is not particularly surprising. The suddenness of this yesterday caught basically everyone in Capitol Hill off guard. It was a shocking moment in a chamber where those are few and far between.
So you talked about the fact that the party's sort of been moving away from his style. That begs the question, who could be in the running to take over for McConnell once he steps down?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think the three frontrunners, and people will get used to hearing this, are the three GOP Johns. John Thune from South Dakota, who's the current Senate #2. John Cornyn from Texas, who was the Senate Republican #2 before him. And John Barrasso from Wyoming, who's the current #3, but probably the closest to the MAGA base of the party of those three men. This is an election that will happen behind closed doors of just Republican senators after a new class gets elected in November. Probably the most important election with the smallest constituency of anything happening in the country this year, Joe.
All right, three Johns. That could make it both easy and also perhaps confusing.
That's right.
Garrett Hake, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, budding concerns about the long-term impacts of smoking marijuana. What a new study found, plus what doctors want you to know. Up first after the break, a grim milestone in Gaza. More than 30,000 people killed in the Israel-Hamas war. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
We're we're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most? A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day. Lighten your load. Every single morning.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now. Now is raw. How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. What if you do have points or you have miles? Is now a good time to use them?
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now. Streaming weekdays at 7.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Turning to the Middle East, where the war in Gaza has reached a devastating milestone. The Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza says more than 30,000 people have now been killed inside Gaza. There's also word from local officials this morning of an Israeli attack that killed dozens of people who were waiting for humanitarian aid in Gaza City. The Israeli military says it's looking into that report. Violence comes as the UN's human rights chief called for an investigation into war crimes, which he says are being committed by both Israel and Hamas.
The war in Gaza must end. Clear violations of international human rights and humanitarian laws, including war crimes and possibly other crimes under international law, have been committed by all parties at imminent risk of famine. Almost all are drinking salty and contaminated water. In northern Gaza, where the operational space for humanitarian work is now almost zero, many are already believed to be starving.
Let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman. So, Josh, let's start with that attack on a crowd of Palestinians who are waiting for food aid. What are we hearing from all sides about this?
Well, the death toll in that incident, Joe, has now climbed above 100, according to new statistics put out just in the last few minutes by the health ministry in the Hamas-run Gaza Strip. Now, Hamas and Gazan officials say that these Gazans were simply searching for food in one of the hardest hit parts of the Gaza Strip when they came under Israeli fire. The Israeli military says that the Gazans there were actually looting aid trucks and eventually ended up trampling each other. But now now we are hearing from an Israeli government official who says that in the course of that mayhem, some of these Gazans were actually approaching IDF troops who were there to secure that humanitarian convoy in a way that felt threatening to the Israeli military. And as a result, the Israeli military responded with live fire. And so that does seem to be an acknowledgement by Israel that it was involved in at least some of these deaths that we're seeing as that death toll continues to grow. But clearly just the latest sign of how the humanitarian crisis is now fueling growing death tolls and more violence within the Gaza Strip, Joe.
Yeah, let's talk more about that, especially when it comes to food aid. Aid agencies have been sounding the alarm about starvation in Gaza. We're getting reports 6 children recently died of malnutrition, dehydration at 2 hospitals there. What can you tell us about that?
Well, a huge focus of the humanitarian crisis right now, Joe, is in the northern Gaza Strip, which you'll recall is an area that Israel months ago urged all civilians to flee. And so those who are still there are really cut off from the rest of Gaza and in large part from humanitarian assistance. And I want you to hear from a doctor, head of one of the hospitals in the northern part of the Gaza Strip, who spoke to our team in Gaza about what he's seeing.
We are hungry. And we haven't any medical supply, and we haven't food to support the oxygen station which needed for citizens in the northern of Gaza. A few days before, we lost about 4 children due to the starvation and dehydration, due to the lack of the feeding in the children.
The United Nations says that this month, aid into the Gaza Strip fell 50% compared to what it was last month, which was already insufficient. And so in the last few days, we're seeing a shift in strategy. Foreign nations are starting to airdrop aid into the Gaza Strip, including Jordan, which did another airdrop today into Gaza. Canada says it is looking into that as well. The UK has been providing aid that is being dropped by aircraft into the Gaza Strip. Clearly, all countries are trying to figure out how to safely get aid into Gaza, given that land routes into Gaza and through the Strip are so dangerous right now, Joe.
And Josh, where do things stand on the hostage ceasefire talks? Remember, just a few days ago, President Biden appeared optimistic. Where are we now?
We haven't really seen any signs of optimism since those comments from President Biden. In fact, we've heard from Hamas suggesting there is no breakthrough to announce that they are still standing firm behind their positions, which are very at odds with what Israel says it needs to see in order to get some type of a ceasefire and hostage deal. We know that talks continue to go on. The Qataris are heavily involved in trying to broker a deal. They're talking to Hamas. They're talking to Israel. They're talking to the United States. But until there's a deal, Joe, there's no deal.
All right, Josh, thank you so much. Hunter Biden is calling the GOP impeachment inquiry into his father a charade based on MAGA-motivated conspiracies. After a year of back and forth yesterday, the younger Biden finally testified before 2 committees that are trying to impeach President Biden. It was a closed-door deposition. House Republicans claim the Bidens used the president's brand to gain lucrative business dealings, but so far, they have not offered any concrete evidence to back it up.
After 7 hours of questions, the Republican majority ends the day with where they started. They have produced no evidence that would do anything to support the notion that there was any financial transactions that involved Hunter with his father, period.
For more, we're joined by NBC News senior investigative producer Sarah Fitzpatrick. Sarah, good to have you with us. So it was a closed-door session, but we are learning a lot about what happened. Walk us through what we're learning about the deposition.
So the deposition yesterday lasted over 6 hours, and at times it got very heated between staff and members in what sources told NBC were kerfuffles over lines of questioning and frequent interruptions, particularly in the first hour, which was focused on Hunter's business dealings in China and related to other Chinese nationals. In Hunter's opening statement, and we're told by his attorney throughout his testimony during the day, Hunter was very clear that at no time his father was involved in any of his businesses. His attorney told us last night that Republicans provided not one shred of evidence to the contrary because none exists. I was really struck by the certainty Hunter's legal team had coming out of the room, because anything that Hunter said under oath yesterday could be used in the 2 federal criminal trials he's facing.
So, Sarah, Republican sources on the Oversight Committee, they've previously said, President Biden's testimony would be the crescendo of the House impeachment inquiry. Is that still the case right now? I mean, what are you hearing from House Republicans?
So we've definitely seen a shift in posture from House Republicans. They've previously made really huge claims about serious alleged crimes that they believe Hunter Biden and his father, Joe Biden, were involved in. But when they came out of the deposition yesterday, House Oversight Committee Chairman, Republican James Comer, he said that the deposition, quote, proved several bits of evidence, but he could only point to, quote, inconsistencies with prior witness testimony. Listen to those words. Bits, inconsistencies, those are not the words of a smoking gun, and definitely a far cry from the high crimes and misdemeanors that they would need as grounds for impeachment.
So all this begs the question, what comes next? Where do they go from here?
So the committee has told us that their impeachment inquiry is ongoing. They're going to continue to send out subpoenas, interview witnesses, and they expect a report on all of their findings to be ready sometime this spring. But we heard for the first time yesterday that they're now going to move into a new phase, and that's going to include a public hearing. Exactly what that's going to entail, who's going to be there, that remains to be seen. But of course, remember, a public hearing where the American people can hear directly from Hunter Biden is what he and his team have been asking for all along. Joe?
All right. Sarah Fitzpatrick, thanks for joining us this morning. Appreciate it. Coming up, an execution by lethal injection stopped after 8 failed attempts to insert an IV line. When we come back, more on what happened that's renewing concerns about capital punishment. And a new study sparking concern about the long-term health impacts of marijuana use. Stay with us. You're watching Morning News Now.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Streaming free everywhere.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The execution of one of the nation's longest-serving death row inmates was delayed in Idaho yesterday, and that's raising new questions about lethal injection. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz reports on what happened.
The execution of Idaho's longest-serving death row inmate halted after several failed attempts to administer a lethal injection.
It wasn't a difficult decision. It was the right decision.
Serial killer Thomas Eugene Creech was set to be executed at a maximum security institution near Boise. Prison officials say the medical team made 8 attempts in multiple areas to establish an IV line before pausing the execution.
It was a vein quality issue that made them not confident in their ability to administer chemicals through the IV site.
Media witnesses describe how the 73-year-old laid strapped on the execution table for more than 45 minutes, at times looking over and waving at his family.
His eyes started to fill with tears, and I heard him sniffling.
Creech, who is convicted of 5 murders, has been in prison since 1974. His failed execution coming just weeks after Alabama executed a man using nitrogen gas for the first time, after an attempt using an IV also didn't work. In Idaho, there's a different alternative.
At this point, Idaho law provides for execution by lethal injection or firing squad now.
This latest incident, the same day another convicted murder is set for execution in Texas. Ivan Cantu, who still says he's innocent. His supporters petitioning to stop it.
They didn't believe me. Today they do.
All this continuing to raise questions about capital punishment and the most humane way to perform an execution.
Our thanks to Liz Kreutz for that report. Idaho officials say Creech is now back in his cell. They're letting the death warrant expire as they work to figure out the next steps. A new study finds that using marijuana as little as once a month is linked to a greater risk of heart attack and stroke. Researchers at Massachusetts General Hospital looked at data from nearly 500,000 patients. It's one of the largest studies to date to make the connection between the drug and these health issues. The study also found these risks rose sharply the more frequently marijuana was used. Let's talk more about this with NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. Good to have you with us. So walk us through more of the study's findings. Did the researchers find like a direct link between marijuana and these risks, and who should be most concerned here?
Yeah, Joe, this was probably one of the first studies where we had this comprehensive set of data looking over 4 years, as you mentioned, 27 states, 2 territories, looking at all adults. So let's just caveat that we don't have anything on youth and adolescents. We'll get to that in a moment. But basically for adults 18 and over, that over the last 30 days, and they asked if they had used any marijuana whatsoever in the form of whatever form, but primarily smoking, because that's really where we see something of an effect. And what they found is exactly as you pointed out, that people who had daily use of marijuana, largely through smoking, had as high as a 42% increased likelihood risk of stroke and a 25% of some sort of coronary event, like a heart attack. That's pretty significant. That was also independent of smoking with tobacco. So I want to make that point, that people have often said, well, marijuana smoking is not as bad as tobacco smoking. Here we have proof and signals that it possibly is. And then to your point, even people who used it weekly or even once in a month had an elevated risk that was statistically significant. So bottom line is that marijuana, especially in the form of smoking, can pose significant health hazard.
Let's talk about how many people actually use marijuana. The National Survey on Drug Use and Health finds 1 in 5 people over the age of 12 now report using it in the last year. Especially for the younger people there. I'm looking at over the age of 12. What are some of the health risks?
Yeah, so incredible health risks. I think this study is going to point to the need to study youth and adolescents more closely, especially, Joe, as we see a rise in obesity, high cholesterol, even in youth. So for that population, and then think about the kind of development or maturity of lungs, you can get an unfortunate exposure to that toxin with a very small amount of smoking. So I think this is exactly where researchers are pointing. And we should point out that in many states it's legal. And I think there's been a perception that there's really no harm from this. I will say this to anybody, mention this when you have your physical, no matter what age you are. And I think for all the doctors and health professionals listening, this should be added in with your tobacco smoking screening. Ask a very specific question about marijuana use.
So you mentioned smoking. How about vaping or using edibles? Right. Are those considered any safer? And just tobacco use, how does that make the picture more complicated here?
It's much more complicated because we've spoken before, Joe, about kind of vaping, which with was thought to be maybe a safer alternative actually turns out that you expose the lungs to some of these toxins, particularly when some of the products are labeled in a manner where it's not clear what that exposure is. So bottom line, if you're looking for safer alternatives, one, you need to kind of talk about your use with a health professional, and then look to products that don't have that THC component that has that kind of more toxic component. Tend to look for products with cannabidiol, oh boy, CBD. I think that that's probably the most familiar product, which doesn't have as much of that psychedelic effect. But I think that for me, it's very clear that we're going to have incredibly kind of direct conversations, not just about marijuana use, but also, to your point, not just smoking, but access to these toxins in other products. Truly, we haven't studied enough, and there are more products being developed than we even understand kind of how to study. This study from the National Heart, Lung, Blood Institute really points to the effects of smoking marijuana in its form, and then I think gives us kind of clues to what other forms could lead to.
That's a great point. There's so many different ways out there. Also, I couldn't pronounce that word either, so kudos to you.
It's CBD,
there you go.
Cannabidiol. Oh, I'm going to get it. So CBD.
All right. Dr. Patel, as always, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Coming up, fighting back against gift card scams. After the break, the first of its kind bill meant to keep thieves from stealing money off your unused gift cards. This is Morning News Now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? That's the threat you took for all this damage to
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida. Part of our continued reporting. We're all safe. Everybody good? Women, children.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the hammer delivery.
All right, it just did too.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. A Maryland state senator is introducing first-of-its-kind legislation prompted by an NBC News investigation into gift card scams. Our senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Wynn shows us how the legislation could protect your money.
People don't know to even look for the tampering.
Maryland State Senator Ben Cramer says he first learned about gift card draining scams from our report in December. NBC senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett lost more than $1,000 after buying these gift cards from a Manhattan CVS.
These do not appear to be tampered with at all.
Right? Not even a little bit. Right. All of the seals look totally fine.
Gift card scams cost users more than $228 million last year, with gift card draining among the newest schemes. That's when you buy a physical gift card, load it with money, and a scammer somehow steals that money.
Had I not seen your segment, this bill would not have been introduced. It is a problem across the country, and consumers are being ripped off.
Cramer says his bill would require gift cards to be sealed in a manner that is not easily opened without signs of tampering. For retailers who can't comply, the bill mandates they secure their gift cards in a location only employees can access.
All they have to do is glue this back down.
You don't think this is enough to protect a consumer?
Not nearly sufficient.
But Houston officer and police union director Ray Hunt says based on the union's experience, he suspects the scams start before gift cards ever get to the stores.
It may go all the way back to where the card is created, where someone who's working there is giving these numbers to them before it's even scratched off there. I'm just telling you that I based on what we've done, I cannot trust gift cards.
You're saying it could be an inside job?
Absolutely.
He says the union lost thousands of dollars in Kroger gift cards that were drained almost immediately after they were activated, with no signs of tampering.
What our research tells us is they're getting the number on the back of the card, they're entering that into a program, and that program constantly checks it to see when it's activated. As soon as it's activated, it charges $98 to an Amazon account somewhere, puts that money on account for someone.
The union recently filed this class action lawsuit against Kroger, alleging the company failed to take reasonable measures to protect its Visa gift cards against unauthorized tampering and failed to refund the officers the missing balance. Kroger did not reply to our request for comment, but offered to replace the gift cards. The Retail Gift Card Association says it's possible for scams to originate within a supply chain. However, we have extensive controls as well as sophisticated processes in place that maintain the highest levels of security. Considering the gift card industry's total volume, fraud losses are relatively small. Susan Kuhn says she welcomes any attempt at making gift cards more secure and won't buy another after her experience. $800 in Walmart gift cards drained, money meant for families in need at her Houston church.
I have not bought a gift card since. I am not inclined to buy a gift card because I have absolutely zero confidence that the money will be there.
Kuhn says Walmart declined to refund her money, but after we contacted the company, a Walmart spokesperson said, quote, "We take fraud allegations seriously and will be reaching out to Ms. Kuhn's." To avoid being scammed, consider an e-gift card, but be sure your recipient knows it's coming. Use all gift cards immediately to reduce the risk of draining and give cash when possible.
Cash is king.
Vicki Nguyen, NBC News.
More financial headlines. A new Justice Department probe into that scary Boeing blowout last month. CNBC's Savannah Hanau has that and other money news. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. Yes, so the Justice Department is looking into the door plug blowout on a Boeing 737 MAX 9 jet last month, which could expose the company to criminal charges. Bloomberg reports the government is considering whether Boeing is meeting requirements under a deferred prosecution agreement it signed following two deadly plane crashes in 2018 and 2019. If it's determined the blowout breaches that agreement, Boeing could face criminal liability. Yesterday, the FAA said it's giving the company 90 days to come up with a plan to fix quality problems. Anheuser-Busch and the Teamsters Union have reached a tentative deal on a new contract avoiding a strike. The Teamsters had threatened to walk off the job at the company's 12 U.S. breweries if an agreement wasn't struck by midnight tonight. Now, the union represents 5,000 workers who brew and package beer and even take care of Anheuser-Busch's famous Clydesdale horses. A strike would have been the first against the company since 1976. And today, February 29th, is Leap Day, and several restaurants and retailers are offering deals for the rare occasion. At Chipotle, rewards members can get a free side of guac with orders placed online or through the app. Staples is giving away 29,000 free passport photos and also 29 times the points on travel and office essentials through its new Easy Rewards program. Hardee's is offering customers 29% off any order through its rewards app. And if you book a room at the Great Wolf Lodge in the Poconos with the code LEAP, you can get overnight stays starting at $29 per person. Some pretty good deals there, huh?
Yeah, okay. I'm thinking of all the Leap Day babies that are being born today and how cool
I think about
that's
that every leap year.
No kidding. All right, Savannah, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Coming up, reviving an important piece of American history. Up next, we're going to take you to the old home of the country's first black opera company. It's now getting a new life after sitting empty for decades. Stay with us. This is Morning News Now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
We end this hour with a look at a house in Pittsburgh that has been empty for decades, but don't let its appearance fool you. It's actually a key part of Black history, once home to the first Black opera house in the country. Now, one woman is trying to bring the music back. Here's NBC's Harry Smith.
This old house in Pittsburgh's Hill District hasn't just seen better days. It knew glorious days, important days, historic days.
Where are we now?
We are sitting on the third floor of the first Black opera company in America.
Janae Solomon was driving past the abandoned house 20-some years ago. For reasons unexplainable, she bought it and climbed aboard an incredible learning curve.
Marion Condwell Dawson was a hidden figure. She was completely erased from history and opera history.
Classically trained Dawson was turned away from the Pittsburgh Opera, so she formed her own company. The National Negro Opera Company toured through America's big cities, playing to packed houses.
It's such a slice of America that I think a lot of white people have no understanding or comprehension of.
That's true, and this is why we need to tell this full American history story.
We wondered what a voice might sound like here after decades of silence.
Because my mouth is alive.
Jasmine Awalia is an artist in residence now with the Pittsburgh Opera. The words of Langston Hughes.
Everything I learned surprised me. People that started here went all the way to the Metropolitan Opera, and they started right here in Pittsburgh on Apple Street. Everything I learned about the house along the way was a surprise.
Hidden history, for this old house was the unofficial Black cultural center of Pittsburgh.
So this entire floor is where people stayed. This was the residence of the house.
Lena Horne, Joe Louis, Cab Calloway, Duke Ellington. Early Black and brown members of the Steelers and Pirates were said to be welcome here.
I would have loved to have been there. I can't even imagine.
Well, maybe you're going to recreate some of that.
We will. We will.
Solomon wants to return this house to its former glory. Not easy.
Does all of this have to be replaced?
No, it's actually going to be restored and preserved.
Yeah.
What makes preservation construction so expensive is that it's not being replaced. We are restoring it and preserving it.
Millions have been raised. Millions more are required. While much of the house's history was lost, the legacy of Mary Cardwell Dawson has lived on in Pittsburgh.
And I've seen sin breakers dancing.
Candace Burgess is a PhD student at Pitt.
I was taught by Anquity Kinzel, who was taught by Damaris Cooper, who also taught me when I was really young, who was taught by Ola Brees Beckham, who was administrator for the National Negro Opera Company.
Burgess' graduate work focuses on Black classical artists.
Does it make you proud?
It does. I think it makes me realize that classical music, while it may be European, it never was white. And in my search, I continually find that besides Black people of all races and creeds were involved in the creation of opera.
History to disprove the myth of absence. There's much to learn from the old house on Apple Street.
Our thanks to Harry Smith for that report. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now, but stay with us. The news continues right now. Good morning. Thanks for starting your Leap Day with us. I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is on assignment. Right now on Morning News Now, a potential game changer in the race for the White House. The Supreme Court setting the stage to decide whether former President Trump should be immune from federal charges stemming from his alleged role in trying to overturn the 2020 election. Could the trial for that case now even happen before this November's election? We're going to bring you the latest. A shocker in the Senate. It's longtime Republican leader Senator Mitch McConnell saying he's going to leave his post come November. We've got more on the succession battle that's already taking shape on Capitol Hill. We're also watching those widespread wildfires in Texas this morning that have now turned deadly. More than 1 million acres already torched. We're on the ground as crews there race to contain the damage. And later this hour, we're flipping the script with some of the actors behind a groundbreaking new musical called Most Likely Not To. It's bringing the challenges of one rare disease straight to center stage. Can't wait to bring you that conversation. We're going to begin this hour with major developments in the federal election interference trial against former President Donald Trump. The Supreme Court has agreed to weigh Trump's claim that he's entitled to presidential immunity in the case. Now, that decision comes with major implications. It's now possible the former president will not face a trial for his attempts to overturn the 2020 election before this year's presidential election in November. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett explains.
Hey there, it's the issue that could make or break prosecutors' case against Donald Trump. The U.S. Supreme Court's involvement on immunity could hand him a win or a loss, but either way, the calendar works to his advantage, making the chances that he will face trial before Election Day this year on charges of trying to overturn the last election more remote by the day.
This morning, the U.S. Supreme Court handing Donald Trump the gift of time. The justices agreeing to decide whether the Republican frontrunner should be immune from federal charges because his attempts to reverse the 2020 election happened while he was still in office.
We will never give up. We will never concede.
In a one-page order, the High Court saying it will hear arguments in the case the week of April 22nd. But with no firm date for its final ruling, the prospect of a federal criminal trial being completed before the November election becoming increasingly unrealistic. And if the Supreme Court rules in Mr. Trump's favor, the charges against him in Washington, D.C. wiped out completely.
You cannot allow a president to be out there without immunity. They don't have immunity. You don't have a presidency.
The stakes sky high for the former president, who has cast the prosecution itself as election interference, and special counsel Jack Smith's team, which has accused Mr. Trump of defrauding the government he once led.
My office will seek a speedy trial so that our evidence can be tested in court.
But the case has been beset by appeals on the immunity question, with lower courts finding Mr. Trump should not be shielded from prosecution. The Trump campaign seizing on the Supreme Court taking up the case as another fundraising opportunity, with the former president pressing his case on social media. This as the High Court is set to rule on another issue with major implications for the future of the presidential race. The justices currently weighing Colorado's move to ban Mr. Trump from the ballot. Voters there set to go to the polls next week on Super Tuesday. And late Wednesday, Illinois became the third state to find the former president ineligible to serve under the Constitution's insurrection clause in the 14th Amendment, in light of his role on January 6.
Meanwhile, a significant development in a different Trump case, an appeals court judge here in New York rejecting Mr. Trump's effort to avoid paying that massive civil fraud judgment for more than $450 million as he tries to appeal the decision. His attorney saying in a legal filing he may need to sell off some of his properties to cover it if he can't get a bond or is forced to pay the full amount. Back to you.
All right, Laura Jarrett, thank you so much. Let's bring in NBC News Now legal analyst Angela Cinadella with more on this. Okay, so obviously legal experts are weighing in on this. So are politicians, no surprise. You got former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi saying, quote, the Supreme Court is placing itself on trial. It's always tricky when the Supreme Court has to get into these politically charged issues. When they do get involved in this, what's the impact on sort of public trust in the institution?
So you could understand that public trust in this case would be waning because, ironically, we don't believe the Supreme Court will actually end up ruling in Trump's favor. There is almost no way that they will rule. Presidents will never be liable for any criminal act whatsoever in the official duties of the presidency. So given that, in this de facto way, it appears that Trump will actually be let off the hook. But I'm going to say this, even though it sounds naive, the Supreme Court behind closed doors, they don't see themselves as political. We see them as conservative and liberal, but they do not. So they might almost be arguing that if they were to not take on this momentous case, because then it could affect the election in a different way, that itself is too political. So from their perspective, they're thinking they stand the test of time. Their reasoning will go for generations. So to them, it's not political.
We've never, of course, seen a former president face criminal charges like this before, but issues surrounding the presidency do make it to the court all the time. I mean, how common is it to see the Supreme Court have to continually address these issues around presidents and around elections?
Well, it makes sense they would, because honestly, who else is going to? These are momentous issues, and they affect every single person in this country. So the Supreme Court has intervened time and time again, but they try to do it as narrowly as possible, again, to appear to not be political. So we see there is already this 14th Amendment question on the table. There's bans here, there's bans there, and I believe the Supreme Court will continue to believe that they're going to stand the test of time.
So the Supreme Court is looking at one specific case here. That's the federal election interference case. But the former president faces charges in 3 other cases right now. Will the decision here by the Supreme Court, especially if they say, yeah, he has presidential immunity, does that affect all the criminal cases?
So this is very relevant, not in New York, because he did not raise that defense there that there was any criminal immunity, because those acts were not involved in his presidential office term. But in terms of Georgia and Florida, yes, if he were to be given presidential immunity, they would apply across the board. This in some way has been Trump's favorite argument to raise, that because I was president, none of these charges should apply. So Georgia, we saw all of those delays with Fani Willis and whether or not she was dating her fellow prosecutor at that time. But this could be an even bigger delay, Joe.
All right, we have so many questions. Angela Senadella, thank you for helping us answer them. At the southern border, President Biden and former President Trump are expected to hold rival events in Texas later today, showcasing the differences both men have on immigration policy ahead of the 2024 election. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is there. He joined us from Brownsville, Texas. That's where President Biden is expected to be. So, Gabe, we could be in for sort of an interesting split-screen moment here. Walk us through first what we can expect from President Biden's visit.
Hi there, Joe. Good morning. Well, this will be President Biden's second border visit since taking office, and he's hoping to highlight the need to pass that bipartisan border security deal that boosts resources and tightens asylum rules. You'll remember it failed in Congress, due in part to former President Trump's opposition. The president is expected to meet with Border Patrol agents and local leaders here in Brownsville, which has actually seen a drop in border crossings compared to previous years. The largest number of crossings has now shifted west to other parts of Texas and Arizona, Joe.
So how different is former President Trump's visit and message going to be in comparison with what we expect to hear from President Biden today?
Well, Joe, former President Trump will be just over 300 miles away in Eagle Pass, Texas, and he's expected to capitalize on those record number of crossings and put the blame squarely on President Biden. Former president is promising to carry out the largest domestic deportation operation in history if reelected. And the issue of immigration now front and center during the 2024 campaign, Joe.
Gabe, well, we have you. Yesterday, we got a report on President Biden's health following his annual physical. We know voters care deeply about the health and the age of both potential candidates in the election this year. What were the takeaways from the physical?
Well, Joe, President Biden was declared fit for duty and overall healthy by his doctor. The president telling reporters yesterday there is nothing different than last year. And we did learn that Mr. Biden's gait has stiffened because of age-related wear and tear of his spine. Also, he has started using a sleep apnea machine and had a root canal in June. In response to questions about his mental fitness following that special counsel report, the White House press secretary says his doctors do not think he needs a cognitive test, Joe.
All right, Gabe, thank you so much. It's the end of an era on Capitol Hill as Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell announces he is stepping down from his leadership role. The longtime Kentucky senator says he's going to step down from his post in November, but will serve out the remainder of this term. The announcement, a surprising one, came yesterday as lawmakers agreed to a deal that would avert a partial government shutdown. NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Hake joins us from Washington with more on all this. Garrett, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. And yeah, McConnell leaves his leadership post later this year as the most consequential and the most controversial Senate leader in decades. But the party he has helmed for so long is changing around him. And he says it's time for leaders to change with it. This morning, a changing of the guard on Capitol Hill.
It's time for the next generation of leadership.
Longtime Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell says he'll step down from that post in November after an unprecedented 18 years leading his party and will retire at the end of his term in 2027. At times, emotional.
I love the Senate. It's been my life.
McConnell, who defied Democratic presidents and helped reshape the federal courts, is embracing his controversial image.
I still have enough gas in my tank to thoroughly disappoint my critics.
It comes after the 82-year-old suffered 2 freezing episodes in public last summer, where he was unable to speak. McConnell sidestepped questions about his health afterwards, with the congressional doctor saying they were not the result of a stroke or seizure. McConnell has seen his influence in the party diminished as he's faced criticism from some fellow GOP senators since his falling out with former President Trump over January 6th, who has attacked him and his wife repeatedly online and on the campaign trail.
Washington Republicans like Mitch McConnell, who's the absolute worst.
McConnell ultimately voted to acquit Mr. Trump in his second impeachment trial while acknowledging
President Trump is practically and morally responsible for provoking the events of the day.
President Biden paying tribute to McConnell. With former President Trump now consolidating control of the party, the battle to succeed McConnell has already begun. with several senators acknowledging it will likely be a contest between top Republicans known as the Three Johns: Wyoming Senator John Barrasso, Texas Senator John Cornyn, and South Dakota Senator John Thune. Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, a Trump ally, asked who he'd support.
Yeah, someone named John.
If that weren't enough, we also learned of a new bipartisan plan yesterday to push back Friday's government funding deadline for another week. That should give Congress time to pass bills to fund half the government by next Friday, the other half by mid-March. Joe, if everything goes according to plan here, that would avoid a government shutdown. But you know as well as I do, with this Congress, everything does not always go according to plan. Yes, no kidding. All right, Garrett, thank you so much. Now to the severe weather impacting millions from coast to coast. Out west, they're dealing with heavy snow as severe storms tear through the northeast. All this while dangerous and now deadly wildfires have been raging across Texas, forcing new evacuations this morning. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas has more.
With multiple wildfires torching Texas, crews are taking on the colossal task of getting the flames under control as officials confirm one person has died. The massive Smokehouse Creek fire has already burned more than 850,000 acres across the Texas Panhandle, quickly becoming the second largest fire in the state's history. In an instant, the inferno surrounded rural communities, sending livestock fleeing and people rushing to evacuate.
You were watching this burn? Yes, it was so hot you could barely breathe.
Satellite images show entire neighborhoods charred. The flames, driven by unseasonably high temperatures, dry conditions, and strong winds, creating rare fire tornadoes.
The tornadic fire would whirl and whirl, and it was a sound and a feeling. It was so hot.
Right there, funnel.
It comes as the National Weather Service confirms more than a dozen tornadoes touched down in the Midwest on Tuesday, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Overnight, that same system bringing falling temperatures and severe storms to the Northeast. This morning, first responders from coast to coast dealing with the full spectrum of Mother Nature's fury.
Our thanks to Guad Venegas for that report. Let's take a closer look at the massive effort to try and put out these fires. Juan Rodriguez joins us now. He's the Public Information Officer for Texas A&M Forest Service. Thank you so much for joining us. So first of all, just where do things stand right now? What is it crews are focusing on when it comes to battling these fires today?
So as of today, crews are going to be working on that southern part of the fire, close to Skellytown, and then closer to the town of Stinnett and Fritch as well, off of the highways over there where it really got impacted and where we're seeing a lot of activity. We're trying to get a lot of those fire edges really buttoned up today. Yesterday, crews were able to make really good progress because the weather gave us that upper hand with the lower winds. And so we want to keep up that progress right now up until the weekend.
Good to hear progress is being made. You know, I mean, I used to work on the West Coast. It was typical to cover wildfires throughout California. We don't usually see activity like this in Texas. I mean, the Smokehouse Creek fire is now the second largest one in Texas history. How does this compare with fires you've dealt with in the past? How have things changed in just the last few years in Texas?
Well, so definitely in this region of Texas, we see a lot of very fast-moving wildfires that grow very quickly. But with this one, we weren't really expecting something this huge. It's definitely something that's going down in the records. It was caused by extremely high winds that came in Monday and Tuesday this week. In addition to dry fuels and hot temperatures, it made those 2 days specifically extremely receptive to burn.
You say in the Panhandle you're used to fast-moving fires, but were you surprised just how quickly this one spread?
Yes, sir. I think it really took everybody by surprise. Just the amount of distance that this fire had on it, spreading over 50 miles in a matter of 24 hours was pretty incredible to see.
Are you worried about, the heat and high winds returning this weekend? Do you feel like now is your window that you have to get a lot taken care of?
Absolutely. And fire crews are really taking that into consideration with operations right now. That's why yesterday, today, and the following days, we really want to take advantage of the weather that we have. Coming in this weekend, we do have some more elevated conditions. And so that just makes us want to get this buttoned up as much as we can, even more right now. So crews are making good work, and we're going to try to keep making that good work as long as we can.
The governor declared a disaster for 60 counties. What kind of resources does that give you to try and help fight these fires?
So it definitely brought in a lot more resources. We have aviation now. We have more fire crews, more fire engines over here able to help us combat these fires. And along with it, it's also bringing in relief for those who have lost homes and properties and things like that because of this fire. So it's definitely going to benefit us in the long run.
All right, Juan Rodriguez, we know that you're incredibly busy this morning, so we thank you for taking the time to join us. We're thinking of you, your crews, and everyone impacted by these fires right now.
Thank you.
All right, now let's take a look at the weather. Parts of the West Coast could see the biggest snowstorm of the season. Let's bring in meteorologist Angie Lastman with more on everything we're seeing all around the country.
Hey there, Joe. Good morning to you. We indeed have a couple of systems that are going to impact folks across the West Coast here for a couple of days. This isn't just a today problem. This will last well into our weekend. Here's what's going on right now, though. You can see the heavy rain has already started to inch closer to the coast. We've got some snow falling across portions of the Pacific Northwest, and we've got plenty of winter alerts in effect right now. Notice that we have blizzard warnings already in effect across parts of the Sierra Range. That's what you're seeing in purple there, but plenty of winter storm watches, warnings, and advisories up as well. This is the region that we're going to see really have to deal with some heavy snow, some heavy rain, strong winds, and deteriorating conditions here over the next couple of days. Here's how it plays out today. We'll start to see that heavier snow reach into portions of northern California. The rain will also be an issue across portions of the coastal areas. We'll see likely low visibility, some of those strong winds that I mentioned. That's all on the table for today, and it continues for tomorrow. We see another system, though, inch closer to the coast, and this is really going to ramp things up for us. This is why I say it's not just a today problem. We're going to see it get a lot worse here before it gets better. We'll see plenty of rain close to the coast, and then those snowfall rates are going to be impressive. 1 to 2 inches per hour. We could see them even higher than that, and this is for basically 72 hours straight. So for 3 days, this is the situation. These are the conditions they'll be dealing with, especially across the Sierra Range. We'll see some of that heavy rain, too, work into portions of Southern California. This is on Saturday. It'll be a little soggy for folks there, and we'll still be dealing with the snow, of course, as we get through Saturday and even into early Sunday. Speaking about the snow, I mentioned the blizzard warnings, and that's because we have not just the heavy snow, but we're talking strong winds, 60 to 100 miles per hour in some spots. The visibility will be essentially zero. We'll see difficult travel. The roads will be dangerous. This is going to be something that lowers because of how cold it is as well. We'll see those lower snow levels, too. So parts of the Sierra foothills could see some incredible amounts of snow as well. It's not just the higher elevations like we've seen many times before this season. They, of course, are gearing up for some heavy snow at the higher elevations. You can see Donner Pass along I-80, 7 to 10 feet. We've got 4 to 7 feet possible at 4,700 feet for Blue Canyon. Up and down I-80, though, even as low of an elevation that Colfax is at, you're still going to see up to 8 inches in some spots. So I-80, 50 is going to be difficult to travel as well. This is in and around the Sierra Range. So just prepare for that. That's going to be something you'll deal with well through the weekend. Meanwhile, today, elsewhere, we got plenty of sunshine on the East Coast. Always good to say that. We've got much colder conditions, though, so don't be fooled when you see those blue skies out. We've got chilly conditions that have taken shape as that system yesterday worked offshore. By tomorrow, we see the rain working into parts of the southeast, still dealing with sunshine across the Midwest, and actually temperatures will warm up just a touch across the Midwest, the Great Lakes, the Northern Plains, even the Southern Plains. Where you're not dealing with rain, temperatures will be quite mild. Out west, of course, it's the Sierra storm that we'll keep track of here through the weekend. We finish out our work week and head into the weekend with that rain working up the East Coast. That system will be moving east as we get through Saturday, and then record highs just as we expected. Just like we dealt with earlier in the week, we're going to see those temperatures back to abnormal levels. 70 degrees for the middle of the country at this time of year as we get into early March. Of course, not normal, but that's what we're going to get. It's going to feel like spring, Joe, and it lasts through Sunday. While the West is dealing with the wintry weather, it is a much different story for the middle of the country.
They've got winter weather out west and shorts and tank tops and everything else.
Yes,
in
'tis
the
the
Midwest.
season.
All right. Thanks, Angie. Appreciate it. More to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including the new federal probe into one of AI's leading figures, why the SEC is now looking into whether OpenAI's Sam Altman misled investors. But first, the royal rumors swirling online surrounding the health of Britain's monarchs. Those stories and more next.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, part of our continued reporting. We're all safe. Everybody good? Women, children.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, part of our continued reporting. We're all safe. Everybody good? Women, children.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Russian President Vladimir Putin is warning NATO leaders against sending troops to fight in Ukraine, which he said would provoke a nuclear conflict. Those comments are part of Putin's annual address to Parliament. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons has been keeping an eye on his comments. Joins us now with more. Keir, what are some of the key takeaways from Putin's speech?
Well, Joe, first of all, let's just bring you a little bit of news. Ksenia Karelina's appeal was held in a Russian court today, and this morning we learned that she lost her appeal, meaning she'll remain in prison now. Joe, you'll remember that she is the ballerina with dual Russian and U.S. citizenship who is accused of treason for donating money to Ukraine. Less than $52, Joe, and the court set another deadline of April the 6th. She is, though, of course, the latest U.S. citizen to be held in Russia, and journalist Evan Gershkovich has been in custody for almost a year, accused of espionage. His newspaper, the Wall Street Journal, says he is innocent and was doing his work as a reporter. Now, to answer your question, Joe, at the same time, a menacing split screen, President Putin giving that keynote speech, highlighting recent advances in Ukraine, though the battlefield there remains largely unchanged, saying he bows at the feet of Russian, quote, heroes, calling for a minute's silence for soldiers he said, quote, are going through the meat grinder of war. His address, Joe, shown on giant screens around Moscow, and including a thinly veiled, as you mentioned, nuclear threat if NATO puts troops on the ground in Ukraine. President Putin saying, we have weapons that can strike targets on their territory. Joe, President Putin is 2 weeks from an election. He said today, we are a pillar of democracy, though, of course, when Russia votes next month, there'll only be one certain winner.
You know, another story that's making headlines recently, the death of opposition leader Alexei Navalny. His funeral is expected now to take place tomorrow. What more can you tell us about that?
That's right, and there are still questions about exactly how that funeral will be held, and of course whether people will be arrested. But it has been certainly a very, very emotional time, of course, for his wife, who gave an emotional appeal again yesterday at the European Parliament, calling on Russians to reject what President Putin stands for, saying Putin must answer for what he has done with my country, Putin must answer for what he has done to a neighboring peaceful country, and Putin must answer for everything he has done to Alexei Navalny. So quite a split screen again there, Joe. Alexei Navalny's wife giving that speech in Europe, while President Putin today giving his clearly resentful speech in Moscow.
All right, a lot of important updates today, Keir. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Turning now to London and the royal family. Princess Kate has been out of the public eye for weeks following her abdominal surgery. Her absence has led to a whirlwind of wild speculation. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter with more.
That's right. The questions are mounting. We have not seen Kate, the Princess of Wales, since before her planned abdominal surgery in mid-January. The last time we saw her was Christmas, actually. And when Prince William missed an event yesterday, speculation kicked into high gear.
This morning, the Prince of Wales is back out in public, while the public still waits for a glimpse of his beloved wife, Kate, the Princess of Wales, who hasn't been seen since Christmas Day. The palace was clear last month she would not pick royal duties back up until after Easter, following their historical practice of not sharing private health information.
So we're seeing increasing rumours. The difference in this case is Kate has disappeared. We haven't seen Kate since actually December last year. And because of that, that's fueled the speculation.
But in the age of social media and fierce attention on the glamorous Wales family, speculation reaching a fever pitch.
Kate Middleton, where is she?
We haven't seen her in the year of 2024.
And even American celebrities.
I gotta meet Kate Middleton for lunch.
Prince William bowing out of a memorial for his godfather at the last minute this week for undisclosed personal matters. A palace source then responding to questions about the Princess of Wales's health, saying only she continues to be doing well.
Whatever information the royal family choose to disclose about the health of the senior royals is really up to them.
But the heir to the throne still making a solo appearance at the glittering BAFTAs last week, an event where Kate usually dazzles on the red carpet. Prince William overheard saying he hasn't seen as many films this year because of everything going on with his wife. And speaking out last month.
I'd like to take this opportunity to say thank you also for the kind messages of support.
The royal health questions have reached new heights, given that King Charles is also out of the public eye, receiving cancer treatment, hospitalized at the same time as Kate.
It's wonderful to see you looking so well.
No, it's all done by mirrors.
But the 75-year-old monarch continues some state duties behind the scenes, and in the absence of official answers, the curious and nosy public and social media are filling the void.
Now, as I mentioned in the piece, the palace has been really clear. They would only provide updates on the Princess of Wales's health if there was significant new information. But as of now, we don't know why she went in for that planned abdominal surgery in January. We do not know what kind of cancer Charles is receiving treatment for. What is clear, though, right now is the palace feels no pressure to provide more information. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Molly, thank you so much. More world news now. Ghana's parliament just passed a sweeping anti-LGBTQ+ bill that could imprison people for years. NBC News international correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us with that and other news from around the world. Claudio, good morning.
Joe, good morning. Well, that's right. On Wednesday, Ghana's parliament approved a very controversial anti-homosexuality bill. Now, the bill is called Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Act, and it not only criminalizes LGBTQ relationships, but it also those who support LGBTQ rights. It was first introduced in the Ghanaian parliament in 2021, and it has since drawn international condemnation. Now, the bill in Ghana still needs to be signed off by the country's president before it becomes law. Well, the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk, called the development profoundly disturbing and urged the government not to sign it into law. Now let's go to South Korea, where the government threatened junior doctors who have been on strike for the past 10 days that their medical licenses will be suspended unless they end their walkout by the end of today. More than 9,000 of the country's 13,000 trainee or junior doctors have so far resigned or left their hospitals in protest against the government's plan to boost medical school enrollments. Local observers believe many will defy the order and will continue to protest until their demands are met. Well, should they do that, the government is expected to begin formal steps towards punishments on Monday, as tomorrow is a national holiday. And let's end this tour of the world in Dubai, which hosted the first ever jet suit race. Now, pilots zipped along a route with Dubai's famous skyscraper in the background, wearing 1,500 horsepower jet suits that can reach speeds of 80 miles per hour. Just to give you an idea of how powerful that is, the horsepower beats most supercars. Now, if they remind you of Iron Man, well, you're right. Richard Browning, the founder of Gravity Industries, the firm that put up the race in Dubai, said the race is the closest anybody's ever got to delivering the world of Marvel superheroes to real life. Back to you, Joe.
It is pretty cool. I can't wait till those replace all the scooters we're seeing in cities right now. It's going to be awesome. All right, Claudio, thank you so much.
Yeah, that's right.
Coming up, a troubling new report on anti-Semitism in America, why the beliefs of younger generations are now trending more controversial than older adults. But first, a call to action in Alabama as IVF patients and providers fight to restore access to the costly treatment. We're going to bring you their stories next on Morning News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right?
Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hammer deliberations.
All right, it just me too.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone.
You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. This morning, Alabama lawmakers are moving forward to restore IVF in the state. Several providers stopped treatments following the state Supreme Court's controversial embryo ruling. Comes as doctors and families gathered at the State House yesterday for a rally to speak out against that ruling. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park joins us now from Montgomery, Alabama with more. Kathy?
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. That is absolutely right. This recent Alabama ruling led to so much confusion and worrisome. Families that I'm speaking with say they are going out of state to continue pursuing treatments. And these types of stories appear to be sinking in because some lawmakers believe a new bill could be signed within days.
This morning, Alabama lawmakers feeling the pressure to resolve the deepening fallout from the recent state Supreme Court ruling that upended in vitro fertilization.
This potentially could be a roadmap for other states to restrict access to IVF, or a roadmap on how to protect access to IVF and family building. Please use your voice.
Hundreds of patients, providers, and their supporters fighting to restore IVF in Alabama rallied in front of the State House Wednesday before meeting with legislators. Some sharing heartbreaking stories of putting their dreams of expanding their families on hold.
And how difficult is that waiting period for you right now?
It's extremely difficult. We don't know how long it's going to last. If there's not legislation passed, we are probably looking out of state at this point.
But as far as the actual transfer, that part has been canceled, unfortunately, until all of this can be figured out.
But Republican-sponsored bills advanced through committee hearings Wednesday. Alabama lawmakers signaling they're working quickly to protect IVF access.
The first opportunity that it will be to be able to pass it and sign, because in the bill it says it becomes effective immediately. That could happen as soon as next Wednesday.
The backlash in Alabama becoming a national conversation on reproductive freedoms. Senator Tammy Duckworth, who conceived 2 children through IVF, tried to expand IVF protections at the federal level, but Senate Republicans blocked the bill Wednesday.
Having a child through IVF is a wonderful thing. It is not a crime, and it should not be punished.
And back here in Alabama, the Attorney General's office said that they would not prosecute IVF families or providers. And taking a look at a new Axios Ipsos poll, roughly 2/3 of Americans say they oppose the recent Alabama ruling. And in another key finding, 1 in 3 Americans say they have gone through IVF or know someone who has. Joe?
All right. Kathy, thank you so much. There is a brand new report out this morning from the Anti-Defamation League Center for Anti-Semitism Research, and it shows that Gen Z has surpassed older adults when it comes to anti-Jewish hate. The survey of more than 4,000 adults found that the number of Americans who hold anti-Semitic beliefs has now increased to 24%, and that younger generations now hold more anti-Jewish beliefs than any other age group. Let's talk more about this with the CEO and National Director of the Anti-Defamation League, the ADL, Jonathan Greenblatt. Thank you for being here. You know, I think we often think younger generations, they're woke, they embrace diversity. Yeah. What is going on here? Why is this happening?
Yeah, it's pretty stunning. I mean, the ADL has been studying anti-Semitic attitudes in America since the 1960s. We've never seen data like this before. Typically, there's sort of an Archie Bunker effect, where the older generations are more intolerant than the younger generations, who are simply more accepting, more exposed to diversity. This is different. So as you pointed out in your intro, we see Gen Z and millennials far more likely to have anti-Semitic views than their older, peers, if you will, than Gen X and boomers. That's a big change, Joe.
Social media, is that a big part of this? What's contributing?
Social media is a super spreader of anti-Semitism and hate generally. And definitely, if you don't get your news from, NBC News Now, but from TikTok, you have a warped view of the world. And we've seen just a deluge of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism on social media platforms in general, TikTok specifically.
Let's talk about one specific thing
Sure.
that just struck me. This study found nearly 30% of Americans find it socially acceptable for a family member to support Hamas.
Yeah.
Obviously, the war in the Middle East, which has been making headlines for months now, is shaping some of what we're seeing. And
No
what you're
question.
Seeing in this study, right?
We've said for a long time that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. If when you demonize people, when you dehumanize them, it changes the conversation for the worse. And we've seen that happen, with extremism on the right, and we're seeing it happen with extremism on the left. But your point about Hamas is really troubling. I mean, this is the generation that we saw a few months ago was spreading the Osama bin Laden letter and thinking that that was some kind of sage counsel from the al-Qaeda mastermind. So in light of that, maybe we shouldn't be surprised that they're seeing Hamas as freedom fighters. But let's be clear what Hamas is. It's a terror organization as designated by the State Department and other governments all over the world. Their charter commits them not to achieving peace for Palestinians, but to literally committing genocide against the Jews. It's what it says in their charter about killing Jews wherever they are in order to liberate the land.
You talked about social media, TikTok. Some of that includes conspiracy theories.
Absolutely.
What are some of the things that you've seen that are most concerning?
Well, look, it's interesting because they call anti-Semitism the oldest hatred, and it really is a conspiracy theory about how the world works. And in today's world, with our sort of media landscape, conspiracies are the coin of the realm. So we shouldn't be surprised that anti-Semitism is surging in this environment. And I will just say, when we say it's surging, this 24% of Americans with extensive or deep-seated anti-Semitic beliefs, we haven't seen numbers that high in more than 30 years. So this is really trending in the wrong direction. But the conspiracies that people are spouting, that sort of Jews control Wall Street, that Israel controls the U.S. government, it's really very ugly and problematic, no matter what side of the spectrum it comes from.
We're very tight on time here, but if there's one thing we could do to try and reverse what's happening, what would it be?
Number one, leaders need to lead and call out hate whenever it happens without any kind of false equivalence, number one. Number two, everyone's got a role to play. Businesses, universities, government, and we need everybody to step up and create spaces that are no place for hate.
All right, Jonathan Greenblatt, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it. Coming up, a heartfelt look back at a legendary comedian's life and legacy. We're going to remember Richard Lewis this morning, who passed away at the age of 76.
We report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida, the time to evacuate has come and gone.
You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry.
My commitment to
apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry.
My commitment
apologize
to
for the many
now
questions.
will never be questioned.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border, what the president himself has called a crisis? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
news for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Let's get to some money news. The SEC has launched a new probe into one of AI's leading figures. CNBC's Silvana Henao has that and other news that affects your wallet. Silvana, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. So the SEC is probing internal communications by OpenAI CEO Sam Altman as part of an ongoing investigation into whether the company's investors were misled. Now, the Wall Street Journal reports the SEC has been seeking internal records from current and former executives and board members at the ChatGPT creator. Now, the probe follows the board's decision to fire Altman in November. The board said Altman was, quote, not consistently candid in his communications with them. Altman returned within a week and is now reportedly in talks to raise billions of dollars for an AI chip venture. It's tax season, and many Americans are choosing to boost savings over paying down debt with their refund. A report from Bankrate finds more than a quarter of people expecting to get money back from the IRS will use it to increase savings, followed by 19% to pay down debt and 11% to pay for daily expenses. Paying off debt was the top response last year. Bankrate says paying down debt is important, especially credit card debt. A recent survey found about half of credit card holders carry debt month to month. And AMC is singing the praises of Taylor Swift and Beyonce. The theater chain says the Eras Tour and Renaissance accounted for more than 10% of the industry's domestic box office in the fourth quarter. AMC inked deals to distribute both films in the U.S. and internationally. However, AMC's stock is under pressure as it faces a delayed slate of movie releases due to the Hollywood strikes last year, which are expected to dent box office returns, Joe.
That's a good point. We'll see the impact of that this year. All right, Silvana,
Sure
thank you.
You got it.
This morning, Hollywood is remembering comedian Richard Lewis. His publicist says the 76-year-old died of a heart attack at his L.A. home. Lewis made us laugh for decades, from his 1980s specials to his role alongside childhood friend Larry David in Curb Your Enthusiasm. And this morning, Larry David is one of many stars remembering the comedy legend.
Open the door. I don't know how to open the door.
On Curb Your Enthusiasm, Richard Lewis and Larry David were bonded by bickering.
You never call me. You always pick the restaurant.
What are you, are we married? I don't understand. Am I dating you?
Friendship that went well beyond the show. In a tribute to Lewis, David says he had that rare combination of being the funniest person and also the sweetest. But today he made me sob, and for that, I'll never forgive him.
This is a frightening profession. I was a schmuck. I could have been a caterer. I realize now.
As a stand-up comic, Lewis found fame in the 80s.
Would you welcome Richard Lewis?
His anxious, neurotic delivery reflected in the titles of his specials. I'm in pain. I'm exhausted. I'm doomed. He put his comedy chops to work in the Mel Brooks parody Robin Hood, Men in Tights.
I don't want to hear any bad news. What type of news is it?
Well, to be perfectly frank, it's bad.
I knew it!
And the sitcom Anything But Love. For 4 seasons, he shared the screen with Jamie Lee Curtis, who says Lewis was deep and so freaking funny, adding, he also is the reason I'm sober. He helped me. I'm forever grateful for him for that act of grace alone. Lewis discussed his sobriety on Today back in 2001.
I mean, I'm a very blessed guy. I mean, I never dreamt things would happen to me like they have.
Last year, he revealed he was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease.
I'm under a doctor's care, and everything is cool.
His presence still felt in the final season of Curb. This morning, fans are pointing to a now resonant clip in a recent episode. Lewis playing a somewhat fictionalized version of himself, telling his friend, Larry, is in his will.
I'm leaving you in my will. I'm tweaking it, and you're in it.
No, don't do that.
It's done. You're in.
I don't want to be in it. I have money. I don't need it. Give it to someone who needs it.
When I die, I want you to know how much I care about you.
The two real-life friends lovingly bickering on screen until the end. Richard Lewis was married for nearly 20 years. In a statement, his wife, Joyce Lipinski, thanked everyone for their love, friendship, and support. Coming up, we are flipping the script with the stars of a groundbreaking new musical called Most Likely Not To. It's a show that blends comedy with the challenges of a rare disease called spinal muscular atrophy. It premieres tonight right here in New York City to mark World Rare Disease Day. And those stars, Shannon DeVito and Joel Manuel, join me next.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida. Part of our continued reporting. Is it safe? Everybody good? Women, children,
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
We're back with our series Flipping the Script, featuring people on air, on stage, and behind the scenes who are shining a spotlight on diversity. This morning, we are shining a light on a show that's raising awareness about a rare disease. After all, today is Rare Disease Day. And in honor of that, a new musical is taking center stage tonight. It's called Most Likely Not To. Focuses on spinal muscular atrophy, also known as SMA. It's a rare disease that can lead to muscle weakness and can impact things like walking, swallowing, and breathing. This morning, we are joined by two stars of the show, Shannon DeVito and Joelle Manuel. Thank you both for being here. How excited are you about doing this show tonight?
Thank you for having us. Yeah, we're both super excited, I think. I know I am, right?
Yeah, no, it's very exciting.
Shannon, tell us what the show is about.
Sure. It's a new musical comedy about traveling with a disability. It's about a high school reunion. There's a little of everything. There's a romance part of it. So you name it, we probably shoved it in here.
It's a little bit of satire, I understand, too.
Yes, satire, yeah.
Which can be an effective tool sometimes in trying to spread messages to people.
Absolutely.
You have been in so many things, I know. To stand out to me as the other two and Difficult People, because those are two of my favorite shows.
Oh, thank you.
But to do a musical and to do it about this topic, what does that mean to you?
Yeah, you know, I think anytime you get to represent something that people haven't seen before, it's exciting, and seeing yourself represented is just so important. It makes you feel part of the world, and it's very cool that there was people contributing to it who got to write it as well, which anytime you get to use your own voice and tell your own story, it's very exciting. So it's just a really fun, inclusive atmosphere, and there's a lot of incredible performers that have contributed to it. So it's just really exciting.
Joelle, a lot of people may not know anything about SMA. How could this help raise awareness about that? Why is that so important for you?
For starters, SMA is a lot more common than people think. It's 1 in every 10,000 live births is actually a diagnosis with SMA. So it is a little bit more prevalent than people realize, and raising that awareness, not of just SMA in particular, but also just disability as a whole, I think is very important for people to step outside of their own perspective and be able to see some of the challenges that we have to go through on a daily basis.
How can a musical help relate some of those important lessons, do you think?
Well, I think part of what will make this so effective is that it is relatable. It's situations that we all have to deal with to varying degrees, but one of the themes in the show is about travel. I don't think airport travel is really fun for anyone, so seeing it from a familiar perspective, but also through a lens that people aren't aware of, I think is really important and really fun.
For those who see this, what do you hope is their takeaway?
I think that we really want to inspire people to advocate with us, to again, see these challenges that they may not necessarily be aware of, some of the obstacles that exist in society, and that they're moved to just notice them more and then go out into the real world and advocate with us.
For those, Shannon, I'll ask you who whether it's SMA or something that there is a challenge in their life, but then they look at you and they say, I want to be an actor. I want to be in television or movies, or I want to be on stage on Broadway. How do you hope your representation can help encourage them? I mean, do you hear from people who say you're an inspiration to them?
I do. I'm very lucky. I've had a really cool career so far, and I think that, you know, if you want it and you want to dream it and you want to do it, just do it. I think there shouldn't be anything holding you back. I mean, I think we're living proof that you can really accomplish anything if you put your mind to it. And I think that, you know, we're so lucky to live in a time that you can just grab a phone and create your own movies. And it's kind of how I started. And so it's, you know, it's really fun and exciting, so just do it.
Talk about the rehearsal process, building up to this moment and figuring out the staging and the singing and all of that. I mean, what's that process been?
Well, it's been going on for a couple months now in terms of conceptualizing it and everything, but everything has kind of flown together over these last few weeks. We have a great cast, a great musical director of the show, and seeing all the hard work that everyone is putting in and how much of a wonderful, great show we're putting together. I can't wait for everyone to see it.
How much have you guys bonded during this process?
Well, we've had like a week of rehearsals, so I think
so quick bonding,
quick bond. It's very tight at this moment. But yeah, it's been, everyone in the cast is so kind, and everyone on the crew and everyone working on it. So it's been a very tight bond very quickly.
Is the singing the hardest part? Is the acting the hardest part? I mean, I can't sing, so for me, that's what's always intimidating. But how about for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think putting it together and memorizing lines in 4 days is probably the hardest part. But I don't know. Everyone is so supportive and kind, so it makes it real easy.
Well, we are excited for both of you. And just a little more information, this musical, Most Likely Not To. It's going to debut tonight at 6 o'clock Eastern. And here's the key. It's also going to be streaming. So there'll be people live who get to see it live, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But on top of seeing it live, there's going to be people all over who can watch it streaming at the website you see there, mostlikelynottto.com. You're expecting like a full house tonight, right?
I think so, yeah.
That's going to be exciting.
What
a great way to celebrate and to educate all at once. Looking forward to that. Thank you so much, Shannon and Joelle, for joining us.
That is
going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. But stay with us. The news continues right now. Good morning. Thanks for starting your Leap Day with us. I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is on assignment. Right now on Morning News Now, a potential game changer in the race for the White House. The Supreme Court setting the stage to decide whether former President Trump should be immune from federal charges stemming from his alleged role in trying to overturn the 2020 election. Could the trial for that case now even happen before this November's election? We're going to bring you the latest. A shocker in the Senate. It's longtime Republican leader Senator Mitch McConnell saying he's going to leave his post come November. We've got more on the succession battle that's already taking shape on Capitol Hill. We're also watching those widespread wildfires in Texas this morning that have now turned deadly. More than 1 million acres already torched. We're on the ground as crews there race to contain the damage. And later this hour, we're flipping the script with some of the actors behind a groundbreaking new musical called Most Likely Not To. It's bringing the challenges of one rare disease straight to center stage. Can't wait to bring you that conversation. We're going to begin this hour with major developments in the federal election interference trial against former President Donald Trump. The Supreme Court has agreed to weigh Trump's claim that he's entitled to presidential immunity in the case. Now, that decision comes with major implications. It's now possible the former president will not face a trial for his attempts to overturn the 2020 election before this year's presidential election in NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett explains.
Hey there, it's the issue that could make or break prosecutors' case against Donald Trump. The U.S. Supreme Court's involvement on immunity could hand him a win or a loss, but either way, the calendar works to his advantage, making the chances that he will face trial before Election Day this year on charges of trying to overturn the last election more remote by the day.
This morning, the U.S. Supreme Court handing Donald Trump the gift of time. The justices agreeing to decide whether the Republican frontrunner should be immune from federal charges because his attempts to reverse the 2020 election happened while he was still in office.
We will never give up. We will never concede.
In a one-page order, the High Court saying it will hear arguments in the case the week of April 22nd. But with no firm date for its final ruling, the prospect of a federal criminal trial being completed before the November election becoming increasingly unrealistic. And if the Supreme Court rules in Mr. Trump's favor, the charges against him in Washington, D.C. wiped out completely.
You cannot allow a president to be out there without immunity. They don't have immunity. You don't have a presidency.
The stakes sky high for the former president, who has cast the prosecution itself as election interference, and special counsel Jack Smith's team, which has accused Mr. Trump of defrauding the government he once led.
My office will seek a speedy trial so that our evidence can be tested in court.
But the case has been beset by appeals on the immunity question, with lower courts finding Mr. Trump should not be shielded from prosecution. The Trump campaign seizing on the Supreme Court taking up the case as another fundraising opportunity, with the former president pressing his case on social media. This as the High Court is set to rule on another issue with major implications for the future of the presidential race. The justices currently weighing Colorado's move to ban Mr. Trump from the ballot. Voters there set to go to the polls next week on Super Tuesday. And late Wednesday, Illinois became the third state to find the former president ineligible to serve under the Constitution's insurrection clause in the 14th Amendment in light of his role on January 6th.
Meanwhile, a significant development in a different Trump case. An appeals court judge here in New York rejecting Mr. Trump's effort to avoid paying that massive civil fraud judgment for more than $450 million as he tries to appeal the decision. His attorney saying in a legal filing he may need to sell off some of his properties to cover it if he can't get a bond or is forced to pay the full amount. Back to you.
All right, Laura Jarrett, thank you so much. Let's bring in NBC News Now legal analyst Angela Cinadella with more on this. Okay, so obviously legal experts are weighing in on this. So are politicians, no surprise. You got former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi saying, quote, the Supreme Court is placing itself on trial. It's always tricky when the Supreme Court has to get into these politically charged issues. When they do get involved in this, what's the impact on sort of public trust in the institution?
So you could understand that public trust in this case would be waning because, ironically, we don't believe the Supreme Court will actually end up ruling in Trump's favor. There is almost no way that they will rule. Presidents will never be liable for any criminal act whatsoever in the official duties of the presidency. So given that, in this de facto way, it appears that Trump will actually be let off the hook. But I'm going to say this, even though it sounds naive, the Supreme Court behind closed doors, they don't see themselves as political. We see them as conservative and liberal, but they do not. So they might almost be arguing that if they were to not take on this momentous case, because then it could affect the election in a different way, that itself is too political. So from their perspective, they're thinking they stand the test of time. Their reasoning will go for generations. So to them, it's not political.
We've never, of course, seen a former president face criminal charges like this before, but issues surrounding the presidency do make it to the court all the time. I mean, how common is it to see the Supreme Court have to continually address these issues around presidents and around elections?
Well, it makes sense they would, because honestly, who else is going to? These are momentous issues, and they affect every single person in this country. So the Supreme Court has intervened time and time again, but they try to do it as narrowly as possible, again, to appear to not be political. So we see there is already this 14th Amendment question on the table. There's bans here, there's bans there, and I believe the Supreme Court will continue to believe that they're going to stand the test of time.
So the Supreme Court is looking at one specific case here. That's the federal election interference case. But the former president faces charges in 3 other cases right now. Will the decision here by the Supreme Court, especially if they say, yeah, he has presidential immunity, does that affect all the criminal cases.
So this is very relevant, not in New York, because he did not raise that defense there that there was any criminal immunity because those acts were not involved in his presidential office term. But in terms of Georgia and Florida, yes, if he were to be given presidential immunity, they would apply across the board. This in some way has been Trump's favorite argument to raise, that because I was president, none of these charges should apply. So Georgia, we saw all of those delays with Fani Willis and whether or not she was dating her fellow prosecutor at that time. But this could be an even bigger delay, Joe.
All right, we have so many questions. Angela Senadella, thank you for helping us answer them. At the southern border, President Biden and former President Trump are expected to hold rival events in Texas later today, showcasing the differences both men have on immigration policy ahead of the 2024 election. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is there. He joined us from Brownsville, Texas. That's where President Biden is expected to be. So, Gabe, we could be in for sort of an interesting split-screen moment here. Walk us through first what we can expect from President Biden's visit.
Hi there, Joe. Good morning. Well, this will be President Biden's second border visit since taking office, and he's hoping to highlight the need to pass that bipartisan border security deal that boosts resources and tightens asylum rules. You'll remember it failed in Congress, due in part to former President Trump's opposition. The president is expected to meet with Border Patrol agents and local leaders here in Brownsville, which has actually seen a drop in border crossings compared to previous years. The largest number of crossings has now shifted west to other parts of Texas and Arizona, Joe.
So how different is former President Trump's visit and message going to be in comparison with what we expect to hear from President Biden today?
Well, Joe, former President Trump will be just over 300 miles away in Eagle Pass, Texas, and he's expected to capitalize on those record number of crossings and put the blame squarely on President Biden. Former president is promising to carry out the largest domestic deportation operation in history if reelected. And the issue of immigration now front and center during the 2024 campaign, Joe.
Gabe, well, we have you. Yesterday, we got a report on President Biden's health following his annual physical. We know voters care deeply about the health and the age of both potential candidates in the election this year. What were the takeaways from the physical?
Well, Joe, President Biden was declared fit for duty and overall healthy by his doctor. The president telling reporters yesterday there is nothing different than last year. And we did learn that Mr. Biden's gait has stiffened because of age-related wear and tear of his spine. Also, he has started using a sleep apnea machine and had a root canal in June. In response to questions about his mental fitness following that special counsel report, the White House press secretary says his doctors do not think he needs a cognitive test, Joe.
All right, Gabe, thank you so much. It's the end of an era on Capitol Hill as Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell announces he is stepping down from his leadership role. The longtime Kentucky senator says he's going to step down from his post in November, but will serve out the remainder of this term. The announcement, a surprising one, came yesterday as lawmakers agreed to a deal that would avert a partial government shutdown. NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Hake joins us from Washington with more on all this. Garrett, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. And yeah, McConnell leaves his leadership post later this year as the most consequential and the most controversial Senate leader in decades. But the party he has helmed for so long is changing around him. And he says it's time for leaders to change with it. This morning, a changing of the guard on Capitol Hill.
It's time for the next generation of leadership.
Longtime Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell says he'll step down from that post in November after an unprecedented 18 years leading his party and will retire at the end of his term in 2027. At times, emotional.
I love the Senate. It's been my life.
McConnell, who defied Democratic presidents and helped reshape the federal courts, is embracing his controversial image.
I still have enough gas in my tank to thoroughly disappoint my critics.
It comes after the 82-year-old suffered 2 freezing episodes in public last summer, where he was unable to speak. McConnell sidestepped questions about his health afterwards, with the congressional doctor saying they were not the result of a stroke or seizure. McConnell has seen his influence in the party diminished as he's faced criticism from some fellow GOP senators since his falling out with former President Trump over January 6th, who has attacked him and his wife repeatedly online and on the campaign trail.
Washington Republicans like Mitch McConnell, who's the absolute worst.
McConnell ultimately voted to acquit Mr. Trump in his second impeachment trial while acknowledging
President Trump is practically and morally responsible for provoking the events of the day.
President Biden paying tribute to McConnell. With former President Trump now consolidating control of the party, the battle to succeed McConnell has already begun, with several senators acknowledging it will likely be a contest between top Republicans known as the Three Johns: Wyoming Senator John Barrasso, Texas Senator John Cornyn, and South Dakota Senator John Thune. Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, a Trump ally, asked who he'd support.
Yeah, someone named John.
If that weren't enough, we also learned of a new bipartisan plan yesterday to push back Friday's government funding deadline for another week. That should give Congress time to pass bills to fund half the government by next Friday, the other half by mid-March. Joe, if everything goes according to plan here, that would avoid a government shutdown. But you know as well as I do, with this Congress, everything does not always go according to plan.
Yes, no kidding. All right, Garrett, thank you so much. Now to the severe weather impacting millions from coast to coast. Out west, they're dealing with heavy snow as severe storms tear through the Northeast. All this while dangerous and now deadly wildfires have been raging across Texas, forcing new evacuations this morning. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas has more.
With multiple wildfires torching Texas, crews are taking on the colossal task of getting the flames under control as officials confirm one person has died. The massive Smokehouse Creek fire has already burned more than 850,000 acres across the Texas Panhandle, quickly becoming the second largest fire in the state's history. In an instant, the inferno surrounded rural communities, sending livestock fleeing and people rushing to evacuate.
You were watching this burn?
Yes, it was so hot you could barely breathe.
Satellite images show entire neighborhoods charred. The flames, driven by unseasonably high temperatures, dry conditions, and strong winds, creating rare fire tornadoes.
The tornadic fire would whirl and whirl, and it was a sound and a feeling. It was so hot.
Right there, funnel. It comes as the National Weather Service confirms more than a dozen tornadoes touched down in the Midwest on Tuesday, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Overnight, that same system bringing falling temperatures and severe storms to the Northeast. This morning, first responders from coast to coast dealing with the full spectrum of Mother Nature's fury.
Our thanks to Guad Venegas for that report. Let's take a closer look at the massive effort to try and put out these fires. Juan Rodriguez joins us now. He's the Public Information Officer for Texas A&M Forest Service. Thank you so much for joining us. So first of all, just where do things stand right now? What is it crews are focusing on when it comes to battling these fires today?
So as of today, crews are going to be working on that southern part of the fire, close to Skellytown, and then closer to the town of Stinnett and Fritch as well, off of the highways over there where it really got impacted and where we're seeing a lot of activity. We're trying to get a lot of those fire edges really buttoned up today. Yesterday, crews were able to make really good progress because the weather gave us that upper hand with the lower winds. And so we want to keep up that progress right now up until the weekend.
Good to hear progress is being made. You know, I mean, I used to work on the West Coast. It was typical to cover wildfires throughout California. We don't usually see activity like this in Texas. I mean, the Smokehouse Creek fire is now the second largest one in Texas history. How does this compare with fires you've dealt with in the past? How have things changed in just the last few years in Texas?
Well, so definitely in this region of Texas, we see a lot of very fast-moving wildfires that grow very quickly. But with this one, we weren't really expecting something this huge. It's definitely something that's going down in the records. It was caused by extremely high winds that came in Monday and Tuesday this week. In addition to dry fuels and hot temperatures, it made those 2 days specifically extremely receptive to burn.
You say in the Panhandle you're used to fast-moving fires, but were you surprised just how quickly this one spread?
Yes, sir. I think it really took everybody by surprise. Just the amount of distance that this fire had on it, spreading over 50 miles in a matter of 24 hours was pretty incredible to see.
Are you worried about, the heat and high winds returning this weekend? Do you feel like now is your window that you have to get a lot taken care of?
Absolutely. And fire crews are really taking that into consideration with operations right now. That's why yesterday, today, and the following days, we really want to take advantage of the weather that we have. Coming in this weekend, we do have some more elevated conditions. And so that just makes us want to get this buttoned up as much as we can, even more right now. So crews are making good work, and we're going to try to keep making that good work as long as we can.
The governor declared a disaster for 60 counties. What kind of resources does that give you to try and help fight these fires?
So it definitely brought in a lot more resources. We have aviation now. We have more fire crews, more fire engines over here able to help us combat these fires. And along with it's also bringing in relief for those who have lost homes and properties and things like that because of this fire. So it's definitely going to benefit us in the long run.
All right, Juan Rodriguez, we know that you're incredibly busy this morning, so we thank you for taking the time to join us. We're thinking of you, your crews, and everyone impacted by these fires right now.
Thank you.
All right, now let's take a look at the weather. Parts of the West Coast could see the biggest snowstorm of the season. Let's bring in meteorologist Angie Lastman with more on everything we're seeing all around the country.
Hey there, Joe. Good morning to you. We indeed have a couple of systems that are going to impact folks across the West Coast here for a couple of days. This isn't just a today problem. This will last well into our weekend. Here's what's going on right now, though. You can see the heavy rain has already started to inch closer to the coast. We've got some snow falling across portions of the Pacific Northwest, and we've got plenty of winter alerts in effect right now. Notice that we have blizzard warnings already in effect across parts of the Sierra Range. That's what you're seeing in purple there, but plenty of winter storm watches, warnings, and advisories up as well. This is the region that we're going to see really have to deal with some heavy snow, some heavy rain, strong winds, and deteriorating conditions here over the next couple of days. Here's how it plays out today. We'll start to see that heavier snow reach into portions of northern California. The rain will also be an issue across portions of the coastal areas. We'll see likely low visibility, some of those strong winds that I mentioned. That's all on the table for today, and it continues for tomorrow. We see another system, though, inch closer to the coast, and this is really going to ramp things up for us. This is why I say it's not just a today problem. We're going to see it get a lot worse here before it gets better. We'll see plenty of rain close to the coast, and then those snowfall rates are going to be impressive. 1 to 2 inches per hour. We could see them even higher than that, and this is for basically 72 hours straight. So for 3 days, this is the situation. These are the conditions they'll be dealing with, especially across the Sierra Range. We'll see some of that heavy rain, too, work into portions of Southern California. This is on Saturday. It'll be a little soggy for folks there, and we'll still be dealing with the snow, of course, as we get through Saturday and even into early Sunday. Speaking about the snow, I mentioned the blizzard warnings, and that's because we have not just the heavy snow, but we're talking strong winds, 60 to 100 miles per hour in some spots. The visibility will be essentially zero. We'll see difficult travel. The roads will be dangerous. This is going to be something that lowers because of how cold it is as well. We'll see those lower snow levels, too. So parts of the Sierra foothills could see some incredible amounts of snow as well. It's not just the higher elevations like we've seen many times before this season. They, of course, are gearing up for some heavy snow at the higher elevations. You can see Donner Pass along I-80, 7 to 10 feet. We've got 4 to 7 feet possible at 4,700 feet for Blue Canyon. Up and down I-80, though, even as low of an elevation that Colfax is at, you're still going to see up to 8 inches in some spots. So I-80, 50 is going to be difficult to travel as well. This is in and around the Sierra Range. So just prepare for that. That's going to be something you'll deal with well through the weekend. Meanwhile, today, elsewhere, we got plenty of sunshine on the East Coast. Always good to say that. We've got much colder conditions, though, so don't be fooled when you see those blue skies out. We've got chilly conditions that have taken shape as that system yesterday worked offshore. By tomorrow, we see the rain working into parts of the southeast, still dealing with sunshine across the Midwest, and actually temperatures will warm up just a touch across the Midwest, the Great Lakes, the Northern Plains, even the Southern Plains. Where you're not dealing with rain, temperatures will be quite mild. Out west, of course, it's the Sierra storm that we'll keep track of here through the weekend. We finish out our work week and head into the weekend with that rain working up the East Coast. That system will be moving east as we get through Saturday, and then record highs just as we expected. Just like we dealt with earlier in the week, we're going to see those temperatures back to abnormal levels. 70 degrees for the middle of the country at this time of year as we get into early March. Of course, not normal, but that's what we're going to get. It's going to feel like spring, Joe, and it lasts through Sunday. While the West is dealing with the wintry weather, it is a much different story for the middle of the country.
They've got winter weather out west and shorts and tank tops and everything else.
Yes,
in
'tis
the
the
Midwest.
season.
All right. Thanks, Angie. Appreciate it. More to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including the new federal probe into one of AI's leading figures, why the SEC is now looking into whether OpenAI's Sam Altman misled investors. But first, the royal rumors swirling online surrounding the health of Britain's monarchs. Those stories and more next.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone.
You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate.
What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
Place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024, who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. Russian President Vladimir Putin is warning NATO leaders against sending troops to fight in Ukraine, which he said would provoke a nuclear conflict. Those comments are part of Putin's annual address to Parliament. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons has been keeping an eye on his comments, joins us now with more. Keir, what are some of the key takeaways from Putin's speech?
Well, Joe, first of all, let's just bring you a little bit of news. Ksenia Karolina's appeal was held in a Russian court today, and this morning we learned that she lost her appeal, meaning she'll remain in prison now. Joe, you'll remember that she is the ballerina with dual Russian and U.S. citizenship who is accused of treason for donating money to Ukraine. Less than $52, Joe, and the court set another deadline of April the 6th. She is, though, of course, the latest U.S. citizen to be held in Russia, and journalist Evan Gershkovich has been in custody for almost a year, accused of espionage. His newspaper, the Wall Street Journal, says he is innocent and was doing his work as a reporter. Now, to answer your question, Joe, at the same time, a menacing split screen, President Putin giving that keynote speech, highlighting recent advances in Ukraine, though the battlefield there remains largely unchanged, saying he bows at the feet of Russian, quote, heroes, calling for a minute's silence for soldiers he said, quote, are going through the meat grinder of war. His address, Joe, shown on giant screens around Moscow, and including a thinly veiled, as you mentioned, nuclear threat if NATO puts troops on the ground in Ukraine. President Putin saying, we have weapons that can strike targets on their territory. Joe, President Putin is 2 weeks from an election. He said today, we are a pillar of democracy, though, of course, when Russia votes next month, there'll only be one certain winner.
You know, another story that's making headlines recently, the death of opposition leader Alexei Navalny. His funeral is expected now to take place tomorrow. What more can you tell us about that?
That's right, and there are still questions about exactly how that funeral will be held, and of course whether people will be arrested. But it has been certainly a very, very emotional time, of course, for his wife, who gave an emotional appeal again yesterday at the European Parliament, calling on Russians to reject what President Putin stands for, saying Putin must answer for what he has done with my country, Putin must answer for what he has done to a neighboring peaceful country, and Putin must answer for everything he has done to Alexei Navalny. So quite a split screen again there, Joe. Alexei Navalny's wife giving that speech in Europe, while President Putin today giving his clearly resentful speech in Moscow.
All right, a lot of important updates today, Keir. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Turning now to London and the royal family. Princess Kate has been out of the public eye for weeks following her abdominal surgery. Her absence has led to a whirlwind of wild speculation. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter with more.
That's right. The questions are mounting. We have not seen Kate, the Princess of Wales, since before her planned abdominal surgery in mid-January. The last time we saw her was Christmas, actually. And when Prince William missed an event yesterday, speculation kicked into high gear.
This morning, the Prince of Wales is back out in public, while the public still waits for a glimpse of his beloved wife, Kate, the Princess of Wales, who hasn't been seen since Christmas Day. The palace was clear last month she would not pick royal duties back up until after Easter, following their historical practice of not sharing private health information.
So we're seeing increasing rumours. The difference in this case is Kate has disappeared. We haven't seen Kate since actually December last year. And because of that, that's fueled the speculation.
But in the age of social media and fierce attention on the glamorous Wales family, speculation reaching a fever pitch.
Kate Middleton, where is she?
We haven't seen her in the year of 2024.
And even American celebrities.
I gotta meet Kate Middleton for lunch.
Prince William bowing out of a memorial for his godfather at the last minute this week for undisclosed personal matters. A palace source then responding to questions about the Princess of Wales's health, saying only she continues to be doing well.
Whatever information the royal family choose to disclose about the health of the senior royals is really up to them.
But the heir to the throne still making a solo appearance at the glittering BAFTAs last week, an event where Kate usually dazzles on the red carpet. Prince William overheard saying he hasn't seen as many films this year because of everything going on with his wife. And speaking out last month.
I'd like to take this opportunity to say thank you also
for the kind messages of support.
The royal health questions have reached new heights, given that King Charles is also out of the public eye, receiving cancer treatment, hospitalized at the same time as Kate.
It's wonderful to see you looking so well. Well, it's all done by mirrors.
But the 75-year-old monarch continues some state duties behind the scenes, and in the absence of official answers, the curious and nosy public and social media are filling the void.
Now, as I mentioned in the piece, the palace has been really clear. They would only provide updates on the Princess of Wales's health if there was significant new information. But as of now, we don't know why she went in for that planned abdominal surgery in January. We do not know what kind of cancer Charles is receiving treatment for. What is clear, though, right now is the palace feels no pressure to provide more information. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Molly, thank you so much. More world news now. Ghana's parliament just passed a sweeping anti-LGBTQ+ bill that could imprison people for years. NBC News international correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us with that and other news from around the world. Claudio, good morning.
Joe, good morning. Well, that's right. On Wednesday, Ghana's parliament approved a very controversial anti-homosexuality bill. Now, the bill is called Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Act, and it not only criminalizes LGBTQ relationships, but it also those who support LGBTQ rights. It was first introduced in the Ghanaian parliament in 2021, and it has since drawn international condemnation. Now, the bill in Ghana still needs to be signed off by the country's president before it becomes law. Well, the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk, called the development profoundly disturbing and urged the government not to sign it into law. Now let's go to South Korea, where the government threatened junior doctors who have been on strike for the past 10 days that their medical licenses will be suspended unless they end their walkout by the end of today. More than 9,000 of the country's 13,000 trainee or junior doctors have so far resigned or left their hospitals in protest against the government's plan to boost medical school enrollments. Local observers believe many will defy the order and will continue to protest until their demands are met. Well, should they do that, the government is expected to begin formal steps towards punishments on Monday, as tomorrow is a national holiday. And let's end this tour of the world in Dubai, which hosted the first ever jet suit race. Now, pilots zipped along a route with Dubai's famous skyscraper in the background, wearing 1,500 horsepower jet suits that can reach speeds of 80 miles per hour. Just to give you an idea of how powerful that is, the horsepower beats most supercars. Now, if they remind you of Iron Man, well, you're right. Richard Browning, the founder of Gravity Industries, the firm that put up the race in Dubai, said the race is the closest anybody's ever got to delivering the world of Marvel superheroes to real life. Back to you, Joe.
It is pretty cool. I can't wait till those replace all the scooters we're seeing in cities right now. That's going to be awesome. All right, Claudio, thank you so much.
Yeah, that's right.
Coming up, a troubling new report on anti-Semitism in America, why the beliefs of younger generations are now trending more controversial than older adults. But first, a call to action in Alabama as IVF patients and providers fight to restore access to the costly treatment. We're going to bring you their stories next on Morning News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. This morning, Alabama lawmakers are moving forward to restore IVF in the state. Several providers stopped treatments following the state Supreme Court's controversial embryo ruling. Comes as doctors and families gathered at the State House yesterday for a rally to speak out against that ruling. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park joins us now from Montgomery, Alabama with more. Kathy?
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. That is absolutely right. This recent Alabama ruling led to so much confusion and worry. Some families that I'm speaking with say they are going out of state to continue pursuing treatments. And these types of stories appear to be sinking in because some lawmakers believe a new bill could be signed within days.
This morning, Alabama lawmakers feeling the pressure to resolve the deepening fallout from the recent state Supreme Court ruling that upended in vitro fertilization.
This potentially could be a roadmap for other states to restrict access to IVF, or a roadmap on how to protect access to IVF and family building. Please use your voice.
Hundreds of patients, providers, and their supporters fighting to restore IVF in Alabama rallied in front of the State House Wednesday before meeting with legislators. Some sharing heartbreaking stories of putting their dreams of expanding their families on hold.
And how difficult is that waiting period for you right now?
It's extremely difficult. We don't know how long it's going to last. If there's not legislation passed, we are probably looking out of state at this point.
But as far as the actual transfer, that part has been canceled, unfortunately, until all of this can be figured out.
But Republican-sponsored bills advanced through committee hearings Wednesday. Alabama lawmakers signaling they're working quickly to protect IVF access.
The first opportunity that it will be to be able to pass it and sign, because in the bill it says it becomes effective immediately. That could happen as soon as next Wednesday.
The backlash in Alabama becoming a national conversation on reproductive freedoms. Senator Tammy Duckworth, who conceived 2 children through IVF, tried to expand IVF protections at the federal level, but Senate Republicans blocked the bill Wednesday.
Having a child through IVF is a wonderful thing. It is not a crime, and it should not be punished.
And back here in Alabama, the Attorney General's office said that they would not prosecute IVF families or providers. And taking a look at a new Axios Ipsos poll, roughly 2/3 of Americans say they oppose the recent Alabama ruling. And in another key finding, 1 in 3 Americans say they have gone through IVF or know someone who has. Joe?
All right. Kathy, thank you so much. There is a brand new report out this morning from the Anti-Defamation League Center for Anti-Semitism Research, and it shows that Gen Z has surpassed older adults when it comes to anti-Jewish hate. The survey of more than 4,000 adults found that the number of Americans who hold anti-Semitic beliefs has now increased to 24%, and that younger generations now hold more anti-Jewish beliefs than any other age group. Let's talk more about this with the CEO and National Director of the Anti-Defamation League, the ADL, Jonathan Greenblatt. Thank you for being here. You know, I think we often think younger generations, they're woke, they embrace diversity. Yeah. What is going on here? Why is this happening?
Yeah, it's pretty stunning. I mean, the ADL has been studying anti-Semitic attitudes in America since the 1960s. We've never seen data like this before. Typically, there's sort of an Archie Bunker effect, where the older generations are more intolerant than the younger generations, who are simply more accepting, more exposed to diversity. This is different. So as you pointed out in your intro, we see Gen Z and millennials far more likely to have anti-Semitic views than their older, peers, if you will, than Gen X and boomers. That's a big change, Joe.
Social media, is that a big part of this? What's contributing?
Social media is a super spreader of anti-Semitism and hate generally. And definitely, if you don't get your news from, NBC News Now, but from TikTok, you have a warped view of the world. And we've seen just a deluge of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. on social media platforms in general, TikTok specifically.
Let's talk about one specific thing
Sure.
that just struck me. This study found nearly 30% of Americans find it socially acceptable for a family member to support Hamas.
Yeah.
Obviously, the war in the Middle East, which has been making headlines for months now, is shaping some of what we're seeing. And
No
what you're
question.
seeing in
Like
this study, right?
we've said for a long time that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. If you when you demonize people, when you dehumanize them, it changes the conversation for the worse. And we've seen that happen, with extremism on the right, and we're seeing it happen with extremism on the left. But your point about Hamas is really troubling. I mean, this is the generation that we saw a few months ago was spreading the Osama bin Laden letter and thinking that that was some kind of sage counsel from the al-Qaeda mastermind. So in light of that, maybe we shouldn't be surprised that they're seeing Hamas as freedom fighters. But let's be clear what Hamas is. It's a terror organization as designated by the State Department and other governments all over the world. Their charter commits them not to achieving peace for Palestinians, but to literally committing genocide against the Jews. It's what it says in their charter about killing Jews wherever they are in order to liberate the land.
We talked about social media, TikTok. Some of that includes conspiracy theories.
Absolutely.
What are some of the things that you've seen that are most concerning?
Well, look, it's interesting because they call anti-Semitism the oldest hatred, and it really is a conspiracy theory about how the world works. And in today's world, with our sort of media landscape, conspiracies are the coin of the realm. So we shouldn't be surprised that anti-Semitism is surging in this environment. And I will just say, when we say it's surging, this 24% of Americans with extensive or deep-seated anti-Semitic beliefs, we haven't seen numbers that high in more than 30 years. So this is really trending in the wrong direction. But the conspiracies that people are spouting, that sort of Jews control Wall Street, that Israel controls the U.S. government, it's really very ugly and problematic, no matter what side of the spectrum it comes from.
We're very tight on time here, but if there's one thing we could do to try and reverse what's happening, what would it be?
Number one, leaders need to lead and call out hate whenever it happens without any kind of false equivalence, number one. Number two, everyone's got a role to play. Businesses, universities, government, and we need everybody to step up and create spaces that are no place for hate.
All right, Jonathan Greenblatt, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Jay.
We appreciate it. Coming up, a heartfelt look back at a legendary comedian's life and legacy. We're going to remember Richard Lewis this morning, who passed away at the age of 76.
Live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Let's get to some money news. The SEC has launched a new probe into one of AI's leading figures. CNBC's Silvana Henao has that and other news that affects your wallet. Silvana, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. Yes, so the SEC is probing internal communications by OpenAI CEO Sam Altman as part of an ongoing investigation into whether the company's investors were misled. Now, the Wall Street Journal reports the SEC has been seeking internal records from current and former executives and board members at the ChatGPT creator. Now, the probe follows the board's decision to fire Altman in November. The board said Altman was, quote, not consistently candid in his communications with them. Altman returned within a week and is now reportedly in talks to raise billions of dollars for an AI chip venture. It's tax season, and many Americans are choosing to boost savings over paying down debt with their refund. A report from Bankrate finds more than a quarter of people expecting to get money back from the IRS will use it to increase savings, followed by 19% to pay down debt and 11% to pay for daily expenses. Paying off debt was the top response last year. Bankrate says paying down debt is important, especially credit card debt. A recent survey found about half of credit card holders carry debt month to month. And AMC is singing the praises of Taylor Swift and Beyonce. The theater chain says the Eras Tour and Renaissance accounted for more than 10% of the industry's domestic box office in the fourth quarter. AMC inked deals to distribute both films in the U.S. and internationally. However, AMC's stock is under pressure as it faces a delayed slate of movie releases due to the Hollywood strikes last year, which are expected to dent box office returns, Joe.
That's a good point. We'll see the impact of that this year. All right, Silvana,
Sure
thank you.
You got it.
This morning, Hollywood is remembering comedian Richard Lewis. His publicist says the 76-year-old died of a heart attack at his L.A. home. Lewis made us laugh for decades, from his 1980s specials to his role alongside childhood friend Larry David in Curb Your Enthusiasm. And this morning, Larry David is one of many stars remembering the comedy legend.
Open the door.
I don't know how to open the door.
On Curb Your Enthusiasm, Richard Lewis and Larry David were bonded by bickering.
You never call me. You always pick the restaurant. What are you, are we married? I don't understand. Am I dating you?
Friendship that went well beyond the show. In a tribute to Lewis, David says he had that rare combination of being the funniest person and also the sweetest. But today he made me sob, and for that, I'll never forgive him.
This is a frightening profession. I was a schmuck. I could have been a caterer. I realize now.
As a stand-up comic, Lewis found fame in the 80s.
Would you welcome Richard Lewis?
His anxious, neurotic delivery reflected in the titles of his specials. I'm in pain. I'm exhausted. I'm doomed. He put his comedy chops to work in the Mel Brooks parody Robin Hood, Men in Tights.
I don't want to hear any bad news. What type of news is it?
Well, to be perfectly frank, it's bad.
I know it!
And the sitcom Anything But Love. For 4 seasons, he shared the screen with Jamie Lee Curtis, who says Lewis was deep and so freaking funny, adding, he also is the reason I'm sober. He helped me. I'm forever grateful for him for that act of grace alone. Lewis discussed his sobriety on Today back in 2001.
I mean, I'm a very blessed guy. I mean, I never dreamt things would happen to me like they have.
Last year, he revealed he was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease.
I'm under a doctor's care, and everything is cool.
His presence still felt in the final season of Curb. This morning, fans are pointing to a now resonant clip in a recent episode. Lewis playing a somewhat fictionalized version of himself, telling his friend, Larry, is in his will.
I'm leaving you in my will. I'm tweaking it, and you're in it.
No, don't do that.
It's done. You're in.
I don't want to be in. I have money. I don't need it. Give it to someone who needs it.
When I die, I want you to know how much I care about you.
The two real-life friends lovingly bickering on screen until the end. Richard Lewis was married for nearly 20 years. In a statement, his wife, Joyce Lipinski, thanked everyone for their love, friendship, and support. Coming up, we are flipping the script with the stars of a groundbreaking new musical called Most Likely Not To. It's a show that blends comedy with the challenges of a rare disease called spinal muscular atrophy. It premieres tonight right here in New York City to mark World Rare Disease Day. And those stars, Shannon DeVito and Joel Manuel, join me next.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately?
Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border? What the president himself has called a crisis?
Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwan.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now. Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately?
Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border? What the president himself has called a crisis?
Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We're back with our series Flipping the Script, featuring people on air, on stage, and behind the scenes who are shining a spotlight on diversity. This morning, we are shining a light on a show that's raising awareness about a rare disease. After all, today is Rare Disease Day. And in honor of that, a new musical is taking center stage tonight. It's called Most Likely Not To, focuses on spinal muscular atrophy, also known as SMA. It's a rare disease that can lead to muscle weakness and can impact things like walking, swallowing, and breathing. This morning, we are joined by two stars of the show, Shannon DeVito and Joelle Manuel. Thank you both for being here. How excited are you about doing this show tonight?
Thank you for having us. Yeah, we're both super excited, I think. I know I am, right?
Yeah, no, it's very exciting.
Shannon, tell us what the show is about.
Sure. It's a new musical comedy about traveling with a disability. It's about a high school reunion. There's a little of everything. There's a romance part of it. So you name it, we probably shoved it in here.
It's a little bit of satire, I understand, too.
Yes, satire, yeah.
Which can be an effective tool sometimes in trying to spread messages to people.
Absolutely.
You've been in so many things, I know. To stand out to me is the other two and Difficult People, because those are two of my favorite shows.
Oh, thank you.
But to do a musical and to do it about this topic, what does that mean to you?
Yeah, I think anytime you get to represent something that people haven't seen before, it's exciting, and seeing yourself represented is just so important. It makes you feel part of the world, and it's very cool that there was people contributing to it who got to write it as well, which anytime you get to use your own voice and tell your own story, it's very exciting. So it's just a really fun, inclusive atmosphere, and there's a lot of incredible performers that have contributed to it. So it's just really exciting.
Joelle, a lot of people may not know anything about SMA. How could this help raise awareness about that? Why is that so important for you?
For starters, SMA is a lot more common than people think. It's 1 in every 10,000 live births is actually a diagnosis with SMA. So it is a little bit more prevalent than people realize, and raising that awareness, not of just SMA in particular, but also just disability as a whole, I think is very important for people to step outside of their own perspective and be able to see some of the challenges that we have to go through on a daily basis.
How can a musical help relate some of those important lessons, do you think?
Well, I think part of what will make this so effective is that it is relatable. It's situations that we all have to deal with to varying degrees, but one of the themes in the show is about travel. I don't think airport travel is really fun for anyone, so seeing it from a familiar perspective, but also through a lens that people aren't aware of, I think is really important and really fun.
For those who see this, what do you hope is their takeaway?
I think that we really want to inspire people to advocate with us, to again, see these challenges that they may not necessarily be aware of, some of the obstacles that exist in society, and that they're moved to just notice them more and then go out into the real world and advocate with us.
For those, Shannon, I'll ask you, who whether it's SMA or something that there is a challenge in their life, but then they look at you and they say, I want to be an actor, I want to be in television or movies, or I want to be on stage on Broadway. How do you hope your representation can help encourage them? I mean, do you hear from people who say you're an inspiration to them?
I do. I'm very lucky. I've had a really cool career so far, and I think that, if you want it and you want to dream it and you want to do it, just do it. I think there shouldn't be anything holding you back. I mean, I think we're living proof that you can really accomplish anything if you put your mind to it, and I think that, we're so lucky to live in a time that you can just grab a phone and create your own movies, and it's kind of how I started, and so it's really fun and exciting. So just do it.
Talk about the rehearsal process, building up to this moment and figuring out the staging and the singing and all of that. I mean, what's that process been?
Well, it's been going on for a couple months now in terms of conceptualizing it and everything, but everything has kind of flown together over these last few weeks. We have a great cast, a great musical director of the show, and seeing all the hard work that everyone is putting in and how much of a wonderful, great show we're putting together. I can't wait for everyone to see it.
How much have you guys bonded during this process?
Well, we've had like a week of rehearsals, so I think
so quick bonding,
quick bond. It's very tight at this moment. But yeah, it's been, everyone in the cast is so kind, and everyone on the crew and everyone working on it. So it's been a very tight bond very quickly.
Is the singing the hardest part? Is the acting the hardest part? I mean, I can't sing, so for me, that's what's always intimidating. But how about for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think putting it together and memorizing lines in 4 days is probably the hardest part, but I don't know. Everyone is so supportive and kind, so it makes it real easy.
But we are excited for both of you. And just a little more information, this musical, Most Likely Not To. It's going to debut tonight at 6 o'clock Eastern. And here's the key. It's also going to be streaming. So there'll be people live who get to see it live, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But on top of seeing it live, there's going to be people all over who can watch it streaming at the website you see there, mostlikelynottto.com. You're expecting like a full house tonight, right?
I think so, yeah.
That's going to be exciting.
That'd
What a
be
great
fun.
way to celebrate and to educate all at once. Looking forward to that. Thank you so much, Shannon and Joelle, for joining us.
Thank
That
you
is
so
going to
much.
do it for this hour of Morning News Now. But stay with us. The news continues right now.
Hey everyone, good Thursday. So happy to have you with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks for joining. I'm Morgan Radford, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, February 29th, war zone. Gaza health officials reported more than 100 Palestinians were killed in an attack on a crowd that was waiting for humanitarian aid. What the U.S. and Israel are now saying about the alleged incident.
Health alert. A new study found that smoking marijuana puts people at higher risk of suffering a heart attack or even stroke. We'll tell you why some medical experts are now worried that weed could be as harmful as cigarettes.
Privacy concerns. Discount shopping platform Temu is being accused of accessing private data on customers' phones, from photos to text messages. How to protect your information and what you need to know about all shopping apps.
Breaking the cycle. Many of us perpetual people pleasers, constantly feeling the need to make other people happy. So we're going to talk to a therapist in just a moment about how to be the boss of your own boundaries.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We're going to start in Gaza, where at least 100 people are dead. Dozens of others are hurt after Israel says its troops opened fire on a crowd of people waiting for humanitarian aid. This is according to the Hamas-run health ministry. NBC News cannot independently verify those numbers, and Israel is disputing that version of events.
Now, this is important because it comes as health officials in Gaza claim the death toll there just passed a grim new milestone. More than 30,000 people killed since the war began. And now the Biden administration says it's considering whether to airdrop aid into that territory as the humanitarian crisis grows more dire by the day. NBC News international correspondent Josh Letterman is following the investigation as we speak. Josh, look, the Israeli military says that people posed a threat to the soldiers and that's why they opened fire. But what else do we know about what happened and what the health ministry officials in Gaza are saying?
Well, Morgan, as we see so often with these tragic incidents, the details and the circumstances are very much in dispute. The Palestinian officials in Gaza calling this a massacre, saying Israel essentially just unloaded on these desperate Palestinians trying to get aid. But Israel's military is now saying that this was actually two separate incidents. They say this convoy of some 30 trucks was moving from South Gaza to north when it was surrounded by thousands of Palestinians who were trying to get that aid and essentially caused a stampede. They say the vast majority of these casualties was actually from that stampede that they say Israel had nothing to do with. They say after that incident, a short while down the road, there was another incident where some of those Palestinians approached Israeli troops in a threatening way. They say Israel fired warning shots in the air first, and then when those Gazans continued to approach the Israeli troops, they opened fire. They say that was responsible for just a handful of those deaths. But in the meantime, President Biden saying he and the White House are going to look into this as well.
Josh, so many tensions in that area, people just trying to get food, hospital care. You have this deadly incident. How does that affect the hostage negotiations that are happening right now? Very sensitive situation.
Well, we don't know exactly. We know it certainly does not help the situation. In the past, during these delicate hostage negotiations, we've seen these types of deadly incidents make it more difficult for the two sides to trust each other and to reach a deal, even though they're not in the same room. There's basically shuttle diplomacy going on with the Qataris going back and forth. But frankly, these kinds of incidents where people desperate for aid end up in the middle of gunfire only underscore why there's so much importance importance right now behind getting another deal that would not only see hostages released, but also a temporary ceasefire during which hopefully much more humanitarian aid could flow into the Gaza Strip.
NBC News international correspondent Josh Letterman. Josh, thank you.
The Supreme Court agreed to decide whether Donald Trump can claim immunity over charges that he tried to unlawfully overturn the 2020 election. Now, this ruling, it's going to have major implications on the former president's ongoing legal cases, and it's also going to determine whether future presidents are, in fact, protected from criminal prosecution. Now, the court says it will hear arguments in late April. NBC News correspondent Garrett Hake joins us now from the D.C. Bureau. Garrett, this is a big deal. The Supreme Court's intervention means that, for now, the case is on hold and that no trial can take place. But is this essentially a win for former President Trump?
It absolutely is a win for the former president, Morgan. Even without a ruling here, the Trump campaign and the Trump legal team get a huge victory, and that is time. What this means with a late April hearing, late April oral arguments, and probably not a decision from the court until perhaps June, you're going to get through essentially the entire primary calendar without Donald Trump having to set foot in a courtroom again to deal with these questions about whether or not he tried to steal the 2020 election. And it is entirely possible that we might not see this case go to trial at all before the election, which, of course, officially happens in November, but really starts in October when early voting begins across the country. The DOJ does not like to have ongoing matters that close to an election, so it's possible we won't see this trial happen at all before voters cast their ballots this fall.
You know, separately, Garrett, Illinois became the third state just yesterday to rule that Trump can be taken off the state's primary ballot, and this was over his involvement in the January 6th Capitol attack. But that being said, the judge who issued the ruling put her order on pause, and she knows that Trump will appeal. So what then can we expect to happen next? What are the range of possibilities?
Yeah, this was a very surprising ruling, given that this issue seemed to be settled by the State Board of Elections in Illinois just a few weeks ago, ruling that Trump could stay on the ballot there. I think what this ultimately does, Morgan, is just adds to the pile of issues that are going to have to be decided by the Supreme Court. Remember, we've already seen arguments there about Colorado's effort to keep Donald Trump off the ballot there. It's possible that whatever decision the Supreme Court releases on Colorado would also apply to Illinois and to Maine, the other state with an outstanding ruling that would keep Donald Trump off its ballot. Ultimately, we're going to need one national answer here. It's likely that the Supreme Court will deliver it, but we're waiting on that ruling as well, with ballots going out pretty soon in all those states.
So many cases up in the air and so many ballots yet to be turned in. NBC News correspondent Garrett Hake. Garrett Hake, thanks.
Morgan, at least one person is dead as dozens of wildfires ravage more than 1 million acres across northern Texas. The single largest blaze, the Smokehouse Creek fire, it is now officially the biggest fire in Texas state history. Emergency response teams have only contained 3% of that fiery inferno as it continues to flatten entire towns. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is live in Canadian, Texas for us. So, Guad, Canadian is a small town near the front borderline of these fires. What is it like there where you are today? And what's the biggest challenge right now that rescue teams are facing as they try to build lines around these fires?
Vicki, one of the things we have to understand is how large this area is. When you look at the size of the fire, over 100 miles long, it goes from the Texas border with Oklahoma to the other side of the Panhandle over on the west end. So we started our day in Fridge, Texas. This is one of the communities where some of the structures burned down from a different wildfire, not the Smokehouse Creek fire, right? So we were there, and as we were reporting, it began snowing. So the weather has changed dramatically. We had snow on the way, ice, and now you can see some of the rain coming down. So we're on the outskirts of Canadian. We're still making our way there, but it just takes a very long time because the distances are so long. And that's what firefighters have had to deal with. Very large fires with a lot of distances to cover. Now, one of the things that we know right now is that they have 4 major wildfires that are still active, and these are the ones they're focusing all those resources on. And they are, of course, trying to protect some of those structures. The information that we've received is that a lot of the structures that were affected by the fire are in Fridge and also in Canadian. Again, it's been very difficult to access a lot of these communities because they're so far out. So we're still making our way there, Vicki.
You know, Guad, we know the weather can help or hurt the firefighting effort, and you mentioned some rain. That is a relief, but we're also hearing the forecast may include some heavy winds to come. What's going to happen in the next couple of days with the weather?
Right, so the weather's been crazy. I'm having a hard time keeping my eyes open right now because of the ice and the water coming down. It's not so much windy as it is cold, and we have this precipitation, which we've been told is going to help the fire crews, right, to get a handle on some of these fires. But the forecast is that for the weekend, those winds are expected to return, and this will change. In fact, the state fire services here have changed their level preparedness level from a 2 to a 3, which means they will allocate more resources to fight the fires, but they also informed that they expect the weather conditions to favor those fires to keep growing for the next few weeks.
Wow. All right, NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas live in Texas for us. Guad, thank you.
Let's go now to our CNBC Money Minute. A key inflation measure is up from last month. That's according to an important gauge the Federal Reserve uses to sort of decide on interest rates. The 0.4% increase is in line with expectations as prices continue to stay higher than cost compared to last year.
CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins us now. So Deirdre, break down these numbers for us. Where does inflation currently stand?
Hey, good morning. So in addition to being up 0.4% for the month, the core personal consumption index, which excludes food and energy, that was also up 2.8 from a year ago. The headline PCE, which adds back in the volatile food and energy prices, saw a similar trend in its monthly and in its year-over-year numbers. Now, both numbers were in line with economists' expectations, but also show that inflation still remains stubbornly high compared to the Fed target of 2%. Meanwhile, the Metropolitan Transportation Authority will hold the first of 4 public hearings tonight in New York on its polarizing congestion pricing plan for Manhattan, which would charge a toll fee for cars and trucks during weekday peak hours. And finally, Wendy's said that it will not raise its prices during peak hours after it faced intense criticism for its CEO's comments suggesting it might start dynamic pricing as early as next year. That sparked a wave of backlash on social media, with some saying they would be stocking up on the signature Frosty milkshake in their freezers for the summer. Guys, it all feels like a really smart marketing ploy. They put it out there, got so much attention, then took it away.
Yeah, you got people talking about Wendy's.
We were talking about it.
Absolutely.
For a week.
Not in the greatest way, so I'm glad to see they're not doing it.
I know, right? All right. CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa with the latest and greatest. Deirdre, thanks.
Coming up, a new study shows that cannabis could have a major impact on your heart health. You're watching NBC News Daily.
inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida. Part of our continued reporting. Stay safe. Everybody good? Women, children,
News News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, one of the largest studies that looks at cannabis use finds that smoking weed frequently may not be as harmless as originally thought. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson explains.
This new study makes it clear smoking cannabis is like smoking tobacco, dangerous to your heart.
Cannabis is not an innocent bystander when it comes to cardiovascular disease.
The research published in the Journal of the American Heart Association found people who use cannabis every day, primarily through smoking, had a 25% increased risk of heart attack and a 42% increased risk of stroke compared to non-users. This is one of the largest studies to look at cannabis and cardiovascular events, reviewing data from nearly 435,000 Americans. Dr. Robert Page of the University of Colorado School of Medicine says it has an eerie ring.
I feel like we're going to repeat history with cigarette smoking. These data suggest that this is a red flag. It's looking like it could be just as bad as smoking cigarettes.
Cannabis is becoming more and more mainstream. 24 states now allow recreational use. There are specialty stores, cannabis sommeliers. In some cities, the aroma is inescapable. More Americans admit to using cannabis, 4% on a daily basis, 18% annually. Information Pope says patients need to share.
Doctors are not police. They are here for your help.
To keep up with our changing times. Ann Thompson, NBC News.
There are new privacy protections for cars that connect to the internet. This all coming amid growing concerns that tracking features could enable stalkers and put domestic abuse victims in danger. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett has the details.
New sophisticated features in the auto industry, like location tracking and the ability to control your car remotely, were intended to be a selling point for consumers. But now, concerns the tech puts lives in danger.
Many of us step in our cars every day and don't really realize how that technology could be used against us.
The FCC stepping in to combat cases of technology-enabled stalking, where those high-tech tools were allegedly used against domestic abuse victims.
We hear from survivors every single day who are experiencing what we call technology-facilitated abuse, which is abuse that is really any form of technology that is being used to carry out that control and harassment.
Chairwoman Jessica Rosenworcel wants to stop abusers from using connectivity tools in vehicles to harass and intimidate their partners by ensuring manufacturers and wireless providers can support survivors who want to disconnect from abusers with access to their vehicle and manage geolocation data. She wrote, "A car is a critical lifeline. Survivors of domestic abuse shouldn't have to choose between giving up their vehicle and feeling safe."
Is this the FCC stepping in to regulate because the automakers didn't put enough privacy protections in place as it is?
One of the problems is that the privacy protections that are in place are designed against hackers or third parties. But the nature of the threats are changing all the time. And one of the things that the car makers didn't think about is protecting the information from other members of the family, from other owners of the car.
The call for regulation driven by media reports like these. In one case, a woman unsuccessfully sued Tesla, alleging the company negligently failed to help her, complaining her husband was stalking and harassing her through the vehicle since he was the administrator on the account. According to the lawsuit, she said she discovered her car doors open, the suspension settings changed, or the vehicle's ability to charge turned off. The woman and her husband ultimately settled the suit.
The scenario that a survivor could be leaving their abusive partner and trying to enter safety such as emergency shelter, and that very vehicle that they're driving to the shelter to can be tracked, is deeply concerning. When you have a concept, when you are developing technology, it is really critical to think about how that can be misused and mitigate that before it ever reaches the marketplace.
The FCC points to the Federal Safe Connections Act as a precedent, which gives the agency authority to help domestic abuse survivors securely communicate, requiring telecom providers like AT&T or Verizon to separate phone lines on a family plan where the abuser is also on the account.
Now, none of the automakers that we reached out to for reaction had anything else to add. They say they didn't want to comment at this time, but they have responded to a letter that the FCC chairwoman had put out last month asking what protections are in place as it stands. Tesla dodged the issue, whereas Toyota said that if someone is trying to disconnect a user from a car, in this instance like we just talked about, they might ask law enforcement to corroborate the story. And so this is something in terms of what protections are going to be put in place that the FCC is looking for. Right now, we know that it will be open for public comment. The commission will kind of review what the public has to say, make any necessary additions to the proposed rule before they vote on it and it gets passed into regulation. Back to you.
Our thanks to Maura Barrett for that report. And stay with us because later this hour, why the popular shopping site Temu is facing accusations of accessing people's personal information right on their phone. You're watching it.
Inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? I get took for all this damage to
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There are growing concerns about humane capital punishment after several failed lethal injection attempts on an Idaho inmate. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz explains why his execution was ultimately delayed and the surrounding controversy.
The execution of Idaho's longest-serving death row inmate halted after several failed attempts to administer a lethal injection.
It wasn't a difficult decision. It was the right decision.
Serial killer Thomas Eugene Creech was set to be executed at a maximum security institution near Boise. Prison officials say the medical team made 8 attempts in multiple areas to establish an IV line before pausing the execution.
It was a vein quality issue that made them not confident in their ability to administer chemicals through the IV site.
Media witnesses describe how the 73-year-old laid strapped on the execution table for more than 45 minutes, at times looking over and waving at his family.
His eyes started to fill with tears, and I heard him sniffling.
Creech, who is convicted of 5 murders, has been in prison since 1974. His failed execution coming just weeks after Alabama executed a man using nitrogen gas for the first time after an attempt using an IV also didn't work. In Idaho, there's a different alternative.
At this point, Idaho law provides for execution by lethal injection or firing squad now.
All this continuing to raise questions about capital punishment and the most humane way to perform an execution. Liz Kreutz, NBC News.
New video shows the moment a helicopter in Colombia spun out of control just moments after takeoff. And despite crashing, first responders managed to save the lives of all the passengers on board. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro spoke with one of the survivors about this incredible rescue.
It's shocking video showing the heart-stopping moment a helicopter spirals out of control and crashes seconds after taking off from a building's rooftop in the heart of Medellin, Colombia. The flight offered as part of a dining experience by a local restaurant, crashing into a building, leaving the helicopter lodged between the structure and a cell phone tower. On board, 5 passengers and the pilot, all of them surviving. First responders pleading with the passengers not to move as they desperately work to pull them out from the teetering chopper. Francisco Salas was inside. The Texas native lives in Colombia and managed to take out his cell phone, recording what he thought was his final goodbye.
Dad, I just got in a helicopter crash. I'm stuck in a building and I'm really high up. I love you. And I just want to say thank you so much for taking me under your wing, Dad. I love you.
I just thought, okay, this is how I die. This is how I die. This is how I die.
Next to him was his girlfriend, Luisa Osorio. The couple says they were on board with the intention of recording content for their social media channels. But just seconds after takeoff, things took a horrific turn.
I was waiting for the impact, and the impact came, and we were still alive. And you could hear the engine turning off, but the rotor's still going, and it was a shock.
Salas says the pilot immediately jumped out before local residents and the Medellin Fire Department rushed to the scene, using several cranes to remove the helicopter from the site.
God's going to save us. I know it. I know God's going to save us.
For almost 3 hours, Salas says he did his best to keep himself and the others calm.
I said, but we're perfectly wedged here. You guys cannot move, and we got to wait for help. And then maybe like 90 seconds later, somebody came. I really just felt that if I didn't keep the positive energy, that negative energy, I don't know, maybe it causes people to freak out and someone does something that risks us all.
Miraculously, only 1 person was rushed to the hospital and treated for a leg fracture and lacerations. Local authorities suspending all helicopter flights as they investigate the reason for the crash.
I'm very blessed to have lived a life so far. Aside from getting on a helicopter ever again, I wouldn't change anything about my life. Maybe just tell people how much I feel about them and what they mean to me.
Valerie Castro, NBC News.
Stay with us. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network. Take a look. It's called NBC News Now, and these are all the places where you can stream us. YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock. Come on, Morgan, join in.
Oh, wow. Xfinity? Did you say Plex, girl? What about Local Now?
Local Now.
I think you already said
try that one.
Fire TV. Fire.
Fire. Stay with us. The news continues right after this.
people really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the banner of elections.
All right, it just me too.
Welcome back. We are so happy you could be with us again this Thursday. It is 12:30 in Philadelphia and right here in New York. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Here's what's making news right now. Members of Congress struck a short-term deal yesterday to fund the federal government for just a couple more weeks. Lawmakers will bring a formal vote to the floor later today where it needs 2/3 approval from the House. It would then move on to the Senate for a vote before tomorrow's deadline.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is testifying before Congress today about his recent hospitalization. Austin was admitted to the hospital in early January after experiencing complications from prostate cancer surgery and didn't tell the White House until 3 days later. He took full responsibility for his actions and told lawmakers, "I did not handle it right."
And the French Senate has approved a bill to make abortion a constitutional right. 267 senators voted in favor of the bill. 50 voted against it. The measure will go before a joint session of Parliament next week, where it's expected to get approved by the necessary 3/5 majority. If this passes, France would become the first country to enshrine abortion rights in its constitution.
Dueling visits at the southern border today. Both President Biden and former President Donald Trump, they're set to address border security and immigration. Now, Biden is going to be in Brownsville, Texas, while Trump will be 300 miles away in Eagle Pass. Both communities are grappling right now with a growing number of migrants crossing into the United States.
Immigration is a major issue heading into the general election. According to a recent NBC News poll, 57% of voters think the former president would handle border security and immigration better than President Biden. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now from Brownsville, Texas. Gabe, it is good to see you. So these dueling visits, dueling messages, what can we expect to hear from President Biden and former President Trump today?
Hi there, Vicki. President Biden and former President Trump are set to be here in Texas within the next couple of hours, as you visit to the southern border since taking office. He went to El Paso in January of 2023, but he comes here to Brownsville, Texas, trying to make the case. $20 billion in border security funding was held up by House Republicans, and he's looking to call out House Republicans that appear to have been led by former.
I think we're taking a few hits on Gabe's
now, that is
audio. Gabe, I think we're taking a few hits there on the satellite. You're coming in and out, and I look forward to talking to you a little bit next hour on this rising surge in migrants and how each presidential candidate is looking to handle that. Gabe Gutierrez reporting live from Texas for us.
Well, Alabama lawmakers are under pressure to protect IVF treatments in the state. Yesterday, hundreds of families rallied in the capital of Montgomery, sharing stories of confusion and anxiety.
Now, many of them forced to cancel treatments after some clinics in Alabama paused IVF services after the state Supreme Court ruled that embryos are children. That decision leading to fears of possible legal liabilities for providers. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is outside the State House in Montgomery, Alabama. Kathy, there's so much confusion here about the reality of the lay of the land after this. Providers are confused, people who are looking for treatment are confused, and people are scared. How close are state lawmakers to solving this, to restoring access to IVF?
Maureen, you're absolutely right. And the state of Alabama, these lawmakers have been feeling the heat ever since that state Supreme Court ruling came down 2 weeks ago. But it appears that lawmakers are inching closer to restoring IVF here in the state. In fact, some lawmakers are pointing to Wednesday as a possible date when the new bill could be on the governor's desk. Right now, we should note that the Republican-sponsored bills that were moved through committees yesterday are currently on the floor of both of these chambers, and members are about to vote momentarily. So we should get some answers there, but it doesn't end there, because essentially the House bill will go to the Senate and vice versa. There could be amendments that they have to vote on as well. But earlier today, we heard from Representative Collins, who sponsored one of these bills. Take a listen.
This right now that we have before us has been agreed upon and will help us achieve our goal, which is to continue the process for those families that are going through in vitro fertilization.
And Morgan, you mentioned the rally that was here at the State House yesterday. We saw hundreds of them. These are IVF patients, providers, and supporters. And from the stories I'm hearing, we're told some people just can't wait any longer. In fact, they're looking into other options, possibly going out of state to continue their procedures as well. We should also note that some IVF patients, they say they're out tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars. So this is a financial toll that they're dealing with. It's emotional. And then on top of that, they're having to deal with this. And the future still remains pretty murky.
Kathy, the challenges are so clear on every level, financial and emotional as well. What's happening at the federal level at this point? Are there any efforts to protect IVF and access to it nationally?
So coincidentally, Senator Tammy Duckworth, who has been very open about her own personal connection to IVF, she's conceived 2 children through IVF. She proposed a bill on the Senate floor yesterday, and this would offer federal protections, but it was blocked by Republicans. So this is something that she reintroduced, something that she had considered 2 years ago, but it failed yesterday. But obviously, this is a national conversation. There's certainly a spotlight here in the state of Alabama right now.
All right, NBC News correspondent Kathy Park. Kathy, thank you.
Well, Morgan, the popular shopping platform Temu, it is facing a slew of new privacy concerns. 2 class action lawsuits filed against the site, accusing the company of accessing customers' personal data on their telephones, things like your messages and your photos. This all comes after we first exposed concerns about Temu's lack of transparency around data collection. Here's what you need to know. The popular discount shopping app Temu making its second Super Bowl commercial appearance. But now all eyes are on Temu for a different reason. 2 class action lawsuits allege the app has an arsenal of tools to gain access to what they call literally everything on your phone, including your contacts, camera, microphone, and more. Attorney Steve Berman represents the plaintiffs in one of the lawsuits. You're alleging that Temu is collecting text messages and photos. What proof do you have?
Various experts who have studied the Temu application, and there's a wide consensus that it is the most dangerous app in America, period.
In a statement to NBC News, Temu denies the allegations, writing in part, "We collect information with a clear and singular purpose to provide and continually enhance our products and services for our users," adding, "We only collect and use data necessary for specific, justified scenarios." I feel so rich. The e-commerce platform has a massive reach. Temu was the world's most popular marketplace app in 2023 with 338 million downloads.
I got about 12 pieces of makeup for $30-ish. What?
It's easy to see why it's so popular. The site offers millions of products at huge discounts. Despite the savings, Temu has faced backlash from customers, complaining about missing items and product quality.
Why did I think that it would be a good idea to buy perfume off of Temu?
In June, we asked Patrick Jackson with the internet security company Disconnect to analyze the Temu app. He found it was collecting more personal data than it told users, including IP addresses, which can be used to determine a shopper's location, sexual orientation, and political affiliation. At that time, Temu said, "We are committed to the privacy and security of our users. The information is solely for enhancing our service, and we do not sell it for money." After we shared our findings, Apple told Temu to fix the app. The company said it complied. But after reanalyzing the app today, Jackson says Temu has turned on certificate pinning, which makes it harder for researchers to see what kind of data the app is collecting. And they've updated their privacy nutrition label, acknowledging they now collect precise locations. Jackson says that's detailed enough to tell within 15 feet of where you are.
It collects the most personal data of any app on the marketplace, and people don't know that they're at risk.
Our internet security expert says if you still want to shop Temu, just delete the app. Shop by going to the website instead. That's Temu.com. He says that advice actually goes for all shopping apps. Developers can only collect a fraction of the data on you from your browser when you go to that website. But when you download any sort of app, it provides a treasure trove of information about you. Morgan?
Wow, really interesting. All right, Vicki, listen, when it comes to the 2024 campaign season, there's no question that artificial intelligence is already playing an outsized role. So I took a look at how how one organization is hoping to use artificial intelligence to make campaigns cheaper and more efficient.
This just in. Surge of 80,000 illegals yesterday.
It's been both a political weapon and a political issue.
Do you think the industry is mature enough to self-regulate?
Now, one organization is embracing artificial intelligence as a political strategy.
It's like you have a very, very smart, talented, and fast assistant.
Tech for Campaigns is using AI tools to help generate digital ads and fundraising emails, giving cash-strapped campaigns in tight races a high-tech edge over the competition.
Everything we do is AI aided, which means a human puts in the request, puts in the context, and also edits it afterwards. It's not AI spitting out an email or AI spitting out an ad and a human doesn't look at it. That's not where we are.
It's not just, hands off the wheel, the computer does its thing.
Yes.
It's a strategy they first tested in the Virginia State House races in 2023.
We did an experiment across 14 campaigns. We tested AI-aided emails, and what we found is that AI-aided emails had about a 3.5 to 4.5 times increase in productivity versus the human-only emails.
When you say productivity, you guys can just get more marketing materials out there, more emails, more communication with voters faster.
Not just more, but better. So what we measured was actually the dollars raised per work hour. So it's not just about more, it's about can these be as good or better?
Now they're rolling out a new set of AI tools, which they plan to use this election year to help Democratic candidates across hundreds of races.
All right, so you've pulled up top performing emails in the past, and then what happens now?
You just ask the tool to generate, in this case, I'll say 2 new email options based on what worked.
There it is, it's working. So is this an example of an email?
So yeah, here's 2 options. You can see it gives you a subject line and then it does the body for you.
Wow. I mean, this looks like it was written by a real person. This looks specific. It gives a catchy subject line, and it did all this in less than a minute.
Oh, it did it in, about 15 seconds, yeah.
And it comes at a critical time.
Your vote makes a difference in November, not this Tuesday.
Earlier this year, the Federal Communications Commission made AI-generated voices and robocalls illegal. And 8 states have passed laws regulating AI in some form, which is why some democracy experts warn that any AI-generated campaign material should be used with caution.
The challenge is that this is early days for the technology. We don't fully understand it yet. AI makes mistakes, it hallucinates, it can perpetuate biases that can be dangerous for the campaign.
Concerns Tech for Campaigns says they take seriously.
I absolutely agree that there are malicious uses of AI that can be used in elections, and I am worried about that. But I'm also worried that we're not having a balanced conversation and that the party is going to get left behind on AI because they are leading from a place of fear.
A new kind of technology coming soon to a campaign near you.
Now, I do want to be clear that when she says party, she's talking about the Democrats because that's her organization's focus. But to be clear, this technology is not only being used to help Democrats. Trump's former campaign manager, Brad Parscale, has also founded a digital firm that advertises some AI capabilities for campaigns. And meanwhile, leaders in the House just recently launched a bipartisan task force dealing specifically with the issue of artificial intelligence. Among their objectives, ensuring legal accountability for election interference caused by AI. Vicki.
Very interesting, Morgan. It's everywhere. Well, coming up next, battling chronic people-pleasing, how you can break the habit and learn to set better boundaries to protect your mental health. More NBC News Daily right after this.
news lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Listen, we have a really good mental health check for you today, and I think it affects a lot of us. Do you ever feel like you're trying to constantly make other people happy, even when it might have a negative effect on your own mood?
Yeah, it's called people-pleasing, and experts say it can really take a toll on your mental health, especially if you don't learn to break the habit. So to help us break the habit, we have Terry Cole. She's joining us now. She's a licensed psychotherapist and author of Boundary Boss, the essential guide to talk true, be seen, and finally live free. Terry, tell us how to live free. What is, yeah, exactly. What is people-pleasing, and is it more than just trying to make other people happy?
I really think it is more than trying to make other people happy, because when you think about what your motivation is, you really want to avoid conflict. You don't want to be rejected. You're trying to avoid confrontation so much of the time. And listen, you may want other people to be happy too, and I'm not taking that away.
Right.
But when you think about your motivation, there's more to it than that. It's trying to avoid negativity or displeasing other people.
Sometimes you're in a situation, it could be your family, it could be work, it's where you feel like you're trying to make something happen in a way, but the other person might just not be having it with you, like they're just going to reject you. How do you set your own internal boundaries and compartmentalize so that that's okay? Like, not everyone is going to be your best friend.
I think that's a great point. Boundaries a lot of times are misused and misunderstood as like levers of control. Like, my boundary is that you must behave this way. That is not a boundary. That is manipulation. So what we really need, our internal boundaries are really about, can I accept this person's limitations? Do I want to still be in relationship with them if they have this limitation? And that's your decision to make.
Oh, I like that.
I love that too. And I also wonder, what you said makes me think of hope, right? I mean, I've definitely been in that situation where I feel like I've really just tried to please someone or make them happy, or even just, if I'm honest, make them like me. And I just maybe can't do it. Is there a way to still leave room for hope in a relationship, to let things move and maybe have a little magic happen?
Absolutely. But really, I think when we start focusing on pleasing ourselves, knowing ourselves, honoring how we feel, what we think, and what we want, we'll find ourselves much less in the situation of endlessly trying to please others, even people who are not that important to us. Right? When you think about it, when I was younger, I wanted everyone to like me, even if I didn't like you. I'd be upset if you didn't like me.
Right?
You know?
That's a great point.
And I think women fall into that trap a lot more than men do. Talk about the benefits of setting these boundaries and releasing yourself from that need to people please.
Well, one benefit is that you gain all of this bandwidth. Oh, you're protecting your time, your energy, your space. So that's a major benefit. And another benefit in your relationships is that people get to know you. Right? If you tell the truth about your boundaries and make boundary requests, instead of giving them corrupted data about who you are by saying yes when you want to say no, you're actually giving them the opportunity of knowing who you are, which is way more satisfying in life.
Before you go, how do we do it? What questions do we need to ask ourselves, or perhaps ask others?
Well, part of it is you need to identify where you are people-pleasing. Because so much of the time, there is an original person that we are trying to please. And, you know, this sort of goes back to the scene of the crime of the family system, where did you have a parent who was very difficult? And you got to really understand what's going on within you, because a lot of times we're just playing that unresolved injury out in other relationships.
Oh, this was such a helpful conversation.
I wish we could have gone on for like 30 minutes.
I know. Psychotherapist Terry Cole, as always, thank you so much for your time. Great to have you today.
You are such a joy. Thank you. And stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Comedian and actor Richard Lewis has passed away at the age of 76. Lewis, nicknamed the Prince of Pain, was known for his stand-up comedy routine and playing an exaggerated version of himself on Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Yeah, those tributes pouring in from friends and celebrities alike celebrating his life. Lewis's publicist confirming he died Tuesday night at his home after suffering a heart attack. Host and producer of Entertain This, Ralphie Aversa, joins us now. Ralphie, Larry David posted a touching and also hilarious tribute to Richard Lewis yesterday. Tell us about their relationship. They've known each other literally their whole lives.
Yeah, they were born, a couple days apart, I believe, in the same hospital in Brooklyn. They really reconnected in their 20s as stand-ups and then have been inseparable ever since. And his tribute was just, it was so spot on. I mean, not that you would judge anyone's tribute because obviously they're mourning, but like 10 of 10, no notes. Like, it was so good because not only did it, as you see here, pay tribute to the type of person he was, but then he throws in the little jab, the type of jab you would expect Larry to say on Curb to Richard. And just seeing all of the scenes from Curb that have been shared on social media over the past, since we found out, of course, about Richard's death, it's really been touching, and it's been a great tribute, especially in that later part of his career, that a whole new generation was able to see how funny he was. And it's, I know we say that Richard played an exaggerated version of himself, but in his last interview with Vanity Fair, he said that he really felt like he was playing himself, as opposed to Larry, who I think says some things on Curb that maybe he wants to say in real life but doesn't. So,
and also a fun tidbit, he was a big news junkie, and a lot of us who have reported through the different NBC properties have received notes from him just in the middle of reporting. Yeah, he was really kind of glued to the TV and following the political landscape.
And so I saw Rex Chapman paid tribute to him on X, and he was saying they had formed a relationship through X, through then Twitter and then X, and they would DM. So yeah, to your point.
Really interesting. All right, switching gears, Oscars. Tell us, we have some key items. Who's taking the stage?
We got presenters, we got performers. Yeah. So as far as presenters, we have mostly all past winners, and especially for the major 4 categories for supporting actress and actor and actor. All of last year's winners are back. Oh, wow. Pretty much everybody that's back as far as presenters are past winners, except for Michelle Pfeiffer and Zendaya.
Okay.
Hopefully soon at some point or another, but nonetheless, I will say when I was going through the presenters list, this is noteworthy because don't forget the tradition is that the best actor presenter presents best actress. That didn't happen last year because Will Smith had won Best Actor and he wasn't there. So Halle Berry and Jessica Chastain took on that. So as far as the presenters, you have that, and then as far as the performers, I think everybody's talking about Ryan Gosling because he's going to do I'm Just Ken, and there he is with Mark Ronson, and they're going to perform that together. And Billie Eilish and Phineas, they're going to win, by the way. The song from Barbie. Barbie with 2 nominations. I still think, by the way, that, Ryan, with all due respect, Dua Lipa should have got that nod.
That's interesting.
The Osage Tribal Singers as well. John Baptiste is performing. Becky G is also. So some great performances and presenters. Looking forward to the Oscars, not this Sunday, but the following Sunday, March 10th.
A lot to look out for.
All right, Ralphie, let's move to the planet of Arrakis with Dune 2 set to premiere tomorrow. I want to hear about the sequel and also the G-rated, I guess, PG-13 maybe, version of the popcorn bucket. There's a lot of talk about that bucket.
Well, yeah, you're going to get the PG-13 version because I'm not doing anything to jeopardize anything here right now. That's for sure. But let's talk first about this. Let's go to the popcorn bucket.
Jump in.
The sandworm bucket that has popcorn in it, but I'm not a big popcorn guy to begin with. I'm definitely not reaching into that. It's been a topic of the press run, and everybody's kind of danced around the design of it as to not really offend anyone. But there's no joke I could make here that hasn't already been made in a funnier form on social media.
SNL dove straight in. So if you are curious and you need to go to SNL, look for that clip.
So let's talk about the movie.
Oh, yeah, star-studded cast. We spoke with Austin Butler and Dave Bautista. They were paired together. Austin, of course, receiving an Oscar nomination last year for Elvis. Austin had to put on 25 pounds for this role, and he did so with pretty much all muscle. There's like 3 different trailers, but one of them he's shirtless in. And Timothée Chalamet, of course, and Zendaya in this also, Christopher Walken. I mean, again, just a star-studded cast, a highly anticipated sequel that's already receiving incredible reviews on Rotten Tomato and IMDb. So we'll see how it fares this weekend. Been a bit of a lull at the box office as far as blockbusters, so I think this is about to really kick things back up.
All right, host and producer of Entertain This, Ralphie Aversa. Ralphie, as always, thank you so much for joining us.
Both.
We appreciate it.
Thank you, Ralphie. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily. Between the popcorn bucket and...
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of, we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Everyone, thank you so much for joining us this Thursday. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, February 29th. New attack on Gaza. Dozens of people reportedly dead after Israeli forces say they opened fire on a crowd of Palestinians waiting for humanitarian aid. What we're learning right now about that incident and how the White House is reacting.
Security concerns. Communities are on edge after a series of killings on college campuses. We're going to talk with a former Secret Service agent about how to keep your students safe.
Dueling visits. President Biden and former President Donald Trump both making trips to the southern border today. The rare split-screen moment as immigration takes center stage on the campaign trail.
Remembering Richard Lewis, Hollywood is honoring the Curb Your Enthusiasm star who died after suffering a heart attack. That's all coming up in our entertainment wrap.
We are so glad you could join us here on NBC News Daily, where we start right now in Gaza. At least 100 people are dead. Several others are hurt after Israel says its troops opened fire on a crowd of people waiting for humanitarian aid. All of that, according to Gaza health officials. NBC News, however, cannot independently verify those exact numbers.
Israel's military says it is reviewing the incident, but claims many of the people who were killed in a separate incident involving trampling. Now, this all comes after the Palestinian Health Ministry claims more than 30,000 people have been killed in Gaza since the war broke out. Now, the Biden administration is concerned about how this could affect ceasefire and hostage negotiations that are happening right now. NBC News international correspondent Matt Bradley is following the investigation at this hour. Matt, what is the latest in terms of what we know about what happened? There's some overhead video as well. And what is the United States doing at this point?
Yeah, that's right, Vicky. And, we're hearing starkly different accounts about what happened. And that's been a typical feature of this war since the beginning. So Palestinian authorities, they called the killing a massacre and accused Israeli tanks of having opened fire on civilians as they waited for much needed aid. And then the Israeli military, for their side, they said that Palestinians had crowded those aid trucks and were looting the aid, and that the Palestinians were killed from the pushing and trampling, essentially that there was a stampede, and that then the trucks raced away and actually ran over some of the Palestinians. And again, this is from the Israelis, and the Israeli statement made no mention of machine gun fire, but they did point, as you just mentioned, to a separate incident. And that happened a little bit later and only a short ways away, just a couple of yards. The Israeli military said its soldiers opened fire on civilians after they refused to step away from an Israeli military checkpoint. They said they ignored the Israeli soldiers' warnings. Now, regardless, this just shows the level of desperations that we're seeing in the Gaza Strip. Starvation is another major disaster there, and we're hearing from authorities that several infants have died of malnutrition in Gaza just over the past several days. And now, as you mentioned, just today, the Gaza Ministry of Health announced the death toll for the enclave has now surpassed 30,000. And that's ever since Hamas's October 7 terror attacks on Israel. According to the Gazans, most of those 30,000 people killed in Israeli attacks, they're civilians, and nearly half of them are children. Guys?
Yeah, Matt Morgan here. It's interesting you talked about how this just sort of symbolizes the level of desperation, but it's also sort of this myopic example, if you will, over all of these competing narratives we've heard since October 7th. At the heart of all this is hostages, right? I mean, how does this sort of affect the hostage negotiations? Where do they stand right now? And even what about the ceasefire negotiations? How does this affect all that?
Well, if they were standing in a very, very poor situation before, now they're even worse off. I'm talking about the prospect of peace and negotiations being successful. And actually, we just heard from President Biden on that topic today, ever since we saw this incident in the Gaza Strip. Here's what he said.
We're checking that out right now. There's two competing versions of what happened. I don't have an answer yet.
Are you worried that it will complicate these negotiations?
I know it will.
Now, guys, we've seen the results coming out of Michigan this past week. The Middle East has become a major political headache for President Biden. Today's killings will almost certainly add to that.
Especially given the very large Arab American population there in Michigan. NBC News international correspondent Matt Bradley for us there. Matt, thanks.
Well, later today in Texas, President Biden and former President Trump are expected to address security and immigration in separate events at the southern border. They're speaking in two different communities that are struggling with a large number of migrants who have crossed into the U.S. from Mexico. Immigration, a major issue heading into the general election. This, according to a recent NBC News poll, 57% of voters think former President Trump would handle border security and immigration better than President Biden. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now from Brownsville, Texas. Gabe, it's good to see you. What can we expect to hear at the border today from these dueling messages?
Hi there, Vicki. Good afternoon. Well, President Biden is expected to make his second visit to the southern border later today. His first visit was in January of 2023 to El Paso, Texas, and he's coming here to Brownsville to make his case that it is House Republicans that are holding up his the bipartisan border deal that was negotiated in the Senate. The president says that deal included $20 billion for border security that he says is being held up by the Republicans and also Donald Trump. And meanwhile, former President Trump will be at the border as well. He'll be about 300 miles away in Eagle Pass, Texas, and he will make the case that it is President Biden's lax border policies contribute to this record-breaking migrant surge. Now, Vicki and Morgan, this all comes as just some breaking news in the past few hours that a federal judge has temporarily blocked SB 4. That is the controversial law here in Texas that would allow state authorities to be able to arrest migrants who entered the country illegally. A judge temporarily blocking that, saying that is the jurisdiction of the federal government. But the border battle here in Texas is continuing. And again, we're expecting both of the presidential frontrunners here in just the next few hours. Vicki and Morgan?
Against that backdrop, so this breaking news, a judge says, no, this is a federal issue. You heard the bipartisan deal stalled, as you mentioned. So is the president considering executive action at this point?
Well, we understand from senior administration officials that, yes, the president has been considering executive actions to tighten asylum laws, but we have no indication that that will indeed happen. At this point, the bipartisan border deal appears dead in the House. While there are still negotiations over Ukraine and Israel funding, it appears the border deal is going nowhere. So that is a major question right here. What will President Biden do unilaterally if the federal government, if Congress won't act?
NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez. Gabe, thank you so much.
Well, Vicki, the Supreme Court will hear arguments on whether former President Donald Trump is, in fact, immune from being criminally prosecuted for things that he did while he was in office. But now, even if the court rules against Trump and his federal election interference trial is allowed to move forward, it will likely extend beyond the November election. NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley joins us now from D.C. Ryan, look, justices, they're going to hear arguments in this case the week of April 22nd. So how does the court's intervention actually benefit the former president, really regardless of what the ruling actually is?
Yeah, this is, really all about the calendar here, right? So if we start off, Donald Trump was indicted in this case in August of last year. What the judge said then is that what Judge Chutkan said then is that she would give the Trump team 7 months to prepare for this trial. The trial was supposed to start actually next week on March 4th. But because of all these appellate issues and because ultimately of this immunity issue that made its way up to the Supreme Court, there's been delays. Essentially, this case has been on pause since December. So basically, there are 88 days left in this preparation window. So whenever and if they ever get Judge Chutkan gets this case back, there are now 88 days where they would have to do a lot of these pretrial motions, decide a lot of these issues that they need to settle before they go to trial, give the Trump team more time to prepare their defense. So if this case were taken up in April, even if you're talking about a situation where they were to do a ruling in May, that's probably unlikely. It's more likely to happen in June. Then you're talking about basically 3 months down the line from when the trial could start. So very quickly we get right up against the November election, Morgan.
And Ryan, yesterday Illinois joined Maine and Colorado in banning the former president from their state's primary ballot. But all of those decisions, they're effectively on hold until the issue is ultimately settled in court. So will Trump be on the ballot come Election Day in those states while this is up in the air?
A good question. I think that, a lot of these things, the Supreme Court has a lot on its agenda right now. It's kind of at the center of the 2024 campaign. There are a lot of issues, including whether or not Donald Trump can be on the ballot, as well as whether or not 2 of these charges that he is facing in connection with this alleged conspiracy to overturn the 2020 election and disenfranchise millions of Americans, whether those 2 charges can actually be brought forward. That case that they're talking about was obstruction of an official proceeding, which is 2 of the 4 charges that Donald Trump is facing in the Jack Smith case. Those also apply to hundreds of January 6 rioters. So there's really just a ton laying on the highest court in the land as we sit here today, Morgan.
All right, NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley. Ryan, thanks.
Turning now to our CNBC Money Minute, the Federal Aviation Administration is giving Boeing 90 days to come up with a plan to improve quality control. This all coming as the airline is facing increased scrutiny over a number of safety and production issues.
CNBC senior media and tech correspondent Julia Borston joins us now. Julia, the FAA's decision comes just 2 months after the Alaska Airlines incident. We all remember when that door plug blew out of a Boeing plane in the middle of the flight. What's Boeing sort of saying in response now to the FAA's request?
That's right. It was a very memorable moment, and Boeing now says it will prepare a comprehensive action plan and that its leadership team is totally committed to meeting the challenge. The FAA is also in the middle of an audit of Boeing's 737 production lines. Well, the Justice Department just launched a probe into that door plug incident. Meanwhile, the Biden administration is scrutinizing Chinese-made smart cars, saying they could pose a national security risk. The probe will consider ways to prevent China from using technology in the vehicles to track drivers and their personal information. And Oprah is leaving the board of directors at WW, the company formerly known as Weight Watchers. The board issued a statement saying Winfrey's decision was partially to eliminate any perceived conflict of interest around her taking weight loss medications, and said she will donate all of her shares in the company to the National Museum of African American History and Culture. Guys, back over to you.
Wow, very interesting move.
Yeah, I'm glad that she's speaking about it. I think people need to destigmatize the things they do for their health.
Yeah, and I think being honest and knowing that, you know, everyone's in this together, however you do it.
Indeed. CNBC senior media and tech correspondent Julia Borson. Julia, thank you.
Controversy surrounding a new docu-series about former talk show host Wendy Williams. Why critics are accusing the project's producers of exploiting her. The details next. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
A new Lifetime docuseries featuring former talk show host Wendy Williams is getting pushback for its portrayal of Williams following her dementia diagnosis.
Now, Williams' former publicist, who's featured in the series, is criticizing the show's producers, saying they had the wrong intentions during filming. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas spoke with her about those comments.
Wendy Williams, the former daytime talk show host, known for her outspoken and sometimes controversial take on celebrity gossip.
Your wig was pulled down so low.
Now the focus of an explosive documentary that some fans are calling exploitative.
I have tears. In a good way.
In a new Lifetime docuseries, Where is Wendy Williams? She is often seen confused, and in one clip, not recognizing her manager.
It's okay, it's all right. What do you think it was? It's okay, it's all right.
In another scene, that same manager confronts her over empty liquor bottles found in her apartment.
Did you drink this whole thing today? Yes. No.
Now, one of those people featured in the docuseries is speaking out exclusively to NBC News and slamming the producers behind the project.
I felt that she was being exploited.
Sean Zanotti began working with Wendy as her publicist in 2021.
Wendy would be mortified. There's no way you can convince me that she would be okay with looking and seeing herself in that way.
Just one day before the documentary aired, Williams' management team announced that the star is currently in a treatment facility, diagnosed with primary progressive aphasia and frontotemporal dementia.
I will be awake.
In an interview with Today.com, the filmmaker said they were not aware of Williams' diagnosis during production, but moved forward with the project because we all felt this was a complex and sensitive story to tell, and we all felt a great responsibility to do it with dignity and sensitivity. But Zanotti isn't buying that.
The producers were asking questions throughout the entire time, and they would ask questions where she would somewhat seem confused, and I feel as though it was done to be intentional at that moment in time.
Do you believe that the producers intentionally exploited Wendy Williams for this documentary?
I believe the intentions around this documentary for them was to make money and ratings. That was it.
She said she even flagged those concerns to Williams' guardian, Sabrina Morrissey, during production.
I did not agree with what was going on with this documentary. I made it very clear to the guardian. The production company was aware of that. Instead of them dealing with it with me, they decided to ignore me.
Mark Ford, the executive producer of the docuseries, told Today.com that Wendy was a partner, as well as her guardian, her manager, all our lawyers. Everybody signed off and was aware all the ways through what we were filming. But Zanotti also feels that she was intentionally misrepresented after voicing her concerns with the project, including this scene.
I can't do long because of my foot problem. Yeah. So I'm not wearing stuff like that.
Although you saw that those horrific components of what she did and the way that she treated me, there was great, beautiful moments that happened after that.
NBC News has reached out to producers for further comment and to Williams' guardian, but have not heard back. Williams, who hosted the Wendy Williams Show from 2008 to 2021, had been open about her struggles with addiction. Speculation around Williams' health began after she fainted live on the air in 2017. In 2019, she told viewers that she was living in a sober house after seeking treatment for drug use.
I've had a struggle with cocaine in my past.
Months later, she revealed she was taking time off due to an autoimmune disorder called Graves' disease.
Graves' disease squeezes the muscles behind your eyeballs, and so that's the reason for.
In 2022, Sherry Shepard eventually took over Williams' time slot. It was during this time that Williams was placed under a financial guardianship after Wells Fargo claimed that she was incapacitated and was a victim of undue influence and financial exploitation, claims Williams later pushed back against.
Please, go away.
Since then, Williams has remained largely out of the public eye. But Zanotti says this is not how she would want fans to remember her.
That should have never aired. That documentary, the way that it was put together, or so they're calling it, should not have been put out that way. That is not the project that she signed up for.
Chloe Malas, NBC News.
We are just wishing her the best. Yeah. Well, where is Kate Middleton? Speculation sweeping across social media, and now the usually private palace is responding. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
There are growing concerns about humane capital punishment after several failed lethal injection attempts on an Idaho inmate. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz explains why his execution was ultimately delayed and the surrounding controversy.
The execution of Idaho's longest-serving death row inmate halted after several failed attempts to administer a lethal injection.
It wasn't a difficult decision. It was the right decision.
Serial killer Thomas Eugene Creech was set to be executed at a maximum security institution near Boise. Prison officials say the medical team made 8 attempts in multiple areas to establish an IV line before pausing the execution.
It was a vein quality issue that made them not confident in their ability to administer chemicals through the IV site.
Media witnesses describe how the 73-year-old laid strapped on the execution table for more than 45 minutes, at times looking over and waving at his family.
His eyes started to fill with tears, and I heard him sniffling.
Creech, who is convicted of 5 murders, has been in prison since 1974. His failed execution coming just weeks after Alabama executed a man using nitrogen gas for the first time, after an attempt using an IV also didn't work. In Idaho, there's a different alternative.
At this point, Idaho law provides for execution by lethal injection or firing squad now.
All this continuing to raise questions about capital punishment and the most humane way to perform an execution. Liz Kreutz, NBC News.
New video shows the moment a helicopter in Colombia spun out of control just moments after takeoff. And despite crashing, first responders managed to save the lives of all the passengers on board. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro spoke with one of the survivors about this incredible rescue.
It's shocking video showing the heart-stopping moment a helicopter spirals out of control and crashes seconds after taking off from a building's rooftop in the heart of Medellin, Colombia. The flight offered as part of a dining experience by a local restaurant, crashing into a building, leaving the helicopter lodged between the structure and a cell phone tower. On board, 5 passengers and the pilot, all of them surviving. First responders pleading with the passengers not to move as they desperately worked to pull them out from the teetering chopper. Francisco Salas was inside. The Texas native lives in Colombia and managed to take out his cell phone, recording what he thought was his final goodbye.
Dad, I just got in a helicopter crash. I'm stuck in a building and I'm really high up. I love you. And I just want to say thank you so much for taking me under your wing, Dad. I love you.
I just thought, okay, this is how I die. This is how I die. This is how I die.
Next to him was his girlfriend, Luisa Osorio. The couple says they were on board with the intention of recording content for their social media channels. But just seconds after takeoff, things took a horrific turn.
I was waiting for the impact, and the impact came, and we were still alive. And you could hear the engine turning off, but the rotor's still going, and it was a shock.
Salas says the pilot immediately jumped out before local residents and the Medellin Fire Department rushed to the scene, using several cranes to remove the helicopter from the site.
God's going to save us. I know it. I know God's going to save us.
For almost 3 hours, Salas says he did his best to keep himself and the others calm.
I said, but we're perfectly wedged here. You guys cannot move, and we got to wait for help. And then maybe like 90 seconds later, somebody came. I really just felt that if I didn't keep the positive energy, that negative energy, I don't know, maybe it causes people to freak out and someone does something that risks us all.
Miraculously, only one person was rushed to the hospital and treated for a leg fracture and lacerations. Local authorities suspending all helicopter flights as they investigate the reason for the crash.
I'm very blessed to have lived a life so far. Aside from getting on a helicopter ever again, I wouldn't change anything about my life. Maybe just tell people how much I feel about them and what they mean to me.
Valerie Castro, NBC News.
Stay with us. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network. Take a look. It's called NBC News Now, and these are all the places where you can stream us. YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock. Come on, Morgan, join in.
Oh, wow. Xfinity? Did you say Plex, girl? What about Local Now?
Local Now.
I think you already said
try that one.
Fire TV. Fire.
Fire. Stay with us. The news continues right after this.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Well, welcome back. It is 12:30 in Fargo, North Dakota, and 1:30 in Sheboygan, Michigan. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford. Here's what's making news right now. Members of Congress struck a short-term deal yesterday to fund the federal government for a couple more weeks. Lawmakers will bring a formal vote to the floor later today, where it needs 2/3 approval from the House. It would then move on to the Senate floor, a vote before tomorrow's deadline.
The man accused of killing 4 University of Idaho students likely won't stand trial until 2025. Prosecutors argued the trial should happen this summer, but the defense said yesterday they would not be ready in time. The judge plans to rule on the trial date after hearing a change of venue motion in May.
And Republican Senator Cindy Hyde-Smith is blocking a bill that would have provided federal protections for in vitro fertilization. Democratic Senator Tammy Duckworth introduced that legislation under unanimous consent, which basically means it just takes one senator to block it from passing. All of this coming after the Alabama State Supreme Court ruled embryos created through IVF are in fact considered children. Senator Hyde-Smith says she objects because the Alabama decision did not ban IVF.
At least one person is dead as wildfires continue to scorch more than 1 million acres across northern Texas.
The Smokehouse Creek fire, which is the largest blaze, is now officially the biggest fire in Texas state history. So far, it's only 3% contained, and now some people are returning home to pick through the charred rubble where their homes once stood. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is live in Canadian Texas for us. Morgan, how are things where you are right now? What are people telling you? What's sort of their biggest obstacle as we speak that the rescue teams are facing just to try to contain this fire?
Yeah, Morgan, Vicky, the obstacles are every direction you look here in the Texas Panhandle. We're actually in the small town of Fritch, Texas, which suffered from what was called the Windy Deuce fire. 150,000 acres scorched over the last 48 hours or so, including this home behind me. I'm keeping my distance because there are still downed power lines in this area. To the north of us is that massive Smokehouse fire complex, as you mentioned, topping 1 million acres. It is windy. The temperatures have plummeted. And that wind is a significant concern here. I can tell you that a large portion of the Texas Panhandle got snow over the last 6 to 8 hours. And in some areas, that proved to be a big help. But I have to tell you guys that the wind that's coming with that weather change could also pose a real issue as well, especially with this fire, 30% contained. And again, as you mentioned, that 1 million acre blaze, 3% contained.
Yeah,
guys,
big challenges ahead for firefighters. In the meantime, we know thousands of people have been evacuated. They're displaced right now out of their homes. What's being done to help them? What resources are available to them at this point?
we do know that at least 2 shelters have opened up in the last hour or so in the Panhandle, where people are being able to go and seek shelter until the worst of this fire is over. In the meantime, we are seeing relief efforts in the form of all things right now. A key concern here is if the wind shifts, it could push this fire in an entirely different direction, so no one is breathing easy just yet. Guys.
NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky live in Texas for us. Morgan, thank you so much. Well, now we turn to an alarming incident at a New Mexico high school. Shocking video shows students engaging in a dangerous sword fight. That's happening inside a classroom using real weapons.
Yeah, a new lawsuit filed on behalf of one student who was severely injured says it was encouraged by their teacher. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo has more.
Showing Albuquerque high school students sparring with real swords in the middle of chemistry class.
It's right here. That's how you're supposed to use it, like this.
And this wasn't teens going rogue, according to a new lawsuit filed by one student who was injured. Their teacher, Loviata Mitchell, announcing earlier on this day in June of 2022 that she had a surprise for the class, telling them to arrange their desks into a circle, handing one student a rapier-style sword and the other a katana, according to the lawsuit. Then instructing the students to fight as a 2-minute timer counted down. But shortly after this video was taken, one student allegedly slicing another student's wrist with a katana-style sword, severing multiple nerves and tendons.
Her surgeon says when he was in there doing the repair that he could feel where the sword had actually indented in the bone.
That student's family now suing the school district, the assistant principal, and Mitchell, alleging as she bled in the classroom, the teacher did not seek immediate medical attention, instead telling students, quote, "I'm in trouble," ordering them to delete any video recordings they had taken, and then attempted to call the school's medical office.
The response was not what you would expect. It took about 30 minutes before anyone called 911.
An accident report written by the assistant principal saying the teacher brought a prop to school to show a lesson on metal and melding, but responding paramedics say the sword appeared to be real. Almost 2 years later, the lawsuit alleging the student is still struggling to perform normal tasks after surgery and extensive physical therapy.
She's lost a lot of mobility and strength and sensation in her right hand and in her thumb. I think those will be permanent effects.
That teacher, Mrs. Mitchell, could not immediately be reached for comment, while Albuquerque Public Schools, known locally as APS, declining to comment. Now the student and her attorney seeking more information and damages.
We want to know what APS actually did to investigate this and whether that report looks like it's trying to sweep this under the rug without a full investigation.
Stephen Romo, NBC News.
I don't even have words for that.
I mean, nerves and tendons.
I know.
Just unbelievable.
Okay, all right, we got to move on.
Here we go. There are growing calls for better safety measures on college campuses after 4 students were killed in different states in less than 2 weeks. Now, the first incident happening in the University of Colorado on February 16th. Police say 24-year-old Sam Knopp and 26-year-old Celie Montgomery were allegedly shot to death by Knopp's roommate.
6 days later, 22-year-old Laken Riley was found dead from blunt force trauma near a lake on the University of Georgia's campus. A man with no connection to the school is now facing multiple charges in her telling. And then roughly 48 hours later, on February 24th, Josiah Kilman was found strangled to death in his dorm room at Campbellsville University in Kentucky. A fellow student has been arrested in connection with his death. We have brought in a former U.S. Secret Service special agent and author Evie Pompouris to talk about safety. Evie, thank you so much. You cover this. You work in security. Students at UGA apparently are asking for blue lights, emergency phone boxes. We know all that sort of thing takes time, but what can schools do to better protect their students? And also, what should we be advising our own students to think about when they're on campus?
Okay, so all these scenarios are very different. If we're looking at the one at UGA, I would say first, if you're going to go running, and I'm an outside runner, really look at where you're going to go run. Despite all my background and credentials, I run in parks, public places. I look for people. If I don't see people, that means people can't see me, and I don't go. All right, so that's the first thing I'll tell you. So I would stay away from trails. I would stay away from areas that are secluded. The thing with these attacks is they happen quickly. So even if somebody sees you, even if there's a phone, what's the likelihood you're going to be able to do that? And I'm not trying to be morbid here, but how much security can you put? Like, everyone's like, throw more security, throw more security. I think it's a bigger thing is like, what's going on in society? How are we keeping people safe? Like, what's going on within the communities as well? So students have to have their own situational awareness, which means make good decisions, know who you're connected with. I will say, maybe when you're walking around, be with someone. I think that's one of the best things that you can do is have somebody with you and adjacent to you.
Safety in numbers.
Yeah, it's interesting. I saw on the bottom of the screen there, you said fight like an animal. I was told that you were supposed to just go limp because dead weight is actually heavier to move around, which is true.
No, you're going to fight like an animal. In fact, I saw somebody else say, hey, when you're fighting someone, you hit them center mass. No. Center mass is where people are the strongest. You're not going to do anything to me. You're going to bite. You're going to cut with your nails. You're going to hit the face. The best place to hit somebody is in the face. In fact, I'm not trying to be violent here, but if you're going to strike somebody here in this area, this is the area where people, maybe you can get a lights out.
In the nose.
In the nose. Palm towards the face. I really would focus on here and maybe extremities. And all you want is a moment where that person releases a grip, and then you can run. The other thing is when they throw you on the ground, you have to fight like truly like an animal. Also, these people, they want easy prey. They want easy prey. So if you're going to go
don't make it easy.
Don't make it easy. They want an easy fight.
This is great advice. Evie Pompouris, former U.S. Secret Service special agent and author. We so appreciate your time and your expertise.
Thank you so much. Well, there are new concerns surrounding the health of the British royal family. King Charles is undergoing treatment for an undisclosed form of cancer, while Princess Kate had abdominal surgery last month, and she hasn't been seen in public since December.
Well, this week, Prince William pulled out of a major event because of a personal matter. NBC News international correspondent Molly Hunter has more on the questions surrounding Buckingham Palace.
The Prince of Wales is back out in public, while the public still waits for a glimpse of his beloved wife, Kate, the Princess of Wales, who hasn't been seen since Christmas Day. The palace was clear last month she would not pick royal duties back up until after Easter, following their historical practice of not sharing private health information.
So we're seeing increasing rumours. The difference in this case is Kate has disappeared. We haven't seen Kate since actually December last year. And because of that, that's fueled the speculation.
But in the age of social media and fierce attention on the glamorous Wales family, speculation reaching a fever pitch.
Kate Middleton, where is she?
We haven't seen her in the year of 2024.
And even American celebrities.
I gotta meet Kate Middleton for lunch.
Prince William bowing out of a memorial for his godfather at the last minute this week for undisclosed personal matters. A palace source then responding to questions about the Princess of Wales's health, saying only she continues to be doing well.
Whatever information the royal family choose to disclose about the health of the senior royals is really up to them.
But the heir to the throne still making a solo appearance at the glittering BAFTAs last week, an event where Kate usually dazzles on the red carpet. Prince William overheard saying he hasn't seen as many films this year because of everything going on with his wife. And speaking out last month.
I'd like to take this opportunity to say thank you also for the kind messages of support.
The royal health questions have reached new heights, given that King Charles is also out of the public eye, receiving cancer treatment, hospitalized at the same time as Kate.
It's wonderful to see you looking so well.
No, it's all done by mirrors.
But the 75-year-old monarch continues some state duties behind the scenes, and in the absence of official answers, the curious and nosy public and social media are filling the void. Molly Hunter, NBC News.
The highly anticipated sci-fi sequel Dune 2 is set to hit the big screen tomorrow. We are going to break down that and so much more in our entertainment wrap. Stay with us. More NBC News Daily just after this.
Inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida. Part of our continued reporting. Everybody safe? Everybody good? Women, children,
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Comedian and actor Richard Lewis has passed away at the age of 76. Lewis, nicknamed the Prince of Pain, was known for his stand-up comedy routine and playing an exaggerated version of himself on Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Yeah, those tributes pouring in from friends and celebrities alike celebrating his life. Lewis's publicist confirming he died Tuesday night at his home after suffering a heart attack. Host and producer of Entertain This, Ralphie Aversa, joins us now. Ralphie, Larry David posted a touching and also hilarious tribute to Richard Lewis yesterday. Tell us about their relationship. They've known each other literally their whole lives.
Yeah, they were born, a couple days apart, I believe, in the same hospital in Brooklyn. They really reconnected in their 20s as stand-ups and then have been inseparable ever since. And his tribute was just, it was so spot on. I mean, not that you would judge anyone's tribute because obviously they're mourning, but like 10 of 10, no notes. Like, It was like, it was so good because not only did it, as you see here, pay tribute to the type of person he was, but then he throws in the little jab, the type of jab you would expect Larry to say on Curb to Richard. And just seeing all of the scenes from Curb that have been shared on social media over the past, since we found out, of course, about Richard's death, it's really been touching, and it's been a great tribute, especially in that later part of his career, that a whole new generation was able to see how funny he was. And it's, I know we say that Richard played an exaggerated version of himself, but in his last interview with Vanity Fair, he said that, like, he really felt like he was playing himself, as opposed to Larry, who I think says some things on Curb that maybe he wants to say in real life, but doesn't. So.
And also a fun tidbit, he was a big news junkie, and a lot of us who have reported through the different NBC properties have received notes from him just in the middle of reporting. Yeah, he was really kind of glued to the TV and following the political landscape.
It's so fun. I saw Rex Chapman paid tribute to him on X, and he was saying they had formed a relationship through X, through then Twitter and then X, and they would DM. So yeah, to your point.
Really interesting. All right, switching gears, Oscars. Tell us, we have some key items. Who's taking the stage?
We got presenters, we got performers. Yeah. So as far as presenters, we have mostly all past winners, and especially for the major 4 categories for supporting actress and actor and actor. All of last year's winners are back. Oh, wow. Pretty much everybody that's back as far as presenters are past winners, except for Michelle Pfeiffer and Zendaya. Okay. Hopefully soon at some point or another. But nonetheless, I will say when I was going through the presenters list, this is noteworthy because don't forget, the tradition is that the best actor presenter presents best actress. That didn't happen last year because Will Smith had won Best Actor and he wasn't there. So Halle Berry and Jessica Chastain took on that. So as far as the presenters, you have that. And then as far as the performers, I think everybody's talking about Ryan Gosling because he's going to do I'm Just Ken, and there he is with Mark Ronson, and they're going to perform that together. Wow, and Mark Ronson. Billie Eilish and Phineas, they're going to win, by the way. The song from Barbie. Barbie with 2 nominations. I still think, by the way, that, Ryan, with all due respect, Dua Lipa should have got that nod.
That's interesting.
The Osage Tribal Singers as well. John Baptiste is performing. Becky G is also. So some great performances and presenters. Looking forward to the Oscars, not this Sunday, but the following Sunday, March 10th.
A lot to look out for.
All right, Ralphie, let's move to the planet of Arrakis with Dune 2 set to premiere tomorrow. I want to hear about the sequel and also the G-rated, I guess, PG-13 maybe, version of the popcorn bucket. There's a lot of talk about that bucket.
Well, yeah, you're going to get the PG-13 version because I'm not doing anything to jeopardize anything here right now. That's for sure. But let's talk first about this. Let's go to the popcorn bucket.
Jump in.
The sandworm bucket that has popcorn in it, but I'm not a big popcorn guy to begin with. I'm definitely not reaching into that. It's been a topic of the press run, and everybody's kind of danced around the design of it as to not really offend anyone. But there's no joke I could make here that hasn't already been made in a funnier form on social media.
SNL dove straight in. So if you are curious and you need to go to SNL, look for that clip.
So let's talk about the movie.
Oh, yeah, star-studded cast. We spoke with Austin Butler and Dave Bautista. They were paired together. Austin, of course, receiving an Oscar nomination last year for Elvis. Austin had to put on 25 pounds for this role, and he did so with pretty much all muscle. There's like 3 different trailers, but one of them he's shirtless in. And Timothée Chalamet, of course, and Zendaya in this also. Christopher Walken. Again, just a star-studded cast. A highly anticipated sequel that's already receiving incredible reviews on Rotten Tomato and IMDb. So we'll see how it fares this weekend. Been a bit of a lull at the box office as far as blockbusters. So I think this is about to really kick things back up.
All right. Host and producer of Entertain This, Ralphie Aversa. Ralphie, as always, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Ralphie. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Well, Black Heritage Month is coming to a close with a big announcement from the cast of the beloved 80s sitcom A Different World. The show depicted student life at Hillman College, a fictional HBCU in Virginia.
I grew up wanting to be with the Gilbert.
It's a different world
than where you come from. Boom. Now, more than 35 years after the show first aired, the cast is reuniting for an exciting new project, and NBC News correspondent, our very own Blaine Alexander, spoke with them exclusively.
Even from the very first notes, who knew the show was something special?
I know my parents loved me. Stand behind me, comfort me.
You know, these are the faces of A Different World. Set at the fictitious Hillman College, for 6 seasons, the sitcom showcased the vibrant life at HBCUs, historically black colleges and universities.
What do people tell you is their most memorable episode?
The wedding episode.
Wedding episode.
The wedding episode.
Heads down.
Baby, please, please.
I do.
But the show's legacy goes well beyond the screen.
We took chances to tell stories that weren't really being told.
Addressing date rape and AIDS and war and gun violence and homelessness. But also, we were able to do that and make you laugh at the same time.
And then there were the characters themselves.
You talk to anybody and they say they wanted Dwayne's glasses, right?
Yeah.
They wanted that look. There we go. You have Kim, the aspiring doctor. You've got Freddie, who's outspoken and strong.
And I think that was one of the real sacred keys about Different World, was that we represented all these different facets of young black life that we had never seen before. But we've got everybody represented.
And the show's influence is undeniable. From 1976 to 1994, HBCU enrollment increased by more than 25%. But the biggest leap came between 1986 and 1994. Almost exactly the same years A Different World was on the air. Now, more than 35 years after their debut, the cast is back together, touring HBCU campuses around the country.
When these students walk away after meeting you, what do you hope they take with them?
I want them to feel seen. I want them to recognize that they are their best investment.
Oh, and they are loved. We're saying, expand yourself, grow. You will be loved.
At Clark Atlanta University, that message has already reached the next generation.
To make it clear, none of you were born when this show actually aired, right? Nobody was born. But still, it means a great deal to you.
My mom watched it, and she was like, you should go to that college that's always on A Different World.
So she wanted you to go to Hillman.
Yeah. So I decided to go to HBCU, and now I'm here.
Every day, someone will say, I went to an HBCU because I watched A Different World.
Right.
I'm a doctor, I'm a lawyer, I'm an engineer because I watched A Different World. And it's the most rewarding part of the work we've done.
I was at the White House. One of the young guards who was in the Army, a major, a young black major, pulled me aside and said, I'm this because of ROTC and Colonel Taylor in A Different World.
How many of you actually attended an HBCU? But yet, it's part of all of you.
We went to Hillman.
It is.
You went to Hillman.
We went to Hillman,
Yeah. Most people would say if you change one person's life, that's a blessing.
It's a blessing.
We've all had the opportunity to change millions of people's lives.
Blaine Alexander, NBC News.
I love that story.
No, it was great. Wonderful job, Glenn. Thank you.
Here's what's trending right now. Adele is postponing all of her Las Vegas residency shows through March. She posted on Instagram that she's sick and it's taken a toll on her voice. So she said that the Weekends with Adele events at Caesars Palace will be rearranged. Adele apologized to fans, saying she loves them all and will miss them like mad.
Hope she feels better soon. Netflix is naming Dan Lin as the company's new film chief. Lin will fill Scott Stuber's role, who previously announced he would be stepping down in March. Lin is well known for producing films like Disney's Aladdin remake and the Lego film franchise with his production company, Rideback. He will start with Netflix on April 1st, and it won't be a joke.
All right. And look what you made them do. AMC Theaters reports fourth quarter revenue hit $1.1 billion. That's up from about $990 million back in 2022. The company's CEO says literally all of this increase is because of, yes, you guessed it, 2 concert movies, Taylor Swift and, of course, Beyonce.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford. You're watching NBC News Daily.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, part of our continued reporting. Everybody safe? Everybody good? Women, children,
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow. Zinkley Asamoah is on assignment today. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Thursday, February 29th, 2024, out of control. The Texas wildfires are growing to historic levels, with one the size of Rhode Island, now the biggest in Texas history. Thousands forced to evacuate and homes completely destroyed. We have the latest on the ground. Deadly incident, dozens reportedly killed and injured. Hundreds more injured after the Israeli military opens fire on Palestinians waiting for humanitarian aid in Gaza. How Israel is defending its actions. Split-screen visits, both President Biden and former President Trump making stops along the southern border today. The two different messages they're trying to send about the migrant crisis during these dueling trips. Plus, too good to be true, the popular shopping app Temu offers massive discounts on all kinds of items, but is it coming at a high cost for your privacy? Nice to have you with us on this leap day, so unusual. We do begin this hour with those growing wildfires scorching Texas. Firefighters now facing a crucial window to get the flames under control, and time is not on their side. 4 major fires are burning across the Texas Panhandle. The largest is called the Smokehouse Creek Fire. It has just made history as the biggest ever in Texas. This is it right here. Take a look at those massive flames. The Smokehouse Creek Fire is only 3% contained, according to the Texas A&M Forest Service. To give you a better sense of the fire's fury, take a look at these before and after pictures on the left and right sides of your screen. That's a neighborhood now completely destroyed. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is in Canadian Texas in the Panhandle. Morgan, what's the latest from crews battling these fires, and is today especially important for containing them?
Kate, every minute is important in trying to contain these multiple fires. We know that Canadian was incredibly hard hit there with dozens of homes that were burned. We're south of Canadian in Fritch, Texas. This suffered from another blaze called the Windy Deuce Fire. Kate, it burned 150,000 acres. It's only 30% contained, and it's south of that million-acre fire that burns as we speak. It is incredibly windy here. Believe it or not, Kate, this morning, snow blanketed a large part of the Texas Panhandle. But as far as how much help it will do in containing some of these blazes, you know, it's already let up and that wind has picked back up. And that is why authorities are incredibly concerned, especially since this fire has already turned deadly. Kate?
And Morgan, you know, I can tell just from looking behind you there, this has upended lives for people all across the Texas Panhandle. What are you hearing?
We're hearing stories of people being evacuated out of the front of their homes through their front door, Kate, while the back half of their home is on fire. Authorities stretched incredibly thin. We do know that the fire has taken the life of one woman in Stinnett, Texas, who was inside her home as flames tore through that community. I want you to hear what her son shared with us just a short time ago. Take a listen.
She was hearing impaired in one ear, and she generally slept on her good ear, so if anyone had pounded on the door, she would have never heard them. So it was just a bad situation there.
Heartbreaking details every direction you look. We're keeping our distance from this damaged home here, Kate. Power lines are still down in a lot of these communities and could be incredibly dangerous. Kate?
All right, Morgan Chesky, thank you for being there for us. The Supreme Court has agreed to decide whether former President Donald Trump is immune from prosecution in special counsel Jack Smith's federal election interference case. Smith charged Trump, you may remember, last year for trying to subvert the 2020 election. The fact that the Supreme Court is agreeing to take Trump's immunity argument up is a win for the former president, and it will delay any trial. Trump has been trying to delay the start of the trial until after Election Day. Joining me now are NBC News correspondent Garrett Hake, who's covering the Trump campaign, and also NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Garrett, I'll start with you. What can you tell us about the Supreme Court's move here and how this could play out legally and politically?
Well, the Supreme Court's decision to take up this case with oral arguments scheduled for the end of April means we likely won't see a trial start, if it ever does, until well after the contest to determine a Republican nominee is settled. And perhaps we won't see a trial begin even before voting starts in the fall. A long delay here pushes back the trial date into perhaps mid to late summer or early fall, where the Department of Justice may decide it's not appropriate to take it up at all. So despite all the focus on this case going back to January 6th, it is entirely possible that even by just agreeing to hear this case in this manner, the Supreme Court has made certain that Donald Trump won't face a trial or a conviction before his name shows up on ballots arriving at people's homes and in voting booths in November.
Garrett, thank you. Danny, let me turn to you. So what does all this mean, not just for former President Trump, but also for special counsel Jack Smith?
Well, like Garrett says, there is a case to be made that the Supreme Court has caused some more delay in this case. But on the other hand, they did give Jack Smith some of what he wanted. And one of those requests was that the court treat Trump's petition to stay as basically a request for certiorari. In other words, just say, hey, consider this his request so that you can move this along quickly. And the court did do that. So to some degree, they gave Jack Smith a little of what he wanted, because Jack Smith, his entire theme was essentially, as I saw it, court, do whatever you do, just do it fast. The problem is that in all likelihood, and I got to tell you, I was saying this in 2023, this case and others may not get to trial until 2025.
Yeah, you have been saying that for a little while. And two lower courts ruled against former President Trump, right, saying that he does not have immunity before this ever even got to the U.S. Supreme Court. So do you think the U.S. Supreme Court agreed to take this up for any particular reason? Should we read anything into what the outcome could be because they're taking it up?
Well, you could read into the words that they put in their order, which is, we don't express any opinion on the merits. Take that for what it's worth. But you make a good point in that there are two lower court decisions holding consistently, but the circuit court and at the district court, that there is no immunity. So the Supreme Court could have said, hey, this has been adequately addressed. We don't need to add any more to it. So there are a lot of folks like me out there wondering, why exactly did they take this up? Maybe just because it's one of the most important issues, most important criminal cases ever.
Well, that could be it. Danny Savalos, thank you so much. And also to Garrett. Hey, Garrett, thanks so much. President Biden and former President Donald Trump are holding dueling visits to the southern border today. President Biden expected to arrive in Brownsville, Texas later this hour. Former President Trump will be hundreds of miles away in Eagle Pass, Texas. The split-screen trips putting a spotlight on what has become a key campaign issue, immigration. Today, a federal judge temporarily blocked a new Texas law that would allow state police there to arrest and deport undocumented immigrants. It was set to take effect on Tuesday. The federal judge ruled that only the federal government can enforce immigration laws. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns is with us in Eagle Pass. So, Dasha, let's start with, we've got two trips. Let's start with the current president. This is Biden's second trip to the border while in office. The first was back in January 2023. What are we expecting?
Well, yeah, look, this is going to be a day that is focused on contrast and on messaging. President Biden is coming here. He's going to highlight that, yes, I understand this is a problem. Polling has shown this is an important issue to voters, both Republicans and Democrats, as blue states and blue cities are increasingly on the front line of this humanitarian crisis. So he's going to say, look, we see you, we hear you, and hey, I negotiated a bipartisan border deal. We have something on the table. We have left and right agreeing on a lot of major points, and it was blocked effectively by Republicans, and specifically, we can expect that he will point the finger at former President Trump. So he's going to be here trying to hone his message, as we are seeing those poll numbers not so favorable for President Biden on this issue.
And Dasha, let's turn to the former President Trump. Where are you expecting? He's going to be where you are, right, in Eagle Pass. So what's on the agenda?
Yeah, well, Eagle Pass, Kate, it's important to note that this has been the epicenter of that fight between federal versus state officials. This is where Governor Abbott has deployed thousands of National Guard troops, where he has installed a ton of the barbed wire that you see behind me here all across the border, where he put up those really controversial floating razor wire blockers. So this is a focal point for the federal government and for former President Trump, who is very much in line with Governor Abbott and is going to be talking to the National Guard troops here. He's going to be touring this area, and he's going to be highlighting and contrasting his record against President Biden's. In his second term, his team has put out some policy proposals that aim to reinstate some of his most controversial policies and really build on them, Kate. He says he wants to deploy the largest deportation operation in history, and the plans are really ambitious. And here's the thing, a lot of what he did in his first administration, those policies were challenged in courts. But in his first administration, he also put in place judges and justices that are now more favorable, more conservative. So it's possible that some of these big proposals that he's planning could actually play out favorably in courts as well. Kate.
All right, Dasha Burns down at the border for us. Dasha, thank you. Time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. Ford and Tesla are teaming up to supercharge electric vehicles, and it's the end of an era for Weight Watchers. Christina Partsenevelos joins me now. Hi, Christina.
Hi, Kate. Well, let's start with inflation. It fell in line with expectations for the month of January. This, according to the Commerce Department's latest personal consumption expenditure data, or also known as PCE. We talk about PCE because it's more encompassing than just regular CPI or that inflation number. And it's also the central bank, our central bank, the Federal Reserve's preferred inflation gauge. So it rose about 0.4% last month. That's up 2.8% from a year ago. While food prices picked up last month, they were offset by a decline in energy prices. Ford is officially plugging into Tesla's supercharger network. The automaker is giving out free adapters to its EV customers through the end of June so they can connect to Tesla's chargers. Starting in July, the adapters are going to cost $230. Oprah is leaving the board of directors at WW, the company formerly known as Weight Watchers. The board issued a statement today saying Winfrey's decision was partially to eliminate any perceived conflict of interest around her taking weight loss medications, and said that she would donate all of her shares in the company to the National Museum of African American History and Culture. WW shares are down about 24% today.
Oh,
Kate.
really? Oh, that's interesting.
Huge sell-off.
Yeah. Also interesting, though, that she's going to give it all to that museum, which is such a wonderful place. So, you know, kind of a side benefit there.
It is, and just quickly, though, it's kind of bad, though, because she's opting to go for weight loss drugs, and that just runs counter to what Weight Watchers does.
Right, right. There's been a lot of attention on her decision there, I know, and everything she said. Christina, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Coming up, the new study linking marijuana use to heart attacks, what doctors want you to know. Plus, new video shows a man rescued 2 days after his car crashed off a cliff in California. We're going to take you inside that rescue. All ahead on NBC News Daily.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry estimates now more than 30,000 people have died in Gaza during the war with Israel. It also says about 70% of those deaths are women and children. NBC News cannot independently verify those numbers. Next Thursday, though, marks 6 months since Hamas's terror attack on Israel and the start of the war. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber has been reporting from Israel during this war. She joins me now on set. It's good to see you again. For some reason, we haven't seen each other in a little while. So there was a deadly incident today. It happened near a convoy of aid trucks in Gaza. It sounds like the details are very hazy right now. We don't know exactly what happened. What do we know?
Right, they are. And so we're still piecing together all of this, but we've been going through some of the video, some of which we see on screen. That video specifically is drone footage that was released by the IDF overhead. So There's a couple things going on here. Right now, according to officials inside of Gaza, they say at least 100 people are dead, over 700 injured. Eyewitnesses have told the AP and other outlets that people came to wait for aid because they'd heard aid was arriving in Gaza City. So they'd arrived early in the morning. This all started at about 4 a.m. Those trucks, they made their way towards the area. Eyewitnesses say they and all the other people there approached the aid trucks, and then Israeli forces opened fire. There's one man who is in the hospital right now with a gunshot wound and an injury to his leg. He told the AP that they approached the trucks as the aid arrived. Gunfire erupted. They ran, hid underneath vans, other things nearby, then approached again to try and get aid, and gunfire erupted again. What we're hearing now from the IDF is they are claiming that there were two different incidents that actually took place here right at about the same time. Our colleague Raf Sanchez just finished an interview that I was able to listen to with a lieutenant colonel, a spokesperson for the IDF, Lieutenant Colonel Peter Lerner. He is saying there was a stampede where people who were desperate for aid were rushing towards these trucks, and a lot of people were injured and pushing, shoving.
So not a shooting, but a stampede of people.
So he says there were two. He says there was that incident, and then he says at the same time there were IDF trucks that were IDF tanks and soldiers who were stationary about 100 meters away. They say a group of people approached those IDF soldiers. He says the IDF soldiers perceived a threat, fired warning shots in the air. The group continued to approach, and then that's when they opened fire. Now, Raf pressed him and said, well, you guys have a lot of drone surveillance footage. Do you have more video of the exact moment you say this shooting took place that you plan to release? He said they would release more information as the investigation develops, but they are claiming there were two different incidents here. Hamas, the Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas, they are saying this was a massacre and that Israeli soldiers opened fire on civilians.
And that video that we showed is not super clear either, but clear. Ellison, thank you so much for bringing us the very latest. Appreciate it. Ellison Barber. The Alabama House of Representatives has just passed legislation that would shield doctors who provide in vitro fertilization services from lawsuits or criminal charges. The bill will now go to the state Senate for a vote. It's a response to that state Supreme Court ruling in Alabama that put the future of IVF in question there and prompted a national backlash. Hundreds of patients and providers rallied outside the Alabama State House yesterday in support of IVF, sharing stories of confusion and heartbreak after the court's decision. Joining us now, NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro, who's been following this one for us. Valerie, what protections does this new bill in Alabama include for families and providers, and what's expected to happen in the state Senate?
Kate, this was a Republican-backed bill. It was introduced yesterday by Representative Terry Collins. It would provide legal immunity in the case of death or damage to an embryo during the IVF process. It would protect providers, and it would take effect retroactively. As you mentioned, that bill passed out of the House earlier. It is currently being debated on the Senate floor as we speak. A similar bill is making the opposite rounds. It will be introduced to the Senate, eventually go to the House. Yesterday, the National Infertility Association called on lawmakers to think carefully about the next steps in this process. Take a listen.
This potentially could be a roadmap for other states to restrict access to IVF, or a roadmap on how to protect access to IVF and family building.
Now, some Democrats say that the current legislation, those two bills that are making their way through the Alabama legislature, don't get at the heart of that ruling that debates when life begins. There is a poll, an Axios Ipsos poll out yesterday that says 2/3 of Americans don't believe in that ruling. They don't believe an embryo should be considered an unborn child. Kate.
Valerie Castro, thank you so much. Coming up, what lawmakers are doing to avoid a government shutdown. You're watching.
you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Now to a story that I have really been looking forward to. The historic home of the nation's first black opera company has been abandoned in Pittsburgh for years. But now, one opera enthusiast is trying to bring the music back while teaching people about its legacy. Our Harry Smith has the story.
This old house in Pittsburgh's Hill District hasn't just seen better days. It knew glorious days, important days, historic days. Where are we now?
We are sitting on the third floor of the first black opera company in America.
Janae Solomon was driving past the abandoned house 20-some years ago. For reasons unexplainable, she bought it and climbed aboard an incredible learning curve.
Mary Caldwell Dawson was a hidden figure. She was completely erased from history and opera history.
Classically trained Dawson was turned away from the Pittsburgh Opera, so she formed her own company. The National Negro Opera Company toured through America's big cities, playing to packed houses.
It's such a slice of America that I think a lot of white people have no understanding or comprehension of.
That's true, and this is why we need to tell this full American history story.
We wondered what a voice might sound like here after decades of silence.
Because my mouth is alive.
Jasmine Awalia is an artist in residence now with the Pittsburgh Opera. The words of Langston Hughes.
Everything I learned surprised me. People that started here went all the way to the Metropolitan Opera, and they started right here in Pittsburgh on Apple Street. Everything I learned about the house along the way was a surprise.
Hidden history, for this old house was the unofficial black cultural center of Pittsburgh.
So this entire floor is where people stayed. This was the residence of the house.
Lena Horne, Joe Louis, Cab Calloway, Duke Ellington. Early black and brown members of the Steelers and Pirates were said to be welcome here.
I would have loved to have been there. I can't even imagine.
Well, maybe you're going to recreate some of that.
We will. We will.
Solomon wants to return this house to its former glory. Not easy.
Does all of this have to be replaced?
No, it's actually going to be restored and preserved.
Yeah.
What makes preservation construction so expensive is that it's not being replaced. We are restoring it and preserving it.
Millions have been raised. Millions more are required. While much of the house's history was lost, the legacy of Mary Caldwell Dawson has lived on in Pittsburgh.
And I've seen sin breakers dancing.
Candace Burgess is a PhD student at Pitt.
I was taught by Anquity Kinzel, who was taught by Damaris Cooper, who also taught me when I was really young, who was taught by Ola Brees Beckham, who was administrator for the National Negro Opera Company.
Burgess' graduate work focuses on black classical artists.
Does it make you proud?
It does. I think it makes me realize that classical music, while it may be European, it never was white. And in my search, I continually find that besides black people of all races and creeds were involved in the creation of opera.
History to disprove the myth of absence. There's much to learn from the old house on Apple Street.
And here's what's really cool. The Pittsburgh Opera that turned away Mary Caldwell Dawson, there's a new play that has come to fore that has music in it that the Pittsburgh Opera Company is going to perform. It's called The Passion of Mary Caldwell Dawson, who late in life and then even posthumously has been rediscovered and honored.
It's just incredible. As you said, it's lost history, right? Mm-hmm. People didn't know.
Hidden history.
Hidden history.
Yeah. To me, what's interesting about this house, because up on the top floor is this National Negro Opera Company, and down below it's more of a social encounter where people of color will actually welcome.
Right. It brought them all together.
Yeah.
Harry Smith, your storytelling is beyond everyone. Thank you so much.
I appreciate the opportunity.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming up, the internet has a burning question. Where is Kate, the Princess of Wales? Why the future King of England's wife is now the subject of a lot of online conspiracy theories and what they're all about. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Democracy is happening now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024. Who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now, here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily. A man was rescued 2 days after accidentally plunging 400 feet over a California cliffside. California Highway Patrol Coastal Division released this video showing them lowering a rope down to the man and lifting him up to the highway above. The man telling authorities he was driving home from work when he swerved to avoid hitting a deer. Authorities saying the man, quote, appeared to be stable and suffered moderate injuries. Tributes are pouring in for actor and comedian Richard Lewis, who died of a heart attack on Tuesday night. Lewis, best known for starring alongside Larry David in the hit comedy series Curb Your Enthusiasm. In a social media post, David paid tribute to his friend, calling him the funniest and the sweetest. And actress Jamie Lee Curtis credited him as the reason that she is sober, writing, "I am forever grateful for him for that act of grace alone. Rest in laughter, Richard." Lewis was 76 years old. And there's an update to a story that we brought you yesterday. John Waters is pushing back on reports about a film project being developed based on his novel Liar Mouth. British news outlet The Guardian has reported Parks and Rec star Aubrey Plaza was set to star, and it was going to be set in Baltimore. Well, Waters told the Baltimore Banner that he is producing his first film in about 20 years, but it isn't far enough along to have a star or a location attached. Some breaking news now. Lawmakers on Capitol Hill just passed a short-term spending bill to extend the deadline on a possible government shutdown. The bill will keep several key agencies running past this weekend's deadline. Now that bill goes on to the Senate. It is not a long-term plan, but more of an extension that will basically buy Congress more time to negotiate a full funding plan. NBC's senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins me now from Capitol Hill. Sahil, what's included in this bill? And since it's temporary, as we just said, how long until we have to fight about this all over again?
Yeah, this is yet another short-term bill, Kate. The fourth stopgap bill since the fiscal year ended late September in 2023. Lawmakers are still struggling to get the full deal done. But essentially what this does is that it prevents a shutdown that would have occurred, partial shutdown this weekend, and it extends the two-part deadline to March 8th and March 22nd. The March 8th deadline is for 6 appropriations bills that they have now reached agreement on as of yesterday. That gives them next week to vote on these 6 appropriations bills. It includes the Departments of Agriculture, Department of Energy, Department of Transportation. They have to write the bills and vote next week, which they feel confident they can do. And after that, there's a March 22nd deadline now for other parts of the government, including the Department of Defense, the Department of Homeland Security. That will be much tougher, according to appropriators and party leaders that I've talked to, and they don't yet have a deal on those items. So there's a lot still in the air here. The House passed this bill on a vote of 320 to 99. It now goes to the Senate, which is hoping to get this done today, but they need unanimous consent, Kate, of all 100 senators to vote quickly.
That's never easy, is it? Unanimous consent. Another big topic on the Hill today, Sahil, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin testified about why he didn't notify the White House when he was treated for prostate cancer. What did he say?
That's right. Austin faced tough questions from House lawmakers and committee about that secret multi-day hospital visit that was not disclosed till much later. Austin said a few things. The first is he admitted he messed up and that the department messed up. He said there were missteps made, but there was never any ill intent. He conceded that they didn't get this right. What he insisted, though, was that the command structure worked well, that he effectively transferred power to his deputy, Kathleen Hicks, who had all the tools she needed to do the job, and that there were never any lapse in authorities in control of how to, run the Pentagon. He did say the notification process fell short. They should have promptly informed Congress, should have informed the public, and he says there are institutional changes being made to prevent anything like this from happening going forward in terms of specific processes and mandatory reporting requirements. Beyond that, he said the Pentagon is focused on external threats, China, the Middle East, Ukraine, focused on defending the United States. Kate?
Sahil Kapoor on Capitol Hill for us. Sahil, thank you. The Russian-American woman who's being held in Russia appeared via video link at a court hearing this morning to appeal her detention on treason charges. It comes as Russian President Vladimir Putin delivered a speech in Moscow where he threatened the West with nuclear conflict if it further intervened in Ukraine. Here's NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons.
Hey there, good day to you. Ksenia Karelina's appeal was held in private in a Russian court. This morning we learned she has lost that appeal, meaning she will remain in prison. The ballerina with dual Russian and U.S. citizenship is accused of treason for donating money to Ukraine, less than $52. The court set another deadline of April the 6th, but she is the latest U.S. citizen to be held in Russia, and journalist Evan Gershkovich has been in custody for almost a year now, accused of espionage. His newspaper, The Wall Street Journal, says he is innocent and was doing his work as a reporter. At the same time, a menacing split screen, President Putin giving a keynote speech highlighting recent advances in Ukraine, though the battlefield there does remain largely unchanged, saying he bows at the feet of Russian, quote, heroes, calling for a minute's silence for soldiers he said, quote, are going through the meat grinder of war. His address shown on giant screens around Moscow, including a thinly veiled nuclear threat if NATO puts troops on the ground in Ukraine. Putin saying, we too have weapons that can strike targets on their territory. President Putin is 2 weeks from an election, saying today, we are a pillar of democracy. Though, of course, when Russia votes next month, there will only be one certain winner.
Keir Simmons for us. Keir, thank you. We've heard a lot about the potential health benefits of medical cannabis, especially when it comes to pain and anxiety. But a new study might have people thinking twice before heading to a dispensary. Researchers found that using cannabis as little as once per month has been linked to a higher risk of both heart attack and stroke. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Vin Gupta joins me now. It's quite a headline, Dr. Gupta. So what exactly did this study find, and who should be concerned?
Okay, this is an alarming finding. What we found, what the study found, was that daily use or more frequent use, even if it was not daily, increased specifically the risk of heart attack by 25% increased odds versus adults 18 and older who didn't use any form of cannabis. The increased risk of stroke was about 42% versus, again, those that didn't use it at any point in time. And we think this might be because cannabis, when smoked especially, can actually get absorbed across the lining of arteries, lining our heart, lining our brain, corresponding to that risk of, again, increased heart attacks and strokes. And this is all pretty evergreen, quite alarming.
Does it matter how you consume the marijuana?
You know, it did look like edibles. So in marijuana, even just chewing format, increased the risk of both heart attack and stroke, but not by as much. So there's something about smoking that actually causes increased absorption in those arteries around our vital organs, so smoking more dangerous.
So how does this compare to tobacco use, right? Cigarettes or other tobacco? Because tobacco is being restricted so much, cannabis is becoming more available.
Yeah, it's a great question. Something that concerns me as a pulmonologist is how are people going to perceive this, and especially risk reduction efforts vis-a-vis tobacco have been very successful. We don't necessarily know yet. Tobacco, we know, is the biggest risk factor for lung cancer, biggest cause of cancer death across the United States. We haven't seen that link yet with cannabis. But again, Kate, is this just a matter of time before we start to see the same risk profile from cannabis that we saw 50 years ago emerging from tobacco smoke? That remains to be seen. But I think the biggest headline here is that this is different than what we previously thought. We thought that smokers, cannabis smokers tended to also smoke cigarettes, and any increased risk of heart attack was because of the tobacco smoke. The big finding today is that this is cannabis alone is driving this increased risk, and that's what's really alarming.
Yeah, and just quickly, you know, I think there is this perception that because it's legal so many places now, it's safe, right? It's not that big a deal to smoke a little weed. What would you say to people who think that?
Well, that we have to check our assumptions here. You're exactly right. There is this assumption that this is generally healthier, not as risky. This is challenging that assumption, and this is why we need regulation of cannabis, frankly. The fact that it's just outlawed means that there's no actual regulation of this product. That's a big deal. That's why these types of findings are really concerning. That's why we need federal regulation.
Dr. Vin Gupta for us. Thank you. In today's Consumer Confidential, there are new privacy concerns about the widely popular shopping platform Temu. 2 class action lawsuits filed against the site accuse the company of failing to safeguard customers' personal data. Our NBC News Daily anchor and consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Nguyen is here with more.
Hey there, we first told you about some of these concerns last June when our investigation uncovered the lack of transparency around how Temu collects and uses its customer data. Apple even warned the company to update its disclosures or it'd be kicked off the App Store. Well, now dozens of plaintiffs allege Temu has been misleading its users and accessing far more information than anyone knew.
The popular discount shopping app Temu making its second Super Bowl commercial appearance. But now all eyes are on Temu for a different reason. 2 class action lawsuits allege the app has an arsenal of tools to gain access to what they call literally everything on your phone, including your contacts, camera, microphone, and more. Attorney Steve Berman represents the plaintiffs in one of the lawsuits. You're alleging that Temu is collecting text messages and photos. What proof do you have?
Various experts who have studied the Temu application, and there's a wide consensus that it is the most dangerous app in America, period.
In a statement to NBC News, Temu denies the allegations, writing in part, "We collect information with a clear and singular purpose to provide and continually enhance our products and services for our users," adding, "We only collect and use data necessary for specific, justified scenarios."
I feel so rich.
The e-commerce platform has a massive reach. Temu was the world's most popular marketplace app in 2023 with 338 million downloads.
I got about 12 pieces of makeup for $30-ish. What?
It's easy to see why it's so popular. The site offers millions of products at huge discounts. Despite the savings, Temu has faced backlash from customers, complaining about missing items and product quality.
Why did I think that it would be a good idea to buy perfume off of Temu?
In June, we asked Patrick Jackson with the internet security company Disconnect to analyze the Temu app. He found it was collecting more personal data than it told users, including IP addresses, which can be used to determine a shopper's location, sexual orientation, and political affiliation. At that time, Temu said, "We are committed to the privacy and security of our users. The information is solely for enhancing our service, and we do not sell it for money." After we shared our findings, Apple told Temu to fix the app. The company said it complied. But after reanalyzing the app today, Jackson says Temu has turned on certificate pinning, which makes it harder for researchers to see what kind of data the app is collecting. And they've updated their privacy nutrition label, acknowledging they now collect precise locations. Jackson says that's detailed enough to tell within 15 feet of where you are.
It collects the most personal data of any app on the marketplace, and people don't know that they're at risk.
When it comes to downloading apps from the App Store, Apple says users can decide what kind of information to share, and they can limit it from third-party apps. And the first time an app wants to use information, Apple sends a request with an explanation. But our privacy expert says the best way to shop is to go directly to a website rather than using an app. Apps on your phones collect a lot of data about you. Back to you.
All right, good note. Vicki, thank you. Coming up, putting a stop to constant people-pleasing, how you can learn to set some boundaries to protect your mental health. That's up next. But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. And you thought you spend your day spinning in circles. These performers are actually spinning in a circle, but it's captured in a photo right here. They're riding a windmill in some pretty terrific hats, by the way. It's called the Dance of the Flyers. It's all part of the first International Circus Conference in Bogota, Colombia. More than 40 circus shows are going on over 5 days. Organizers say they want to create a space to discuss the indigenous roots, diversity of formats, and aesthetics that characterize this artistic practice. That's a really cool photo. More NBC News Daily coming up right after this.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. This is two things. It is pretty big medical news. It is also a pretty big mystery. And oh, by the way, it's driven by one of the most controversial people in the United States. What's happening? They have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
In today's mental health check, we're talking about how to break the cycle of people-pleasing. A people-pleaser is somebody described as someone who puts their own needs or feelings aside in favor of accommodating others. And experts warn that that can negatively affect your mental health and lead to unhealthy relationships. Terry Cole joins us now. She's a licensed psychotherapist and author of Boundary Boss, the essential guide to talk true, be seen, and finally live free. Terry, I feel like you know, of all people, a lot about boundaries. You've written about it a lot. Why do some people gravitate toward that people-pleasing behavior?
Well, part of it is it's the way that we were trained. I mean, who wasn't trained to be a good kid, to be a good girl, right? Turn that frown around. If you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. So think about the messaging that we got early on. That really does breed people-pleasing, where we're wanting to be pleasing to the outside, but that's not necessarily pleasing to us.
Yeah, and does it impact your relationships then?
Oh, it really does. It profoundly impacts your relationship if your primary sort of goal is to please the other person, because to do that, you have to be dishonest in some ways. If you're saying yes when you'd really rather say no because you want to please the other, you're not being truthful.
Yeah, and we have on the screen, it increases your fear of rejection and reduces compatibility. So setting boundaries, I kind of understand in principle that that's important, and you can get past the people-pleasing if you have some boundaries in your life. Give us an example of what an effective boundary might look like.
Well, let's just say somebody barges into your bedroom without knocking. Yeah. You can make, that's a boundary violation, right? If you would prefer them to knock. In order to let them know, you have to use words and say, I'd like to make a simple request that you knock before you enter my room. That's a very simple example of what establishing a boundary can look like.
And if somebody crosses your boundaries, if they run into your bedroom anyway, even after you told them to knock, how do you deal with that?
Well, in the beginning, if you haven't been a boundary setter, you are definitely going to have people testing your boundaries because you're changing the way you're interacting with them. So you may have to set that boundary more than once. But then you'll get to a point, if someone becomes a real boundary bully, you're going to have to get to a point where you attach a consequence to them not knocking. Let's say with the door situation, you could lock the door so they couldn't get in.
I know you talk about all kinds of different types of boundaries, and you talk about workplace boundaries. I'm just asking, nothing going on here, but how do you set boundaries at work? Because especially as people return to the workplace, that's a big question.
Well, part of it is you have to be aware of who you're setting a boundary with. If it's a coworker and you have equal amount of power, then that's one way of setting a boundary. But if you need to set a boundary with a boss and there's a power differential, you have to take that into consideration as to how you approach it. But the only way to set boundaries is to actually say the words of what it is that you would like. And again, be aware, if you are doing it with a boss and they have the power to fire you, that may happen.
Yeah, it could blow back on you. Just before we go, we have like 30 seconds. A couple more examples for us of where you could in your life enforce a boundary.
Let's just say someone is interrupting you when you're telling a story. A boundary you could set is you could put one finger up and say, oh, hey, can you wait 1 second and just let me finish? And then I'll be all ears for your story.
That's a great one. Yes. Terry, thank you so much. Terry Cole, good to have you with us.
Thanks for having me.
And there's much more news ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
New questions and new concerns are swirling around the British royal family as Catherine, Princess of Wales, remains out of the public eye, recovering from abdominal surgery. NBC News international correspondent Molly Hunter reports from Buckingham Palace.
The Prince of Wales is back out in public, while the public still waits for a glimpse of his beloved wife, Kate, the Princess of Wales, who hasn't been seen since Christmas Day. The palace was clear last month she would not pick royal duties back up until after Easter, following their historical practice of not sharing private health information.
So we're seeing increasing rumours. The difference in this case is Kate has disappeared. We haven't seen Kate since actually December last year. And because of that, that's fueled the speculation.
But in the age of social media and fierce attention on the glamorous Wales family, speculation reaching a fever pitch.
Kate Middleton, where is she?
We haven't seen her in the year of 2024.
And even American celebrities.
I gotta meet Kate Middleton for lunch.
Prince William bowing out of a memorial for his godfather at the last minute this week for undisclosed personal matters. A palace source then responding to questions about the Princess of Wales's health, saying only she continues to be doing well.
Whatever information the royal family choose to disclose about the health of the senior royals is really up to them.
But the heir to the throne still making a solo appearance at the glittering BAFTAs last week, an event where Kate usually dazzles on the red carpet. Prince William overheard saying he hasn't seen as many films this year because of everything going on with his wife. And speaking out last month.
I'd like to take this opportunity to say thank you also for the kind messages of support.
The royal health questions have reached new heights, given that King Charles is also out of the public eye, receiving cancer treatment, hospitalized at the same time as Kate.
It's wonderful to see you looking so well. It's all done by mirrors.
But the 75-year-old monarch continues some state duties behind the scenes, and in the absence of official answers, the curious and nosy public and social media are filling the void. Molly Hunter, NBC News.
Well, if you're doing a double take at your calendar this morning, I did. You're not alone. It is Leap Day. The every 4-year phenomenon adds a 29th day to February. For the math nerds among us, the day's meaning and origin is fascinating. Joining us now with a look at the numbers and the history behind the day is NBC's Brian Chung.
Call me a nerd, Kate? What's good?
Kind of. I mean, I call myself a nerd, too. So what are the origins? What did you learn?
Yeah, well, look, I am the data guy, right? So I have a little bit of math here. And the reason why we do Leap Day is because it doesn't take...
Math.
I do love math. It doesn't take us exactly 365 days to orbit the sun. It takes us 365.24219. So every 4 years, we have to account for the fact that we're losing a day by adding February 29th. But here's the thing. If you look at that, that's not an exact 0.25 either, right,
No.
Kate? Which means that we're adding 24 hours every 4 years. Technically, we only need 23.26 extra hours. So get this, right? Every 4 years, we're actually adding 44 minutes too long. So 3 times every 400 years, we will skip a leap day. We don't do it on that 4th year.
What?
The next time that's going to happen, Kate, is in 2100. So we don't have to worry about it right now.
We won't be around
But
for that one,
technically,
will we?
yeah.
I understand you came with a few facts, also just sort of fun facts about Leap Day.
Yeah, well, I mean, because it's such a unique day, right? It's a few facts. 5 million people are born on Leap Day. I guess you could just divide their age by 4 because that's how many birthdays they actually
I've heard
have.
that joke.
And it is pretty rare. The odds of this are about 1 in 1,461, so pretty rare to be born on that day. In fact, one person that was born on Leap Day is rapper Ja Rule. So happy birthday to him today.
Happy birthday.
Also, there was an honor society of leap year day babies. It was a website, but once Facebook and social media came out, they said, I guess we don't really need this honor society anymore. You can just join a Facebook group. And then lastly, there was a movie in 2010 called Leap Year. Year, which grossed about $25 million at the box office.
Okay. I don't remember that movie.
Amy Adams was in it.
Oh, Amy
I haven't
Adams
seen
was in
it.
it. Okay,
Yeah.
I love her. All right, so Leap Day may not be an official holiday, but I am sure that there are some companies leaping on Leap Day today and giving discounts.
Yeah,
Yes.
some deals for people that are celebrating their birthday, but also for everyone else as well. So Dunkin' Donuts, there's an extra rewards points that you can get. Krispy Kreme, if it's your birthday, you get a dozen for free.
Oh, wow.
7-Eleven, they do have a deal for 5 wings, $2.29. Get it February 29. And then Insomnia Cookies will get free cookies if it is your birthday and you can prove it.
Oh, those are some good cookies. Brian, thank you so much.
Yep.
I learned something. I'm Kate Snow. He's Brian Chung. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow. Zinkley Asamoah is on assignment today. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Thursday, February 29th, 2024, dueling messages. President Biden and former President Trump making separate appearances at the southern border today, what they each hope to spotlight on an issue that's affecting cities nationwide. In the balance, the Supreme Court agrees to hear Donald Trump's election interference case, how the arguments and timeline could impact the race for the White House. Boiling point, dozens of civilians reportedly killed after Hamas says the Israeli military opened fire on Palestinians waiting for aid in Gaza. What we know about the incident as the death toll crosses another depressing milestone. And fighting the flames, the Smokehouse Creek fire exploding to the largest wildfire in Texas history. The urgency to contain any of it before high winds make conditions even worse. Happy Leap Day to you out there. We begin this hour with a split screen at the southern border. President Biden and former President Donald Trump both in Texas today. President Biden is in Brownsville, Texas, while former President Trump is hundreds of miles away in Eagle Pass. The dueling visits are highlighting immigration, which has become a top campaign issue. Just today, a federal judge temporarily blocked a new Texas law that would allow state police there to arrest and deport undocumented immigrants. It was supposed to to take effect on Tuesday. The judge ruled that only the federal government can enforce immigration laws. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns is in Eagle Pass for us. Dasha, let's start with the former president. He's coming to where you are in Texas, and he just arrived a short time ago. What is he saying about his visit?
Well, look, this is going to be a day about contrast and about messaging. And both the current and the former president are going to be on offense against one another. We're going to hear from President Biden talking about the fact that he does believe this is an important issue. You've seen some of the poll numbers showing that both Democrats and Republicans, Americans at large, are frustrated with his response on immigration. He's coming down here to say, I see you, I hear you. This is critical for our country, for all of our states and cities that are impacted by this. But he's going to be pointing to the fact that he did help negotiate a bipartisan border deal, that he reached across the aisle, that Democrats made a whole lot of concessions for Republicans, and it was going to be something that even the Border Patrol here supported, but it was because of Republicans, and he's going to point the finger at former President Trump. It was former President Trump who helped tank that deal. So he's going to be here really spotlighting that and messaging that to the electorate that he's trying to win over. Kate.
So then tell me more about former President Trump, who's coming to where you are, and what he might plan to do today.
Well, former President Trump is going to be contrasting his policies during his first administration with what's going on under the Biden White House right now. We know that Eagle Pass is a specific place he's coming to because this is where that federal versus state standoff has really, this has become the epicenter for that. This is where Governor Abbott has deployed thousands of National Guard troops at the border. He has installed razor wire like what you're seeing behind me, those floating, spiked barricades that he put on the Rio Grande River. All of that is happening right here in the Eagle Pass area. And former President Trump has accepted, the last time he was here, in fact, was in November when he accepted the endorsement of Governor Abbott. And he is going to be touting what he did during his first administration and how he wants to reinstate some of those same policies and expand them. He's talked recently on the campaign trail about having the largest deportation operation in history. He's talking about using National Guard troops in states like Texas, in what he calls cooperative states, sending them into uncooperative states, blue states, to try to deport people. So this is a candidate who is looking to dramatically expand what he did on immigration in his first term, Kate.
All right, Dasha Burns on the border for us. Dasha, thank you. The Supreme Court has agreed to decide whether former President Donald Trump is immune from prosecution in special counsel Jack Smith's federal election interference case. Smith charged Trump last year for trying to subvert the 2020 election. The fact that the Supreme Court is agreeing to take Trump's immunity argument up is a win for the former president. It will delay any trial, likely, and Trump has been trying to delay the start of a trial till after Election Day this year. Joining me now, NBC News correspondent Garrett Haake, who's covering the Trump campaign, and NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas is here. Garrett, I'll start with you. So what do you know about the Supreme Court's move here and how this could play out, particularly in the political sphere?
Yeah, Kate, even if the Supreme Court ultimately does rule against Donald Trump, even this delay is helpful to him both legally and politically. The court says they will hear oral arguments in this case on April 22nd. That's long after the Trump team thinks they will have locked up the nomination for the Republican nomination to be president this cycle. And it likely means that a trial, if it starts before the election at all, wouldn't start till very late in this calendar year. So it's possible that we won't see a trial. It's possible that we won't see a conviction or any kind of verdict before voters render their verdict in this case. That delay obviously helps Donald Trump legally. Politically, it allows him to extend the argument that much further that he's somehow being unfairly targeted, and he's already been aggressively fundraising off this development and the fact that he and his attorneys will be in front of a Supreme Court that he helped create with 3 justices he appointed as president sitting in judgment. Kate.
Garrett Haake for us. Garrett, thank you. And Danny, let me bring you in. So what does this all mean if you're the prosecutor, the special prosecutor, trying to bring this case against former President Trump?
It may seem like a big win for Trump, but it wasn't a total victory. The court did give Jack Smith a little of what he wanted, and that was he had asked the court to say, he said, hey, take this petition, this request, they call it certiorari, this request to hear the case, or excuse me, take this request for a stay and just treat it like a request to hear the case. Treat it like certiorari, which is a Latin word for a petition basically for the court to hear the case. You'll hear it called cert for short as well. But that's all it is. It's a petition. Hey, court, you have the discretion to either accept or reject this case. Please hear it. That's what certiorari is. We gave it a Latin name for some reason. But that's
because you're fancy lawyers.
That's why. Jack Smith essentially said, look, this request to hold the lower court, it's got everything in there, all the information. And does anyone really not understand the issues at this point? Just treat this like Trump's formal request. And they did that. So that does cut down on the time somewhat. But to those who say that this has extended the time such that Trump may not be tried before the election, it's pretty good analysis. That's probably
pretty
the
good
case.
Odds. Yeah. And so just the fact that the Supreme Court is taking this up and has said, yes, we're going to look at this, does that tell us anything? Like, does that mean that they want to do a certain thing, that they want to protect President Trump, for example?
Let me give you some context. There were academics that thought that the Supreme Court might not even take this case because you had a district court opinion and then a D.C. Circuit Court opinion that really covered all the bases. The Supreme Court could have rejected this case altogether. So some may say that, look, the reason why else would you take this case up unless you're planning to overturn it? Because, you know, the reasoning below is pretty sound. But they say in their order, this is not an opinion on the merits of the case itself. We're just hearing it. So whether you take the Supreme Court at face value in that short order remains to be seen. But there is a chance they may overturn the lower court's decision.
Right, meaning that he would then be immune as a former president. And then that would affect future presidents as well, right?
It would affect this president in all his current cases and future presidents as well under these facts, not in all circumstances.
Danny Savalos, thank you so much. Appreciate it. The Alabama House of Representatives has passed legislation that would shield doctors who provide in vitro fertilization services from lawsuits or criminal charges. It's a response to that state's Supreme Court ruling that put the future of IVF in question and prompted a national backlash. Hundreds of patients and providers rallied outside the Alabama State House yesterday, urging lawmakers to do something to protect IVF services in the state.
This potentially could be a roadmap for other states to restrict access to IVF, or a roadmap on how to protect access to IVF and family building.
NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro has been following this one for us, and she joins me now. So, Valerie, what protections does this bill that has passed the House include for families and providers in Alabama?
Kate, this was a Republican-backed bill. It was introduced by Representative Terry Collins yesterday, and it would provide legal immunity in the case of the death or damage to an embryo during the IVF process. So it would protect providers, and it would take effect retroactively. The bill was currently under debate on the Senate floor just within the last hour. It is expected to pass, at which point it will make its way to the governor's desk for a signature sometime next week. But some Democrats say that this bill and another similar bill that is doing the opposite right now, going through the Senate and then the House, those bills don't address the ruling that started all of this, the issue of whether or not an embryo can be considered a child, Kate.
And separately on Capitol Hill, there's a federal bill being proposed that would protect IVF, I think, at the federal level. It was blocked in the Senate yesterday. Why did that fail?
Yeah, Kate, that's right. That bill was introduced by Senator Tammy Duckworth, a Democrat from Illinois. She's been very public about her own personal IVF journey. She went through that process, and she has 2 children now as a result. She was hopeful that this bill would guarantee access to IVF treatment and facilities without the fear of prosecution at the federal level. But this was blocked by Republican Senator Cindy Hyde-Smith. She called it an overreach. Duckworth, outspoken about the opposition to this bill. Take a listen to what she had to say.
The very people who claim to be defending family values are the ones trying to enact dystopian policies that would prevent Americans from starting their own families.
Now, as for that Alabama ruling, a poll out yesterday by Axios and Ipsos found that 2/3 of Americans are against that Alabama IVF ruling. They do not believe embryos should be considered a child. Kate.
Valerie Castro for us. Valerie, thank you. Time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. Stellantis is recalling more than 300,000 Jeeps for suspension problems, and millennials are set to become the richest generation in history. Julia Borston joins us now. Hi, Julia.
Hi, Kate. Well, the FAA is giving Boeing 90 days to come up with a plan to improve quality control. The action comes less than 2 months after a door plug blew out of an Alaska Airlines 737 MAX 9 plane mid-flight. A preliminary investigation found bolts needed to secure the panel appeared to be missing. Stellantis, the parent company of Jeep and Chrysler, is recalling over 300,000 Jeep Grand Cherokees over concerns of the front suspension, where damaged bolts could cause the car to lose control. The recall affects both the Jeep Grand Cherokee and its longer L version from 2021 to 2023. And millennials are about to become the wealthiest generation in history, according to the annual wealth report. In the next 20 years, two of the older generations will pass on their assets to those born between 1981 and 1996, the millennial generation. That's a transfer of about $90 trillion, and it comes at a time when tight financial conditions have kept millennials from buying homes or building savings. So I wonder what they'll do with all that money other than buy some houses.
Yeah, well, maybe that. Julia Borston, thank you so much. Coming up, AI on the trail, how one group is aiming to use the emerging technology to help political campaigns be more efficient. But first, in like a lion, parts of the Sierra Mountains set to open March with the heaviest snow of the season. How bad is it going to get and when? You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicky Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Firefighters in Texas are now facing a crucial window to get the scorching wildfires under control, and time is not on their side. 4 major fires are burning across the Texas Panhandle. The largest one is the Smokehouse Creek fire. It has just made history as the biggest ever in Texas. This is it right here. Take a look at those flames. The Smokehouse Creek fire, only 3% contained, according to the Texas A&M Forest Service. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is in Fritch, Texas now, in the Panhandle. Morgan, what are you seeing there, and what's the latest from crews battling these fires today?
Yeah, Kate, it's tough in every direction you look here in the Texas Panhandle. Fritch suffered from the Windy Deuce fire. That blaze, 150,000 acres, stands at 30% containment. Of course, the largest, more than 1 million acres to the north of us, still burning at 3% containment, as you mentioned. And right now, the concern here, Kate, is that we did have a small snowstorm come this morning, which a lot of people were excited to see because they thought it would help this firefight. But what's come with it after the snow's fallen is wind. and that is a real concern right now because should it shift at all, it could open up a whole new firefight here, and resources are spread so thin across this vast portion of the Panhandle, bigger than Rhode Island here, Kate, that it's about having the right people at the right place, and that's incredibly tough to do. I can tell you, driving to this scene today, it was surreal to see fields covered in snow, but smell the smoke from yesterday's wildfire. That is helping in certain areas, but more windy weather is really causing a lot of concern for everyone here. Nobody's breathing easy right now. Kate?
Yeah. And Morgan, give us a sense for what people are doing. And this has got to upend lives there. I know it's not a heavily, densely populated area in the Panhandle, but what are you seeing and hearing?
Well, unfortunately, we've heard that this fire has taken a deadly turn. One woman has been confirmed killed as a result of the fire near Canadian, the largest fire of these wildfires. And in a tragic tale, Kate, she was inside her home when the fire struck, and we heard from her son earlier today who explained what happened. Take a listen.
She was hearing impaired in one ear, and she generally slept on her good ear, so if anyone had pounded on the door, she would have never heard them. So it was just a bad situation there.
Just a very bad situation for so many people here in the Texas Panhandle. We do know that multiple shelters are opening to help some of those people who have evacuated from their homes, from their communities. The town of Canadian hit incredibly hard, still waiting on damage totals there. Kate?
All right, Morgan Chesky following all of that for us on the ground. Morgan, thank you. A massive and dangerous winter storm is about to slam the West Coast meantime. Here's a look at a ski resort in Lake Tahoe, California. The National Weather Service is warning of life-threatening blizzard conditions and that travel in some mountain areas will be, quote, extremely dangerous to impossible. Let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. He joins us now. Bill, you know, it looks nice at a ski resort, but we're talking about 1 to 2 inches of snow per hour. Is that right?
Oh, easily. I mean, we may approach 3 to 4 inches an hour at times later on tonight and tomorrow. And, you know, being on those lift chairs and 60 to 80 mile per hour winds wouldn't be fun either. So probably gonna have to wait till Sunday afternoon, possibly Monday, to try to enjoy the snow if you can get there. Let me show you what the road conditions already are looking at. We're going to be paying close attention to Interstate 80. This is Kingvale. You can see it's still kind of like a wet snow. It's kind of melting on the lens. You don't see a lot of traffic. Roads are starting to get covered. We go up a little higher in elevation, though, and it looks like the roads are closed here. I haven't seen a vehicle going through Donner Summit in a while besides a plow, and that's where we're expecting the possibility of 5 to 10 feet at that camera location we just saw you. So we have watches and warnings covering almost all of the higher elevations throughout areas of the West. The blizzard warnings, though, are in areas of mostly the Sierra in California and a little slice there in Nevada. And you can see that's the blue. That's where we just showed you where that snow was coming down. Still snow and a mixture of rain in northern areas. And as far as the snow totals go, when we look at this, this is 5 feet, this is 8 feet. So when you see the pink, that's up to 8 feet in all of these areas here, from Mammoth northwards all the way up to South Lake Tahoe, and specifically on the highway, 7 to 10 feet around Donner Pass at 7,000 foot elevation. Pretty crazy storm over the next 3 days.
Yeah. All right, meteorologist Bill Cairns, thank you. Still ahead, weapons in the classroom. A student seriously hurt. Who's being blamed?
report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most? A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now to a story that I have really been looking forward to. The historic home of the nation's first black opera company has been abandoned in Pittsburgh for years. But now, one opera enthusiast is trying to bring the music back while teaching people about its legacy. Our Harry Smith has the story.
This old house in Pittsburgh's Hill District hasn't just seen better days. It knew glorious days, important days, historic days.
Where are we now?
We are sitting on the third floor of the first black opera company in America.
Danae Solomon was driving past the abandoned house 20-some years ago. For reasons unexplainable, she bought it and climbed aboard an incredible learning curve.
Mary Caldwell Dawson was a hidden figure. She was completely erased from history and opera history.
Classically trained Dawson was turned away from the Pittsburgh Opera, so she formed her own company. The National Negro Opera Company toured through America's big cities, playing to packed houses.
It's such a slice of America that I think a lot of white people have no understanding or comprehension of.
That's true, and this is why we need to tell this full American history story.
We wondered what a voice might sound like here after decades of silence.
Because my mouth is alive.
Jasmine Awalia is an artist in residence now with the Pittsburgh Opera. The words of Langston Hughes.
Everything I learned surprised me. People that started here went all the way to the Metropolitan Opera, and they started right here in Pittsburgh on Apple Street. Everything I learned about the house along the way was a surprise.
Hidden history, for this old house was the unofficial black cultural center of Pittsburgh.
So this entire floor is where people stayed. This was the residence of the house.
Lena Horne, Joe Louis, Cab Calloway, Duke Ellington. Early black and brown members of the Steelers and Pirates were said to be welcome here.
I would have loved to have been there. I can't even imagine.
Well, maybe you're going to recreate some of that.
We will. We will.
Solomon wants to return this house to its former glory. Not easy.
Does all of this have to be replaced?
No, it's actually going to be restored and preserved.
Yeah.
What makes preservation construction so expensive is that it's not being replaced. We are restoring it and preserving it.
Millions have been raised, millions more are required. While much of the house's history was lost, the legacy of Mary Caldwell Dawson has lived on in Pittsburgh.
And I've seen sin breakers dancing.
Candace Burgess is a PhD student at Pitt.
I was taught by Anquity Kenzel, who was taught by Damaris Cooper, who also taught me when I was really young, who was taught by Ola Brees Beckham, who was administrator for the National Negro Opera Company.
Burgess' graduate work focuses on black classical artists.
Does it make you proud?
It does. I think it makes me realize that classical music, while it may be European, it never was white. And in my search, I continually find that besides black people of all races and creeds were involved in the creation of opera.
History to disprove the myth of absence. There's much to learn from the old house on Apple Street.
And here's what's really cool. The Pittsburgh Opera that turned away Mary Caldwell Dawson, there's a new play that has come to fore that has music in it that the Pittsburgh Opera Company is going to perform. It's called The Passion of Mary Caldwell Dawson, who late in life and then even posthumously has been rediscovered and honored.
It's just incredible. As you said, it's lost history, right? People didn't know.
Hidden history.
Hidden history.
Yeah. To me, what's interesting about this house, because up on the top floor is this National Negro Opera Company, and down below it's more of a social encounter where people of color will actually welcome.
Right. It brought them all together.
Yeah.
Harry Smith, your storytelling is beyond everyone. Thank you so much.
I appreciate the opportunity.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming up, the internet has a burning question. Where is Kate, the Princess of Wales? Why the future King of England's wife is now the subject of a lot of online conspiracy theories and what they're all about. You're watching NBC News Daily.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida. Part of our continued reporting. People all safe? Everybody good? Women, children.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily. A man was rescued 2 days after accidentally plunging 400 feet over a California cliffside. California Highway Patrol Coastal Division released this video showing them lowering a rope down to the man and lifting him up to the highway above. The man telling authorities that he was driving home from work when he swerved to avoid hitting a deer. Authorities say the man, quote, appeared to be stable and suffered moderate injuries. Tributes are pouring in for actor and comedian Richard Lewis, who died of a heart attack on Tuesday night. Lewis is best known for starring alongside Larry David in the hit comedy series Curb Your Enthusiasm. In a social media post, David paid tribute to his friend, calling him the funniest and the sweetest. And actress Jamie Lee Curtis credited him as the reason she was sober, writing, "I am forever grateful for him for that act of grace alone. Rest in laughter, Richard." Lewis was 76 years old. And there's an update to a story that we brought you yesterday. John Waters is pushing back on reports about a film project being developed based on his novel, Liar Mouth. British news outlet The Guardian had reported that Parks and Rec star Aubrey Plaza was set to star in the film and that it was set to film in Baltimore. Waters told the Baltimore Banner that he is producing his first film in about 20 years, but it isn't far enough along to have a star or a filming location attached. Now overseas, the Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry estimates more than 30,000 people have now died in Gaza during the war with Israel. It also says about 70% of those deaths are women and children. NBC News cannot independently verify those numbers. Next Thursday, though, marks 6 months since the Hamas terror attack on Israel and the start of this war. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber has been reporting from Israel during the war. She joins me now on set. Ellison, I want to start with some breaking news today, which is an incident that happened apparently near an aid convoy or some trucks that were bringing aid into northern Gaza.
Yes, so reportedly there were about 30 aid trucks that had made their way to Gaza City. You have to remember this is an area that has been really the heart of the Israeli military's operations in Gaza since this war began. The IDF has released this video. They say it is drone footage that shows the moments leading up to when a shooting occurred as people were gathering, trying to get humanitarian aid. So these trucks moved in at about 4 a.m. According to eyewitnesses who were at the scene, they say people were there, and this is more video of that day, that area, waiting, trying to get aid when they say Israeli troops opened fire on the group. One witness says that people hid under vans and they came back to try and get aid, and that the Israeli troops nearby opened fire again. Israel is claiming that what happened were two different incidents. They say there was a stampede of sorts at the aid trucks of Palestinians rushing, pushing, trying to get the aid, and that in that process, two trucks were moving and people were injured and killed in that process. They say about 100 meters away, there was another incident where they say a group of people approached Israeli soldiers who were stationed sort of in a static position, that the Israeli troops fired warning shots because they perceived them to be a threat, that group continued to progress towards them, and then the Israeli military opened fire. Hamas, the Palestinian Authority's president, Mahmoud Abbas, and other groups, they're saying, no, this was an incident where Israel intentionally fired into a grouping of civilians, and over 100 people are dead, 700 plus injured. We are just now starting to hear more reaction from the United States on this. At the State Department, that video we were showing, the drone footage, which really doesn't show us a lot other than a big group of people. Show the drone footage again if you can, John. Right. When you look at this, what you see is a group of people appearing to rush towards trucks. Presumably those are the aid trucks, but you don't see the moment where shots were fired or people start to get injured. And that is something that Matt Miller at the State Department, a spokesperson there, just addressed. Listen to what he had to say.
If there's anything that the aerial footage of today's incident makes clear, it is just how desperate the situation on the ground is. People need more food. They need more water. They need medicine and other humanitarian goods, and they need it now.
I mean, the UN has said a quarter of Gaza's total population faces starvation. This is an area where they had not gotten an aid truck in at least a month, so that aid came in, and certainly people were desperately trying to get it. What we don't know is how and why all of those shots were suddenly fired.
Ellison Barber, thank you so much. The Russian-American woman who's being held in Russia appeared via video link at a court hearing this morning to appeal her detention. It comes as Russian President Vladimir Putin delivered a speech in Moscow where he threatened the West with nuclear conflict if it further intervened in Ukraine. Here's NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons.
Hey there, good day to you. Ksenia Karolina's appeal was held in private in a Russian court. This morning we learned she has lost that appeal, meaning she will remain in prison. The ballerina with dual Russian and U.S. citizenship is accused of treason for donating money to Ukraine, less than $52. The court set another deadline of April the 6th, but she is the latest U.S. citizen to be held in Russia, and journalist Evan Gershkovich has been in custody for almost a year now, accused of espionage. His newspaper, The Wall Street Journal, says he is innocent and was doing his work as a reporter. At the same time, a menacing split screen, President Putin giving a keynote speech highlighting recent advances in Ukraine, though the battlefield there does remain largely unchanged, saying he bows at the feet of Russian, quote, heroes, calling for a minute's silence for soldiers he said, quote, are going through the meat grinder of war. His address shown on giant screens around Moscow, including a thinly veiled nuclear threat if NATO puts troops on the ground in Ukraine. Putin saying, we too have weapons that can strike targets on their territory. President Putin is 2 weeks from an election, saying today, we are a pillar of democracy. Though, of course, when Russia votes next month, there will only be one certain winner.
Keir Simmons, thank you. A family in New Mexico is suing their school after a teacher allegedly brought swords to class and encouraged students to fight. The lawsuit claims it left a teenage girl scarred and seriously injured. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo has the story and a warning. Some of the images and details are disturbing.
Shocking video showing Albuquerque high school students sparring with real swords in the middle of chemistry class.
It's right here. That's how you're supposed to use it, like this.
And this wasn't teens going rogue, according to a new lawsuit filed by one student who was injured. Their teacher, Loviata Mitchell, announcing earlier on this day in June of 2022 that she had a surprise for the class, telling them to arrange their desks into a circle, handing one student a rapier-style sword and the other a katana, according to the lawsuit. Then instructing the students to fight as a 2-minute timer counted down. But shortly after this video was taken, one student allegedly slicing another student's wrist with a katana-style sword, severing multiple nerves and tendons.
Her surgeon says when he was in there doing the repair that he could feel where the sword had actually indented in the bone.
That student's family now suing the school district, the assistant principal, and Mitchell, alleging as she bled in the classroom, the teacher did not seek immediate medical attention, instead telling students, quote, "I'm in trouble," ordering them to delete any video recordings they had taken, and then attempted to call the school's medical office.
The response was not what you would expect. It took about 30 minutes before anyone called 911.
An accident report written by the assistant principal saying the teacher brought a prop to school to show a lesson on metal and melding, but responding paramedics say the sword appeared to be real. Almost 2 years later, the lawsuit alleging the student is still struggling to perform normal tasks after surgery and extensive physical therapy.
She's lost a lot of mobility and strength and sensation in her right hand and in her thumb. I think those will be permanent effects.
That teacher, Mrs. Mitchell, could not immediately be reached for comment, while Albuquerque Public Schools, known locally as APS, declining to comment. Now the student and her attorney seeking more information and damages.
We want to know what APS actually did to investigate this and whether that report looks like it's trying to sweep this under the rug without a full investigation.
Stephen Romo, NBC News.
Stephen, thank you. When it comes to the 2024 campaign season, there's no question that artificial intelligence is already playing a role. And at least one organization is using the technology to help make the work campaigns do every day cheaper and more efficient. NBC News Daily anchor Morgan Radford has more.
This just in. Surge of 80,000 illegals yesterday.
It's been both a political weapon and a political issue.
Do you think the industry is mature enough to self-regulate?
Now, one organization is embracing artificial intelligence as a political strategy.
It's like you have a very, very smart, talented, and fast assistant.
Tech for Campaigns is using AI tools to help generate digital ads and fundraising emails, giving cash-strapped campaigns in tight races a high-tech edge over the competition.
Everything we do is AI aided, which means a human puts in the request, puts in the context, and also edits it afterwards. It's not AI spitting out an email or AI spitting out an ad and a human doesn't look at it. That's not where we are.
It's not just, hands off the wheel, the computer does its thing.
Yes.
It's a strategy they first tested in the Virginia State House races in 2023.
We did an experiment across 14 campaigns. We tested AI-aided emails, and what we found is that AI-aided emails had about a 3.5 to 4.5 times increase in productivity versus the human-only emails.
When you say productivity, you guys can just get more marketing materials out there, more emails, more communication with voters faster.
Not just more, but better. So what we measured was actually the dollars raised per work hour. So it's not just about more, it's about can these be as good or better?
Now they're rolling out a new set of AI tools, which they plan to use this election year to help Democratic candidates across hundreds of races.
All right, so you've pulled up top performing emails in the past, and then what happens now?
You just ask the tool to generate, in this case, I'll say 2 new email options based on what worked.
There it is, it's working. So is this an example of an email?
So yeah, here's 2 options. You can see it gives you a subject line and then it does the body for you.
Wow. I mean, this looks like it was written by a real person. This looks specific, it gives a catchy subject line, and it did all this in less than a minute.
Oh, it did it in, about 15 seconds, yeah.
And it comes at a critical time.
Your vote makes a difference in November, not this Tuesday.
Earlier this year, the Federal Communications Commission made AI-generated voices and robocalls illegal. And 8 states have passed laws regulating AI in some form, which is why some democracy experts warn that any AI-generated campaign material should be used with caution.
The challenge is that this is early days for the technology. We don't fully understand it yet. AI makes mistakes, it hallucinates, it can perpetuate biases that can be dangerous for the campaign.
Concerns Tech for Campaign says they take seriously.
I absolutely agree that there are malicious uses of AI that can be used in elections, and I am worried about that. But I'm also worried that we're not having a balanced conversation and that the party is going to get left behind on AI because they are leading from a place of fear.
A new kind of technology coming soon to a campaign near you. Morgan Radford, NBC News.
So interesting, Morgan. Thank you. Up next, uncounted millions, diving into the decade-long battle over reparations and how actions taken 150 years ago changed the course of history for one family. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
This week, San Francisco formally apologized to African Americans and their descendants for the city's role in systematic discrimination and racism. It's the latest in an ongoing debate over reparations and how to compensate descendants of enslaved Africans for the harms inflicted on them and their ancestors, with some asking if more Black families had been given a lump sum of money 150 years ago, how might the inequities facing Black America look different right now? NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee takes a closer look at the conversation surrounding reparations in his Into America podcast series titled Uncounted Millions, The Power of Reparations. Tremaine, good to see you. Tell us more.
Kate, you know, in this big conversation around reparations, many folks will be absolutely shocked to know that once the government actually did pay reparations, but they paid it to white enslavers. And one ingenious Black man found a loophole and actually got paid. Take a look. Buried in the nation's capital by the passage of time is one family's extraordinary legacy. Siblings Adele and Richard are seeing for the very first time a rare document that forever changed their family's fortunes.
It was a revelation to us.
The Civil War era filing, signed by their great-great-great-grandfather, a free black man named Gabriel Coakley, awarded him something that most descendants of enslaved Africans have never received: reparations for slavery.
It's mind-boggling.
In the middle of the Civil War, nearly a year before the Emancipation Proclamation, President Lincoln signed the Compensated Emancipation Act of 1862, ending slavery in the district, while also paying off D.C.'s white enslavers if they pledged loyalty to the Union.
It was an idea of Abraham Lincoln as a test to show that there was a way to end slavery, but also provide relief to those slaveholders who were losing their property.
Nearly 1,000 white enslavers got reparations, among them some of the wealthiest and most powerful people in Washington. People like Francis Preston Blair Sr., an advisor to President Lincoln. Their, quote, property were human beings, and those people, generations of whom had endured tortured servitude, were offered nothing for all that they'd lost, unless they agreed to leave the country, even though by this time, many of the enslaved people were born in America, yet still not considered citizens.
Here's this opportunity to create a much more just society by providing newly emancipated people with the economic means to make freedom real. And we just didn't do it.
But Gabriel Coakley, already free and the business owner himself, found a loophole.
As a way of keeping the families together and keeping them safe, one member would gain their freedom and then purchase the others.
Coakley had amazingly purchased the freedom of his sister, his wife, and their 6 children. To protect them legally, he never registered them as free people, so technically they were still enslaved.
Many states had laws saying that if you gained your freedom, you had to either leave the state, pay a fine, or you were subject to whipping every 6 months.
Wow.
He applied for compensation and was awarded the equivalent of more than $170,000 at a time when 90% of black people in this country were still enslaved.
He overcame so many obstacles to purchase his family and then to find the resources to get reparations.
The family line since has been marked by black excellence, scholars, doctors, activists, clergy, even a recipient of the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
This is a remarkable legacy that he left for us.
Who knows what we would have looked like as a family if he wasn't able to get this accomplished.
As they reflect on Coakley's remarkable reparation story, his descendants wonder what could have been if all black people had gotten reparations after slavery. That big question of what could have been, we see playing out in that family, but it's not so easy for folks. The other side of the family line who weren't so privileged to get this money, they've struggled like so many other black folks.
It's such an interesting story. Tremaine, thank you. And you can listen to all of it, more of it, Uncounted Millions, The Power of Reparations. It's on Tremaine's Into America podcast. Much more ahead.
democracy is happening now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024. Who's your candidate?
The race is on now. The countdown has begun. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
New questions and new concerns are swirling around the British royal family as Catherine, Princess of Wales, remains out of the public eye, recovering from abdominal surgery. NBC News international correspondent Molly Hunter reports from Buckingham Palace.
The Prince of Wales is back out in public, while the public still waits for a glimpse of his beloved wife, Kate, the Princess of Wales, who hasn't been seen since Christmas Day. The palace was clear last month she would not pick royal duties back up until after Easter, following their historical practice of not sharing private health information.
So we're seeing increasing rumours. The difference in this case is Kate has disappeared. We haven't seen Kate since actually December last year. And because of that, that's fueled the speculation.
But in the age of social media and fierce attention on the glamorous Wales family, speculation reaching a fever pitch.
Kate Middleton, where is she?
We haven't seen her in the year of 2024.
And even American celebrities.
I gotta meet Kate Middleton for lunch.
Prince William bowing out of a memorial for his godfather at the last minute this week for undisclosed personal matters. A palace source then responding to questions about the Princess of Wales's health, saying only she continues to be doing well.
Whatever information the royal family choose to disclose about the health of the senior royals is really up to them.
But the heir to the throne still making a solo appearance at the glittering BAFTAs last week, an event where Kate usually dazzles on the red carpet. Prince William overheard saying he hasn't seen as many films this year because of everything going on with his wife. And speaking out last month.
I'd like to take this opportunity to say thank you also for the kind messages of support.
The royal health questions have reached new heights, given that King Charles is also out of the public eye, receiving cancer treatment, hospitalized at the same time as Kate.
It's wonderful to see you looking so well.
Well, it's all done by mirrors.
But the 75-year-old monarch continues some state duties behind the scenes, and in the absence of official answers, the curious and nosy public and social media are filling the void. Molly Hunter, NBC News.
Well, if you're doing a double take at your calendar this morning, I did. You're not alone. It is Leap Day. The every 4-year phenomenon adds a 29th day to February. For the math nerds among us, the day's meaning and origin is fascinating. Joining us now with a look at the numbers and the history behind the day is NBC's Brian Chung.
Call me a nerd, Kate? What's good?
Kind of. I mean, I call myself a nerd, too. So what are the origins? What did you learn?
Yeah, well, look, I am the data guy, right? So I have a little bit of math here. And the reason why we do Leap Day is because it doesn't take...
Math.
I do love math. It doesn't take us exactly 365 days to orbit the sun. It takes us 365.24219. So every 4 years, we have to account for the fact that we're losing a day by adding February 29th. But here's the thing. If you look at that, that's not an exact 0.25 either, right, no. Kate? Which means that we're adding 24 hours every 4 years. Technically, we only need 23.26 extra hours. So get this, right? Every 4 years, we're actually adding 44 minutes too long. So 3 times every 400 years, we will skip a leap day. We don't do it on that 4th year.
What?
The next time that's going to happen, Kate, is in 2100. So we don't have to worry about it right now.
We won't be around for that one, will we? I understand you came with a few facts, also just sort of fun facts about Leap Day.
Yeah, well, I mean, because it's such a unique day, right? It's a few facts. 5 million people are born on Leap Day. I guess you could just divide their age by 4 because that's how many birthdays they actually
I've heard that joke.
And it is pretty rare. The odds of this are about 1 in 1,461, so pretty rare to be born on that day. In fact, one person that was born on Leap Day is rapper Ja Rule. So happy birthday to him today.
Happy birthday.
Also, there was an honor society of leap year day babies. It was a website, but once Facebook and social media came out, they said, I guess we don't really need this honor society anymore. You could just join a Facebook group. And then lastly, there was a movie in 2010 called Leap Year, which grossed about $25 million at the box office.
Okay. I don't remember that movie.
Amy Adams was in it.
Oh, Amy Adams was in it. Okay.
Yeah.
I love her. All right. So Leap Day may not be an official holiday, but I am sure sure that there are some companies leaping on Leap Day today and giving discounts.
Yeah, some deals for people that are celebrating their birthday, but also for everyone else as well. So Dunkin' Donuts, there's an extra rewards points that you can get. Krispy Kreme, if it's your birthday, you get a dozen for free.
Oh, wow.
7-Eleven, they do have a deal for 5 wings, $2.29. Get it February 29. And then Insomnia Cookies will get free cookies if it is your birthday and you can prove it.
Oh, those are some good cookies. Brian, thank you so much.
Yep.
I learned something. I'm Kate Snow. He's Brian Chung. You're watching NBC News Daily. What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately?
Do you bear responsibility for what is happening at the border? What the president himself has called a crisis?
Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
If it's Thursday, a split-screen moment at the southern border as President Biden and former President Trump hold dueling events, trying to pin the blame for the border issues on each other and highlighting the importance of the issue in the 2024 race. Plus, the gift of time. The Supreme Court sides with Donald Trump, agreeing to hear his sweeping claims of presidential immunity, delaying and maybe even dismantling his criminal trial on charges of overturning the 2020 election. And the White House says it's looking into a, quote, serious incident in Gaza that could significantly complicate hostage talks after the Israeli army confirms it fired on a crowd of people near humanitarian aid trucks. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Yamiche Alcindor in Washington. We are tracking a split-screen moment in Texas for the former president and the current president, as both men make separate visits to the southern border. It comes as the issues of border security and immigration are weighing heavily on voters heading into November. For Trump, the issue is familiar territory. He is set to speak in Eagle Pass, Texas, any moment now as he tries to make the crisis at the border a centerpiece of his presidential campaign. Here's what he told reporters when he arrived in Eagle Pass.
Nice weather, beautiful day, but a very dangerous border. We're going to take care of it. Thank you.
In our recent NBC News poll, the former president holds a 35-point advantage over the current president on the issue. Republicans have accused President Biden of ignoring the crisis, and the House of Representatives impeached his top border official, Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, earlier this month. Now, President Biden is set to speak later this hour as Democrats try to flip the script on the issue, blaming Republicans for their failure to act on a bipartisan border legislation. Now, today, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer accused Republicans of bowing to former President Trump. Meanwhile, the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, attacked President Biden's border visit as a photo op.
He's only seen fit to go twice, and he's going for a photo op, as you said, to Brownsville, which is the 29th ranked hotspot on the border. Why would he go to the 29th ranked hotspot? Because he doesn't really want to see the reality.
President Biden knows the border is a serious problem. And that's why he sat down with Republicans to draft the strongest, most comprehensive border bill America has seen in decades. Donald Trump deliberately sabotaged the very same border reforms he spent years calling for because he wants to exploit the border for the campaign trail.
But even as the president tries to point the blame toward Republicans, the administration is also recognizing the very real crisis in front of them. We reported earlier this month the administration has been considering executive actions to try to mitigate a surge in migrants that has overwhelmed border communities and major cities across the country. Joining us now on the phone from Brownsville, Texas, with President Biden is NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez. And in Eagle Pass, Texas, with former President Biden, well, former President Trump, actually, it's NBC's Dasha Burns. So, Gabe, I know you're on the phone, but this is, of course, President Biden's second trip to the border. What does he hope to accomplish today? Obviously, you have Republicans saying that this is a photo op. How's he pushing back on that?
Yeah, that's right, Yamiche. Look, inside the room where President Biden is expected any moment now. That's why we'll be speaking in a bit of a hushed tone here, but you may be able to see a live picture. And along that wall, men and women in green, members of the United States Border Patrol, waiting to meet President Biden. He's expected to speak here. The Border Patrol agents are standing behind the lectern, and the message that he will deliver, Yamiche, is one where he is expected to call out House Republicans for what he views as obstructionism and for torpedoing that bipartisan border deal that was negotiated in the Senate but has stalled in the House. President Biden wants to make it clear that border deal would have brought more immigration judges, would have brought more Border Patrol agents, as well as detention beds here to the southern border. Now, of course, this comes, Yamiche, as you well know, as the White House tries to move its messaging on immigration. Certainly immigration, a top issue heading into the 2024 election. And over the past several years, frankly, the White House has preferred to talk about other things. Hasn't always really brought up immigration per se. They really are now seizing the opportunity, what they view as an opportunity, after that bipartisan border deal was tanked. Now, in the last few minutes, President Biden actually visited the border itself. We're right now just north of Brownsville. At a different location, he met with DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, as well as some local leaders. We're told he's expected to get a briefing here, an operational briefing from other local leaders. But again, President Biden seizing the opportunity to drive the message that many Democrats now view that Republicans are standing in the way of true border security, Yamiche.
And Gabe, I also want to ask you about this issue. The Biden administration has been fighting with Texas over who has jurisdiction over the border. Today, a federal judge blocked a Texas law that would have granted local authorities powers to arrest and deport migrants illegally crossing the border. So what more do we know about that fight and what's happening now?
Yeah, first I'll start, Yamiche. A White House official just a short time ago released a statement applauding the judge's decision. As you mentioned, a federal judge temporarily blocking that controversial law, SB 4, which would have allowed state authorities to arrest migrants who enter the U.S. illegally. The law was set to go into effect on in early March, but there was a lawsuit brought by the ACLU and several other migrant advocacy groups who said that it was unconstitutional. And at this point, the federal judge has said that that may be the case, has said that the jurisdiction for enforcing immigration laws falls to the federal government and not the states. Texas Governor Greg Abbott, though, he is vowing to appeal here, and this is a case that could go all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court. But as you said, Yamiche, it comes after a long border battle between Texas Governor Greg Abbott and the Biden administration. This dates back quite some time now, and Governor Abbott busing migrants to different Democratic-led cities across the country, and also clashing with the administration over installing razor wire along the border, and also those buoys on the Rio Grande, which were very controversial. But again, that law, SB 4, here temporarily blocked by that federal judge. And again, we're awaiting President Biden any moment now here in Brownsville, Texas, Yamiche.
And Dasha, you're there with former President Trump. Greg Abbott is with Trump. How is the Trump campaign framing this dueling visit to the border, of course, as President Biden is also in Texas?
Well, Yamiche, the conversation you were just having with Gabe there, Eagle Pass and this Shelby Park area, this region is actually the epicenter of that fight between federal and state authorities on the immigration issue. So it's unlikely to be a coincidence that this is where former President Trump decided to meet with Abbott and other authorities here, National Guard troops. The razor wire behind me is among the tactics that Abbott has used to try to thwart immigration here in his state. He's installed razor wire, those buoys that Gabe mentioned there, and has deployed thousands of National Guard troops here. This is actually something that former President Trump is hoping to use in a second administration. He's planning what he says is the largest deportation operation in U.S. history. And for that, he plans to use what he calls cooperative states like Texas, to use their resources, National Guard and other authorities, to go into uncooperative states, blue states, and enforce immigration there to track down immigrants that are here illegally and deport them. Now, today is about contrast, and it is about messaging for both of these men. Former President Trump is going to contrast his record on immigration while he was at the White House with that of President Biden. He's claiming that President Biden came here to the border because, as a response to former President Trump's visit, the President Biden's team, of course, refutes that. But former President Trump wants this, as does President Biden. They have two very different visions for how to handle this immigration issue, and they are on display in full force here today.
They are certainly on display, Dasha, in full force. And I want to ask you, what's the situation on the ground in Eagle Pass today? Of course, we've heard Trump making all sorts of claims about what's happening there. What are you seeing?
Well, look, there are a lot of supporters of the former president that are out today touting his record for him, really. They do feel frustrated by how President Biden has handled the border situation. I mean, we see that in polling, which is one of the reasons Trump is making this visit, right? He sees that this immigration issue is politically positive for him, and he did tank that bipartisan border deal. This is something he wants his hands around. He wants to be able to handle and to tackle. And he's laying out these very ambitious, unprecedented plans for his second administration and hoping to capitalize on the frustration and the electorate, Yamiche, really starting to move to the right on this issue, not just Republicans, but Democrats also moving center and center right, because this crisis is now at the forefront of blue states as well. You look at cities like New York and Chicago that are now handling this. And he's really hoping to capitalize on that.
Well, thank you so much, Dasha, for that, of course, important reporting in Texas. And Gabe as well, thank you. Now, we're going to be keeping our eyes and ears on both shots of President Biden and, of course, former President Trump, and we'll bring you any news that happens as they're visiting. Now, Trump's campaign on the border comes one day after the Supreme Court agreed to hear his presidential immunity claims in the special counsel's federal election interference case. That case, which is still awaiting trial, has been on pause, and it will remain paused for now until the Supreme Court issues its ruling. That could potentially add months, that's right, months of delays to the proceedings. It's a win for Trump as he tries to delay as many criminal trials as possible until after the November election. And so far, only one of his 4 criminal cases, the New York hush money case, has a trial date set. It's supposed to start on March 25th. And his election interference trial, which of course is the one that's in Georgia, that's just a different one, has delayed because of allegations of misconduct against prosecutors. His classified documents case has also been bogged down in procedural disagreements. And now his federal election interference case, the one, of course, focused on his efforts to try to overturn the election, prosecutors say that trial is also in limbo, too. So NBC's Garrett Hake is covering the Trump campaign, and also with us is NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett. Thank you both for being here. So Garrett, of course, former President Trump has wanted to delay and delay and delay. So how happy is the Trump campaign and the former president about what's happening here?
They're pleased. I talked to one of his outside legal advisors today who said they thought this case would never go to trial, and it's not hard to see how that happens now with this delay. If you imagine the Supreme Court hears oral arguments in late April, perhaps they make a decision in June. Let's see, for the sake of argument, that they allow the case to go forward. You probably still have a couple months before it could get scheduled to begin, and then, oops, all of a sudden you're up against the 60-day kind of soft prohibition the DOJ has against taking actions that might affect an election. Now you're in an election. Donald Trump wins. You're not going to put the president-elect on trial, are you? He needs to be focusing on the transition. There is a pretty clear path to making this all go away for Donald Trump, especially if he wins the election. So the sort of combined political and legal imperatives line up very nicely here with the Supreme Court, that the legal arguments notwithstanding, Trump personally, and his campaign generally, I think, believes is sort of friendly to him, given the 3 people that he helped seat on it.
Now, if you zoom out here, and it's really fascinating, the timing of all this. You have January 6th rioters, some people call them insurrectionists, that have already been charged, have already served their times. Meanwhile, you have former President Trump, who some say was really at the heart of this. It's been dragging on for years now. What do you make of that?
Well, look, I mean, I was somebody who was at the Capitol on January 6th. I've covered to some degree some of the trials that have followed since. The idea that there have been hundreds of people who've either pled guilty to crimes or been convicted of crimes related to January 6th, but that Donald Trump will basically have one House impeachment and an acquittal in the Senate as basically the only even real attempt to hold him accountable, perhaps by the time the election rolls around, I think is so striking. On Capitol Hill and across town at the DOJ, it feels like all of official Washington kind of looked for somebody else to try to find the best way to hold Donald Trump accountable for at least a year after January 6th, before any of these efforts began in any serious matter. And now they might run out of time to do even a serious effort in the court system at all before the next election.
And you, of course, have been holding down the fort of all these different legal problems. That's why I was like, Georgia's one legal election interference. There's also the federal election interference. Break down the other legal news here.
Well, among the other cases that we're looking at, there is a hearing tomorrow in the classified documents case down in Florida. Trump may or may not attend that. We may get a little bit closer to figuring out when that case will start, if ever. And oh, by the way, there's still this effort to keep Donald Trump off ballots in several states. We had a surprise decision by a judge yesterday in Illinois where the State Board of Elections had already said, yes, he can stay on. Now we had a judge that says, no, in fact, he cannot be on that ballot, citing the 14th Amendment, like what we saw in Colorado and in Maine. That'll probably, we hope, get caught up in whatever decision the Supreme Court makes on the Colorado case, because if not, you're still looking at a patchwork question of whether Donald Trump can even appear on ballots. I can't keep this straight. I don't know how his team keeps it straight. There are so many legal challenges here. But for Trump, he's all lumped them into one category rhetorically that he uses on the campaign trail, the idea that it's election interference, that this is an effort by powerful forces to do what voters have not, which is to stop him from being the nominee or the next president.
Yeah, you can't keep it straight. And at least I know former President Trump is probably hoping voters can't keep this straight when you think of all his legal problems.
I do think that's a big part of it, that eventually voters just, it all turns into a blur of sort of legal problem. Even the way we talk about it, legal problems. Legal problems spans a huge spectrum of issues here for the former president. We can't even talk about it in a way that makes it make sense to voters.
Yeah, and Laura, of course, Jack Smith asked the court to resolve this quickly. They've agreed to hear this case, but the arguments aren't going to start until April. That seems like so far away. Does the timing of this really meet the standard of quickly? Of course, I know courts sometimes are slower, of course, than what people might think of as being quickly. How unusual is this?
Yeah, their definition of what's fast is not certainly our definition of what's fast, and it's not Jack Smith's definition of what's fast. Remember, guys, The special prosecutor here actually asked the Supreme Court to take this up way back in December. He said, please, recognizing this is going to be such a big issue and this is going to be so fundamental to my case, please take it up. Let's jump over the D.C. Circuit and just resolve it once and for all back in December. The Supreme Court said, no, I want you to go through the regular appeals court process. And that's sort of why we've landed ourselves here with this sort of winding legal road that we find ourselves in. And it's also why it's so curious that they sat on this request. Remember, Trump asked the Supreme Court to take this up and just put everything on pause so he wouldn't have to go to trial, so he could delay it even more. They sat on that request for 2 weeks, and then they set the argument date for merely 2 months out from where we are right now. And so it's just so curious at sort of how they've structured this. But now that they've agreed to take it up, they're going to be resolving it across all cases. So the former president has raised this issue of immunity, not just in the Washington, D.C. case. He's raised it in Georgia. He's raised it in Florida. So it's one of those issues that I think that they realized was so sort of fundamental and going to keep coming up that they might as well just take it on for themselves right now.
Yeah, well, I also want to ask you, as we talk about sort of the court not being on the same standard of quick as everyone else might think, what's the earliest you think we could get a decision from the Supreme Court? And how much pressure does that put on the judge to push the trial date back?
So in Bush v. Gore, when the court decided the election for former President Bush, they came back the day after oral argument. They know exactly how to come back fast when they want to. The question is whether they want to in this case and whether they think that they should. You know, the fact that they've scheduled it out and for late April, so again, sort of is giving some signals as to whether they think it's imperative for this to get resolved before the next election. And whether they should even be taking that into consideration at all, I think is something that's being hotly debated right now. Now, whether in fact they actually drop that decision the day after oral argument, I don't think I'm prepared to guess that. I've been wrong on predictions so far on this case, but I think it's certainly the case that they will come back before the term is over in June. Some people have sort of posited, well, maybe they just sit on it. I don't think that that's what's going to happen. Now that they've decided to take it up, I think at the earliest we would see it in May, and the latest we would see it is the last week of June.
You also mentioned the idea that he's raised this claim in a number of places, including in Georgia. Could him winning in the Supreme Court impact Georgia?
100%. If he wins at the Supreme Court, it's a wrap, because the whole argument, again, is that the steps that he took, the efforts that he took to try to obstruct the lawful vote count, to try to put forth fake slates of electors, to try to put pressure on local officials to not do their job, it's really the same argument that's being made in both cases. There's different charges, of course, with state versus federal, but it's the same type of claim. And fundamentally, it's all about stuff that he did while he was the president of the United States, and that's for which he claims immunity. And so if the Supreme Court says there are a certain number of, those steps that are shielded from prosecution, then the Georgia case is in even more jeopardy than it already is, Yamiche.
Well, important reporting and great reporting from Garrett and Laura. I love you two together, so thank you so much. And next, Congress kicks the can down the road again. It looks like a shutdown will be avoided, at least for a few days. We'll talk to House Republican Tom Cole about the short-term chaos and the long-term solutions and more. And later, the newest installment of our Decision 2024 series, The Deciders, will bring you insights from voters who make up a crucial part of the electorate. Today's stop, North Carolina. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida. Part of our continued reporting.
Safe. Everybody good?
Women, children.
Welcome back. Turning now to a busy day on Capitol Hill. On the Senate side, Republicans are already scrambling to see who's going to be next in line after Senator Mitch McConnell said he plans to step down as Senate Republican leader later this year. Texas Senator John Cornyn announced his candidacy this morning, and he could face competition from several of his colleagues. Meanwhile, the House passed a short-term government funding bill that will extend deadlines to March 8th and March 22nd. More Democrats, though, than Republicans voted for its passage. The Senate is expected to take up the measure soon. And the Senate recently passed a separate package to send aid to Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan. But House Speaker Johnson says the House is still considering its options and that his top priority is not foreign aid.
The House is actively considering options on a path forward, but our first responsibility is to fund the government. And our primary overriding responsibility has been for the last 3 years is to secure the border.
Joining me now is Oklahoma Republican Congressman Tom Cole. Thank you so much for being here. He is, of course, the Vice President and Chair of the House Appropriations Committee and Chair of the House Rules Committee. Now, Congressman, more Democrats than Republicans voted on passing this short-term CR. Do Republicans really have a functioning majority in the House right now, given that Democrats had to help fund the government?
No, well, look, I do think we have a functioning majority in the House, but a substantial majority of Republicans actually did vote for the continuing resolution, but approach bills always are bipartisan. They're very seldom are passed along partisan lines, and this CR certainly is an example of that.
But the continuing resolution was passed under suspension, and the last bill signed into law that didn't pass by suspension or by unanimous vote was the bill to avert a debt default last May. That's 9 months ago. Really, all major legislation is passing by Rules Committees and are not in regular order. So I have to ask you, is the U.S. House broken?
No, not at all. Frankly, we're passing bipartisan bills, which is, I thought, what people want us to do. Look, you have a Republican House, a Democratic Senate, a Democratic President. So the idea that any bills are going to get through along strictly partisan lines is probably, not a very good assumption. At some point, they'll mutate into bipartisan bills. Earlier this year, we passed, partisan NDAA, National Defense Authorization Act numbers of, partisan bills on the appropriations. Actually got many more appropriations bills across the line than the Democratic Senate did. So,
but Congressman, this is not happening in regular order.
Look, of course it is regular order. You don't always have to have a rule. On these bills, we're going to have a bipartisan majority, no question about that. But there was a substantial majority of both parties that voted for the continuing resolution.
Well, I want to now turn to the border, Congressman. President Biden, of course, is there, and he criticized congressional Republicans for blocking, he said, bipartisan border legislation. He says Congress needs to act, that this can't just be executive action. What's your response to that?
Well, first of all, he needs to reverse all the bad decisions he's made for the last 3 years. Second, if he'd like to have legislation, the House sent in May of last year border security bill to the Senate. There's not even been a hearing on that. So, look, this is a problem the president created by really bad judgment, ending the Remain in Mexico law, ending catch and release, stopping construction of a border wall. I think the American people know pretty clearly who's responsible for the disaster of the border. The president ought to act in good faith and reverse those bad decisions right now. That'd be the real contribution. And second, if the Senate wants to get serious, they should actually bring up a bill that the House sent them in May. They haven't been able to produce anything themselves. So to say, it collapsed because it couldn't get out of the Senate. That's the Senate's problem, not the House's problem.
But I have to say, you mentioned remain in Mexico. Mexico says it's not going to cooperate with that policy and that there are going to be people with credible asylum cases.
When did we let the Mexicans decide who can and cannot come across our borders any more than we decide who can and can't come across theirs? I don't care if they cooperate or not. The president has the power to shut the border now. But he created these problems himself, and he can just start by reversing the executive actions that he followed from day one.
But again, the president is saying that Congress needs to act. So I wonder, could you say what's the best policy? What's the best way forward here?
Well, the best way forward would be to pass H.R. 2, which the Democratic Senate has failed to even bring up and have a committee hearing on. They don't have to pass our bill, but they need to bring it up, make whatever changes they want. We can go through the process. Second, the president undid a system that was working. He did it deliberately, systematically. Now, if he had the power to undo those executive orders from the Trump administration, he has the power to reinstate them. That would actually be a sign of good faith. You know, right now we look on this more as an administration that's flailing and trying to find political cover, not as an administration that has ever cared since its inception about security at the border. These are the president's actions that caused it. He ought to start reversing them. He ought to bring up the ask the Democratic Senate to bring up the Republican border security bill, and I think we'd be well on our way to solutions.
As Speaker Johnson has said, he's not wedded to H.R. 2. Are there other bills you think or know of that he is considering?
No, I do not. I think there are sections of the bill that we could probably pass. You might not have to have it all. I think if you just pass the Remain in Mexico portion, we've been advised by Border Patrol that would probably solve 50, 60, 70% of the problem. So there are measures, again, and these are things that the president undid himself that were working. I don't think he, called down to the president of Mexico and said, what do you think about undoing Remain in Mexico? He just did it. So now he needs to undo it, and the Democratic Senate needs to take, if they can't pass anything of their own, needs to take up a bill that we have, change it in whatever way they want, and send it over here, and we'll work on things together. But again, when we pass a bill 4 months after we're the majority, that passed in May of last year, they don't do anything on it. When we have a president that consistently issues executive orders that undermine the system that was working and now tries to blame this on us, I mean, that dog won't hunt. So I think it's a political desperation by the administration, and I think the American people will see it for what it is and vote accordingly in the fall.
Congressman, I want to move on to another topic. Hunter Biden, he testified behind closed doors yesterday. We didn't hear any news about new evidence that President Biden used his elected office to enrich his son. Should Hunter Biden still testify publicly?
I think that commitment's been made to Hunter Biden, and I think he ought to have that opportunity. He asked for that, and I think, again, if that's what he wants to do. Personally, I'm not on the committee of jurisdiction, so I didn't have an opportunity to hear what he had to say during his deposition. But again, I don't see any problem with having a public hearing, particularly since he's requested one.
And with that, I mean, how will this impeachment inquiry, and I want to ask you, is it going to be a House floor? Is it going to be a report? What comes next, and how is it going to happen?
Again, I really don't know. You'd need to talk to the Committee of Jurisdiction, which is both oversight and judiciary in this matter. I'm not on those committees. So, again, we'll see what evidence they have, and they'll make the decision. And we've certainly shown we're not afraid to vote on these things. We did on Mayorkas, and we'll see what happens here. But, right now, I wish I could give you a clear path forward. But, again, I'm not in a position to do that.
I want to also say some of your fellow committee chairs, Kathy McMorris, and Rogers, and Mike Gallagher, they're retiring this cycle. Why do you think that is?
Well, you'd have to ask them their individual reasons. I mean, Kathy obviously has been here 20 years, long career. Hate to lose her. I think she's very much one of the best chairmen we have. And I think Mike Gallagher is a guy of just enormous promise, has done a great job on the Select Committee on China. So, but members come and go all the time. And frankly, you have a lot of members leaving on the Democratic side to run for higher office. I mean, what does that say? So again, the numbers aren't particularly unusual, but you always lose good people. But, you generally get good people when the election happens as well.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Congressman Tom Cole.
It's a privilege. Thank you.
Next, the U.S. is seeking answers on a deadly incident around Gaza aid trucks. As ceasefire talks hang in the balance, we're live in Tel Aviv with new reporting. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back. The Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza is accusing Israeli forces of opening fire on civilians, killing and injuring hundreds of people waiting for aid in northern Gaza. NBC News has not been able to independently verify the reported death toll, and the IDF says they were not involved in the incident with the aid convoy. In response, Israel released this video, which it says shows a mass of people surrounding the aid trucks. The IDF says it was a stampede around those trucks that killed and injured people in the crowd. NBC News has not been able to confirm when this video was taken, but an IDF spokesperson did acknowledge that in what they are calling a separate incident, Israeli troops fired on a crowd of people that it determined posed a threat. The White House called today's events a serious incident and said they are looking into the report. But this latest incident is further complicating the ongoing negotiations for a potential ceasefire. Earlier today, President Biden walked back his prediction that a ceasefire agreement could be reached by Monday.
Do you still expect a ceasefire by Monday, sir?
Hope springs eternal. I was on the telephone with the people in the region. I'm still probably not by Monday, but I'm hopeful.
Joining me now is NBC News international correspondent Ralph Sanchez. He's in Tel Aviv. So how are leaders in the region reacting, and what did the IDF tell you about what happened?
Well, Yamish, we have Israelis and Palestinians giving two very different accounts of what happened. Here's what we know for sure. Shortly before 4 a.m., hundreds of Palestinians gathered on Al-Rashid Street. It is a coastal road in Gaza City, and they were waiting for aid trucks to come through, hoping to get food, hoping to get flour. Now, an eyewitness tells NBC News that Israeli forces opened fire on that crowd as it got near one of their checkpoints, and that they fired again shortly afterwards as that truck came through. Now, the Israeli military is saying that most of the people who died in a stampede around those trucks, that some of the trucks may have even run over some of those people. They are also saying they only opened fire on a specific group that was moving threateningly towards their checkpoint. I asked an Israeli military spokesman earlier whether they had any evidence to support that claim that the crowd was threatening their forces. Take a listen to what he had to say.
We are in a war zone. If you approach armed soldiers in a war zone and there is a threat and they fire warning shots in the air, the best thing to do is to turn around and walk away. If you continue to proceed forward, the perceived threat remains. And so, yes, of course, the situation is a very complex situation on the ground.
Now, I pressed him on whether there was drone footage, whether there was head camera footage to justify Israeli forces opening fire. They said they have nothing to provide at this point. Yamish.
Ralph, thank you so much for your reporting. Next, the deciders will hear what a key block of voters in a battleground state really thinks about the party's presidential frontrunners. You're watching Meet the Press now.
report live from Tel Aviv. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most? A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. As we continue to track both President Biden and former President Donald Trump's visits today to the border in Texas, we've got new insights from a key voting bloc for President Biden in a key battleground state. In our second installment of the Deciders Focus Group, produced in collaboration with Syracuse University and Sago, we heard from African-American voters in North Carolina. These voters are not happy with the way that the presidential race is going and the prospect of a Biden-Trump rematch. Here's what they think of the two candidates.
Let's start with President Biden.
Career politician.
Old.
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 Slow. Failure.
Old.
Old. Fragile.
Old.
Incompetent.
Swacking. Next person, former President Trump. First word or phrase that comes to mind when you hear his name.
Divisive. Crooked.
Racist.
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 Crazy.
Incompetent. Rich. Grifter.
Disgusted.
Powerful.
Crazy.
Still, while not liking either candidate, most of them said they will not vote for former President Donald Trump.
For a moment, let's imagine the election is tomorrow. By a show of fingers, how many of you would take Trump if it's a head-to-head between those two? Show of fingers, who would take Trump? 0. Okay. So for the 7 of you who would not take Trump, are there any plausible, and I stress the word plausible, scenarios under which you would take Trump? By a show of fingers, how many of you would take Trump in a 2-person race? Any of you? TCU would. Okay, 1.
But there was a potential warning sign for President Biden. 12 of the 14 people who participated in this focus group said they voted for him in 2020. And now just 9 of those people say they would vote for him again. I'm joined now by our panel, Rhonda Colvin, Capitol Hill reporter for The Washington Post, Margaret Talev, director for Syracuse University's Institute for Democracy, Journalism, and Citizenship, and Axios senior contributor, Joe Crowley, former Democratic congressman from New York, and Republican strategist Brad Todd. So, Margaret, we were up late watching this focus group together.
And it was
riveting. How much do you think this group, people who don't like Biden, they don't like Trump, how much of it do you think is it a microcosm of America in general?
Well, it's important that these are African-American voters because while their concerns are just like any Americans when it comes to the economy, and border issues and some of these other issues, the racial element is a big element, but it cuts both ways. They're really concerned about what a second Trump turn would mean, but they don't totally buy that Biden is working for them. He has problems with communication as far as they're concerned. He has problems with their confidence in his ability to get things over the finish line. And he has credibility issues. Do they really believe he's a champion for civil rights? Many of them said, not really. And so they felt like they came out and voted for him the first time. They're not, at this moment, feeling the same compulsion to do it again, even though many of them are really worried about what a second Trump term would mean. So this is not about voters going en masse over to Donald Trump. It's about whether he can turn them out.
And a lot of these voters were talking about things that happened not just this year, but in the past. So I wonder, how baked in do you think their views are of these two candidates?
Very well baked in with both of them. There is one real difference, though. They don't like the way Trump used his powers, but they see him as a tremendously powerful marketer and communicator and someone who cuts through the red tape and just does whatever he wants to do. Many of them wish that Biden would just do those things for the policies that he has promised to them. Student loan forgiveness is something that we kept hearing over and over again. Housing costs, just the cost of housing. These are issues that are really illuminating these voters, and they want Biden to take a page from the Trump playbook and just get stuff done. The one memory lapse sort of that I really saw was the southern border kept being an issue that we kept hearing about last night. And these are voters that are not thinking right now about Trump separating parents and families or some of sort of the most controversial and polarizing aspects of his approach to immigration as president. What they're thinking about is that he got stuff done at the border, and they want to know why Joe Biden doesn't seem to have the same command and control.
And a number of them said that immigration was their top issue. But Rhonda, there was also this striking sense of feeling insulted and feeling really like Donald Trump's talks about the mugshots and about sneakers, about his criminal background as being a connection to the black community. They were just really very angry at that when we asked them about that. And I wonder what you make of those efforts by former President Trump to appeal to black voters, while also saying these things that are really making them angry and insulting them in many ways.
I don't think those efforts are working. I think you see that these voters are very clear-eyed in knowing what they feel about Trump. I believe some of the words they used to describe him were racist. That was at the top of the list. So it doesn't seem like any new efforts to reach black voters will work. And I think you see that when you talk to voters on the campaign trail all the time. They understand when a candidate is being genuine and when they are not being genuine. And you can see with this group of voters that they do clearly see what Trump is doing when he is trying to say that, oh, mugshots will reach out to the black community. Or, you know, you've heard people from his side say, well, he has a sneaker campaign, a sneaker line. Surely that will be something that black voters like. But voters are definitely understanding those who take their issues into account, and you're really seeing that. And these views do appear very baked in and hardened, and that's going to be something that the Biden campaign is really going to have to address. That it seems as if these voters feel that they are so dissatisfied, they may not vote, and they may actually turn the tide in the end if they do turn out.
Now, Brad, a lot of these voters, they said at some point they probably, when pushed and pushed and pushed, that they would probably vote for Joe Biden. And this is, of course, a very specific slice of the electorate, black people living in North Carolina who don't like both candidates. Should this, though, set off alarm bells for former President Trump?
Well, I think it's, you said 12 of the 14 people had voted for Joe Biden in the previous election. If you're Joe Biden in a very closely divided electorate, he needs 12 or 13 of that group, period. And so if there's a chance that he's at merely 9 or 10, it's an red alarm for him. I think this is a story about Joe Biden. The other thing is if these voters are
there's a message here for Donald Trump, any sort of warning here for
because these are voters that were going to vote for Joe Biden and should be voting for Joe Biden. And the fact that in a race where these two guys are known commodities, these are base Democrat voters who are still up for grabs, that's a problem. I would also point out, if they're bringing up immigration and if they're bringing up Joe Biden's age, those are the same issues swing voters have. That tells us a lot about the fact that these issues swing voters have travel much further than the middle. That's a pretty big opportunity for Donald Trump.
Joe, I also want to play some sound for you because we put up for these voters headlines and language messaging that came out of the White House, the Biden White House, on their achievements for black voters. Take a listen to their reaction to that.
I think that it's all political mumbo jumbo. I mean, everybody should have the right to do whatever they want to do in America. So that first beginning sentence, couple of sentences, I mean, I think, you know, it's grasping for straws.
I feel like a lot of fluff, like exaggeration. You know, we may have done this little bit here, but let's say we did this, let's make it look grand. It just felt like a lot of fluff, just it was a lot of words, and I haven't seen that much action.
I look at it and say, I'm sure the numbers are statistically accurate, but they haven't been statistically significant.
So these voters, Joe, are saying essentially, yeah, this might be accurate. You might have achieved something for some black voters, but overall, the life experience of most black people have not been improved. So should President Biden be focusing more on his own record and not on sort of beating up and criticizing Donald Trump?
I think it's a combination of both. I do think this is a very important report. I think the timing of it is critical as well. And it gives, I think, the Biden administration an opportunity to adjust and make some changes as well. And I say that because this is a critically important vote for the president. It's the most loyal vote, most loyal Democratic votes. Always has been, was in my district. And I know throughout every congressional district, it's the same thing. So it's not just about the presidency, it's about the down ticket as well, and energizing folks to come out and vote. In terms of what they're saying, I do believe that we live in a world of sound bites. and it's only seconds you have to get a message across. I do think that the president needs to talk about his successes more. I think the White House needs to let the president be the president. Let him be Joe Biden. Let him go out. I think he was on the Seth Meyers show. I think that was a good thing to do. I think he needs to do more of that and try to make those connections. Go beyond Seth Meyers. I'm friendly with Seth. He has to go beyond Seth. He has to get to the people where they're at. And I think that's the struggle. That's the challenge for him right now.
Rhonda, we of course have this split screen in Texas that's going on. Who has more to gain by what's going on right now in Texas with Biden and Trump both being there?
I've been thinking about that all day while they were on this dual visit there. I think when you think of the real credence of the issue of immigration and how that's at the top of issues that a lot of Americans say are important to them, I think, you know, Biden does have an edge here where he's able to go there and campaign and say, you know, I was ready to sign this piece of legislation that both Senate Democrats and Republicans put together, but the House Republicans stood against it and Trump directed them to do it. So if you keep hearing that messaging later today and through the weekend, you know, that might give him an edge in selling that he is on top of the issue, or at least trying to be. But of course, you know, there are stark images coming from Texas and the border, and you do have congressional Republicans and Trump saying that Democrats failed people. So I think we're still waiting for the readout from these two visits, but it's going to be interesting.
And Brad, what do you make of sort of Trump being there at the same time as Biden?
I think Joe Biden's late. He's 3 years too late to go to the border. The fact that we have the level of crisis we have right now, we might not have it had he gone a lot more in 2021. And his numbers don't stack up well to the Trump administration as far as how many people we illegally crossed. They also don't stack up well to the Obama administration. I think you're going to hear more and more Republicans comparing Joe Biden's performance on immigration to Barack Obama's. It's very stark and very different. It's out of control. Independents are worried about it. And if I were Joe Biden, I would be getting there a lot more often.
Joe, we have these voters that are bringing up the border, Democratic voters. What do you think he has to do, President Biden, to really sort of get this issue under control in their minds?
Well, I think learning from other experiences, including the race on Long Island where Tom Suozzi won re-election to the House of Representatives in a special election, where he did talk about this issue. He talked about both securing the border, having integrity at the border, but at the same time talked simultaneously about a pathway to citizenship. So I think there are ways in which people can talk about this with some compassion. At the same time, look, I think Democrats have learned. One thing I will say about the governor of Texas, Democrats in New York have learned about the issues they've been facing. And maybe we're late to the issue, but we're at the issue now. The president was willing to deal with the issue, and President Trump ended that discussion, quite frankly. The House and the Senate agreed on language, and it was Trump who killed this.
Yeah. Well, I have to just say, we have to leave it there, but I will say there's a lot to talk about, so thank you so much. Of course, Rhonda, Joe, Brad, Margaret, thank you. And up next, we're talking about another part of the world where a political crisis is exacerbating a humanitarian one. What's being done to try to stem the deepening hunger crisis in Haiti, one of the poorest places in the world. I'll talk to a representative from the UN's World Food Program next. You're watching Meet the Press Now. Welcome back. U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, was in the South American country of Guyana earlier this week. She met with Caribbean leaders for talks about the dire situation unfolding in Haiti. While in the region, the UN ambassador reaffirmed America's unwavering support for the Haitian people. She also stressed the need for a multinational security force to be deployed to Haiti to help restore peace and security. This comes amid rising food insecurity in the country, largely fueled by a surge in gang violence and increased political turmoil. Recently, I spoke with Jean-Martin Bauer, the director at the food program, the World Food Program in Haiti. I began by talking with him about the current situation in Haiti and what this moment in Haiti's history makes it different.
The problem we are seeing right now in Haiti is a culmination of decades of neglect, of underinvestment in agriculture, underinvestment in the population. And we're seeing, for the first time in Haiti, mass hunger lasting years. This, as a specialist in food security, I can tell you that we had no acute food security in Haiti until 2016. Hurricane Matthew hit. We had 1 million people facing acute food insecurity. That's increased to more than 4 million people over the past few years. And I'm personally quite worried about what this means for the health, for the nutrition, for the future of the Haitian people.
And there has been, as you point out, there's been natural disasters. There, of course, was the earthquake that killed so many people. But there's also this issue of not only food insecurity, but actual physical security issues. Tell us about that. What makes this moment different there?
So what we're seeing is a combination of conflict and food insecurity. They're tightly correlated in Haiti. And what we have right now is a situation where, according to the UN, armed gangs control 80% of the capital. They've also been moving out to rural areas like the Artibonite Valley, which is the breadbasket of Haiti. I traveled to the Artibonite recently and saw communities where they have piles of food, mountains of food, but that they can't send to the market because it's just too dangerous, because the gangs control the roads and people get racketeered, they get kidnapped, they get held for ransom. I've met women who get raped by trying to sell the produce that they have in the market. Therefore, the very people who ought to be feeding the Haitian population are hiding at home because of these gangs. And if you go just a short drive from these communities, you'll find hospital wards with children suffering from acute malnutrition because they just don't have enough to eat. So the conflict in Haiti, the expansion of the gangs into these areas has made the food problem even worse.
There's been these protests against the current Haitian administration. How much is the Haitian government and local officials able to help in all of the crises that Haiti's facing right now?
Well, we're working with the local authorities on important programs to support the population, including the school feeding program. Right now, the World Food Program is providing a hot meal daily to almost 500,000 Haitian children. And what we're trying to do with the authorities is make sure we have as much local content, locally grown food in these meals that children get every day. We're proud to have reached 50% local content in the school meals program, up from 20% just 2 years ago. And with the government, we're trying to get to 100% homegrown school feeding in Haiti by 2030. This is a difference because it means that local farmers get a chance to sell their produce. They're not competing with low-cost imports. We're able to keep people working in Haiti. What we need to know is that, again, we've had years of mass hunger in Haiti, and mass hunger, protracted mass hunger, will only lead to unrest, it will lead to conflict, and it will lead to mass migration. Haiti right now is a place that people are trying to flee. Over 100,000 people in Haiti have already qualified for humanitarian visas in the U.S. and have traveled to the U.S. on humanitarian visas. Almost 600,000 more have already applied for a humanitarian visa. That's 5% of the Haitian population. It's the equivalent of the population of the state of Wyoming. There's a big move, an attempt to move out of Haiti because conditions there are so dire. But by working with programs that are longer term, like the Homegrown School Feeding Program, where we work with farmers and give them an opportunity to earn income, we're giving people a reason to stay and a reason to hope.
And you talk about having a reason to hope. There was hope that this Kenyan force, that they might come in and help stabilize some things in Haiti. That has now, it seems, possibly been blocked as an international force. What's the plan if Kenya can't help? What's the plan B here?
Well, what we need to make sure is that security comes back to Haiti, no matter what. But I have to tell you, Amish, the conversation has really been a lot about security and the security force. I think we haven't spoken enough about the importance of humanitarian assistance at the same time. The problem in Haiti is multi-layered. There's a security layer, there's an economic layer, there's a political layer, there's a humanitarian layer. We need to address all these at the same time. If not, we won't be able to stabilize this country. I'm worried that the humanitarian programs in Haiti are underfunded, that humanitarian needs are going unaddressed. We can't let this problem fester. we can't just focus on security. We need to focus on humanitarian. Because again, the longer we wait, the longer these needs are unaddressed, it will only translate into more Haitians leaving the country legally or illegally and ending up on our southern border.
An important conversation about Haiti that is just facing so many crises. Thank you so much, Jean-Martin.
Thanks, Yamiche.
Thank you for being with us this hour. NBC News coverage with Hallie Jackson starts right now.
Coming on the air with breaking news out of Alabama, with new protections just passed for women who want to use IVF to start a family. A major development after that controversial court ruling saying embryos are children. We'll talk about the implications beyond just that state in just a minute. Plus, right now, a dramatic split screen on the southern border. President Biden and former President Trump both in Texas as we speak, both with their own spin on the issue Americans say they care most about, immigration. We'll take you live to the border. We're also live at the Pentagon after some spicy takes about how the defense secretary handled his cancer treatments. One lawmaker suggesting the secretary might be irrelevant. We'll tell you how Lloyd Austin is responding now. Plus, a story that's probably setting your group chats on fire. Where is Kate Middleton? The princess hasn't been seen for months since her surgery. The palace, pretty quiet about it all until today. More on what they're saying. Then in tonight's backstory, a behind-the-scenes look at what went into uncovering the rise of young girl influencers managed by their parents and followed by creeps. And in the breakdown, a day like no other. Why exactly we're getting a bonus 24 hours today? Later on in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we start tonight with that breaking news out of Alabama, where Republicans there have taken some of the final steps to protect IVF procedures after that bombshell ruling from the Alabama Supreme Court saying embryos are considered children. A ruling, remember, that basically paralyzed a lot of in vitro procedures across the state. You saw that chilling effect with multiple clinics and healthcare facilities pressing pause, and chaos for people trying to start families there. Now, 2 new bills have just passed both chambers looking to give immunity in certain instances related to IVF. So the next steps, some procedural things to combine both of these plans. The governor will have to sign it into law, all of which is expected to happen as soon as next week. I want to bring in Laura Jarrett for more. And Laura, not the final steps yet, but we are getting closer to those final steps after this absolute national firestorm from this court ruling, and now Republicans acting very quickly to try to get a lid on it.
Yeah, within almost a week, Hallie, they've now moved to basically have similar, almost mirror images of each other, both the House and the Senate, coming up with these solutions to essentially immunize the clinics. Because remember, that's what their aim is, to make sure that IVF can resume, to get those procedures restarted, because they're on hold right now, worried about the legal liability that would come from damaging or destroying an embryo, a frozen embryo. And so they've passed similar bills that essentially say no action, suit, or criminal prosecution can result from the damage of that embryo. So it sort of tries to address, and I think they recognize this is sort of a temporary Band-Aid fix to the immunity question for the clinics. But what it doesn't answer, Hallie, is the harder question, which is, when does life begin? Are frozen embryos children? Because if frozen embryos are in fact children, as the highest court in the state of Alabama has said, then you can't just destroy them. And that's what the court sort of was teasing out, and what led to, again, all of this turmoil. These bills don't answer that harder question, Hallie.
And when you call it a temporary Band-Aid fix, Laura, what does that mean? How temporary is it? In other words, are we looking at this to patch things up for IVF patients in Alabama for months, for years, for how long?
I think the lawmakers realize this maybe gets them through a couple months to be at least get IVF restarted. But even in sort of the heated debate that went on today, everyone seems to recognize, again, there's a longer-term solution and certainly some legislation that needs to go a little bit deeper than this. But what they just hope is that at least the clinics will restart and the shipping companies will restart, because that's what's causing all of the outcry right now, is people literally can't get procedures when they were in the middle of, about to do an embryo transfer.
Laura Jarrett covering all this for us tonight. Laura, thank you so much. Appreciate it. We have some other developing news with a split screen on the border, because for the first time this year, we're seeing President Biden and former President Trump basically head-to-head on the issue that Americans say they care most about right now, immigration. These 2 top candidates, 300 miles apart, one in Brownsville, that's President Biden, one in Eagle Pass, that's Donald Trump. This is only the second time that President Biden has visited the border, his first stop there in more than a year. And in just the last 10 minutes, he is telling Donald Trump to get behind his border bill.
Instead of playing politics with the issue, why don't we just get together and get it done? Let's remember who the heck we work for. We work for the American people, not the Democratic Party, the Republican Party. We work for the American people.
Mr. Trump squarely putting the crisis at the president's feet on an issue that he feels like he owns. He's comparing it to this country being at war.
The United States is being overrun by the Biden migrant crime. It's a new form of vicious violation to our country.
So here is the gut check on where things actually stand. It is true, based on Border Patrol data, that border encounters are up. You see the split from the Trump to the Biden administration. It is also true that Republicans, with Mr. Trump's blessing, blocked a bipartisan border bill backed by the White House that would have added a lot of resources people working on the border say they need. The whole thing, though, listen, people are really frustrated about this. Look at this. When people talk about the most important problems facing the country now, according to Gallup, it's not the economy in general, it's not inflation, it's not government generally, it is immigration. Look at that, the top issue for folks. And the person that they say they trust more, Donald Trump, by a pretty big margin over President Biden. Dasha Burns is live for us in Eagle Pass, Texas. So those are the messages that we're getting from President Biden, from former President Trump. What about the people who are grappling with this humanitarian crisis every day?
Well, look, Holly, I've spent a lot of time talking to folks at the border, and you have this split, right? You have the migrants themselves who, let's remember, these are human beings, and the vast majority of people I've talked to have come across the border have fled desperate circumstances, often threats on their lives, on their children's lives. But then you have the communities that are living on the border, ranchers, farmers, just citizens and residents in this area who are incredibly frustrated and who say they have seen a change. You know, so many of these people have been under Democratic presidents, Republican presidents across the board. This has been a long time entrenched issue, but they are feeling fed up. Take a listen.
The last administration had policies in place. While some may have not liked it, they worked. They were very effective for us as Border Patrol agents in securing the border. He went ahead and changed everything and didn't have anything in place to handle the overflow, and that's where we're at now.
And now there's also frustration, not just in the border regions, but also in some Democratic cities, in some blue states, where oftentimes Governor Abbott, for example, and other governors like Governor DeSantis have flown and bused migrants to those cities that are now also overwhelmed and trying to figure out how to handle this humanely, but they feel like there's not quite enough being done at the federal level, Hallie.
Former President Trump also said that he spoke with the family of Laken Riley, and viewers of our show, people who are engaged in the news, know that that's the University of Georgia nursing student who was killed allegedly by an undocumented immigrant. I want to play that.
Joe Biden will never say Laken Riley's name, but we will say it and we will remember it. We're not going to forget her.
Again, saying that he spoke with her family just yesterday. She, in many ways now, Dasha, has become a symbol after her death for some Republicans who are placing the blame on Democrats here. That's another dynamic at play.
That's exactly right. And look, former President Trump has used stories like Riley's to point the finger at President Biden. But I got to point out some important reporting that was done by our colleagues Olympia Sonier and Garrett Haake. They did an analysis of what Trump calls this migrant crime wave and found that that really doesn't quite exist. They found that in states that have taken in the most migrants, that crime has actually dropped in those areas. So while any life lost, of course, is incredibly tragic, the big sort of scary pattern that Trump is trying to paint, the data doesn't necessarily bear that out, Hallie.
It's also important, and we talked about it a little at the top of this discussion, Dasha, but it's like Americans care. I mean, Americans really care about this issue, and this cuts across the political spectrum, too. More than 80% of Americans say illegal immigration is a serious problem, and for the first time, a majority of those polled back a border wall. These are real headwinds here for President Biden.
Absolutely. And the electorate we've seen in polling over the last couple of years move to the right on this issue. And we're not just talking Republicans. We're also talking Democrats that have moved more center right and have started to really care a lot more about this issue. And that's exactly what former President Trump wants to capitalize on. And he's seen the same polling we've seen, Hallie. Look, despite the fact that he was a major reason why that bipartisan border negotiation failed, he's still polling far ahead of Biden when we ask the question of who's better capable of handling the border. President Trump beats Biden by a long shot. So the majority of Americans still looking to former President Trump, and to Republicans, despite all of what we've seen fall apart on the Hill, they're still looking to that party as the better party on this issue, Hallie.
Dasha Burns live for us there in Eagle Pass. Dasha, thank you very much for being there. I know we'll talk again throughout the night. Appreciate it. So listen, back here to Washington. Do you remember when the defense secretary was treated for prostate cancer, hospitalized, and nobody knew about it for a couple of days? Lawmakers were furious then, and they are furious today, pushing back on the secretary as he's in front of them for a hearing that got real spicy. Watch some of this.
Are you surprised the president didn't call for your resignation? I'm surprised, but are you surprised that he didn't call for your resignation?
The president has expressed full faith and confidence in me.
The big issue for me here is either the president is that aloof or you are irrelevant. Which one is it, Mr. Secretary? That the president would go 3 days without knowing that his Secretary of Defense is not on the job?
It's neither.
It's neither, he said. Remember, the Secretary of Defense is now in and out of treatment, facing a lot of questions about how his undisclosed absence, and you see the timeline there, could have affected national security. Remember, the White House was told Austin was hospitalized on January 4th. That's the day that's circled there, but he actually went into the hospital 3 days earlier on New Year's Day. I want to bring in Courtney Kuby, our Pentagon correspondent. Okay. So this is the hearing. Courtney, I feel like the second that we learned about all of this with Lloyd Austin, the question was, boy, when the House hauls him in, right, we're going to see fireworks. That is exactly what we saw. What could actually come of this as the House is looking into what happened here with Secretary Austin?
So the reality is there were Republicans who were also calling for accountability here, but at this point, I don't see any scenario in which there actually is accountability. The only thing that's left to do is the Department of Defense Inspector General still has a review or investigation that's ongoing, but that is not likely to yield any accountability either, Hallie. So what we've seen this week is the DOD released a summary of their classified review into this entire hospitalization, secretive hospitalization, and more looking at the procedures and the notification, how that was handled by Secretary of Staff and how it should have been handled. And there's some new guidelines and policies that will go into place, some of them which are already being followed right now out of that review. But we know very little more detail about what actually occurred on January 1st and throughout that week until we were told here in the press corps on Friday, January 5th, of the Secretary's hospitalization. And then remember, it was still days after that before we even found out why he was hospitalized or that he had been diagnosed with prostate cancer more than a month earlier. So today's hearing, though, we didn't learn a whole lot of new detail about the timeline. But one thing that I found really fascinating from today, Hallie, is for the first time we heard Secretary Austin say on at least 2 different occasions that he expected his staff would handle the notifications. He said that he believed that he was a patient and that his staff would notify the appropriate agencies of his hospitalization, even pointed out at one point, Hallie, that he didn't even have a phone and that he was the patient in the hospital. But that being said, we still heard from him over and over that he assumes responsibility and accountability because of being the head of the Pentagon here, Hallie.
The key part of the questioning, and you heard it in that line of questioning that we played from Congressman Banks there, is could his absence have affected the chain of command, national security, the issues that the military has to deal with all the time? Because this is Congress and because politics is at play, you saw some Democrats coming to the Secretary's defense. Let me play that.
We were doing everything that we needed to do to meet the national security needs of this country. And if members of this committee incorrectly imply otherwise, they are merely giving aid and comfort to those adversaries that they claim to care about confronting.
So give us a reality check on that front, the national security piece of it.
So we have heard over and over, including today from Secretary Austin, that there was no lapse in the command and control, that as soon as it was clear that he didn't have the ability to communicate with his staff in a way that he would need to as a Secretary of Defense, then his powers, his authorities were transferred to his Deputy Secretary Hicks. But look, Hallie, the reality is we don't have a very specific, I mean, I'm talking hour by hour timeline of what happened from the time Secretary Austin was taken by ambulance to Walter Reed on the evening of January 1st until he transfers his authorities sometime the next day, we think in the afternoon, to Secretary Hicks. So yes, they can tell us that there was no lapse in the command and control, but I got to tell you, without that finite detail, I don't know how we can confidently say that is true beyond the fact that they're telling us that, Hallie.
That's super interesting. Courtney Kube, lots more to come on this one. Thank you very much for that. Got to show you this wild scene out tonight in Texas where the biggest wildfire in that state's history is ripping through the panhandle. But look at this. Snow on the ground. Snow falling on some of these burnt out buildings, burnt out cars. A total 180 from the heat that helped fuel this fire, as that has now become deadly. You got crews trying to take advantage of some of this cooler weather, a little bit less wind to try to get some control. People are now starting to return to their homes to see what, if anything, is left. And for some people, the answer is just not much.
We basically have lost everything. This is the only pair of pants I've got. The shirt. That's it.
I want to bring in Guad Venegas, who is live for us out in Texas where this is all happening. And Guad, it is so incongruous. It's almost tough to comprehend that there's this massive wildfire that is destroying people's lives. And at the same time, you've got snow falling on the ground. How does that happen?
Hallie, it's the weather in the panhandle. I've been speaking with authorities, and they said that's exactly what causes a lot of these fires, because it's windy, the weather changes a lot, the conditions go from cold to hot to windy to not windy. Just minutes ago, we were down the road, it was raining. Earlier today, we were in French, Texas, where it was snowing. We've seen ice, so those conditions are going to help the crews that are fighting these fires, right? But, you know, when I asked the public information officer how that is going to help, he said to me, well, you got to keep something in mind. These fires burn for so long and they burn so hot that it would take days of rain for that to be put out. You see this hill behind me. Earlier, we were down there when it was raining, and we saw some of those logs, some of those trees still burning with some smoke coming up as the rain was coming down. The public information officer telling me it's parts like that that will remain hot even with the rain. It's still cold, but now it has stopped raining. And you talk about the destruction. I want to show you, this is one of the houses here in Canadian Texas, and this is what's left of some of these homes after the fire came through. It only took minutes, the owner told me, from the moment where they saw the flames down at the bottom of the hill and when they had to evacuate, seeing the fire coming up to this area. So the weather will help, but they do expect the conditions to change. The temperature is supposed to rise, and we do expect more windy conditions, which will complicate things for the fire crews, Hallie.
We know that already one woman has been killed in this fire, which, again, the biggest one that Texas has ever seen. The scary thing here is that officials say they haven't even started searching some of the spots where they need to get into.
That's correct. So we have 4 major wildfires that are still burning in Texas. One of those is the largest one in the state's history, right? The Smokehouse Creek fire that has burned more than 1 million acres, just that fire alone. So unfortunately, we have a report of one person that died in that fire. She's been identified as Joyce Blankenship. Earlier today, we were able to speak to her son, Paul, who said this about losing his mother.
She was a good mother. She always took care of us, made sure we were fed and had everything we needed.
We also know that Joyce was a former substitute teacher, an 83-year-old grandmother that has died as a result of these wildfires. And meanwhile, Hallie, there's a lot of people in these communities here in Canadian and also in Fritch, where a lot of the houses burned down in one of the communities, that are now returning to find this. But yesterday, when we were there, a lot of them were at an evacuation center, and the authorities weren't allowing them to come back to their homes because it wasn't safe. So today, they will be returning to find something like what we see here, where the house burned down completely, Hallie.
Guad Venegas, live for us there in Canadian Texas. Guad, thank you very much for being on the ground there and bringing us some of those stories. Back here in Washington, you're about to see the moment that the House of Representatives officially kicked a potential government shutdown to another day.
On this vote, the yeas are 320, the nays are 99. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed.
Let me put that into plain human English for you. This is the House deciding, you know what, actually, we are not going to deal with this today. They're pushing the deadlines again. You see the big X's there on the original deadlines. One of them was tomorrow at midnight. Now we're talking March 8th and March 22nd, when we're going to need to see some kind of a longer-term deal. The House Speaker, Mike Johnson, promising to slash the budget.
Look, the appropriations process is ugly. Democracy is ugly. This is the way it works every year, always has. There will be real cuts to non-defense discretionary spending, because that's what was agreed upon and that's what we're going to adhere to.
Ryan Nobles is joining us now from Capitol Hill. Okay, so Speaker Johnson has been clear, right? He wants cuts. The question is, even with this delay, is he going to get them? Because we're now on like the fifth deadline, the fifth can that the House has kicked since September across two speakers. And those really big, massive cuts, they just haven't happened.
Yeah, and Hallie, there's no world in which he gets those steep cuts that he's looking for. This is a bill that has to be agreed to by both Republicans and Democrats if it has any hope of passing through Congress and then getting to the president's desk. And so in reality, while perhaps Democrats are not going to get the spending increases that they're looking for, Republicans are certainly not getting the steep cuts that they're looking for. They've already agreed to essentially how much money they plan to spend in totality. So what they're haggling over right now is how to apply that money to the various departments that need to be funded here on these new two deadlines of March 8th and March 22nd. Now, it seems pretty likely that they'll be able to get at least half the government funded by next Friday. That's part of what they're delaying action on right now, to give members the opportunity to look at these bills and make sure that they're okay with them. It's that second tranche of bills, the biggest departments, the Department of Homeland Security, the Defense Department, and the State Department. That's where there could be some disagreements, particularly with conservative Republicans who are really begging Speaker Johnson to try and hold firm, even if it means shutting down the government. That seems something that he's not inclined to do as of yet, but there is a long period of time between where we are today on Leap Day, Hallie, and March 22nd, and so anything could happen between now and then. We've averted the shutdown for now, but for now is the optimum phrase that we should be pointing to.
Just tattoo it onto your forehead, Ryan Nobles, or don't. Thank you so much, live for us there on the Hill. Appreciate it. A new investigation tonight into whether cars made in China could be used to spy on Americans, with the Secretary of Commerce tonight arguing these cars have so much technology in them. They're basically like smartphones on wheels that could collect Americans, data, I should say, on Americans. There aren't a lot of cars from China in this country because of big tariffs, but they are a lot cheaper than other electric cars. The U.S. doesn't want them to eventually flood our market here, in the words of President Biden. I want to bring in Andrea Mitchell, who is covering this one for us tonight. So, Andrea, the White House says that this is like a national security issue, potentially. Explain that.
Exactly. Well, Gina Raimondo has been warning about this threat, and Commerce Department now has the authority, when they see national security threats in technology, to take action. So she's telling me that she can actually ban these cars, the software. They're exploding. They've now passed Tesla. One of their sellers is the biggest worldwide seller. They're at 9% of the European market, up to 9% there. Very few sold here, but the software is what's available. And now they're trying to get around the tariff problem by assembling them in Mexico. So I asked Gina Raimondo, the secretary, with this investigation, which is going to take about 2 months, and then they'll make the decision. She'll make the decision. I asked her, what is the threat when you get in the car? Here's what she said.
Imagine a world in which there are, for example, millions of cars, Chinese cars on U.S. roads, collecting this data every minute of every day on millions of Americans and sending that back to Beijing. This isn't the steel and the wheels. This is the software and the sensors.
And so she said they can be operated remotely. So if they were flooding the market, Beijing could remotely stop millions of cars all over American roadways with the flip of a switch. That's the national security issue. I said, is this just protectionism? It's an election year. the auto workers, Michigan, battleground states. I mean, you know the drill. She said, no, this is not protectionism. This is not doing a favor for the automakers. This is national security. And under national security, she can take the action. So it is not a trade issue. The Chinese Foreign Ministry says this is a stretch of the interpretation of national security. So
what would a timeline look like on that, Andrea? I mean, you make the important point. It's not like we're seeing these Chinese cars as commonly as we see Teslas on the road, right, outside our offices here. But what?
Well, she says it's not long term.
Okay.
It's around the corner. And certainly, according to Phil LeBeau, CNBC's great auto expert, who's down in Chile right now at a Chinese car sales plant down there. So they are selling all over Latin America, and they can be reassembled in Mexico and sold here without any barrier. But within about 2 months exactly, she could make this decision and take some action.
Andrea Mitchell, it's just so interesting. We talked yesterday on the show about these connected cars and the potential risks domestically. Here we are talking about the foreign policy impact. We're so glad that you're bringing us that interview with the Secretary.
Look
Thank
who's
you.
watching at you while you're driving down the road.
There you go. Andrea Mitchell, thank you. A lot more to get to coming up here on the show, including how the California Highway Patrol says they rescued this man even days, you're about to see him, even days after his car went over that cliff. Oof, look at that. Plus, why Oprah leaving Weight Watchers is such a big deal. Weight Watchers stock taking a pretty big hit today, closing down nearly 20% after Oprah announced she is leaving the board of directors. It is a big deal on Wall Street. It is a big deal just kind of generally, considering Oprah's been, in many ways, the face of Weight Watchers for years. She has put herself and her body into the public conversation about weight and women for decades. I mean, you see her there through the years. Most recently in December, you had Winfrey saying she was taking a weight loss drug after previously describing it as an easy way out, which she walked away from. I want to bring in Christine Romans now. I mean, the Weight Watchers Oprah connection is very real, and it has been for a long time. You can see that evidence by just how much movement was in the stock, right, from Weight Watchers after this announcement. So what happens for Weight Watchers moving forward? And I wonder if you can just talk a little bit about what this means more broadly, this particular moment in time when Oprah Winfrey is coming out, acknowledging she's on a weight loss drug and stepping away from Weight Watchers.
And look, she is America's most famous dieter. She might be the most famous dieter in the world, right? Oprah Winfrey. So she's had an evolution as well, diet and exercise and nutrition for so many years, talking about it publicly, and now stepping away from the board. But she does say she's going to continue to work with the company. But let's talk about what the company has been going through. Here's a
statement from Weight Watchers talking about her departure. They had to tell Wall Street, frankly, in an SEC filing because this was such a big deal. Oprah has been an inspiring presence and passionate advocate for our members, providing critical insights and counsel that has helped shape Weight Watchers over these last 8 years. Right? They had to alert Wall Street that this was going to happen, and the stock fell. And also, let's be honest, the company, its CEO, has really changed over the past few years. Its CEO coming out and saying, look, we might have got this wrong. If people felt badly in past decades because they couldn't lose weight on our program, it's not your fault. Listen.
I want to be the first to say I'm sorry. And we know better now. We will do better now. For many who are living with obesity, it's a chronic condition, and therefore it is not a choice.
So they bought a telehealth company last year because they're going to have clinical support for their members who use these weight loss drugs.
It's not like Oprah needs more jobs or more things on her plate, right? But she is saying, I believe in the statement, they talked about how she would continue to potentially advise Weight Watchers to varying capacities. She says it here, to collaborate with them as well in elevating the conversation, as she puts it, Christine.
Yeah, reduce stigma and advocate for health equity, which I think is also important here. And she's giving her share, her stake in the company to charity, to another firm that I think is really, really interesting, a museum, actually. And I think that speaks to her kind of commitment to equity and health fairness. But, to the New York Times, the Weight Watchers spokesperson had said that Oprah, and we don't have anything from Oprah beyond the statement that she gave, by the way, but that Oprah wanted to make sure it didn't look like she was profiting from these weight loss drugs. And believe me, it is a huge profit center. But Oprah was a spokesperson for the company and on the board when she was profiting from their weight loss regimen, of course. At one point, I think she lost, 26 to 40 pounds, I think, on the Weight Watchers program. So, we'll watch this space here. Their traditional subscriptions at Weight Watchers have been declining. The clinical part of the business they bought last year has been doing well. These are early days in how they integrate, healthcare, wellness, and the drugs for weight loss.
Christine Romans, what an interesting look at this business development and a cultural development, too. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, FBI Director Chris Wray warning today the country will face more complex threats to elections this year. He says AI and some other technological advances have made it easier for foreign adversaries to target voters. Wray is also suggesting the FBI would share information about threats it sees this year. Number 2, a new CDC report says there were an average of 488 deaths every day from too much drinking at the height of the pandemic. That's up nearly 30% from what the numbers were from a couple years ago. The CDC also says that although there were more alcohol-related deaths among men, the increase was bigger for women. Number 3, officials say an American Airlines flight going from New York to Spain was forced to land in Boston because of a cracked windshield. That happened, or the alert came in, a couple hours after takeoff, according to police. American says after landing safely, the plane was taken out of service for inspection. Number 4, Netflix is probably going to raise prices again this year, according to analysts. The company already boosted the price of its basic plan $2, so it went from $10 to $12 last October. Netflix itself has not actually confirmed any price hikes yet, but executives have said that's on the table. Number 5, late breaking news into us tonight about Caitlin Clark. Guess what? She's taking her talents to the WNBA draft this spring. That's what she's announcing just in the last hour. She's the all-time NCAA women's scorer now. She says, it is impossible to fully express my gratitude to those who have supported her basketball journey. The draft is going to happen mid-April after the end of the college basketball season. And boy, she's got a lot of season left in her. We'll see if she breaks the men's scoring record this weekend. Go Caitlin Clark, man. Queen. Speaking of royals, Kensington Palace is now responding to all the speculation over Princess Kate Middleton's absence from the public eye, although short on details here. You have the spokesperson today putting out a statement saying that Kate is doing well and that her team will only provide significant updates in what seems to be a response to the days of growing questions now about where she is. Remember, the palace says she's recovering from a planned abdominal surgery and has said since the beginning that she's not going to come back to the job until after Easter at the end of March. But Kate, arguably one of the most famous people in the world, has not been seen in public since Christmas. And just a couple days ago, her husband, Prince William, pulled out of a memorial service for his godfather at the last minute because of a personal matter. So all of that together
Like, if you exist on the internet at all, you have probably seen it. Like some of the guesses, some of the baseless conspiracy theories about where Kate could be, what might have happened to her. Let's bring in Matt Bradley here, who's covering this for us. And Matt, like, listen, any human has any right to recover in private, and Kate Middleton certainly has that. But this is one of those instances where the palace, which is sort of notoriously tight-lipped about things relating to the royal, plus no sightings of Kate, has people really wondering what's going on here.
Yeah, I mean, Hallie, one of the really interesting things is that, it was kind of the internet meme machine that forced this statement from the palace. As you mentioned, nothing has really happened here. The palace hasn't said anything. It was just this rise in memes and conspiracy theories on the internet and jokes, pretty funny ones, to be honest, that really pushed the palace in order to actually make this statement. So this is just, and you could almost sense it in some of the language of that statement. It was almost a little bit impatient, a little bit annoyed. There was kind of a tone to it. And there has been a lot of speculation online, and it's because of the events that you mentioned. But this kind of tit for tat between all of the meme makers on the internet and the palace was pretty interesting.
And kind of extraordinary, Matt. I mean, there's plenty of stuff on the internet about the royals all the time, and the palace sure doesn't respond to all of it.
No, never complain, never explain. This has been their MO for so long. But Hallie, these aren't regular royals. These are cool royals, and they aren't really the same mode of Queen Elizabeth II, who recently died. Of course, she was pretty private about her health, and her father died without anybody in the entire country knowing he had cancer. He didn't even know his diagnosis. So this is kind of a different royal family than all of that, when they used to keep everything super tight. And you're seeing the big thing now, King Charles, he's going around talking about his own experience with cancer, and he's doing it in such a public way. You're talking about the last statement you had on the last story on Oprah Winfrey. It's almost in that mode that we're seeing now, and that's kind of why this silence is so deafening, especially for royal watchers who are used to seeing and hearing from the royals every couple of days. This really is startling because these people are pretty open. Hallie?
Matt Bradley live for us there in London. Matt, thank you very much for that. When we come back, how long an American detained in Russia is going to have to stay behind bars after this ballerina's appeal in Siberia got denied. Plus, Gaza health officials say dozens of people were killed while waiting for food, waiting for help. What Israel is now saying about why it happened, and the new response from President Biden tonight.
NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
New questions tonight after a chaotic attack in northern Gaza, with at least 100 people killed, 700 more hurt while waiting for food, according to a spokesperson for Gaza's health ministry. Israeli troops putting out, look at this, some of the aerial video you see here showing the attack and the panic. So what you're looking at, this is people surrounding an aid truck when then gunshots started going off. Back here in Washington, President Biden acknowledging this deadly violence will complicate talks to pause fighting and get those roughly 130 hostages still being held by Hamas and others out.
Hope springs eternal. I was on the telephone with the people in the region. I'm still probably not by Monday, but I'm hopeful.
I want to bring in Raf Sanchez, who's live for us in Tel Aviv. And Raf, talk through what we're learning about the attack here, what Israel says about why it happened, and why this is so complicated to begin to untangle.
So, Hallie, Israelis and Palestinians giving two very different accounts of what happened. Here's what we know for sure. Starting at around 4 a.m. this morning, hundreds of Palestinians gathered on Al-Rashid Street. This is a coastal road in Gaza City, and they were waiting at an aid distribution point, hoping to get some food, hoping to get some flour. The UN says 1 in 4 Gazans are just a step away from famine at this point. A Palestinian eyewitness says that Israeli forces at a checkpoint started shooting at that crowd before any of the trucks arrived, and then continued shooting later as the crowd surged towards those trucks. As you said, the Palestinian Authority says more than 100 people were killed. Hospitals in northern Gaza flooded with gunshot victims. The Israeli military is telling a different story. They are saying most of the dead were killed in a stampede in the chaos around the trucks. Some of those people may even have been run over by the trucks themselves, and they're saying their forces opened fire only at a very specific group of people who were threateningly approaching their position. Now, I asked an Israeli military spokesman earlier, do you have any evidence to support that claim that your forces were being threatened? Any drone footage, any head cam footage? They said they had nothing to provide at this point. As you heard the president say, he fears, other fears, that this will complicate what were already very difficult ceasefire negotiations that, Hallie, at this point appear to be basically stalled. If there is any cause for optimism right now, it is that the last ceasefire deal back in November was also negotiated during a period of pretty intense bloodshed in Gaza. That said, this is a much bigger deal. It is a much more complicated deal, and it is not clear right now if the two sides can come together and get it done. Hallie.
Raf Sanchez live for us in Tel Aviv. Raf, thank you. To Russia now, where a Siberian court is denying an American ballerina's appeal of her detention on these charges of treasons. Ksenia Karolina wanted the court to replace her detention with house arrest, but they said no, she's going to have to stay behind bars until at least early April. Remember, Karolina has been accused of treason for apparently donating something like $51 to Ukraine and posting messages against the war, according to Russian state media. She faces up to 20 years in prison under Russian law. I want to bring in NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons. You are just hearing now from Karolina's boyfriend. What's he telling you?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, this is another depressing example, isn't it, Hallie, of an American citizen held in Russia. Ksenia Karolina learning today that she is going to be held for another month. And I suspect, given the other examples, that it will be longer than that. And that's what her boyfriend, who we spoke to in LA today after the decision that her appeal would be rejected, that's what he is having to come to terms with. He's told us about her condition, where she is being held, that, for example, she only is able to shower once a week. Take a listen.
And I didn't get my hopes up. I knew this was going to be just like, we're going to need a miracle. But I was so sad to know that Ksenia has to go back there, and that's painful. $51.80 donation, and I still can't wrap my head around it. For her to be where she is because of a simple donation, because she's kind, you know, I'm battling with it to understand this.
And Hallie, I asked him what his message would be to President Putin, and he said she's innocent, she's not a politician, and she doesn't deserve to be in prison.
And it's happening on the same day as Putin himself is issuing, you know, this I don't want to say new warning to the West, because it echoes what he's been saying for a long time, right? He wants the West to stay out of the way of his invasion of NATO, his invasion of Ukraine, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, but it actually comes, Hallie, after President Macron of France suggested in a speech and stunned many people, made many headlines, suggesting that there could be NATO boots on the ground inside Ukraine. By the way, there's now an argument between Germany and France and the UK after the German Chancellor suggested that there were French and British soldiers in Ukraine already. And then you have President Putin today. And I mean, all of this just underscores, I think, frankly, what diplomatically is a real mess over Ukraine right now. You now have President Putin effectively warning of a nuclear war if what President Macron says he thinks might happen did happen. And now we have the State Department weighing in. Take a listen.
It is not the first time we have seen irresponsible rhetoric from Vladimir Putin. It is no way for the leader of a nuclear-armed state to speak. We have communicated in the past privately and directly with Russia about the consequences of the use of a nuclear weapon. That said, we do not have any sign that Russia is preparing to use a nuclear weapon, and we will continue to monitor this carefully.
And Hallie, President Putin, in that speech, celebrating, if you like, success on the battlefield by the Russians, although, frankly, the front lines have hardly moved in recent months, and talking about Russian soldiers going through this is his words, going through the furnace of war. Remember, once upon a time, he wouldn't even call it a war.
Keir Simmons, live for us from London with a lot of news to cover from that region. Keir, thank you. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because it can be tough to read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Western Bureau, you've got California Highway Patrol rescuing a man 2 days after his car fell, yes, down that cliff. Look at that. So that's the car, and in the bottom of the screen, that's the rope they're lowering down. And that's the guy, the rescuer, that they're sending down to lift this man up. The driver says it happened when he swerved to avoid hitting a deer. He somehow survived, and amazingly, incredibly, he's expected to be okay. Out of our Northeast Bureau, a car in New Hampshire. Look at that, fully flipping on its side in the drive-thru of a Dunkin'. The fire department telling the Eagle Tribune the car accidentally drove onto a concrete-filled metal pipe. Officials say nobody hurt, and still no word on whether the driver did, in fact, get their Dunkin' on time. And out of our Southern Bureau, a baby pig ceremoniously pardoned today after he got tossed around like a football in New Orleans. They had some people throwing him in a park and laughing when a bystander stepped in. The piglet has now been adopted by a state congresswoman. There's Earl. He'll live out his life on a farm. Coming up, new reporting from the New York Times showing just how dangerous the world of child influencing can be for tweens. We're talking with one of the reporters behind that investigation in our backstory tonight.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We've got some breaking news to tell you about coming into us from Annapolis. I want to show you a live picture now, aerials, where apparently the Maryland State House is under lockdown for some kind of security threat. That is according to Maryland's Governor Wes Moore. In a new statement from the governor's press secretary, they say there's really not much more information available at the time, but staff members, personnel, people on the ground should shelter in place and listen to directions from any available member of police or law enforcement. So again, some questions on why there has been this lockdown, apparently, of the Maryland State House in Annapolis. You are looking at the feed coming in here from our local station in Baltimore, Maryland. One of the reporters who works for that station has posted a photograph of police with weapons drawn heading inside the building. We are following this very closely. We are monitoring for any new information or news coming out of here as to why exactly this place is on lockdown. We're going to bring that to you the second that we get it. Time now, too, tonight to get to the backstory, our behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it fits into our bigger picture. And tonight, we're looking at a huge investigation from the New York Times about the rise in popularity of younger girl influencers with social media accounts managed by their parents. These accounts also apparently drawing some pedophiles. And the Times says on some of these accounts, parents actively encourage male admirers. They sometimes even sell them pictures, the Times says. Reporting from the paper that speaks to just how dangerous the world of child influencing can be for tweens in a time when a third of preteens want to be influencers, they say. We should note that Meta told our team parents or managers are responsible for the accounts and their content and could delete them anytime, the same thing they told the Times. I want to bring in now Jennifer Valentino DeVries, the New York Times reporter with that story. Let's bring in now Jennifer Valentino DeVries, the New York Times reporter with this story. Jen, we're so glad to have you on, especially given the depth of what you've reported here with you and your team looking at thousands of accounts. At one point in this piece, you write that it's showing disturbing insights into how social media is reshaping childhood, especially for girls with direct parental encouragement and involvement. People can see it there on screen. So it's just a huge investigation. So where did the reporting start for you? What was the impetus for this?
So unbelievably, this actually started before the pandemic. My colleague on this piece, Michael Keller, and I were looking into how social media might be affecting young girls and started doing searches on social media platforms of things like tween influencers, you know, to see just how this massive expanding influencer culture might be trickling down to the younger set. And we were finding all of these accounts that were run by parents. I had no idea until we looked at this that there could even be such a thing as a tween influencer. And, you know, we pitched this story, and then I was just looking at one of our pitches, and it was in, you know, January, February of 2020, and I think we all know what happened immediately after that. So there was a lot of news intervening in the meantime, and finally we were able to pick it up again last year and look into this because we still felt it was really important.
It's incredible to hear how long this was in the works, right? Whether it was front burner or back burner. How did you keep track of all of this? Because there were so many accounts. There were, I know, a lot of interviews, a lot of sort of background you had to gather, all that material.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, it was just a massive undertaking. We used a lot of Google spreadsheets and a lot of file folders on our computers. And, you know, I think that was one of the big tasks we had, was just keeping this organized. But it was so important for us to really get the full scope of what was happening rather than just trying to rely on talking with, you know, one or two people.
As you talk about these conversations, I know you talk to parents who run these accounts, and one of them, one mom told you in a comment that our team really picked up on. She said,
she fed a pack of monsters. That's how she phrased it to you. She said that her daughter has written herself off and decided that the only way she's going to have a future is to make a mint on OnlyFans. She has way more than that to offer. That's a quote there. Was it that kind of thing? Was it a comment like that that surprised you most in the course of your reporting? Or was there anything that you reported out that really shocked you about this?
You know, I think a lot of this was surprising, and I think that was some of it. And she was not at all the only parent who had been doing this for some time, who expressed some sort of regret for at least part of what had happened, and who told us that now that they had been through this, they did not think that children should be on social media in this way at all. You know, I think that I was surprised that, honestly, there are still accounts like this being opened all the time. You know, it was difficult to keep track of just new accounts and people coming into this world. And I think a lot of parents think that they're going into this and influencer culture is really normalized, especially among Generation Z. And, you know, I think some people are just really not aware of how difficult it is to keep kids safe on these platforms.
Well, that brings us to the accountability factor, right? Not just for some of these parents, but these social media companies. And that's another huge part of this. Did you find that, as you were trying to get answers on that front, that these companies were responsive to this, to the parents, to your questions?
You know, I think that the largest player here is Meta, because this world that we found is really on Instagram, this particular world, partly because that's where the brands are. These kids are really, they're representatives for brands that make things like leotards and children's dance outfits. And those players really want to be on Instagram because that's easier for them. And you know, I think that when we were talking with these, the brands and with Meta, the response was not entirely satisfying. You know, some brands really worked to keep their followers clean, but had a hard time, and others, I think, just kind of threw their hands in the air, and it was just, they found it so difficult.
Jennifer Valentina DeVries, thank you so much for giving us a look sort of behind the scenes at what goes into a piece like that, one that I encourage folks to read, of course, on the site. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Lots more to come here on the show, including everything you ever wanted to know, but we're afraid to ask about why today is actually February 29th. In case you haven't noticed, it is Leap Day, and while that may seem like any other ordinary 24 hours, there's actually a lot of science to this, a lot of history. You curious about it? Harry Smith explains in tonight's breakdown why the world would look and feel a whole lot different without it.
Yahoo! It's Leap Day, that extra day in February that lands on our calendars once every 4 years. It means deals on donuts and fast food. It commemorates the life of St. Oswald, who died about 1,000 years ago and was famous for building monasteries. We take it you know about the Earth's annual trip around the sun. Takes a year, right? Well, it really takes 365 1/4 days. And you're starting to think, come on, no one said anything about math. Well, tough. The trip takes 365 days, 5 hours, 48 minutes, and 46 seconds. And if we didn't add a day every 4 years, then after a half dozen centuries or so, summer would turn into winter, and winter would turn into summer, giving a whole new meaning to Christmas in July. When the ancient Egyptians began measuring time by dividing the year into 12 months of 30 days, they added the 5 extra days onto the end of the year as 5 days of festivals. Party on, Pharaoh. But seriously, to be a leap year, the year number must be divisible by 4. Easy peasy. But that 365-day, 5 hour and 48 minutes and 46 seconds times 4 only adds up to an extra 23.2 hours, not a full 24. So what is a world to do as all those leap days pile up? We occasionally take out some leap days. We only get a leap day in end-of-century years that are divisible by 400. So, for instance, the year 2000 was a leap year, but the year 1900 was not. Got it? Me either. For all you celebrating February 29th as your birthday, you are special. Think of it this way. All the kids you went to school with, kids from your grade, when they turn 100, you'll be 25. Give or take a couple of minutes.
Our thanks to Harry Smith for that one. That does it for us for this hour. We've got more coverage picking up right now. We are coming on the air with a dramatic split screen at the border. President Biden and former President Trump, both in Texas, both with their own take on the issue Americans say they care most about, immigration. We're going to take you live to the border for more on that as we speak. Elsewhere in Texas,